Welcome, one and all, to the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club here at, you guessed it, Whilton Mill. This is round 2 of the 2023 Championship, and you join us on a bit of a dark and damp Sunday morning at the beginning, at the end of March, I should say. Actually, my name is Jack Oliphant, and I'm proud to be alongside John Ratcliffe for the day. John, how the devil are we?
I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Who would have guessed that? Whilton Mill Kart Club's held at Whilton Mill.
It's shocking, isn't it? I do drop bombshells, breaking news every now and then, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, as I said, it's a bit dark, a bit damp out there. Rain keeps sort of hanging around, doesn't it, a little bit, making it a bit difficult.
It does, yeah. Very overcast here at Whilton today. It was pretty... Oh, there we see a spin. I think we're going to be seeing a few of those today. It's been overcast all this morning. When I woke up, it was very much raining. We got quite lucky that I think we caught the only bit of non-rain when we did our paddock show, and then I think it started raining again. It
was delightful. To be honest, we got the 25 minutes of clear weather that we're going to have today, and chatting to a fair few of the drivers. They were all looking forward to the rain there, weren't they?
Yeah, I don't think we spoke to a single driver, as I can hear a spin there. I don't think we spoke to a single driver that was nervous for the rain. They were all like, no, I'm excited to get out there and just give it the beans.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so excited to hit that puddle, I think, that's on the exit of the second corner. One driver just about flips it, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't be excited if I saw myself spinning backwards into that one, though.
That's an early bar, that is.
Yeah, and it's not ideal either to be conking out,
to a hole, yeah.
Unfortunately. Anyway, let's focus a little bit more on what we've got coming up for you for the rest of the day. We're going to be live until well after 5 o'clock with loads of different races, heats 1, 2 and finals. Now we've got a bit of a different format than we had last season, which if you watched round 1 might not be a surprise for you at home, but it is a bit of a surprise for me because I didn't do round 1. So I'm looking forward to it. John, a little less time for everybody. We've got loads of grids out there. We've got loads of opportunity for great racing.
Exactly, yeah. All the drivers were out on track yesterday for their qualifying sessions. Sets the grid for their heat number 1s this morning. Of course, as you were saying, this year quite different. We've got lots of new classes. We've got some joined grids as well with a couple of different classes on the Hondas and the Water Swifts and things like that. So it's all going to be very interesting. But of course, I think the main thing for this morning is those wet conditions. How are the drivers going to take to them? Of course, they've got this bit of practice before we get into the racing, but it's really not very long, is it, to get on speed?
No, 3 laps or 3 minutes, I think, whichever one comes first effectively. That's about enough time to get out there and scrub your tyres, which is why I think a lot of people out there are spinning around quite often. I mean, if you go out there, everybody thinks, well, you go straight out on brand new tyres, they're going to be the grippiest they'll ever be, but actually you need to scrub them out, get some heat into them, and then all of a sudden they become grippier. As soon as you go out there when they're all those furry wets, they actually end up being a bit slippery and a bit horrible to be driving on. So yeah, you have to go out there, make sure they're all scrubbed in nicely, and then all of a sudden the grip will come to them in race 1.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm hoping anyway. No, we don't want to see... We've seen some spins out there in practice. That's when you want to do the spins. That's when they don't really matter. Once you get out into the heat, you have a spin. That's sort of it, really, for the heat, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, the mechanic is never going to thank you for it because they're going to have to clean the car. I mean, you can see in front of our static camera there, actually, just how many tyre tracks have been created just in practice. They've only been out on circuit for 50 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and as I said, most of them have only got 3 laps. We're also seeing a lack of the iridium visors because, of course, in the rain they get ruined. We're also seeing a lot of wetsuits and everything like that. So we're looking slightly more, I would argue, slightly more grassroots motorsport here. It's slightly less flashy, which is something I quite like, to be honest. It's a bit old school, I like it.
Lots of wetsuits going on. I think that's going to be necessary all day. I think we've only got 1 or possibly 2 practice sessions to go, and I've just been told on my ear we're running 5 minutes behind at the moment, so I'm afraid you're going to have to listen to us talking rubbish for a little bit longer. Now, I have got one thing to just bring up that, of course, we did cover in round number 1, but we're going to need to do it today, and somehow someone has trusted us with giving out a prize.
Oh,
this is amazing. Right, to remind everyone, of course, FastR, the main sponsors of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Of course, they're the automotive innovation hub. If you want to learn more about them, go to befastr.com. But we've got a secondary sponsorship for the Whilton Mill Kart Club this year from Lucas Blanford Racing. He's, of course, racing this year in the BRSEC Fiesta Junior Championship, was racing with us in WMKC last year, has moved up into circuit racing, into big cars. Well, a Fiesta, it's not that big, but still compared to a car, bigger, yes, for sure, and still very exciting racing. Now, we get to decide who is our pick for the driver of the weekend, and whoever we decide to pick gets 2 race day entry tickets to any TCR UK meeting and 2 race day hospitality tickets for the LB Racing Hospitality awning. what a prize that is.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it, really? It's the Fiestas are going to be slightly different, slightly interesting to watch, as well as the TCRs. I imagine it'll be a great day out.
It will indeed. Now, I think we're just out for warm-up B, are we? Or are they getting out on circuit for the first round of heat?
Yeah, I think
indeed,
we're doing just
indeed.
warm-ups,
I thought so. We are indeed still on practice, so we'll continue chatting about that. Now, Lucas was very fast in karts. I'm sure he's still continuing to be very fast in cars, and fantastic for himself and his father, Adrian, to offer up this amazing prize for the drivers out there. And at round number 1, we chose Macaulay Bishop. He was absolutely fantastic. He was dominant through his heat, had a brilliant final, and myself and Anthony Jordan thought he was definitely the one deserving of that prize for that day. But today, we're going to have to continue to watch out again. And drivers, if you can hear us, give us a good show on the cameras, because we could decide to pick you for that amazing prize.
Exactly. It's not just necessarily whether you win both your heats and the final, of course, or qualifying. It's who gives us the most entertainment. Whose name do we end up saying the most, basically?
Exactly.
That'll be really exciting to do. So it's going to be, at the moment, just practicing, but we have got split grids here, ladies and gentlemen. So there's lots of people to be keeping an eye out on. If you're waiting for senior road taxis or junior road taxis, you see them out there on circuit. It may be A versus B, or it may be A versus C, or X, Y, Z, but there's basically different grids potentially going out there at different times. So the timetable is chock-a-block, and we'll give you all those updates when they sort of come around. There's no point giving you the full timetable rundown now, because inevitably in the YouTube chat, in about 10 minutes time, someone will ask for a rundown of the timetable. So we'll give it to you sort of as and when, maybe going into the heats. We'll give you the next 2 or so heats coming up, because of course, I mean, timetables can change as well. We have red flags and things like that which we don't want to see, but these things happen in karting.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't predict it. Anything could happen in karting, as you say. As you spoke about, the YouTube chat. Let's have a little say of hello to everyone in the YouTube chat. Joining us here for round number 2 of WMKC. Welcome, thanks for being with us live. You're going to catch all the action as it unfolds. Now, 79 Racer says, go on, Harry. There are a few Harrys out there, so you'll have to narrow it down who you mean, sir. Johnny McNeish says, good luck, Blair, Ollie and Rachel. Terry Ellingham, we often see him in the chat. Good morning from Tennessee. He's the only 10 I see in the chat, though. Yeah. So, welcome, good Terry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kim Wolf says, good luck to Bailey Wolf out there today. Michael Burke says, evening, everyone. 7:50 p.m. here in Bathurst, Australia. Now, I think we're going to go past your bedtime here streaming, Michael, but you should stay up with us. You're not going to want to miss the action. And then JR and Madalena Triano both say, come on, Rio. Go, Rio. I'm assuming they're talking about Rio Ramadan. Of course, he was quick out in the last round, so we'll see how he does today. And then Joshua Bagumbe just jumping in there as well. Jensen Walker, Micromax, good luck. So lots of people out there supporting lots of different drivers. And, of course, at Whilton Mill Kart Club, so many top drivers to support, you never really know who's going to end up at the top of the order. No,
but at the moment, the person who's supported most is just it's Rio, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we just had another driver, that kid _David, coming in, giving more shout-outs to Rio, so fair play to him. Right, it's about that time, John. I think we're about to go into some heats. The checkered flag is flying for, I think, the final warm-up session, so I think it's that time we go for the grids.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Junior Max Heat number 1. One of our classes that has a lot of drivers involved this weekend, so we're split over 2 initial groups, I think, for this. However, for Heat 1, it's Timo Youngling who takes pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Oliver Smith. Behind them, Jessica White and Alexander Savinkov, then Jacob Jukes and Callum Gosher there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Devon Nolan and Zach Heslop, then it's Mac McFarquhar, Lord Farquhar there in P9. Behind him is Luca Magni, then it's Finley Hayes and Cameron Nelson. Row number 7 sees Archie Lyons and Harry Blore, then it's Levi Sangera and Alfie Richards, they're followed by Mitchell Mulvey and William Webb. Row number 10 sees Monica Bolton Ramos, followed by Rachel Robertson, then Jonas Klimas and Jugas Pravalonis, followed by Shane Changaria and Alfie Thompson. Row 13, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Daniel Gurney and Callum Foster? Behind them is the Rio Ramadan, lots of love for himself in the chat. They're followed by Jacob Borak, Maisie Creed and Rex Ashley. And then rounding the 31 kart grid is Asa Aiden Pinder. And there we go then. As you were saying, we've got a couple of classes. I think it's the Junior Max and the Senior Max where we're split across some different groups. But even then, we've still got our first group of 31 karts on the grid.
Yeah, no, it's massive, isn't it? And it is so good to see Whilton Mill Kart Club being so heavily entered, really, because there are a lot of series up and down the country, a lot of club racing, obviously a lot of British Kart Championships and stuff like that, and a lot of these drivers will be warming up for those kinds of events, but it is awesome to see such big grids here, and fully deserved. I mean, Whilton Mill, they keep prepping themselves up every time we come back here. They're improving the catering, they're improving the paddock, of course, this time round, haven't they, with all their new tarmac, so nice to see everybody enjoying that one.
Exactly, yeah, we were ogling at the new tarmac, weren't we, this morning?
Oogling, I like that one.
Thank you. I thought I'd spice it up a little bit. But yeah, it looks fantastic, doesn't it, the paddock? It's brilliant. And as you were saying, so many drivers entered today. I believe last time I checked the entry list anyway, it was 233 drivers.
And we've got to pick one for that.
We've got to pick
one for that driver of the day. No, I mean, it's hard enough to pick one out of each and every class, let alone having everyone out of the entire meeting. But just to go back to that prize, I mean, because we sort of skipped over it because we thought it might be going into a heat, but we didn't know whether it was a warm-up or not like that. Yeah, the TCR UK rounds, they're absolutely brilliant days out. For anybody out there who's wondering if you know, obviously, if it's a prize worth winning, it absolutely is, and especially as it's 2 tracks of your choice. I've been lucky enough to be able to cover some of the TCR UK events in the past, and by all means, they're brilliant racing, and now it's on the BRSCC calendar with the Fiestas and everything like that. Trust me, it is an event that you want to be going to. So hopefully they all put on a show here at the WMKC and make it a hard choice for us.
And you'll probably get to see Anthony Jordan as well. What a prize.
Ooh, yay. It's not enough hearing him, is it, every week? You want to go meet him as well. Yeah, please do go over to him, ask for a selfie, maybe an autograph.
Go and annoy him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell him that John and Jack sent you.
Oh, dear. We haven't sent him, though. He sent himself the number 20, unfortunately, going round on the warm-up. But to be fair, normally we mock on the outlap whether when drivers are spinning. We're not going to today, especially when it's wet.
It is treacherous conditions out there, isn't it? We've got lots more love coming in the chat, which we'll just try and cover before this heat gets underway. More support for Rio, support from Cyprus and JR.
It was actually Rio that span.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, number 20. You wouldn't believe it. You couldn't write that.
You couldn't. You really couldn't. But hey, as we say, it's the best time to do the spin before the start, as long as it's not after start the race. We've got some love for Lord Farquhar as well. He's in this heat. I'm looking forward to seeing him out there. He's got some new Lord Farquhar stickers as well that he's got on his helmet and his kart, which he thought at least are going to be worth 0.2 of a second.
Well, let's see if he's right. We're about to get the race underway, John.
Yes, we are. Let's get the first heat of the day underway. Hopefully, first time of asking here in Junior Max. And yes, indeed, you can see that clock over the gantry beginning to count down. That means we're good for a go. And look how little grip there is out there for the first couple of corners. We have got a spinner in the background as they now head up towards Christmas Corner. All the drivers moving over to that inside line. Of course, in the wet conditions, that's where you want to be. That's where the grip is going to be. As soon as you get onto the racing line, you're slipping and sliding all over the shop, but you want to get off that racing line, dive to the inside, and of course, take that wider line. And the drivers also absolutely clamming for those curbs as well, because you can sometimes often find if you hook that wheel onto the curb, it can sort of drag you round the corner, and we have got a yellow flag out there already. So I think just under that camera shot, a couple of spinners already.
Yeah, that's not surprising, is it? Put it that way. But there are a few drivers right at the front of the field that have clearly got to grips with this kind of weather, and one of them is the number 100, Timo Youngling, so of course started on pole position. Now there's a driver that hasn't quite got to grips with the conditions, although to be fair, there could have been contact. That's Levi Sangera. Unfortunately, looking like his kart is somewhat beach. That's going to be a yellow flag, maybe even a full course caution. We'll have to wait and see. Probably not, though. We're going to be carrying on. Of course, full course cautions are slightly more rare, aren't they, in go-karting?
Did you see the 144? They hit that bit of standing water that you were like, I don't want to touch that.
Yeah, no, he's brave, isn't he, going for that early bounce. There's the number 68 right up under the driver in front. That's number 53, Oliver Smith. So 68, Luca Magni. Really sort of throwing his body weight around.
Exactly, yes. It was Cameron Nelson that we saw just dip his tyres into that puddle. And, of course, with the wet conditions, we're probably going to be seeing less crazy overtakes, less sort of ridiculous nip and tuck racing. It's going to be more just sort of trying to keep it on the black stuff as best as you can through today. Yeah,
effectively. I mean, ultimately the faster line is, as you said, John, off the grit, off the dry line. So you'll be seeing people missing apexes and things like that. That's not because they're bad at driving. That's quite the opposite, actually. They're out there searching for the grip, and you want to be going sort of around some of the corners, especially Christmas corner. You said that you want to be braking towards the inside of the circuit, drifting out to the outside so you can get the grip, you can get the power down slightly earlier. Having said that, Timo Youngling completely ignoring everything I said and clearly proving that I'm wrong, because he's hooking those curves on the right-hand side. But look at the drift to the car control he's got. There is the number 26 span on the circuit. Looks like they were covering that kart rather swiftly. As another kart was off there, we didn't quite get the number.
I think that was the 111 of Monica Bolton Ramos. He had a little spin there. We sadly didn't get the chance to chat with her. I think I spoke to her mum, I think it was, at the paddock show, and she was saying about how I think it's Monica's first time out in the wet conditions. So you're getting thrown at the deep end there, Monica, and having a little spin, but that's okay. Just getting up to speed with it, and hopefully she can get underway again and continue this heat.
Yeah, it's quite a high level of karting, I would say. The Whilton Mill Kart Club to be going your first ever wet racing, but I suppose if it's one of your first meetings, and you got to throw yourself at the deep end at some point. And watching people like Timo Youngling is a good way of learning how to do it, because he's clearly got it down to a T. His best lap time just gone, 59.34. That's a good 7 or 8 tenths quicker than Jessica White or Alexander Savinkov.
Indeed, and they're the only 3 drivers that are down below the minute mark, aren't they, at the moment? Very impressive to see, and I was kind of surprised but impressed, but not surprised that he is taking almost all of that monster curve at the final corner. Obviously in the dry you want to avoid that, because you touch that just chucks you out wide. You lose so much time, but in the wet, Timo feeling it's actually quicker to really slap into that curb and try and drag himself around that final corner.
And why would you argue with him at the pace that he's proving here? He's pretty much hitting every single curb, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I mean, even through the boot section here, which you would try and avoid them. What's he going to do on the final corner? Because that's a massive curb,
Bonk.
isn't it? Bang! Absolute smash it. His mechanic will be watching, looking at that and thinking, please, for the love of God,
fingers,
don't throw the chain off or anything like that. But yeah, no, Timo obviously getting the job done.
He's going faster and faster and faster, isn't he?
Yeah, and a lot of drivers, it's worth noting as well, over the course of the day, a lot of the drivers that aren't participating in this race will be watching it quite with a lot of intent. They'll be concentrating hard on this one,
especially for the fact that this isn't all of the junior maxes.
Well, exactly. Yeah, no, you're completely right, actually. You've got split grids, of course, and everybody will be seeing whether or not it's worth ever going back onto slicks. Now, we're not suggesting that they're going to go onto slicks right now or within the next hour or anything like that, but if there is no more rain over the day, people will have to start thinking about when is the best time to change over. When are you going to risk it? And watching previous races is always a nice time to be able to make that gauge. Yellow flags into the boot, though. What's going on here? We haven't seen anybody off the circuit just yet, so maybe there was a recovery. One driver that hasn't had a particularly good race so far is Oliver Smith. Started on 2nd place and finds himself just inside the top 10. John, you were saying in the paddock show that qualifying yesterday was in the dry, so there's a big difference.
It was indeed, yeah. Very different conditions today. They were out there in the dry. Oh, the leader just going for a move there on one of our back markers. That's the 117 of Asa Aidan Pinder. He sent the move on. Actually does get it done, but it's always a little bit worrying there when you dive to the inside. The person starts turning in. You're like, no, please, I'm the leader, let me through. But luckily, Timo manages to squeeze his way through there. But yeah, as you were saying, yesterday in the dry, very different conditions to what it is today. So we could see maybe some people slightly out of order as to maybe where they'll find themselves in these sort of wet racing conditions.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned it a few times. A lot of people actually really enjoy the wet weather. Whether or not it's just fun to drive in, or whether or not they go an awful lot faster, it's a great leveler, really. A lot of people who might not necessarily, or they might be slightly, in my case, I was slightly heavy for the slick conditions back when I was karting, being 6'2" since the age of about 13, 14. Always found it a little bit difficult, but as soon as the rain came down, I was loving it because you could actually show that you do have some kart control. You just don't necessarily have the overall speed in the dry, and some people just have a sixth sense about where the grip is and how to deal with it. And obviously that comes a lot with experience, as the 41 also slides up the inside of Asa Aidan Pinder.
Indeed, yes. Yes, indeed. They of course, all these pro-level karters, you get wet tyres, which definitely helps. I was here on Thursday, and it was absolutely raining upwards. And on the corporate cars, it's, oh dear, we got the 97 who's off the circuit. That is Shane Chandaria there, just finding the barrier on the outside. I think that's of Ashby, the right-hander in the middle of the circuit. But yeah, here in the corporate cars, I was here on Thursday. They, of course, keep the slick tyres in the wet, which is a very interesting experience. And I was trying to teach my friend who I brought with me, he'd never karted in the wet before, and I was trying to teach him the fact of, okay, if you're starting to feel it go, you're going to naturally want to, oh my goodness, I need to brake, as there's another spin. The 98 just goes round there. Who is that? That's Daniel Gurney from P20, going to lost a couple of positions there, but gets it back going pretty quickly. Now, as I was saying, as it starts to go, you think, oh my goodness, I need to hit the brake. But actually, you need to get that out of your head, and if it's starting to go, you need to hit the accelerator, which is completely opposite of what your brain wants to do.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mind-bending sort of idea, isn't it, really? But as you said, there is a knack to it, there is an experience to it, and I'm sure he probably... your friend probably hit a puddle and did hit the brake, and it probably all went horribly wrong for him.
I think it did a couple of times.
It is instinct, isn't it, that you would think that you would have to do that. But
you've really got to force yourself to learn to do the other thing.
Exactly. So there are more spinners, unfortunately. There is a 117 as Aidan Pinder, as we've mentioned already a couple of times, but unfortunately not for the most brilliant reasons, mainly because they've been lapped quite often, but now with the spin as well, as they're going into the first corner, that's always a bit dodgy going into oblivion, isn't it?
Was it the 16? I think they got blocked there. Yeah, it was. That was Alexander Savinkov. I think he might have lost position because, Jacob Jukes managed to get past there just from being slightly blocked was Alexander. So Jacob Jukes up into third place, and now starting to pressure Jessica White for second.
Yeah, that was actually Rio Ramadan, who was the number 20, that I think tried to unlap themselves as they were being lapped. It's not the best idea, unfortunately, but at least they've got a little love in the chat. And he's been featured twice on the stream now as well. So there we go. People can be watching him. As again, it looks like he's being lapped. But we are on to the final lap of the race, John, which means it's about that time that Timo Youngling brought this home.
Indeed it is. I think he's just about to start the final lap, if I'm correct in assuming. I think on the left-hand side of our screen, we will see it change from 0 to final lap.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, okay, it has definitely on the gantry, not on our timing just as of yet, but indeed confirmed by that lovely number plate there, stuck out by the marshal of last lap. So Timo Youngling does indeed take us on to the final lap of the race. Still has the fastest lap, a 59.06, and a good 4.5 second gap now. Now, only 1,128 metres left to go for Jacob Jukes to try and get this second place. You can see him here pressuring all over the rear bumper of Jessica White, but here we look back to Timo Youngling as he's had a very impressive first heat and hasn't really been challenged, has he?
No, it's been fairly happy days for Timo. He hasn't had too many problems or headaches. He hasn't had too many scary moments. It looks like even though he's been sliding, hitting curbs and everything like that, it's been under control, hasn't it, John? And he's going to be a very happy person coming out.
Indeed, he definitely should be. Maximum points from the first heat for Timo Youngling as he takes the checkered flag and wins Junior Max Heat number 1, A versus B group. Is it Jessica White just about holds on to second place there across the line? Only a few thousandths of a second in it between Jessica White in second and Jacob Jukes in third. Followed home by Alexander Savinkov, and Zach Heslop rounded out the top 5. Then it was Luca Magni in 6th, followed by William Webb, then Cameron Nelson, Oliver Smith, and who's that that's just fallen down the order? Mitchell Mulvey lost a number of places there on that last lap. I think he dropped from about 8th to 14th place there on the last lap. It was Oliver Smith and Mr. Mac Farquhar who rounded up the top 10. Lord Farquhar there jumping into that top 10. He was followed by Archie Lyons across the line. Then it was Devon Nolan and Jonas Klimas. Then Mitchell Mulvey and Harry Blore. Then Rachel Robertson, Callum Foster, Alfie Richards, Jugas Provolonas and Alfie Thompson rounded out the top 20. They were then followed by Finley Hayes, Maisie Creed, then Daniel Gurney, Callum Goss, Rex Ashley, Jacob Borick, then Monica Bolton-Ramos, who recovered from that spin to come home 27th. Rio Ramadan in 28th, then Asa Aidan Pinder, who I don't actually think made it to the checkered flag there, as we saw them spun and out of the kart. Neither did Shane Chandaria or Levi Sangera, sadly, making it to the end of that one. But 31 drivers out for our first heat, and I think mainly it was just trying to get it round to the checkered flag, finding out where the grip was, and trying to bring it home. But Timo Youngling bringing it home for maximum points there.
Yeah, brilliant drive by Timo, and there was a whole host of battling in behind, but as we sort of mentioned at the early stages of the race, no real major moves, nobody sort of going nip and tuck, cutting under or anything like that. It was a lot of just trying to figure out the conditions, trying to figure out the racers around them as well, the drivers around them, and figuring basically the day out. There's no point ending early, and this is one of the biggest dramas that we have at the weekend here, John, isn't it? It's the dreaded nose cone check. Who's going to get that penalty? whether or not you're able to complete the race legally. Of course, this is to try and stop people from bumping into each other and rear-ending each other, really. So it's very important, and that number 20, Rio there, he's definitely got his nose cone pointed high, sky high.
Someone has got a penalty, the number 53. Oliver Smith from 9th place there. Going to get a 5-second penalty for that one.
Indeed.
Sadly.
And the 106, by the looks of it, not very happy with the decision, but you can see it scraping along the floor. Anyway,
Archie Lyons.
we could sit here and watch this all day, couldn't we, really? But we have got another race to be getting on with. So next up is the Honda/I Army Heat 1. So the Honda and the I Armies. This is the first grid that we've got. That is a mix of the several different classes, really, that we've got now, and a few different engines. But on row 1, we have the number 93, Nathaniel Hodges, and second place, number 20, Enzo Butterazzi. Row 2, we have the 46, Alfie Davidson, with number 25, Jacob Nairn. Row 3 is the 67, John T. Restrick, and the 11 of Callum Graham. Row 4, 28, Alessandro Sales with 72, Ed Spain. Row 5, 42, Theo Bradshaw and 17, Ashley Hayes. Row 6, 56, Blair Smith and 18, Ollie Thompson. Row 7, 52, Jensen Maplethorpe with 23, Harry Blower. Row 8, number 71, Ethan Cossins with 22, Jensen Walker. Row 9, 83, George Climo and 85, Tommy Climo. Row 10, 62, Sophie Morris and 69, Lorenzo Martin. Row 11, 66, Harry Khalil with 54, Finley Bedford. And row 12, rounding out the field, is the number 43, Aurora Joel. So, as I said, this one, oh wow, I did have to get through that one quickly. No wonder I was getting the hurry up for the producer in the background. But no time to be explaining all the different classes. Basically, there's about 4 different classes out there on circuit. We are not racing. We are racing. The red light's still on, but we haven't got the false start flag, so we are up and away. Nathaniel Hodges. No, it is a false start, and we've got plenty of spinners as well. We're getting a false start notification on our timing screen. It doesn't look like they're going round, though,
John. Yes, they are. We're getting the hand gestures, and there you can see the chevron flag.
Yeah, so it was a false start.
So we can, luckily for that spinner, they get to have another shot at that one.
Yes,
so
exactly.
That's good. That's good for them. But we do have a quick chance to chat about the classes then, don't we? So, of course, we've got, in this one, the Water Swifts, which is a new class for this year. We've got the 2 Honda Cadet classes, the 200 and the 160. The 160 was last year's standard Honda Cadet. That now being phased out for the 200, so the driver's being given time to move over from the 160 to the 200.
And then also,
that's one extra horsepower, absolutely flying. And then we, of course, have 3 iArmy Gazelles in this as well, which is what you would have seen last year as just the standard iArmy Cadet, and that engine also being phased out as well for this Water Swift class. So a little bit of a hodgepodge of different things as drivers get this year to sort of transfer over between old stuff to new stuff, but still lots of drivers in all these different classes, so still lots of people to race, even if you're still on an older engine.
Yeah, exactly, and we'll try and keep you up to date with who is winning which class and who is crashing in each class as well, unfortunately, and I think we're going to get another false start as we try and clear up the mess that's in the boot now. Oh, no, we are racing, actually, and we have a good start by our pole position driver, number 93, Nathaniel Hodges, although runs very wide there through the second corner. They're going to be able to get back on the circuit. No, they're not, so all of a sudden, absolutely cascading down the order, and a big send up the inside. I think that was from the 46 of Alfie Davidson, or potentially number 20 of Enzo Butterazzi. I think it's Enzo Butterazzi who's actually got himself into the lead of this race, so fair play. Big send on the Christmas corner. At one point, it did look like Alfie Davidson would lead, but he led for about 100 metres before they got to Christmas.
Yes, indeed. I'm not sure how Ed Spain came across the line in 7th, because he was second place on the grid, to my understanding. But anyway, I think he's back up to 4 hours. Oh, his big spin. That's out of the lead. The 20's gone. Enzo Butterazzi tried it round the outside. Just a little bit of contact on the inside, and round he went.
And that's the 52 as well of Jensen Maplethorpe, who was facing the wrong way.
Sorry, yes, you are correct about that, aren't they? Because they split up the classes for the grid, don't they? So even though he was second in the timing, because he's not in the Water Swift class, he gets dropped down to 7th. So yes, you are correct there. My apologies, everyone.
Yeah, he started in 8th place, I think, on the grid.
He's already up to P3.
And he's up to P3 on the overall. It's a little bit confusing.
It's so confusing. We're going to try and lead you through it today.
Yeah, effectively, the leader of the race is right now Alfie Davidson, also the leader of the, I keep wanting to say Watershed. It's the Water Swift category, isn't it? Oh, big, big.
No watershed here. We can't swear.
No, exactly. Yeah, completely. Even though we are on the internet, Alpha Live, I think, would pretty sack me immediately. There was a bit of a battle there between a few drivers in the midfield, wasn't it? It seems to be people falling over each other quite left, right, and centre, and they're all in different classes, unfortunately. So it is a little bit difficult. But the 43 of Aurora Joel, unfortunately, having a spin up at Christmas Corner. He was already at the back.
Oh, they're going to keep going. Oh, they've got it back on. Very impressive.
Fair play, fair play. That's the number 25, Jacob Nairn, once upon a time in second place. And with a hand up in the air, he's showing his dismay of being forced off the circuit.
Yeah, not happy with that one, are they? You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got the different colours of the numbers that you can see. So the yellow the black number on the yellow background, that is the iArmy Water Swifts. The white number on a black background, that's the Honda Cadet 200s. No, I'm going to get so confused because that's a Honda Cadet 200, but then because he's a novice, it's black.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to not even try and explain to you. We're just going to try and keep you up to date with what's going on because it's too much to explain.
Yeah, we'll try and do our best to digest it once the checker flag drops, I think.
That's probably a good idea.
Who wins each class. We'll just say they're all fairly matched on pace, actually.
Yeah.
If you're looking at qualifying time, they're all, split within about 3 seconds.
They were completely mixed up, weren't they, between all the classes?
Yeah, so, I mean, the Honda Cadet 200, the HC 200, basically, with Theo Bradshaw, who was on pole position. Sorry, Ed Spain was on pole position, but he was a novice. So
yeah, that's why it's getting confusing.
But yes, they were all very close together. They were all within about a second of each other, which is nice to see such a competitive grid, really, isn't it?
Yeah, because usually on a split grid, you can often find that some car is way better than the other, and it just becomes sort of split, and you never really see them battling. But here, look, you can see the colours on the side. I can't explain to you what they mean, but you can see how they're all mixed up. They're all battling in amongst each other, and we've still got 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Yeah,
I mean, the pole position for the Hondas is only half a second off the pole position for the iArmies, so that is how close it is. That's what we're basically trying to say. As the 93 and the 42 do battle up the hill, that is Hodges against Bradshaw. We did actually have a chat to Bradshaw, I think, in the paddock show. We chatted to a lot of drivers, but I think Theo Bradshaw was one of them. He's potentially in the Zip Kart, I think, or Zip Kart garage, I want to say. So always, if you want to see more of Theo and a few of the other drivers, please do stick around for the lunchtime break, which will be about 1:30. But that is a battle right now for a overall podium position between about 3 or 4 different classes.
Indeed, and at the front of the train, someone we definitely spoke to was Ed Spain on the number 72 kart, currently your leading Honda Cadet 200 driver. He was very excited for the wet conditions, and he's clearly showing he knows what he was doing because he's up there in second place.
Well, he was excited for the wet conditions because he's the indoor cadet British kart champion. And as we stated on the paddock show, it doesn't rain indoors, does it?
No.
So it's one of those things where if it's wet on an indoor kart circuit, something's gone wrong with the plumbing, unfortunately. But here now, it's clearly showing that it doesn't matter whether it's indoors, outdoors, he can get with the business.
Exactly. Yeah, dealing with the conditions very well. Now, under a little bit of pressure from Theo Bradshaw as Theo sets the fastest lap of the race at 1:03.71. The first driver to drop down into the 103s, and not even slightly, a good 0.3 of a second into it. So Theo really feeling he's got some good pace here, clearly showing it, and now just needs to see where he can go for an overtake because it's making that overtake in the wet that can be very difficult going offline. However, he's going to prove me wrong as he sends it down the inside, gets the move done, a little bit of contact between the front and rear bumper. The 93 is going to make the most of that as well. Nathaniel Hodges down the inside too, relegates Ed Spain to 4th.
Yeah, this is genuinely, we are looking at about 4 different classes here in the top 4, so that is why we're slightly confused, ladies and gentlemen. But as I said, we're just going to try and take you for the next 3 minutes as if this is just all in the same class. Jacob Nairn in the number 25 gets a contact warning from race control. A little bit of a wag the finger, do it again, you'll be on the naughty step style thing. So nothing doing, it's just something to note.
We saw him getting a little bit bullied around, didn't we, earlier? So maybe Red Mist has ascended slightly. He's just trying to get back through and being a little bit forceful. But
as you slight say, menace.
Just getting the warning to begin with. Don't do it again.
Yeah, exactly. You want to make sure you're not in the steward's office or race control too much over the course of the day, especially in the first heat, because they're just going to be watching you then from then on for the weekend. It was 17 Ashley Hayes trying to slot one up the inside of Ed Spain, and the novice driver, obviously. A bit difficult, that one into Christmas Corner. Normally we'd see that one pulled off time and time again here at Whilton Mill, but with these wet conditions, you don't want to lock those rear wheels.
No, exactly. Yep, Ashley Haas just looking for it down the inside there at Ogiers. Not quite able to make it make it work. However, Theo Bradshaw and Nathaniel Hodges have just started to pull away from these two, so Ashley's going to want to move past Ed as quickly as he can to try and stay with this gaggle. We've got a yellow flag through the final corner. That now goes away, so one driver just recovering there. As this top battle is still really, really close. And Alfie Davidson isn't that far ahead, and Theo Bradshaw's continuing to close that gap. That gap now down to 1.8 seconds, just less than a minute and a half to go. This is going to be close here as to whether he's able to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, on that last lap, on their best laps, actually, they're only separated by about a tenth or two tenths, aren't they? But well, about a tenth and a half, actually. But on the last lap, crucially, it was 3/10 of a second. So, yeah, it is going to be very, very close indeed, as we're seeing some movement in the midfield there. Sorry, not midfield, but the midsection of the lap. There is the number 46 of Alfie Davidson, maybe trying to carve through a few back markers, as we saw on our screens. At the moment, looks fairly in control, but just needs to maybe push it a little bit harder. But you don't want to end up spinning. It's a fine line in this condition.
Exactly, yeah. Checks over the shoulder, just trying to see what kind of gap he has back to Theo Bradshaw. But Theo Bradshaw's setting fastest lap after fastest lap here. So the Honda Cadet chasing down the iArmy Water Swift as we head into the last 30 seconds of the race. Probably 2 more laps to go in this one, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and close, isn't it? But I would say the top 3 at the moment gap themselves quite nicely. We're not going to see any major moves for the time being, but we are seeing a bit of a battle of consistency as the window blows shut. Then all of a sudden, I was curious if someone was trying to break into our commentary booth, but it was just the window blowing
no
shut.
one wants to be in here.
No. Or maybe they tried and thought, oh no, I can hear those two in there. Oh god, no, I don't want to do that. Jacob Nairn with the fastest lap of the race, a 103.67, a couple of tenths quicker than Theo Bradshaw. So times are starting to definitely come down, John. Yeah,
there's that little group in the middle, isn't it? Ollie Thompson, Jacob Nairn, Enzo Butterazzi, all now down into the 103s. So very impressive. Theo Bradshaw still staying consistently in the 103s. That gap down from 1.8 seconds last lap to 1.2 this lap. So I think he's just not going to have enough time here to catch your leader of Alfie Davidson.
No, it doesn't seem so. Nathan Hodges, sorry, no, it's actually Ed Spain's actually put a purple sector 1 in. Very impressive for the novice in the Honda 200 category. Sector 2 is not quite as quick, but the final lap board does go out. It's waved in the face of Alfie Davidson, who will probably be breathing a slight sigh of relief, maybe, as the fastest lap of the race now this time goes to Nathaniel Hodges.
Lots of drivers showing their pace in this one, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all very close now all of a sudden. It's like they've all sort of equilibriumed at the same time. It's 103.6. Nobody can quite crack the 106.5.
Yeah, I think they're all just starting to find the grip, aren't they? There's all side-pod to side-pod contact there between the 72 and the 17. That's Ed Spain trying to fend off Ashley Haas here on this last lap. They're battling over 4th place as they head down into Ashby. Lots of pressure being applied there by Ashley Haas. But here we look back to Alfie Davidson, still leading the field, and you can see that gap between himself and Theo Bradshaw has significantly closed up now. I think that's around a second, if not just under, but he's just about done enough here to hold on.
Yeah, well, I think Theo Bradshaw, Ed Spain and Ashley Haas, they're all in the same category. They're in the Honda 200, so actually that battle between 17 and 72 is really important for 2nd and 3rd place in their category. But it's Alfie Davidson who's going to lead them round the final corner. He's going to take the checkered flag, and I imagine he'll be the driver with the biggest grin on his face when he hits Parc Ferme. Fantastic drive by Alfie Davidson, held off the late attack from Theo Bradshaw, who set yet another fastest lap with a 103.38, 3/10 of a second quicker than most of the drivers managed in the entire race. Nathaniel Hodges came home in 3rd. Ashley Haas did come in 4th place in the end, just ahead of the novice 200 driver Ed Spain.
Yeah, they were side by side across the line there, we just saw.
Oh, were they? Close. Sorry, I was looking at my fastest lap times. They're very uninteresting compared to those two going across the line side by side. I do apologise about that, but it did go the way of Ashley Haas. So the top 10 I'll round out for you. As I said, Ed Spain was in 5th place. Ollie Thompson was in 6th. Jacob Nairn with 7th. Enzo Butterazzi ended up recovering the drive back up to 8th place. 9th was the 56 of Blair Smith. And the top 10 was rounded out by Lorenzo Martin. You can see the rest of the drivers on your screen now. Feel free to note where your favourite is and obviously send them a good luck message in the YouTube chat for heat number 2. But that is the Hondas and the iArmies. Very confusingly explained by us. I'm not sure anybody followed it, including us. But it was a very entertaining race just on paper.
Hey, we're bad at explaining. However, if you want to learn more and get a proper written explanation that was pre-planned by Mr. Anthony Jordan. You can head onto the Alpha Live YouTube channel. One of the most recent videos will explain all the changes to the classes for 2023 in Motorsport UK karting.
Absolutely, and we've got another one of those changes about to come up on your screen as well, because we're going to go into Heat 3 of the day. Obviously, Heat 1 for this particular class, and it's the IAMI Water Swift Intermediate.
Yes, indeed. We've just seen there in the mixed grid the IAMI Water Swift Cadets, those on restricted engines. However, these intermediate drivers, unrestricted Water Swift engines for this one. It's Sukmani Kira, who got pole position in qualifying yesterday. Alongside her on the front row is Jensen Jones. Behind them, Archie Owen and Katie Dollarton. They're followed by Max Mason and Zach Champney. Row 4 sees Alfie Taylor and Millen Tomlinson, and rounding out the 10-kart grid for this one is Simeon Stone and Henry Garifal. There's 10 drivers in this one for the IAMI Water Swift Inters. We're still getting the drivers coming in from the previous heat, just on nose cone watch, as I think there's a few drivers in that one getting some nose cones. Of course, in that first heat, we only saw a few. In that one, I think there was a bit closer racing, so I think a bit more understandable that we'd have some dropped nose cones. But it can be so easy to do so in the wet, can't it? Because suddenly you find yourself a driver just jinks across in front in the braking zone. You find yourself getting all loose, and suddenly you go in the back of them, and that's a 5-second penalty. It's
so easy to lock up in these kind of conditions, to be honest, John. And it's, as you probably know better than I, as you are more recent in the karting experience, especially on Thursday. But yeah, it's so easy to lock up, and as soon as you do that, you're a passenger basically as well, aren't you? You're waiting for the tyres to regrip, even if you come off the pedal. You're waiting for the tyres to regrip, and you're travelling so fast. The braking zones are so small in karting that all of a sudden, a little tap, and the nose cones aren't put on very robustly, are they? It's not like they're trying to get people to be given penalties, but they're not exactly the most robust bits of the kart.
No, exactly. You've got to be kind and considerate to your fellow karters and keep out of those penalties. But yeah, like you say, it gets a bit scary when you hit the brake. Suddenly everything goes silent and everything goes very light.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't imagine it. It gets very squirrely at the rear end. You're thinking, why is my butt looking further forward in the track than my feet? This doesn't really make any sense. But you know, these guys are pros.
They're better than us.
They're better than us, basically, is what we're trying to say. We don't like to admit it very often, but we will do it on the stream just because their friends and family are watching. As they go out there, the Water Swifts, the Inters. Now, the difference between the Water Swifts that we've just seen and the Inters that we're seeing now are basically the age difference, isn't it? They're slightly older than the Inters, and it's designed to try and get a stepping stone between these guys and maybe the higher classes.
Little spin. As we say, do it on the warming up lap, drop in the race. 24 of Alfie Taylor going for a little spin there, gets the tyres re-warmed as they head round this formation lap. And as you were saying, yeah, difference in age and also unrestricted engines as well for this intermediate class, so a little bit faster.
Yeah, exactly. So just a touch more of a challenge. I think the chassis size and everything like that is the same as the karts we've just seen. So it's literally just a quick change of engine to try and allow them to get a little bit more power, a little bit more experience, so they can make a sort of a step up to the junior categories, and the faster karts are slightly less intimidating, shall we say. So yeah, the brand new Water Swift engine and the Inter class, all brand new to the Whilton Mill Kart Club and British racing in general.
Indeed, yeah. I'm actually quite surprised. Sukmani Kira, after round number 1, it's actually 12th and last in the championship in this category, but he's managed to qualify on pole for this round, so an impressive change of pace there. Got 4th place, 5th place and 16th place, so the final didn't quite go her way in round number 1. Let's hope for a slightly better day today for Sukmani Kira as she leads us to the green lights here for heat number 1 in the IAMI Water Swift Inters, and underway we go through turn number 1 and turn number 2. Big slide from 2nd place, and he's gone. Round goes to number 10 of Archie Owen. He's off onto the grass, manages to keep it pinned and rejoins the circuit, but that's just how easy you can drop it here in these very challenging conditions early on this morning. As the 24 of Alfie Taylor, we saw him go for a little spin on the warm-up lap. He's going for a move this time, though, up at Christmas Corner, as there's still battles going on for 3rd place. Thought they were going to go down the inside there. The 2nd place driver goes a little bit wide. I think that might have been Max Mason there, just going a little wide. Has he dropped down the order? I can't actually see the number 71, as Sukmani still leads the race. I think Max might have dropped a couple of positions. I think I can see him down there in P6 as the 77 makes a move. That's Katie Donaldson moving her way up into 3rd place, I think that was. Now, who's taken 2nd? As look at that. More moves going on down into the boot. It was at the 61 of Zach Champney moving his way through. We'll just confirm your order as they now come around the final corner and come under the timing gantry. As the 77 is there, Katie Donaldson now finds herself in 4th. As it says 3rd on the timing, but I'm pretty sure she was 4th on circuit. Yes, the 84. There you go. Jensen Jones now back on the timing. Clearly a slight timing error for Jensen Jones. So it is Sukmani Kira still in the lead of the race. Zach Champney in 2nd. Jensen Jones holding on to 3rd there, up into Christmas corner with Katie Donaldson following. Then the 21 of Jacob Batchelor. He's had a cheeky move there, hasn't he? Up into 5th place through on Max Mason. As there's a spin, that's for the leader. The 44, Sukmani Kira's round off at Ashby, rejoins, but she's going to find herself right down the order.
And with some very dirty tyres as well. There's going to be awful grip conditions. Don't expect a recovery drive within the next lap or two from Sukmani.
That's the commentator's curse cannon right there. I wished her a great day. How she goes onto the grass, sadly, here in heat number 1. Does it early on, so hopefully will mean she has a bit of time to try and get back up the order, but never ideal to find yourself out on the green stuff. No,
well, as I said, you're going to have to clean those tyres off for the next lap or so. Hopefully that won't take too much longer than that, but Zach Champney from 6th place on the grid takes the lead of this race.
It's a great start, isn't he?
It's unbelievable. He was up to 2nd within about a lap and a half, I think, Zach Champney. So very impressive indeed. Set the fastest lap of the race, just gone round as well. The only driver to be in the 102 by the looks of it, and quite substantially in the 102, 102.85. So very fast for Zach Champney.
I can't name and shame these people because I'm way too nice. But there were a couple of people in the chat. There was someone earlier who then deleted their comment who said, "Where is this?" We're at Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for this one, for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, funnily enough.
Did they not hear my introduction?
No, clearly not. Someone else has also just asked, is this at Teesside? No, it's not. This is Whilton Mill. However, Teesside sprints are indeed live on the Alpha Live channel. So if you just click our channel below this stream, you can then find the Teesside sprints. But why would you want to go there when you've got the Whilton Mill Kart Club? Come
exactly.
on.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't make any sense.
Not that we're biased at all.
No, it doesn't make any sense. No. We want to keep you here on the stream, ladies and gentlemen, with us. And
but
mainly
course,
so we have somebody else to talk to rather than each other.
Exactly.
It's a long day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is quite long. But of course, you can watch this live, watch the Whilton Mill Kart Club live, and then later on this evening or any time you want, go back and watch the Teesside sprints.
Yeah, or come back and watch the Whilton Mill Kart Club again.
Again.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah, so when you're pretending to be working tomorrow, then you can go and watch the Teesside for working.
Yeah, good idea, good idea.
We know how the world works these days. Jensen Jones with the fastest lap of the race. When did Jensen Jones start? It's get the impression, yeah, 2nd place still. So. But it's not been as simple as that, has it?
No.
I mean, for the battle for 2nd, it's been up, down, left and right. As the 84 of Jensen Jones goes for the race lead against Zach Champney. And to be fair, with that fastest lap, it was about half a second quicker than Zach's fastest lap. So maybe Zach had 1 lap in him. I don't think he's going to have 1st place for him anymore, because there goes up the inside in the 84 of Jensen Jones.
Indeed, yeah, just spooks Zach Champney to the outside, doesn't he? We saw a little slide there. Gives him the thumbs up as he goes through. And Jensen Jones takes the lead as we head on to the new lap of the race. Max Mason getting very wide there out onto the curbing. Often in the dry, you'll find a lot of drivers using all of that runoff there at the final corner, whereas today, those rumble strips completely full of water, so not really a great idea to be going out there onto the rumble strips, but it worked that time for, was it Max Mason? No, sorry, it was Katie Donaldson on the 77. My apologies, getting my 77 and 71 mixed up. So it's Katie Donaldson who rounds out the top 3 at the moment, then Jacob Batchelor, and then Max Mason rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, it's they've somewhat gapped themselves apart from the front 2, haven't they? And Jack Champney all of a sudden decided to, well, chomp back at him. He's decided, you know what, anything you can do, I can do better. And he's proven that he's got some quick times in him, Zach Champney. He decides to maybe learn a thing or two from the driver ahead of him, but not only learn a thing or two, maybe have an answer for it. But Jensen Jones, look at that, pulling away slightly now. So clearly not just satisfied with being quick in the dry, Jensen quick in the wet as well.
Exactly, yeah. Through the first half of that lap, Zach Champney was holding on to the back very nicely. Started to just fall off at the end there, but had a much better line through the final corner there. Closes that gap back up to about 0.3 of a second there as we head on to a new lap. But if these guys start to battle, Katie Donaldson and Jacob Batchelor, and even really Max Mason, aren't that far behind, as if that timing is correct, Sukmani Kira already back up to 6th place here after that earlier spin. However, a good 5-second gap between Sukmani in 6th and Max Mason in 5th.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gap there. It's Sukmani with the... Oh, I mean, it was a shame, really, that we saw a spin so early on in the race, wasn't it? Because otherwise we could be seeing a brilliant three-way battle for a race victory here, or even Sukmani just pulling away with it. We'll never, unfortunately, know. But you never know. Race 2's coming up soon. The conditions are going to be changing yet again by then. We probably won't have any more active rain. So as the drivers go round, the karts go round, it will start drying up the track. And you can almost see, actually, there's no longer really any standing water. I'm not going to say dry parts of the track, but there are some parts of the track that are darker.
Drying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Darker than elsewhere. So yeah, it's by the afternoon, a lot of drivers are expecting that it's going to be, the times are going to be tumbling, the tyres are going to be changing over as well. So it's going to be interesting as Jenson Jones sets another fastest lap, only by about half a tenth of a second quicker than Zach Champney there. Indeed,
yeah, I was going to mention that, both of them setting personal bests and sort of trading times, aren't they, at the moment? Just answering back and forth, back and forth. Jensen slightly faster at the moment, as you say, only about half a tenth of a second, so realistically, nothing really in it here.
No, they haven't. With about a minute left, plus obviously one more lap, and all that Jenson Jones needs to do is basically equal Zach Champney's time, if not slightly better it, and we'll have a fairly clean run home. But as we've mentioned in the build-up to this one, John, this is a new category for British racing, effectively. Obviously, the Water Swift, a slightly new engine, and the inter-category is obviously different as well. Nice to see a fairly full grid. 11 karts, don't get me wrong, not the biggest grid that we've got here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club by any means, but it's nice to see that it's still populated with a number of drivers.
Exactly, yeah, and we'll see, of course, we're still early on in the year where these changes have come into play, really, so I'm sure we'll see more drivers continuing to move over to the new class. And, of course, we saw a lot of drivers in the cadet category, didn't we, for the Water Swifts, and, of course, over the coming years, they'll then move their way up into this iArmy Water Swift Inter category as well, so I'm sure it will go from strength to strength, and we'll get more and more drivers involved as we continue through the 2023 season.
Yeah, I think we were watching that explainer video one more time, weren't we, before we went live, to be honest, just so we had an idea. And if anybody wondering sort of what are the age differences, well, apparently it was something along the lines of between 8 and 12 used to be the sort of cadet category, and now the inter category, you can step up even when you're 10 years old, can't you? And it's a bit of a bridging stone to other sort of categories and other engines like the road taxis and things like that you might want to step into. So yeah, nice to see iArmy, Hondas and everybody else trying to amalgamate to make it the sort of smoothest transition possible and the best development for the drivers, hopefully. That's the plan and the idea anyway, isn't it? So yeah, fingers crossed that comes off.
Indeed, yes. Interestingly, Sukmani Kira got up to 6th pretty quickly, but actually he's been overtaken by Archie Owen for 6th now, so just dropping down into 7th as Jenson Jones leads us onto the final lap. I think he's done enough here to hold on to this win, or I'm going to try and not commentators curse him, as I did for Sukmani earlier. Now, one thing to mention as we're on an iArmy race, just want to quickly say that iArmy actually held a prize draw. I saw it over on Instagram. It might have been in other places as well, for a free set of tyres for this round. So whether that was dry tyres, they're not going to be very useful actually for today, but at least you've got them in the van for future use. Now, the winners of those in the Water Swift Inters was the 77 of Katie Donaldson, who's currently in 3rd place. In Junior X30 was the 23 of Jack Mowat, and the Senior X30 was the number 50 of Jensen Buckingham. So very kind of iArmy to be giving out some free sets of tyres there. Very kind of them, as Jenson Jones leads us round the final corner to take the win here in iArmy Water Swift into heat number 1. Zach Champney just holds on there to 2nd place, 1.3 seconds behind your leader. Katie Donaldson rounds out the top 3, followed home by Jacob Batchelor, and it was Max Mason who comes across the line there to round out the top 5. Then Archie Owen and Sukmani Kira there. Sadly, she's going to be a bit frustrated there, starting from pole and ending up in P7, but at least managing to get it back underway and not finding herself getting a DNF after that spin. So always good to see her making it to the checkered flag. Alfie Taylor is there in P8, then Millen Tomlinson P9, Simeon Stone in P10, and then we're soon going to see Henry Garifal, who rounded out our 11 karts, who take to the checkered flag here. One of our novices there as he just rounds the final corner. Here he comes to finish P11 there for heat number 1 in the iArmy Water Swifts. There we go then.
Good race all round. Good race all round, so we're going to be shooting over to the most anticipated part of a race, which is, of course, the bumper check. But yeah, I was quite impressed with that one, especially Jensen Jones, obviously qualifying strongly in the dry, showing that it's not just a dry specialist. You know, get the wets on and still do the business. Zach Champney starting in 6th place, always entertaining and always quite satisfying for a driver when you start all the way down in 6th and you're able to get back up onto the podium. Obviously a bit of a shame for Sukmani Kira. Hopefully we'll see Sukmani a little bit more consistent, shall we say, in heats number 2 and 3. But as we see, a lot of the drivers have passed their nose cone check. We're going to shoot over to the Sting for the next race, which is of course the Rotax Micro category. So, I believe it is the Rotax Micro. I know that just said the iArmy Inters, but we did just have that. So here is, there we go, also known as the Micro Maxes. But row number 1, the number 43 of Edward Haynes is alongside the number 17 of Jack Baker. Row 2, 22 of Riley Murrow and the 28 of Keaton Bernard. Row 3, 31, Emerson McAndrew Uren with 16, Austin Oman. Row 4, 25, Jensen Walker, and 21, Otis Clearly. Row 5, 37, Elliot Travis, and 18, Jensen Chalk. Row 6, number 42, and a name that should be familiar for those who have been watching the stream so far, Theo Bradshaw. Number 33 of Frederick Wood also. And row 7, 61, Maximilian Abrahart with 23, DeYoung Sil Pahal. Row 8, number 34, Ilya Veliko with number 7, Bailey Wolf. Row number 9, 52, Maria Roberto with number 12, Arjun Paul. Row 10, 11, Bertie Clark, 26, Alex Goodson. And then row 11, 79, Rhys Davids Richardson, and 24, Ralph Racketis. Now, John, very worth noting, just slightly different format. We have time qualifying on a Saturday now. This isn't just random orders. This is where they've qualified. So in theory, we should be seeing the fastest drivers right at the front.
Exactly. Yeah, they should sort of be placed where they should be in terms of pace. However, as mentioned a couple of times already, that was in the dry. This is in the wet. They could be some drivers who are further down who maybe back themselves a little bit more to be moving up the order in the wet, and maybe some of the front who aren't so used to the wet and might be dropping down a few positions. But we haven't got long to wait and see, as we're about to kick this one off.
Yeah, clearly a lot of the Micromax is a relatively popular grid because we've got 22 drivers about to do battle, and it looks a little bit messy as they're coming across the line. The red lights stay on, the false start flag comes out. So yeah, it did look a little bit messy as they were exiting the final corner, so no surprise to see the fact that we're going to be going around yet again. Hopefully we don't see any drivers having a little bit of a spin. No, they don't. There is still people trying to warm their tyres up and doing a little bit of weaving. I think it's a risk, though.
It's a bit risky. It's a bit risky, but hey, the drivers will do anything to try and get maximum advantage over the competitors.
Yeah, and I can't blame them altogether, to be honest. This is also a new category, because this is the cadet version, basically, of the Rotax. This is the youngest you can go as a Rotax engine, effectively. Obviously very restricted and everything like that. So they're trying to start a ladder, aren't they? As most things in motorsport are, genetics and caterhams and everything like that, where you can enter in as a beginner or at the youngest possible stage, and you can work your way up to stay with them for as long as possible, basically.
Indeed, that's what they're trying to do. Now, one thing to just mention, the highest placed driver in the championship who is in today's racing in this class is Riley Murrow. Actually, one of our novice drivers. He's sat in P4 in the championship at the moment. I think he's on P3 in the grid for this one, so let's see how he does.
Yeah, Jack Baker and Edward Haynes are the front two, though. Number 17 and Jack Baker on the right-hand side of the screen as we see it, but I think it's a big jump by Edward Haynes. Whether they let them get away with it, I don't think they're going to, because there's a red light, and I believe the false start flag might be coming up. Yep, there we go, false start on our timing screens yet again. I think Edward Haynes is just too keen to get on the power, isn't he? And I don't think Jack Baker has the grip on the inside of the circuit to be able to keep up with it.
Hey, it's understandable. You want to try and get the best job possible, but not so good that you're told off by race control. So they'll go around again. This obviously chance number 3. If they can't get it right this time, they're going to be brought to a halt on the back straight and have a slight stern talking to.
Yeah, so a finger wagged in their direction, yes. I imagine. And as I said, all Edward Hayes really needs, I can understand why he's getting the power down. He thinks that's the appropriate time to go, but if Jack Baker does it potentially on the inside of the circuit, then spinning the tyres and spinning himself round. So yeah, you do just need to be a little bit more patient in the wet. But as you just said, if you were Edward Haynes, you wouldn't be thinking about that, would you?
No, exactly. Now, I can't remember. I'm pretty sure that if they can't do it correct on this time, both of the guys on the front row go to the back of the grid, I want to state. I'm pretty sure I remember that being the punishment. Hasn't happened in a while, so I haven't been reminded of it, but I do believe that that's what happens.
I was going to say, very harsh, but I suppose if you want to get this race done and dusted, you guys have had your turn. Let's try someone else now. Waving to try and get them slowed down. I think this looks a little bit cleaner at least, doesn't it, John? And we are racing by the looks of it. So Edward Haynes, after 3 times a charm, does hold on to the race lead. There's a bit of bumping and barging towards the rear end of the field, but everybody gets to do it just about intact. As Jack Baker looks to the outside, with a few drivers looking to the inside. The number 31 of Emerson McAndrew-Uren from 5th place on the grid goes up and takes the race lead. What a start from McAndrew-Uren.
Yeah, what a start indeed. Just somehow seemed to know that there was oh, that's a big off in the background there. Look at that. The 61 is off.
How on earth he ended up there?
I can't even see them on the timing. The 61, that's Maximilian Abrahart it is. That just shows how you get knocked off slightly, you take to the grass, and you just speed up, don't you? It's, that's a huge clobber of the curb there for the 22. Just really taking to the curb. That's Riley Murrow, our 4th place in the championship, that are sort of leading in the championship of everyone who's actually turned up for today. But taking to the curb there, luckily holding it together. But yeah, the driver's trying to work out where the grip is on lap 1, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren doing the best job of that so far.
Yeah, as we had a 33, had something failing there.
That was transponder fail, I believe.
Oh, transponder TX, yes, of course. I was thinking, what on earth is that? Is they going to have to come in for a black and orange? But no, they're not having to just yet. The number 43 of Edward Haynes, though, trying to find a way around Emerson McAndrew-Uren, trying all the different lines now, all the wet lines, the dry lines, anything that he can do to try and put the pressure of the first place man. But at the moment, McAndrew-Uren not cracking.
No, exactly. So yeah, the 33, that's, I just spotted him when you think, Frederick Wood. So he is out there on circuit if you're supporting Freddie, but you won't see him on the timing on the left as his transponder is not working. Yeah,
we're not entirely sure where, we haven't seen him on track very
much
either.
No, haven't spotted him just yet. If we do, we'll let you know where he is, but currently focusing on that lead battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So go through the boot there. Now they're going to try and take a few different lines. And what is Edward Haynes got up his sleeve? Really quick into the corner there, doesn't he? Actually gets a nice tighter line out of it. So he doesn't have to go onto that rumble strip. There may have even been a little bit of contact, to be fair. But as McAndrew-Uren goes through first and second corner, he retains that race lead. But for how much longer, John? Because look, here comes Edward Haynes. He was going to the outside the previous couple of laps. He tries to dive up the inside this time, and he gets it done. A cutback was on for Edward Haynes, but look at the, for McAndrew-Uren, but Haynes just about held him off for the time being. As they go down towards the infield, here we have a new race leader.
Indeed, just jinks over to the inside there to try and defend, but McAndrew-Uren's going to get over to the outside. They're going to be side by side as we head into the left hander. Hits the bump there. Does McAndrew-Uren might lose position because of it. Holds on to that. That was very impressive. That looked a little bit painful, actually, hitting that bump.
Yeah, I would say that if you were Edward Haynes or maybe the race controller or anything, you're looking at Edward Haynes there thinking just about left him enough room, but it was borderline.
Just about.
Borderline, wasn't it? Especially in these conditions. But McAndrew-Uren held on to it, held on to second place as well, so he lives to fight another day. But I thought Kean Bernard was about to jump in there and try and take that off him.
He's closed the gap, hasn't he? I was going to mention their lap times last lap. They were all within about 2-3 hundredths of a second of each other, our top 3, and now they've properly closed up as we had a change to the lead. Edward Haynes moved to the front, and now Kean Bernard trying to get involved with this leading battle. Of course, Edward Haynes was your pole sitter, fast in the dry, clearly fast in the wet as well. Takes a very different line to McAndrew-Uren there. Haynes feeling he should move to the outside, the sort of typical wet line, go to the outside and cut it back. McAndrew-Uren feeling it's quicker to grab the curb, and both sort of finding it was pretty similar actually there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Edward Haynes had a better exit,
yes.
But McAndrew-Uren looked like there might be an opportunity to fly one up the inside and can make the move.
Chuck it up the inside and then sort of sit it out wide and just block him on the exit, then you've got the move done.
Exactly. So what you quite often see is Edward Haynes potentially taking the qualifying line. The fast, is that a
dropped rear bumper for Kean Bernard? He might get a mechanical flag here because of that.
He will do, won't he? If it's dragging along the floor, you can't be racing with that. You're going to have to be coming in, and he's trying his best to still race, but maybe he's unaware of the fact that his rear bumper is dragging. He will be getting he hasn't got it this time round, but now the cameras have picked it up. I imagine the race
now
control
that we've shouted about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, mate.
Well, to be fair, though, if his bumper came off, that would be really dangerous, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the
It's
black
all
orange.
for safety.
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, please do keep that in mind. So,
Camera shot. All the drivers, there was about 5 wide there going into that corner. Kian Bernard fending off the 22 of Riley Morrow. He's just got past Jensen Chalk on the opening part of this lap. But there's actually Theo Bradshaw, who's nearer the back of this pack, who has the fastest lap of the race currently. As all that was, I think, going to be a spin in the background there. I couldn't actually tell who it was. I think it was Dian Singh Pahal who was in the background there. He got it very sideways. We cut away as they were sort of hot. As there you go, mechanical flag for Kian Bernard from 3rd place. He's going to have to come into the pits here, and that's going to be heat 1 over for himself.
It is indeed. I'm very impressed by Riley Morrow, though. I know he's high up in the championship, but for a novice to come in here and do this sort of performance is very impressive indeed. As they're going to go 3 wide, 2 wide
Double
into
overtake.
the final corner.
Triple overtake for the 42. What a move! Theo Bradshaw, fastest lap of the race, now up into 3rd place.
That's impressive, isn't it? And we did have a chat to him in the paddock show, because I remember him saying that he was getting involved in the Hondas and, of course, in the Micro Maxes, but he wasn't so keen on the Micro Max. He didn't think he would do so well, but it's a bit of a testing for him. I reckon that test is going pretty damn well for you, Theo. I would love to see you back again racing in this category as Riley Morrow slides up the inside of, I think that was Jensen Chalk.
Indeed it was, yeah. Theo Bradshaw making a fantastic move there around the boot, because there was, it was Kian Bernard who sent out the inside of another driver, pushed them both wide, allowed for Theo Bradshaw to cut back to the inside and take him, and then got someone else down the inside of the following corner. Very impressive.
It was indeed. Austin Oman's making moves as well, the number 16, but he's just been overtaken.
Lots of
big
sparks.
sideways moment there. As there is the number 28 of Kian Bernard. He has to go into the pits. I'm not entirely sure why he's fighting this one so hard. Now there we go. He does delve into the pits. It's a bit of a shame really, because there was a lovely 4-way battle. It's now turned into a 3-way battle, which still has plenty of opportunity to be just as exciting. With the number 18 of Jensen Chalk trying to defend into the first corner, but yes, he managed to get that one done. I thought there was going to be an ambitious overtake by the number 16 of Austin Oman, but luckily he came out of it.
Frustrated look there from the 28, Kian Bernard. He's on for some good points in this opening heat, but sadly, it's going to end as a DNF. 0 points for himself here. We didn't actually see how that bumper came off, or there was a bit of contact from someone else, or just clipped a curb and it happened to rip it off. We're not 100% sure, but yeah, sad way to end heat number 1 for Kian, but luckily, not too much of a big issue. Even though it's a mechanical, it's a pretty easy to fix thing, so we should see him out for heat number 2 later on. As there's a cheeky attempt at a move. Look at how much the 42 was sliding there. That is Theo Bradshaw, and he's in 3rd place here, still with the fastest lap of the race, now pressuring your 2nd place man of Emerson McAndrew-Uren and your leader of Edward Haynes.
Yeah, McAndrew-Uren
big slide.
Once upon a time was a race leader, wasn't he? But he's going to be struggling to hold on to the 2nd place as we go into the last 30 seconds. Here comes Theo Bradshaw into the first corner and into the 2nd place. Really good driving from the driver who has the fastest lap, of course, with a 102.7 on the previous lap. Was actually within about a 10th or 2 of the overall fastest lap as well. So he's clearly got some consistency behind him, as he's now got McAndrew-Uren behind him, Ed Haynes in front.
He's 3/4 of a second quicker than these two at the front of the field, Edward Haynes and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and he's the only driver in the 102s, just Theo Bradshaw.
Yeah, he's flying, isn't he? He's doing
flying.
really well. It's very impressive indeed.
Ooh.
And is he up the inside now?
Oh,
On the race leader, there's
contact.
contact. Both of them hold on to it. And Ed Haynes goes into, Theo Bradshaw, in fact, goes into the race lead. I'm getting confused because he's 3rd on our timing. That's because he's done all of these moves in 1 lap.
Very impressive, yeah. And I'm so super impressed that both of them held on to that. In these conditions, the slightest tap could cause you to absolutely lose it and get sent round. So I'm very impressed that Edward Haynes managed to actually hold on to it there and keep that 2nd place.
Yeah, as the last lap board gets pulled out, but Theo Bradshaw already has a nice little gap, probably about 2 or 3 tenths of a second. Well, 4 tenths of a second now, actually. Our cameras are making it look slightly smaller than it actually is. He's got a lovely little buffer, and he doesn't look like he's keen on slowing down any time soon. He was actually 8 tenths of a second quicker on that last lap, whilst overtaking 2 drivers, than anybody else there out on circuit. Well, rather than the other 2 at the top 3 anyway, I should say, actually. Because to be fair, the likes of Jensen Chalk and Otis clearly are also quite quick in the low 103s.
Yep, those two setting personal bests on that last lap. Trying to chase down this leading group, but a little Bit too little, too late for those guys. Going to have to settle with 4th and 6th, respectively, I think, because Theo Bradshaw got those moves done exactly when he needed to, and it looks like he's going to take this one home.
Yeah, he does. Oh, it's a big send by McAndrew Ewan. I think it's going to be, and is that right at the death? 2nd place taken back from Emerson McAndrew Ewan. The checkered flag goes the way of Theo Bradshaw. A brilliant drive from himself, starting all the way in 11th place, and obviously a driver who's decided to take part in 2 classes this weekend. He's going to be absolutely knackered for school on Monday, I imagine, but he doesn't care about that as long as he comes home with a couple of trophies to his name, and he started out pretty damn well on that course as well. So Emerson McAndrew Ewan right at the death there, did take back that 2nd place ahead of 3rd Edward Haynes. 4th place was Jensen Chalk. 5th place was Austin Oman. 6th was Otis Clearly. 7th was Dean Singh Pahal. 8th was the top novice driver, and one of the top drivers that we have in the championship. Is that about to change? We're not entirely sure. 8th place is not as good as Riley Murrow was hoping for, I'm sure. 9th, Elliot Travis, and 10th place was rounding out by Jack Bacon. You can see the rest of your field there. Take a note of your favourite driver and send them a congratulations or commiserations, depending on how their expectations were going into that particular round. So, we're going to have a look at the dreaded bumper check. We see the camouflage camera post there at the outside of turn 1. It's quite a sensational drive there by Theo Bradshaw.
You can't see it. It's
camouflage. You can't see it, no, of course. I'm giving away trade secrets there, aren't I? Letting everybody know where our cameras are. No, but it was a great drive by Theo Bradshaw.
It was.
And to be fair, Emerson McAndrew Ewan, I was quite impressed with them for 5th place on the grid.
Yeah, impressive drives throughout the field there. And yeah, Theo Bradshaw definitely on our radar for driver of the weekend after that one.
Yeah, as I said, even just the feat of participating in 2 races, 2 classes, I should say, alone should be enough to put them on our radar. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can come up with later in the show. Let's put it that way, because it is a bit of a show, isn't it? Entertainment here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're jazz hands all the way. Do like to big it up, don't we? But it is a brilliant way to spend a Sunday, I would say. So thank you very much for everybody who's in the YouTube chat and who's watching at home for joining us.
Indeed. Yeah, lots of people still here in the live chat. Jerry L says, go on, Zach Champney. David Brown says, come on, David Brown, Pro Karts. No bias there from David Brown.
No. Shocking.
Someone says, come on, Dana Moore. Then, oh, wait, he's retired. Yeah, Dana Moore, someone we saw last year out a lot. He's no longer... I was about to say no longer with us. That sounds like he's dead. No, he's not dead.
We're not that
he's
dramatic.
Just not with us here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Harry Friel said, come on, Emerson. That was that luck was clearly needed there from you, Harry Friel, because Emerson came in P2 in that one. AOG also says, come on, Joel. And then good luck to Thomas Hill as well from Little JR20 Gaming. And then good luck Riley as well. He was out in that one, but we're going to go straight to the Sting for the next heat of the day. Another bumper grid here for this one, of course. This is indeed, I thought it was going to be the Junior X30s, but maybe I'm the one who's misreading things. Nope, I am indeed incorrect. And my producer, of course, is the right one. I'm the one that's always wrong. We've got Rotax Mini, the intermediate category, coming up next. It's Will Green, who's on pole position. Alongside him is Thomas Hill. And it's Daniel Minto and Finley Lyons. They're followed by Harry Freeman and Toby Jukes. Row 4 sees Max Williams and Sam Flint. Then it's Finney Hines and Elliot Potter rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Jack Burgess and Oliver White. Then row 7 sees Ella Lucia and Max Colbert. Row 8, Samir Poole and Max Wheatley. And it's Logan Lauder and Albie Lapper. Rounding out the top 20 is Jack Collinson and Harris Arley. Then Teddy Cooper and Miles Burton, Cody LePatrell and Nathan Rond. Then rounding out the 27 kart grid for this one is Riley Morgan, Warwick Milam and Nat Johnston. But there we go then. Even though it's not the X30s, it's the Rotax Minis, still a bumper grid for this one. 27 karts.
Absolutely, and you weren't the only one. I thought it was the X30s as well, but luckily someone out there at Alpha Live is keeping an eye on us and making sure that the show runs smoothly. And now look at this. It's going to be, I mean, second place drivers, which is number 81, one.
Yeah.
Can't go any slower, Finley Lines. So as the pole sitter speeds up, I think we're going to have a full start. Yeah, yes. We are, because that was a bit ridiculous, wasn't it? It did look a bit odd. So, yeah, full start. We'll be getting that one going again. But, yeah, the problem is if you are in the second place line, you can't go any slower. And if the pole sitter is about 5 karts back from you, you can't physically. They have to catch up to you rather than you dropping back to them. Obviously, the idea is that you never go 5 karts ahead of them in the first place, though.
Exactly, yeah, and it's difficult when you're at the front of a train trying to start a race, because obviously you're at the mercy of the drivers behind you pushing you down the straight, and you can often find if you're trying to back off or trying to brake, that you can often then just get lifted up by the car behind you and pushed anyway. Yeah,
absolutely, and that could happen at the beginning of a race, let alone the beginning of a once the green flag drops, let alone in the sort of warm-up and everything like that. But I suppose that is one of the reasons why we have the old bumper problem, nose cone problem now, isn't it? The fact that you shouldn't be allowed to load people up and push them through. So yeah, that is the biggest reason why we still have those. We have those nose cone. Nose cone rules, I suppose.
Yeah.
Why am I struggling
nose
with
cone penalties?
Yeah, nose cone penalties. I don't know why I was struggling with that so much. What these guys are not struggling with is going particularly slowly. Look at this.
Better to be going too slowly than too quickly.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I'm sure the marshals. That's the first time I've seen that marshal not have to tell them to slow down, which is quite impressive. The 44 Will Green, though, is on pole position, and he does put the hammer down now.
Indeed, leads us across the line. Does take the lead. Those drivers chopping over and relegating Finley Lines down to P4 already. He's your highest placed driver in the championship going into this one. And we've got a spinner there down at the first corner. Oh, just managed to rejoin there without collecting that car who was following through into the first couple of corners. Didn't quite spot the number. We'll check that one as they come across the line to end lap number 1 later on when they cross that timing beam. Indeed, Finley Lines, I think, already jumping back up into P3 has made that re-overtake. A lot of drivers going pretty wide there, using all of the runoff. You've got to be careful because you want to use the maximum amount of circuit. However, that grass on the outside is very moist. If you touch that, it's going to drag you off and out and away from the black stuff, and you're going to lose quite a few positions. Exactly, and it comes up on you rather quickly as well. It's a bit like your late 20s. All of a sudden you think, oh, it's ages away, and all of a sudden, bang, you're there, and it scares the hell out of you. You really don't want to be going out onto that green stuff. You don't want to be going too far over the exit curves, to be honest, at all, because again, they'll sort of suck you over and off into the wilderness. So at the moment, Will Green has done a good job of holding on to that pole position as Finley Lines. Was that a move for second place? Or was pressuring.
Yeah, I think he's trying to put the pressure on the number 28.
Oh, he's got a good exit, though.
He has indeed. That's Daniel Minto, isn't it?
Yes, up the inside he goes, up into Christmas corner. Finley Lines, after getting relegated from second place at the start, his side of the grid just not having quite as decent start as Will Green's side, manages to get himself back up into P2 now, and only clear air between himself and the leader.
Yeah, the reason why I was struggling slightly with finding Dan Minto's car was actually he wasn't actually appearing on our timing screen. The transponder wasn't working, but he has been put up there, so he is. It says second place. He's going to be in third place now because, of course, of that fight with Finley Lines. So the 65 going up the inside of the 41. That's Oliver White versus Sam Flynn, the battle for the novices, with Jack Burgess just behind them as well. We have 7 novices here, and there's another one that's gone down. Now, it is Jack Burgess, so yeah, that's a bit of a shame. The battle for the mid-pack with the novices has somewhat come to a premature end. Yeah, I saw him dive in there. He was quite slidey under the brakes. I saw him move to the inside, then back to the outside, so I think maybe just soaring a bit too heavily on the wheel there and finding himself facing in the wrong direction and dropping down the order. But this group is looking pretty interesting. Look to being, well, it's the 24 that's near the front. That's Max Williams. So this group being led by Teddy Cooper in 9th. There's the 88 just hitting that big puddle on the outside there. That's Cody LePetrel. And he also has a problem with his rear bumper. I think it's going to be a technical flag again. Oh dear, oh dear. Unlucky there for Cody, but that group is absolutely massive from P9 basically all the way backwards. Yeah, it's pretty much the best of the rest at the moment. They're trying to get into the crack into the top 10. It's Daniel Minto and Elliot Potter are very close to each other. That's for 3rd and 4th place. But apart from that, top 5 or 6 very much sort of gapped away from each other. There's a lovely cutback opportunity there for the 25. I wanted to say he was a novice driver, but it's Ella Lucia, I think, the 25, so I'm not sure why black numbers potentially. Maybe I remember her being a novice previously, whether that was last year or round 1, so either she's no longer a novice but hasn't changed the colour yet, or our timing is wrong. One of the two. Well, I'm going to say maybe she hasn't changed the number because our timing's never wrong. It's Alpha Live timing. Please don't fire me.
I will say I did spot that. Oh, someone's off the 81. That's Finley Lyons from second place.
Oh, wow.
Off onto the grass, now dropping behind the 29. So that's Albi Lappo, who was in 7th. So that means that Finley Lyons from 2nd to 7th. We didn't see how that one unfolded, but either way, Finley Lyons finds himself dropping down the order. That's
a very strange place to be. I don't think I've ever seen anybody off on the inside of Christmas. That's where he was cutting the track there, wasn't it? So maybe Bob under braking as there was someone with a big splash. Not entirely sure. They're still on the circuit anyway because we haven't seen them flash past on our screens just yet. But yeah, not sure how Finley Lyons managed that one. Maybe just got all messed up with the braking and ended up spitting them out right. Yes, indeed. And on the timing at the start of the lap anyway, didn't seem to be particularly close to anyone. So really an odd one there from Finley, but hopefully we'll see him battling back up through the order. Now, you were right about Cody. Cody's just got the mechanical flag on the timing, so indeed that rear bumper causing him some issues and meaning that he's going to have a DNF in this race, sadly. I'm pretty sure as well, Nat Johnston started last in this one, all the way up into 13th already, having a great race, but I'm pretty sure I saw them have a drop nose cone, so that's going to be a 5-second penalty at the end of this one, which is understandable in damp conditions coming from the back of the grid. It's a challenge not to get a drop nose cone, but frustrating when you do. Well, like you said, and that's sort of a fight from 9th backwards. There was about 10 people, and if anybody came out of that without a drop nose cone, I'd be absolutely astounded, to be honest, because I mean, so many people. Look at this. They're going to go try 3-4 wide almost. I'm not entirely sure how they're not crashing into each other. It's currently led by the 65. No, it's not led by the 65 anymore. It's led by the 35 that came from 13th up to 9th place. Bit of contact from between the 65 and the 39 there. As you say, Toby Dukes had got him. Oliver White trying to get him back on the exit and finding the door closed and a bit of contact made, but all keeping it facing in the right direction. Will Green sets the fastest lap at 101.8. How fast is that? It's going to be a lot quicker than anybody else, actually. Wow, about faster. 2 seconds. Quick, well, 1.5 seconds quicker than Elliot Potter. Yeah, then the last lap, nearly, 1.5 seconds. That's incredibly impressive. He's flying at the front, isn't he, Will? Yeah, even at the best lap, compared to the best laps, he's still a second quicker than Elliot Potter's best lap, so yeah. And Elliot Potter's nearly a second quicker than the next fastest person. Who's that off the 43? That's Miles Burton from 9th place, rejoins to the dismay of the 54 there, which is Max Colbert, so he's dropped down into 19th as Miles Burton there, sadly, as Cody LaPagel hasn't come in for his mechanical, now being shown the black flag. I was going to say, he's been showing the mechanical twice, hasn't he? I think that's why they're showing in the black all of a sudden. So, yeah, a bit of a shame. Cody needs to look up at that gantry before he gets himself into more trouble. We have about 3 or 4 laps to go, so if he carries on until the checkered flag, he's going to have the book thrown at him. He is, yeah. In his defence, in wet conditions, it can be slightly difficult to see what's going on sometimes, but that board is large and very bright, and you're always told in the driver's briefing to look at it and do what it tells you. Yes, exactly, and it is flashing at you as well. It is, yeah. And if nothing else, his mechanic or team members should be on the side telling him to, or pointing at it, saying, look at that, come in, sort of thing. But obviously, when you're out there racing, you only focus on the drivers around you. You only focus on the track, obviously. Sometimes you don't have the concentration levels to be able to focus on everything else as well. So it is a bit difficult, but you do need to be respecting the flags, and you need to be respecting the marshals, the base control, and everything like that. So fingers crossed, Cody comes in. Indeed. Here is the battle for 4th place at the moment. I think it was a little point forward there from Harry Freeman wanting to work together. There's quite the gap between himself and Daniel Minto in 3rd, so I don't think working together with only about 40 seconds left on the clock really going to do anything to assist both of these drivers. But behind him, pressuring is Finley Hines, as Finley Hines in Tokyo Drift style there around the final corner, holds it together. Looked very stylish as he was doing it, but now has Teddy Cooper chasing him. Sorry, no, it's Albi Lappo who's behind him, chasing him down. And just behind them, Finley Lyons recovering from that earlier spin as well. So this could become a very interesting battle as we head into the last 15 seconds of this one. I'll be honest, I got quite confused then because of Finley Hines and Finley Lyons. Yes. I was wondering what you were talking about. I was like, hey, Finley Lyons hasn't got anybody behind him. What are you on about? It's, yeah, of course, the 5th place, Finley Hines at number 57. I'm just having a look whether Cody came into that. He did. He did. It's luckily about time, isn't it, really? Because otherwise he would have really had a proper telling off, and even now he'll probably be probably have a telling off regardless, won't he? Number 17, Elliot Potter against the Daniel Minto kart in number 28. Really about the closest battle we've got here for the top 3. Will Green has just driven away with this, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Nearly 10 seconds in the lead. I think it probably will go to about 10 seconds now when Elliott Potter crosses the line, and it does. 10.5 seconds in the lead is Will Green. What an absolutely incredible performance here in heat number 1. Domination, I think, is the word for it.
Yeah, no, he's nobody's had any answers to him, and especially in the latter stages of this race, maybe the tyre's fully up to temperature, maybe it's probably more greasy than it is wet now. He's really absolutely flying, and that is a conversation topic we'll probably have to bring up now. It is not necessarily wet out there, but it is greasy, and if anything, that's more of a headache for the drivers. There's a massive lockup, but you can see some of the drivers actually, they're taking dry lines now, but obviously with these wet tyres, and that's when you can tell that the track is starting to change up, can't you, John?
Indeed. Is there going to be a changeover to the dry tyres anytime soon, or will it start raining again? We'll have to wait and see, but here comes Will Green to take the win in heat number 1 in the Rotax Minis, that intermediate class of the Rotaxes. And we're going to have to wait a little bit before we see Elliott Potter and Daniel Minto. Here they come now to come across the line, as here's the battle just behind them as well, so it does go the way of Elliott Potter for 2nd, Daniel Minto in 3rd, then Harry Freeman is there in 4th, Finley Hines in 5th, Albie Lapper in 6th, and Finley Lines in 7th, so finished as they were there. A little bit of a battle at the end, but all ending as they were. It was Teddy Cooper just behind them in 8th place, and Nat Johnston had a good final lap there, jumping up into 9th place, followed across the line by Oliver White. That was your leading novice there in P10, so an impressive performance there from Ollie White. He was followed across the line by Max Williams, then Ella Lucia, Toby Jukes, Miles Burton, and Jack Burgess, Sam Flynn, Jack Collinson, Max Wheatley, Max Colbert, and Logan Lauder rounded out the top 20. There was Nathan Ront, Riley Morgan, Warwick Milam, Samir Paul, then Harris Ali, who's just come across the line, and sadly Cody LaPatrelle not making it to the finish there after that mechanical flag and subsequent black flag in the end. So no points for him, sadly, from heat number 1.
No points for him in terms of this weekend. Hopefully no points for him on his licence either, because obviously that's not the kind of points that you will be wanting coming out of a Whilton Mill Kart Club weekend. But as I said, maybe hopefully the clerk of the course is nice and kind and just gives them a little bit of a reminder to keep an eye on the gantry rather than just keep going around. So
there's no chance that Will Green is going to have a nose-gun penalty. He was out front the whole time. He wasn't even near anyone. And I just want to say, his fastest lap time was so nearly a second quicker than the next fastest lap time. What a performance.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, actually, isn't it?
57, Finley Hines. He's going to get a 5-second penalty there. Now, he was relatively close to some drivers. That's going to put him either down into 8th or 9th place, I think, sadly, for Finley Hines.
Yeah, as Finley Lines goes through without a problem in the Lando Norris kart.
Oh, the 79.
79.
Teddy Cooper.
Looks a bit
he's
low.
Not happy about that one.
No, yeah, no, he's gutted in the Tony kart there.
However, oh no, I was going to say he was... oh no, he is. Yeah, he's fine. He's not going to lose a position because 21 plus 5 is 26, and the next driver was 27.
Yeah, here we are,
so
ladies and gentlemen, on the Alpha Live streaming service. You get quick maths lessons.
Exactly. Of course, if you want to look at the timing yourself, you can head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC.
Absolutely, and you can see all the results on that website as well, can't you? As well as the grids coming up. But we are going to shoot over to review our next grid, which is for the Junior X30 Heat 1. So, the Junior X30s. I'll be honest, James from Alpha Live just came in. I thought he was going to do a quick interview with us, but no, he's just checking the comments box. On first place on pole position is the number 4, Macaulay Bishop. The number 51 of Fred Green joins alongside him. Row 2 to 77, Harry Bartle with 48, Mika Taylor. Row 3, the 23 of Jack Mowat, and the number 9 of Kean Geraghty. Row 4, 10, Zach Green, 59, Archie Heron. Row 5 is number 12, Lewis Islin, and Island, probably, actually. And the number 69, Eden Spanswick. Row 6, number 60, Jensen Pugh, and the 79 of Harrison Leach. Row 7, 32, Riley Bishop, and 34, Jaden Gregg. Row 8, 72, Luke Sintler, with 78, Doividas Deglau. Row 9, 29, Morgan Hill, and 25, Flynn McDermott. Row 10, 38, Macaulay Guy, and 24, Mayan Patel. Row 11, 95, Thomas Embling, with 73, Harry Walsh. Row 12, 37 of Ollie Keenan, with number 19, Eddie Dimbleby. Row 13, 65, Spencer Allen. With 84, Josh Jones. Row 14, 45, Ollie Cook. And 98, Sebastian Dew. Row 15, 63, Oliver Harris. And 42, Sam Woolley. And row 16, rounding out the 31 kart strong grid, number 86, Rocco Shenton. Rocco Shenton, a driver we mentioned a lot last year, but looks like he's stepping up to the Junior X30s. I want to say he was in the Hondas or something along those lines last year. I think it was the Hondas. Stepping up, obviously, into the Junior X30s this time. Maybe not quite having the pace in qualifying yesterday, but I'm sure if his pedigree in the Hondas was anything to go by, he'll be very quick come the end of this season. A lot more weaving, and I can reveal that John is back with us.
Hello, I'm back. Yeah, Rocco Shenton was our Honda Cadet champion in 2022.
So, yeah. It's a name that obviously we were mentioning an awful lot, weren't we, last year, because of obviously with the good performances and a championship on the line. Not sure what qualifying time he actually got yesterday, but it wasn't obviously up to his usual standard. There's a long way to go in these Junior X30s. I'm sure he can get up to speed and practice a few bits of close battling as we're getting up to start this race. Macaulay Bishop will get us across the line, and I think we're good for it as well. The number 4 leads the way, a little bit of a drifting. It's not dry out there yet, ladies and gentlemen. Intermediate tyres, I imagine, will probably be on the order. Basically, wet tyres that have been scrubbed in for quite a few sessions. So they're not quite new, they're not quite slicks. They're the intermediates. Harry Bartle in 77, I think, is still in second place, but I think Mika Taylor has managed to get up into third. As a few drivers still choosing to take that wide line, but on the opening lap, leaves the door open for a few Hail Marys of the inside from drivers further back, as we saw somebody off on the outside there. John, not entirely sure who it was. We'll try and see who drops down the order, but the number 77, Harry Bartle, and the number 4, Macaulay Bishop, currently away with the fairies. Who was that going wide? And then Constantino into a few other cars. We can't quite see on our screens, but we'll see as they come back round. A few drivers swapping positions for, I think that's 6th position.
I think it might have been the 51 of Fred Green who took to the grass then. Yeah, it is. He's dropping down the order, ends up in P8 after just taking to the grass there. That's a big slide from Macaulay Bishop in the lead. He's under a lot of pressure here from Harry Bartle and very much knows it. Moves to the inside there to defend. Now, of course, Macaulay Bishop was our winner of Driver of the Weekend at round number 1. Clearly having a good go at it this round as well. Lining up on pole position for this one. Still leading the race at the moment, but as I say, under lots of pressure, as that was a wide line for Harry Barton. And I think we saw a move there from Zach Green in the background trying to take away third place from Cian Geraghty.
Yeah, as it looked like Macaulay Bishop is, whoa, he's not going to hold on to that lead, because there is Harry Bartle going for that cutback in the infield and taking the lead of this race. Good battle there for the front 2 as we go into the boot, and a big send by Macaulay Bishop. Has he sent it too hot? He has. There's contact with Harry Bartle. I think that will allow Macaulay Bishop to hold on to the first position for the time being. But again, Harry Bartle with that sliding cutback. Warnings going left, right, and centre for everybody. Josh Jones and Eddie Dimbleby, number 19 and 84. But I hope they don't try and cool this one at the front end of the order, because it's very, very interesting indeed with Cian Geraghty coming in for the mix.
Indeed he is, yeah. No working together at the front of the order for this one, is it? All no holds barred here. Macaulay Bishop really tried to fight back and retake that lead there, but wasn't quite able to, and Harry Bartle steals it away. Now Cian Geraghty up into second place. There he goes. Makes contact with the leader as well. Actually going to slow him down a little bit. So Bishop's going to retry it around the outside, but not quite going to have the grip, and relinquishes second position. So only a couple of laps, and we see Bishop down from first to third, and Cian Geraghty knew still under some pressure there, had to hold the inside, holds the inside again, but can Macaulay go up and under? No, he can't. But just that little bit of defending from Cian Geraghty has seen Harry Bartle just extend that gap at the lead ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a whim here, though, John, and say that Cian Geraghty's got 5-second penalty coming his way, because I reckon that nose cone, he did look like a big hit as he tried to move into second place. He used Harry Bartle as a bit of a break. I fear there may be a 5-second penalty, but he's not going to know that. Macaulay Bishop's not going to know that. Nobody else is either until they get round to the final. Well, after the checkered flag, actually, are they? So Cian needs to just get his head down, try and pull out a 5-second gap to the likes of third and beyond.
Indeed, yeah. Going to want to chase down Harry Bartle for the lead, and I mean, Cian still has the fastest lap of the race, so definitely don't count him out there, as Macaulay Bishop now under a lot of pressure from behind once again. That's the number 10 of Zach Green, so Macaulay not quite having the pace here in these trickier conditions. I'm not sure what's going on, whether he has a kart problem or whether he simply just can't seem to find the grip. As there's a cheeky little send into the boot. I think that's Archie Heron moving his way through, and does. So he takes, I want to say that's 5th place away from Michael Taylor, as I think Macaulay's down to 4th. No, it was up into 4th past Zach Green. So what a brilliant move there, as a couple of drivers dropping down the order. As, wow, I have just noticed Rocco Shenton has come from the back of the grid all the way up into 12th place already.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that completely.
Wow.
Oh, well, it's very, very impressive. What is his lap time? Well, his lap times won't be representative because they've been
He's just
fighting.
sending it, isn't he?
He's sending it in every which way. I mean, to be fair, he just put in a 56.87. All the drivers around him are in the 58s and 57s.
He is,
so
yeah,
he's
wow.
a full second or two quicker than a lot of the other battles in and around him. So, yeah, well done to Rocco Shenton. There we go. It was just a bit of a blip in qualifying yesterday. Clearly, he's back showing us what he can do.
Indeed, yeah, he's moving up through the order nicely and really showing that prowess. There's another cheeky move into the boot from Archie Heron, the second one we've seen in only a few laps. It makes it done, but back down the inside. There goes Macaulay Bishop, and look at that. Read that perfectly. Did the driver behind that was Eden Spanswick, moves himself up into 3rd place. As I say, just read that perfectly, didn't he?
Oh, I loved it. To be honest, he could see it coming a mile off, couldn't he? But to get the grip, to get the execution in these tricky conditions, very, very impressive indeed. Takes 2 positions in 1 and gets himself up into 4th. I would say, I don't know about you, John, but Macaulay Bishop, he doesn't look comfortable, if that makes sense. In the car. He sort of looks like he's really wrestling with it. He sort of looks like, I don't want to say his head's all over the place, because I'm sure he's absolutely fine in there, but he just looks, a lot of the drivers sort of look like they're attacking the car. He looks like he's on a passenger ride with it.
Yeah, he's really looking like he's trying hard, isn't he? I mean, he's one of our smaller drivers, so of course less weight means you've got less grip, but it doesn't affect it that much, and we know how strong Macaulay Bishop is. Of course, as we say earlier, we gave him the award for round number 1 for just how dominant he was, but it's just not quite happening today. As there, he loses 2 more positions once again. Through goes Zach Green, and so did Fred Green as well. So Macaulay Bishop now down into 7th, but Harry Bartle, a new fastest lap of the race, 55.770, continues to extend that gap at the front. As here's another move for 2nd place now. Eden Spanswick down the inside of Jack Mower, up into the top 3.
Yeah, impressive there by Eden, isn't it? We're seeing a lot of, well, very, very good moves, to be honest, decisive, ambitious, but still executed to perfection from Spanswick, and he's reading this race to a T. I'm loving it right now from him, and yeah, if we're going to go for driver of the race, well, he'd be high on my list right now for this particular battle, maybe driver of Heat 1. Because we have to, out of the 250 entrants or whatever we've got here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, to be able to choose one for driver of the round is pretty impossible. So we do have to make somewhat of a list of them, and I would say Spanswick at the moment, really impressive. Yeah,
fair play. Now, commentator's curse comes out once again. We were just saying how well Rocco Shenton was doing.
Damn
to
it,
the 101 on the last lap and dropped a couple of positions. So, commentator's curse cannon, boom, goes again. But doesn't lose too much time. Now up into 13th place and still has about a minute left in this race to try and grab some more positions. As here we continue to see some battling. That's Zach Green going down the inside. Is it? Yes, it's on the 23, who does have a timing issue, I think. So we're going to see them jump back up the order in a second time. It is Jack Mowat. Thank you for reminding me there. So he's very much still involved in that battle, despite not being on the timing on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, and we've had a mechanical flag as well for the number 60 of Jensen Pugh. Didn't see that one, unfortunately, and a contact warning, actually, for Rocco Shenton. So, been in the wars somewhat. And for everybody out there who's keeping track, I certainly am, that is 2 commentators' curses for John. 0 for me so far. I'm being very careful about this. So if anybody has any issues, take it up with John.
Yeah, message me at Ratters Media. Tell me how much you hate me.
Yeah, exactly. Nice little self-plug there as well. Very impressive. Very smooth.
Know it.
Very smooth indeed. But yeah, Rocco Shenton, he is up to 11th. I think we've had a problem with potentially Mickey Taylor, which is a bit of a shame. Or Jack Mowat, he's jumping up and down the timing order, but that is...
Is that Mike? No, that's Jensen Pugh.
Jensen Pugh, who obviously had that mechanical flag.
Yep.
So it's a bit of a shame for Jensen Pugh. Not sure where he was running, but will now be pretty much stone dead last. Harry Bartle's absolutely flying. 55.6 on the best lap, which was also his previous lap. The gap is only growing by, it's up to 3 seconds now as we're looking at the 23. He goes straight on, and he's got a problem. Look at his front left.
Yep.
That's a stub axle or something has gone horrendously wrong there.
And that was up near the front of the order, wasn't it? That was Jack Mowat. We saw him in 2nd and 3rd earlier on in this race, having a proper good battle up in that top 5. Now out of the race. So I think he kicks the wheel. Not happy with that one, is Jack. and the marshal's going to rush over and help to assist to move that kart very much out of the way. The driver's still racing, but yeah, gutted for Jack Mowat. Goes from getting really good points in this opening heat to getting absolutely zilch.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a shame for him, but kicking that front left is not going to do the stub axle or his transponder any good, which he needs to fix both of them, unfortunately.
Indeed.
But the mechanic obviously won't be very happy with that, thinking, no, don't kick the damn thing, it's already going to take long enough for me to fix it. 77 though, Harry Bartle. We're on to the final lap, I believe, or maybe this has been, no, I think this is the final lap, isn't it? There's been so much drama going on left, right and centre that we've actually lost track of the timings, but it's flown past us right now. And Harry Bartle has done a brilliant job. He'll bring this one home. Is it going to be another fastest lap just to seal off the victory? Of course it is. 54.93. Wow. You know what? I'll take the race victory and I'll just dip my toe into those 54s just to show you all that can be done. Harry Bartle, brilliant in the number 77. Cian Geraghty was in second place. As I said, there's a spinner there for the 72.
No, it must be the 12, I think, because the 72 Luke Sindler's already gone across the line.
So it's the number 12, which I'm not
sure Lewis Islin dropping down the order.
Yeah, that's a shame for Lewis, but I'll round out the top 10 for you anyway. I'll carry it on. Cian Geraghty, which, as I said, I have no sway in terms of Stewart's decisions, but it looked like there was a potential 5-second penalty coming his way for the nose cone infringement. Ian Spanswick, with some great moves, was in third place. Really, really impressive moves. I loved every minute of them. Fourth place was Fred Green. Fifth place was Archie Heron. Zach Green is in sixth. Macaulay Bishop ended up in seventh place. Eighth was Luke Sintler. Ninth was Jaden Gregg. And the top 10 was rounded out by Macaulay Guy. You can see everybody else there on your screen. Take your pick of who you want to support. And as I said, stick a message in the YouTube chat congratulating or commiserating.
Indeed, yeah. Zoop says in the chat, are they on slicks? And AOG Racing replies, does it look like they're on slicks? no, they're very much still on wet tyres. It is drying, but definitely not dry enough for those slick tyres just yet.
Well, to be fair, I would say actually that some of them do look like they're on slicks, the way they're drifting about. They're quite a lot, but no, they'll just probably be on worn wets, I imagine, by now. Greasy conditions always slightly difficult. Now, I think we didn't... That's Ian Spanswick. They're 51. That's Fred Green.
Yep.
Well, I think Cian Geraghty's already gone through already, slightly annoyingly, because I wanted to see whether he was looking disappointed or not, just to see whether I was right or not more than anything else.
So Zach Green there from 6th definitely had a penalty. Photo taken. I saw him note on his notepad after Eden Spanswick went through there. I'm not sure whether that was a penalty or not. I didn't see him take the photo, so I'm not 100% sure. But once again, if you want to see the full confirmed finishing results of any heat or final throughout the day, head over to results.alvatiming.co.uk/WMKC.
He could have just been taking a selfie, of course.
Could have been.
Or maybe it's just his favourite driving, you know what?
Maybe.
You never know. Yes, although it was a massive grid for the Junior X30s, it was not a split grid. So we won't be seeing the X30s until Heat 2, which will be coming up in whenever the Heat 2s are coming up soon. It's, I mean, I could say when we're supposed to be seeing them, but it's probably going to change anyway due to the fact that obviously we run behind and ahead. What we're going to do straight away, though, is go for the Junior X30s straight into the Senior X30s.
Yes, indeed. On to the Senior X30 Heat number 1, and it's Keon Leon Gameo, or Gameo. I know I was told last year how to pronounce that. I do apologise.
We ask every single time.
If you're family of, please let me know in the live chat, and I will get it right. Alongside him on the front row is Thomas Byrne. Row 2 sees Alfie Baxter Davies and Harry Torpy. Then it's Vishal Patel and Harry Gibson. Row 4 sees Ewan Thomas and Daniel Hackett. Then rounding out the top 10 are Jensen Buckingham and Benjamin Southgate. And row 6 sees Harry Maynard and Alex Johnston. Row 7 has Aidan Lynn and Archie Forber. Behind them, Remy Gilbert, Kyan Gohill, Henry Gregory and Rob Ellis. Then 22 karts on the grid for this one. Row 10 sees Ben Perry and Tiger Dixon. And row 11, Jacob Huang and Lewis Halliday. Slightly smaller grid in the seniors than in the juniors, as we see one driver collecting their kart from the infield and running back to the pit lane, but they've got quite the long walk back to that open gate you can see down by the down near the back of your shot there. Here we look back to the pit lane. The drivers from the Junior X30 just getting out of the kart and getting back up on the kart stands and heading back to their pit garage, or their pit tent, I guess you would call it.
Yes, I was going to say they're not in garages here,
No.
in karting, are they, unfortunately? But they have got tents, and they're rather fancy as well. We were exploring some of them, weren't they?
Some of them have sliding doors.
Sliding doors, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine?
Sliding doors that can lock.
That can lock me out as well. I'm still not impressed
You've
with
got to wait to watch the paddock show at lunchtime, because you were so excited to go and talk to Praga, and then goes to the thing and it's locked.
And the annoying thing is, I don't think it's shown on camera either. Someone was walking about 10 feet ahead of us, walked into the bar garage, saw us coming, and locked the door. And then they can probably see on the other side of the sliding door this idiot commentator trying to open it. Oh, dear me.
That was one of the best paddock show moments. That was fantastic.
I was not impressed with that one. Therefore, we're not giving Praga any shout-outs. No, I'm kidding. Although, I have been asked to give a little bit of a push, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a bit of a plug. I'll be honest, since we've got a little bit of a break here for the Alpha Live YouTube channel, apparently we are very, very close to 30,000 subscribers. 40 subs away from 30,000. So if you are watching this and maybe you're thinking you'd like to come back for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, maybe you're thinking you would like to come back to see the T-side, because obviously you don't want to watch the T-side right now, you want to watch us, obviously. Then please do subscribe, share it with anybody if they've got a Gmail account, basically, and please do give us a push to try and hit that magic 30 marker. It'd be brilliant to do it this stream so we can announce that, and it'd be a big celebration. Apparently, we're also 48 from 6,000 on Instagram. So yeah, we're getting out there. We're on the socials, John. As you know, it's that's part of your job previously as well, wasn't it? You got to be pushing those socials. So
it is, indeed.
We are very close to those 2 marks. So please do subscribe on YouTube. Let us get to 30,000. It'd just be really kind. It's free for you guys. You don't have to worry about it. You just click it, and then we're good and golden. And exactly. 48 on Instagram. 48 away from 6,000 on Instagram. So yeah, please do head over to those specific areas. And one last thing before we get going into the next race for the Senior X30s. Apparently, we've been asked to give Stu Stretton, I should say, and Josh East a shout out as well.
Good lads.
So yeah, there we go. Stu and Josh.
I think Josh got a few cameos in the paddock show as well. He walked past us a few times.
Oh, did he?
Going to take some bits of drivers, yeah. And Stu, always a great man to see at the kart track. So both those guys taking fantastic photography of the day. So brilliant to see them here once again. Just a reminder about going to follow on Instagram. That's at Alpha Live Productions.
Good shout. Instagram. Good shout. I forgot that bit. Yeah. Otherwise, people would just be randomly just following on Instagram.
Alpha Live.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah. No. So yeah, that'd be a very we'd be very thankful indeed if I could put the teeth back in. Anyway, take us away, John, for the Senior X30 heat.
Can we get it underway? First time of asking. Senior X30 heat number 1 does get underway. First time of asking. Leon Gamiao leads us over the start-finish line and up towards Christmas corner already. Getting a bit feisty as we exit the corner. Oh my goodness, they were 3 wide on exit there, getting very close to the curb on the inside. I thought they were going to make contact. Luckily didn't, as one driver does get sort of a half spin there for the 41.
Archie Forber.
Yeah, it was indeed Archie Forber there. Nearer the back of the pack. Spunders, there's another spinner in the background there on the exit of Boxing Day, heading down towards Ashby. We'll see who that is when they come across the timing screen. Didn't quite see the number there. There's a big slide, big move down the inside for the 73 of Harry Torpy, but back round on the outside goes the 95 of Vishal Patel. What fantastic racing on this opening lap as back down the inside goes a 17, going to squeeze the 95 off, and they're both off onto the grass. Calamitous for the second and third place drivers as they're going to drop down to 4th and 5th respectively now, as through snuck, who was it that snuck through? It was Harry Gibson and Thomas Byrne.
I have to say, Harry Torpy was shaking his head on the exit of the boot there. I don't know whether that was at himself or whether that was at Vishal Patel, but to be honest, Harry Torpy came from a long way back and sent far too much speed in there, didn't he?
It must have been on himself, surely.
It must have been on himself.
It was his fault, that one,
yeah,
I'm afraid. Just a lack of grip, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it looked like it, and you know what, we as commentators like to stay partial, but impartial, sorry. But
no, we like to stay partial.
Yeah, we like to stay partial. Harry Torpy, that was on him, I fear. So yeah, a bit of a shame that looked like it sort of came to an end, but both of those drivers did survive. So it is. We are going to see them for the rest of this race. They're still in the top 5 as well, so you never know, they could go back and fight another day. Harry Gibson, the number 75, is that lead of this race actually? Is he overtaking Leon Gamiao, or is that just no? There is Kian. So that was for second place actually, and it was taken away from him by Thomas Byrne. Oh, that's very wide. I tell you what, that tyre barriers coming up very quickly indeed, wasn't it? Was that Harry Gibson potentially sending it out wide? It is, I wouldn't say annoying, but it is slightly confusing. The 74, 75 and 73 are all battling with each other, so I do apologise if we get it slightly mixed up.
Yeah, like you were saying, that barrier comes up quickly in the dry, let alone in the wet.
Yeah. No,
oh
it's purely terrifying through that final corner if you get it wrong, really, isn't it? But have done all they can to make it as much of a comfortable crash as possible, if you are going to do it, which obviously is not ideal. As the 73 goes on the inside, that's Harry Torpy. We've already seen that he's not afraid of making moves, and into third place, I think that is actually, isn't it? Just behind Thomas Byrne.
Indeed, yeah, good commanding move there, and yeah, on the outside, just losing a bit of grip was the 75 of Harry Gibson. Drops down into 4th place. And now Thomas Byrne under lots of pressure from Harry Torpy, and it's Harry Torpy who's currently your championship leader. He got the most points from round number 1, actually. Was tied on points with Christian Brooks, but Christian Brooks not here racing today, so advantage goes the way of Harry Torpy, especially when he's racing like this, looking for the move around the outside. Can he switch back to the inside? Not quite. Stays in 3rd for now, but continuing to pile that pressure on, despite Thomas Byrne in front of him actually having the fastest lap of the race.
It's yeah, it's looking very close between that battle, isn't it? Kian Leon Gamiao, though, is, well, big contact and big splashes there for the 74. Now there is a washing machine that doesn't like what it sees. It's going to have a mucky race suit in it before you know it, but obviously there's a reason why they have the wetsuits on. But the 73 there of Harry Torpy wiping away his visor so he can actually see. That's how you know you were in some wet conditions.
Exactly, yeah. I think Whilton Mill Kart Club is going to get a sponsorship from Calgon pretty soon after that one. Definitely going to need a washing machine after that one for the 74 of Thomas Byrne. Drops down from 2nd to 4th place on that lap, and to be fair, it's just a little mistake, gathers it back up and doesn't lose too much from it. But Harry Torpy is looking quick, and he's now chasing down your leader, Kian Leon Gamiao.
Yeah, with the pace that he's showing, I'm not surprised that he was so keen to try and get back up to challenge the leader, but obviously just before he didn't really do it as well. We are seeing slightly better moves from him, which is good, so maybe learning from slight mistakes. Harry Torpy, he's absolutely flying. I am very interested to see what lap time he puts out over the course of the next sort of 30 seconds or so. The fastest lap currently belongs to Thomas Byrne, but I wouldn't be surprised if Harry Torpy takes it from him, because he's piling an enormous amount of pressure now on Gamiao for the lead.
He is indeed, as they head on through the boot. Actually better exit for the leader in the end, so just relieves himself of a little bit of pressure on the exit, but still over 3 minutes left to go in this one, as a new fastest lap of the race goes the way of Harry Torpy. The top 5 all really close on pace on that one, but Harry Torpy just pipping the rest of them to the fastest lappers. Actually, that now goes the way of Lewis Halliday down in 8th place. He's the first driver to drop down into the 54 seconds, and by quite some way, a 54.81 on that last lap.
Here I was thinking I would be very smug after calling Harry Torpy for the fastest lap on that one, but Lewis Halliday, who we haven't seen much of, unfortunately, proving me wrong, and I think just overtaking Jensen Buckingham as well whilst doing it. So very, very impressive indeed by Lewis Halliday, proving that the 54-second marker is achievable. The drivers at the front just need to stop battling and falling over each other to try and get it done themselves. In fact, actually, the midfield generally is where the faster lap times in the sectors are coming from as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see it close up. Maybe not enough time left, though, as the top 3 are pulled away.
Indeed, as Harry Gibson now sets the fastest lap of the race. As back the way of Lewis Halliday. Back the way of Aidan Lynn in 10th place. He drops down into the 53-second mark. So clearly, the track getting a lot drier. The drivers finding where that grip is, and the pace dropping pretty quickly. Yeah, well, Zoops in the YouTube chat was the one asking if they were on slicks or not. Indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if some people are risking it for Heat 2. I would be cautious at this point, but maybe if you're starting in the rear half of the field, you'd be thinking of risking it, you know, because if the track comes to you, the problem is if you go on slick tyres right now, you go offline to overtake someone and you are done for, basically. You're just going to slide off. But if you can get the heat in them, you'd be able to get some fast times, I imagine, out of it, maybe in a couple of heats' time. It'd be very interesting to see how it works out. Anyway, Leon Gamiao is about to be overtaken as Harry Torpy
flies into the first corner in first place. As they came across the line, it was only 0.02 of a second separating them, and all of a sudden Gamiao, instead of leading this race, is actually under threat for maybe even losing second place. Massive slide there by Harry Gibson, who's looking very keen to take advantage of Gamiao's lack of pace here.
He was trying to get the power down early, wasn't he, Gibson, and just finding himself sliding on the exit of Christmas Corner there. Not able to quite get the move done. Can he get it done here? He's going to get a good entrance, gets a good exit down the inside at Osiers, and takes away that second place. So sadly, in only about a lap's length of time, Kian Leon goes from first to third place. Now, as you were saying about changing to slicks, I thought it was supposed to start raining later on today, but actually it stays at 10% chance of rain throughout the day as the 41 finds himself off the circuit. That's Archie Forber, sadly, not making it to the end of this lap, but not really any rain suspected for the rest of the day. So when is that changeover going to happen? How quickly a driver's going to go, okay, now I think I can go for slicks? It could create some interesting battles on circuit.
Yeah, well, we were asking in the paddock show a few of the drivers, like, what's your sort of thinking? When do you make that changeover? What's the thought process and everything like that? Because it's always quite interesting to get a driver's perspective. Some of them were saying that they watched obviously the previous races. Some were saying that they just watched the lap times and what they were expecting from yesterday's qualifying compared to what they're doing now. You know, that maybe some of them have discussions with their mechanics and dads and mums and everything like that, and rather than making the decision themselves. Obviously, I suppose the older the driver is, the more confident they would be in making their own decision on that, and obviously the more confident with the mechanics would be that they're making the right decision as well, whether they can handle it or not. As the final lap board comes up, and Harry Torpy has got a massive gap, hasn't he? I mean, with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 52.2, and a 2.5 second lead. That's pretty astounding considering he only took the lead about a lap and a half ago.
Yeah, very impressive. He's just flown off into the distance, hasn't he? As soon as he's taken the lead, he's put the pedal to the metal and absolutely flown off into the lead of this Senior X30 heat number 1 here for round number 2. The FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club continues round on this final lap, and they're all setting, well, most of them setting personal best on the last lap, all finding more and more and more pace as the track continues to dry up here. The drivers trying all different lines to find out where that pace is, and as you say, the main difficulty now is actually getting offline to try and make any sort of overtakes, as it's definitely a lot wetter there. But here comes the 73 of Harry Torpy, then fastest lap of the race, and takes the win here, and he's really happy about that one as he goes even faster on that last lap. It was his fellow Harry Gibson, who came across the line in second place. Kian Leon Gamiao rounding out the top 3. Then it was Harry Meardale in 4th and Lewis Halliday in 5th place, who ended up taking that fastest lap on the final lap there, 52.06. But they were getting faster and faster and faster throughout that one. So I think we're going to see even faster lap times when we see them at heat number 2 later on today. It was Thomas Byrne in 6th, then Aidan Lynn and Vishal Patel, then Jensen Buckingham and Henry Gregory rounded out the top 10. They were followed by Daniel Hackett, Tiger Dixon, Remy Gilbert, Benjamin Southgate, Kyan Gohill, and Jacob Huang, your only novice there, in 16th. Then Ewan Thomas, Alfie Baxter-Davies, Rob Ellis, Ben Perry, and Archie Forber and Alex Johnson, sadly not making it to the checkered flag in that one.
Good race all round, though. Harry Torpy giving us some very entertaining moves, shall we say. It was not necessarily the cleanest right at the start, but he managed to get it a little bit better. But as we mentioned a couple of times at the end there, when going offline, you can outbrake yourself quite easily. But I think that was the biggest indication that heat that we're maybe switching conditions.
Yes, definitely.
The times just cascaded all of a sudden from 55s, 56s down to 52s.
Harry May not getting a penalty, sadly, but yeah, like you were saying, just how quickly the times were dropping. Definitely conditions out there changing. But Harry Torpy continuing his championship charge. He was leading the championship going into this round, getting maximum points from heat number 1. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Yeah,
it's what you need to do, isn't it? And it's a long way to the end of this championship. Might not be able to make every single round as well, so points are important no matter what round you get them, of course. So the Senior X30s are done and dusted. It's we're going to see them a little later on, of course, but we have the final Heat 1 of the day, which is going to be the Senior... Right, in fact, it's not the final Heat 1. Yes, it is the final Heat 1, Jack. What are you on about? It's the final Heat 1, which is the Senior Rotax A versus B. Yes, and after I've actually figured out what order the races go in, we can look forward to the senior road taxes A versus B grid. Of course, they are split with so many drivers involved today. Row 1, and on pole position will be the number 31 of Sam Baker. 33 of Leo Brown joins alongside him on the front row. Row 2 is the 42 of Ben Hearsey with 37 Benjamin Ballou. Row 3 is the 89 Lewis Wild and the 65 of Spencer Broham. Row 4 is the 16 of Nathan Guzzi with 22 Oliver Kerr. Row 5 is the 71 of George Donald and the 67 of Lewis Weaver, rounding out the top 10. Row 6 is 25 George Hunter and the 49 of Bobby Rosier. Row 7, the 96 of William Pemble and the 93 of Oliver Duffel. Row 8 is the 66 of Samuel Cook and the 125 of Paul Simard. Row 9 is the 55 of Ethan Martin with the 41 of Darren Marzal. Row 10 is the 36 of Oliver Ward with 27 James Tester. Row 11, 61 Jack Spencer and the 15 of Sam Light. Row 12 is the 44 of Ross Tyler and the 99 of Kapcha Pachecki. Row 13 is the 98 James Tomsat and 43 Stefan Kazmachek.
Yeah, Kazmachek.
Row 14, 90 Robert Harrison and 68 of Philip Rawson. Row 15, 64 Luke Collins and 10 Nathan Chafer. And finally, in 31st position is the number 50 of Dylan Norris. Do apologise if I butchered any of the names there. They come up quite quickly and we're encouraged to read them off quite quickly. So as we get a lovely shot of the quad bikes here at Whilton Mill, it's a nice reminder that there's obviously more to karting about this place. More than karting about this place.
Yeah, loads of things to do here at Whilton Mill, as it's called, Whilton Mill Go-Karting and Outdoor Activities.
Indeed.
Lots of things to do outdoor. Of course, you've got quad bikes, you've got the mini bugs, I think you've got archery, you've got clay pigeon shooting, all sorts of different things.
Yeah, full day out, really. So if you're bringing any relatives of any drivers that aren't interested in motorsport, I don't know why you'd bring them, but you might have to. You never know. You could always go off and do some quad biking.
Great place for a birthday party.
I imagine it is a fantastic place for a birthday party, actually. So, yeah, if it's not just karting. If you are interested in anything that Whilton Mill has to offer, head over to their website. I'm sure it'll be filled with opportunities and pricing and everything else that they have in the sun, as well as a good burger as well.
Oh, yeah.
I won't lie to you, John. My stomach's rumbling. I can't wait for the lunchtime burger.
We're still on heat number 1.
I know. That's what I mean. It's got a while until I get the lovely cheeseburger.
A little while, sadly. We got Liam Phillips saying, "Come on, Ollie Ward! It's his first time in the seniors, first race in the seniors for Ollie Ward. So excited to see how he can do from 19th on the grid in this one." Another person to mention as well, Spencer Broham. Had a good chat with him in the paddock show. He was ready and raring to go, and said he was really enjoying his racing in the seniors so far. Of course, he was in the junior Rotax class last year. I believe he came 3rd in the championship, I want to say off the top of my head, in juniors. So a very quick driver in Spencer. You can see him on the outside of the grid there on the number 65 kart in the CRG orange and black liveried kart. So let's see what he can do here from 6th place on the grid.
So Sam Baker is going to lead us round in the number 31. Leo Brown alongside him. Going very slowly, very orderly indeed. Hopefully they keep this up. The marshals seem relatively happy with it. No one's telling them to calm down just yet. Looks like it's all fairly ordered as they get across the line, and we are racing here in the Senior Rotax Heat 1 A versus B. Sam Baker leads the way. There's a bit of a melee in the background. There's a little bit of a crash, a little bit of contact. People up in the air. Everybody's managing to hold on to the track though somehow, and ends up still rotating the circuit. I'm not entirely sure how anybody manages to survive that one, but good driving all round. Sam Baker leads. Ben Hearsey is in 2nd place at number 42. Lewis Wild, I think, holds on to that 3rd position. There's a lot of drivers making even more contact in the rear end of the field here, John. It's a bit of a mess, I'd say, in the final 3rd.
Indeed, yeah. Bit of a melee, isn't it, through the start of this one? Understandable on the opening lap of a senior Rotax heat, but all about keeping it on the black stuff. You keep it on the black stuff, you're probably not going to have a good result here early on in the day where it's all slippery. There was a bit of an incident between the 90 and the 60. That's Robert Harrison on the 90 plated kart, and the number 60. Who is that? Can't quite spot them as of yet. I can't quite see them on the timing, actually, the number 60, so we'll have to confirm that later on. It could have been the number 50 of Dylan Norris, possibly. He was one of our novice drivers in this one.
Yeah, there isn't a 60 on my qualifying.
Maybe,
my
maybe my eyes were deceiving me there.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. But the front three has somewhat gapped themselves, front 4-5 actually. You're not going to find much battle in between them anytime soon. But the rest of the field are knocking 7 bells out of each other, aren't they? The 36 is right in the wards there. Who is
Ollie
that?
Ward,
Yeah.
first time in seniors.
Well, he's certainly getting stuck in and feeling the heat of the senior category. It's pretty brutal in there around the 10th to 15th position. As you can see there, what I just mentioned before, the top 5 somewhat gapped each other. Don't really need to worry about one another for the time being. But the rest of them really chopping and changing.
Indeed, Nathan Guzzi's not had a great lap on that last lap, dropping a few positions down into 13th. I think he was in about 10th at the start of the previous lap. As here is said battle. Down the inside goes the 61 on the 125. That's Jack Spencer through on Paul Simard. I think that's for 14th or 15th place possibly, as those drivers in that pack have been chopping and changing so much that they were nowhere near each other on the timing, but making changes for position on circuit. 41 just dipping that left tyre into the wet side of the track there. He's trying to hold off from a move, still trying to squeeze down the inside of the contact there. Not sure who that was. He was trying to send it down the inside. Was it Nathan? Not sure if he got the move done in the end, but a little bit of contact on the inside as the battles continue. As you say, they're all sort of splitting off quite early on in this one and forming some little groups.
So Ben Hearsey looks to be closing up on the race leader though, Sam Baker. It's just by our timing screen, you can sort of see that inch by inch, I suppose. But the rest of them, yeah, it's somewhat battles are forming at the rear end. Although, having said that, that was a move for 5th position, I think. So that potentially Lewis Weaver and Benjamin Ballou, actually. So it might have been for 4th place as they're going towards the infield. There's the number 55 just ahead of the number 49. Is that trying to make some kind of moves and forcing the 55 nice and wide? That is Bobby Rosio in the 49, Ethan Martin in the 55.
Perfectly weighted out under the brakes, didn't he there, Bobby? Sent it down the inside, just waited enough to not go in the back of the driver that was ahead of both of them and squeezed out the other driver he was trying to overtake and got the move done. So Bobby Rozier up to 10th place, relegates Ethan Martin out of the top 10, and actually he was forced wide so much that Spencer Brown was able to sneak his way through as well.
Was indeed. As all of a sudden, at the corner of my eye, I see a figure in our commentary box looking in, and it's Luke from Alpha Live, sort of spying on us, making sure it's looking good and we're doing a good job. I promise we are, Luke. Giving us a wave as well. Ben Hearsey with the fastest lap of the race so far, 50.2. But we are focusing on the battling out there on the circuit, of course. The 42. What is this fight? Oh, it is the fight for the race lead. I was looking for the midfield, and all of a sudden I realised it's actually for the lead.
Indeed it is. You were saying that Ben Hearsey was looking quick, chasing down the leader, Sam Baker. And look at that. Look at that. He's already closed it down and he's already got it done. What a move. Wow,
Sam Baker running really wide there. Not sure if that was on purpose or whether that was cracking under the pressure, but Ben Hearsey doesn't really care at all, does he? Because he takes that race lead, as we see a lovely shot of some cold supporters out there with plenty of hats on and sullen faces. Not because they're not enjoying the racing, but because it's probably a bit chilly in the wind.
Indeed. It was lovely yesterday, wasn't it? It was lovely and warm in the sunshine. Today, not so much, as here we still see Sam Baker now trying to defend 2nd place. Where's the... No, he's re-overtaken. Sorry, my apologies. He's re-overtaken Ben Hearsey through the rest of that lap. Not sure where he got that done. But either way, Sam Baker back up into the lead. Now, these two keep battling. Leo Brown isn't that far behind. Could start challenging as well.
Yeah, some say that it was up at the Christmas corner, but you know what they say? It's just hearsay.
That was terrible.
I know. Anyway, speaking of Ben, I'm not going to say the second name again too quickly. He is looking up the inside, but actually, sort of, I suppose, fought off by Sam Baker there with good kart positioning into Christmas corner. Down into the infield then, Sam has managed to get himself a little bit of a gap, maybe a 10th or 2, which is enough breathing room, I'd say, John, just for maybe the time being, so he can focus on his lines rather than having to defend.
Indeed, yeah. So on the timing as well, Ollie Kerr got through on Louis Weaver for 4th place on that last lap. Spencer Brown moving his way back up into the top 10 as well. Didn't have the most ideal start in this one. Are we considering that another commentator's curse, that he dropped from 6th to about 15th when I said let's watch out for him.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to call that one. That's
three
two and a,
today?
I'll give you two and a half.
2.5, okay.
I'll give you two and a half. It's half a point there. I mean, it's not half a point to me, though, because I didn't say
No,
so.
very true, very true. Fair play to Sam Baker, though. Re-overtakes and now sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to pull out a gap in the lead once again. So it was looking good for Ben Hearsey as he chased him down and got the move done, but now Sam Baker finding an answer.
Yeah, by 0.2 of a second as well, so very impressive by Sam Baker. Just needs to focus now, doesn't he, and make sure that he's not getting any kind of mistakes, he's not going on any slippery lines. Have you noticed they're not, well, as I say, they're about to hit that curve, but they always hit that curve. They don't hit the curves quite as hard as we saw Timo Youngling in the first race, which is a big indication that the track is definitely drying.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. Yeah, the driver's definitely taking the fully dry line now. Then you can see the drying line going through those first couple of corners. Still trying to hook up on the curves where possible, but not needing to do it as much as they were doing it, as you say, in the earlier heats. As Sam Baker goes even faster now. Identical time to Ben Hearsey on the last lap, 49.91, and Ollie Kerr in fourth at a 49.94. So all these drivers in the front going faster and extremely close on pace. Yeah,
Ben Hearsey, though, is about 11 hundredths of a second faster than Sam Baker in the first sector. So the fastest lap is going to fall. It's probably going to be Ben Hearsey, and you can see how much he's closed up onto the back of Sam Baker, can't you? He's putting another purple sector 2. His sector 3 might be slightly slower because he is now stuck behind Sam Baker, but these two really flying away with this race. They've got nearly 3 seconds to third place Leo Brown, and Ben Hearsey does take fastest lap of the race, 49.7.
Indeed, he's going to look for the move already, up into Christmas corner, tries it down the inside, no! Chopped off by the 31 of Sam Baker, holds on to the lead for now. It was an early one, it was sort of at the first opportunity that arose, Ben went for it. Didn't quite work out this time though, so he's going to have to sit back once again and wait for another chance. He's lost a few tenths of a second because of it, just having to back out and having a bad line through Christmas corner. As now the timer ticks to 0, we're only going to have 1 lap left in this senior Rotax heat number 1, A versus B.
Yeah, the midfield, I would like to say, calmed down somewhat, but actually they just sort of split themselves up into 2 packs, haven't they? And they've still hitting 7 bells out of each other, I imagine. Although, to be fair, the battle from 16th or 17th down has somewhat calmed down by the looks of it. The battle for the top 10 is still just as hot as ever, and I think George Hunter is in 10th place, Lewis Wild in 11th, and James Tester is in 12th. As we focus, as we have done for the majority of this race, on the lead battle, Sam Baker in the 31 has done a good job. Ben Hearsey, though, is piling an enormous amount of pressure on now, and when's he going to crack? Is he going to crack, John? That's the question.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Sam Baker, this was the first lap he actually started going defensive, went pretty defensive into Christmas corner. Holding on to it, checks over the shoulder. I think he's got enough, yep. He's got enough room to not defend here. He doesn't need to.
He doesn't know, so they're going through the final corner. It's going to be Sam Baker. I'd like to say dominant display, but it was probably disrespectful, but Ben Hearsey to say that. A brilliant battle between the top 2 to take first place and second, though, for Sam Baker and Ben Hearsey. Leo Brown ended up in 3rd. Oliver Kerr was in 4th. Louis Weaver and George Donald were 5th and 6th. With Benjamin Ballou in 7th place, Spencer Bramham in 8th. 9th, Bobby Rosier, and I think George Hunter jumps himself up into 10th as I was about to read out the name as well. So well done to George Hunter for the good timing. Number 125 of the 11th place is Paul Simard. I think you were the one who gave him the commentator's curse. Was that the driver you were talking about?
No, Spencer Bramham.
Oh, Spencer Bramham.
He jumped back up into 8th, fair play. But
yeah, no, he got there
still
in the
after
end.
a P6 start. He's not going to be... I think he's going to be happy with getting back up into 8th, but he's still not going to be happy with that one from a P6 start.
Yeah, and there's obviously Heat 2 and then the finals to come, so you don't get all the points, not all the marbles just yet. He's got plenty of time to redeem himself. But a good race there by the senior Rotax Heat 1A versus B. You can tell it's going to be a very spicy final with some points as well. That was the final Heat 1 of the day as well, so that means we're going into Heat 2. And I was going to try and tell you when the final heat, so basically lunch break, is going to be coming up. I think around the 20 past 1 mark, roughly 25 past 1 mark. So and then we're going to have, there's 3 more races of the heat after lunch. The Junior X30s, the Senior X30s, and the Senior Road Tax Heat 3A versus C. And then we're going to be going into the finals. So if you're wondering when the finals are due to start, around about the quarter-2/10 to 3 mark.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Just thought I'd let. I wasn't describing it to you. I was describing it to the ladies and gentlemen at home.
I was just thinking. 66 there, Samuel Cook getting a penalty, sadly. Drop nose cone. Oh, same for the 15 as well of Sam Light. All of them getting 5-second penalties after that one. But I think Junior Max Heat 2 are already out on circuit, so let's cut straight to that sting. Right, they're already coming around the circuit, so let's run you through the grid for this upcoming heat. Oliver Smith is on pole position. Alongside him is Freddie Ingram. Then it's Alexander Savinkov and Joshua Turnbull. They're followed by Callum Gosh and Lee Hurst-Grover. And it's Zach Heslop and Jack Gillingham. Then Luca Magni and Lizzie Mentia round out the top 10. And it's Cameron Nelson and Charlie Neve. Harry Bloor and Michael Dalton are there on row 7. Then it's Alfie Richards and Hamish Forrest. Then William Webb and George Allen. Round out the top 20 is Rachel Robertson and Luca Brooks. And it's Yugas Pravalonis and Omar Cindy. Then Alfie Thompson and Tobian Alvarez. Then Callum Foster and James Waring, Jacob Borowick and Daniel Brigden. Then Rex Ashley and Piotr Jurovics. And that is it for the 30 karts involved in this one. Managed to get it done just in time as they're coming down the back straight. Now, I saw earlier a bit of a shout out for Jack Gillingham. A couple of drivers wishing him the best in this one, calling in the best novice. And I mean, he's the highest placed novice to start this one. I'm very used to seeing his racing down at Rye House or the Rye House IKR. Always a very aggressive driver is Jack, and I hope to see just the same for the start of this one. Let's get it underway then for Junior Max Heat number 2 here today. And we do get it started, 8 minutes on the clock. And we're already counting down. Bit of a slide, and that's a good move from the third place driver. Possibly Callum Gosh on the 88 moving up there. No, it was the 16 of Alexander Savinkov just retaking second place as they make contact with the leader. Bit of front to rear contact there. The 53 of Oliver Smith holds on to it. Just about. Is there going to be a dive to the inside? Not quite. All staying as they were for now. So a little bit of contact at the start of this one, but all continuing to face in the right direction.
Yeah, which is the most important thing. Obviously, there's a big bump there. Who was that riding the outside? 88.
Callum Gosh.
Callum Gosh, yeah. Gosh is probably what he was thinking when he hit that curve, actually. I imagine that would hurt rather a substantial amount, but he's slotted himself back up to third, but only momentarily as he's overtaken and demoted down to fourth.
That was very cheeky. The 53 of Oliver Smith was there in third. Got overtaken by Callum Gosh, and then they were both overtaken by Joshua Turnbull. Read that perfectly through the boot, moves himself up into third place, but now gets relegated back to fourth, as through once again goes Callum Gosh. Look how sideways they all are undertaking there into Christmas Corner. The kart control there shown by all drivers, absolutely incredible. Yeah,
no, it's a very good battle actually, isn't it, for the third position. Savinkov is somewhat in the lead by a substantial margin, I would say, as we're again focusing on that battle for fourth. There's 169 going through. That's Freddie Ingram, actually, isn't it? So it's a fight for second place. This is all getting a bit messed up now. Mixed up, sorry.
Watch out for that curb on the outside there. Absolutely gets clattered by it. I think it was Callum Gosh who made it into second there. Or sorry, was trying to get in second through Freddie Ingram. Wasn't able to, and now gets relegated back to fourth, I do believe. The two drivers with the numbers ending in 8, so I'm getting a little bit confused. But yeah, indeed, they all stay as they were. So it was Callum Gosh who jumped up. Now back into fourth place and continuing onto another lap of the race. Now he's going to try it back down the inside at Christmas Corner. Indeed gets it done. Back up onto the podium goes Callum Gosh. But all this battling is just allowing for Alexander Savinkov to continue to pull away at the front as he set the fastest lap of the race last time around. The only driver into the 50-second mark.
Yeah, and from starting from third place on the grid, it's impressive, isn't it, from Alexander? It's probably exactly what he was hoping for. He was third in qualifying 1, actually. It gets a little bit confusing with all the split grids and everything. But Alexander started from third place in this race, having the dream start, the dream scenario as well, having everybody else behind and decide to fall over each other. Freddie Ingram, Callum Gosh, who just set the fastest lap of the race. Josh Turnbull in fourth place as well. Michael Dalton, Lizzie Mentia, and Alfie Richards all just jumped ahead of somebody. I'm not entirely sure who it was.
James Waring? No, he dropped a couple of positions. That was further down the order, I'm afraid.
No, it might have been Luca Magni who's
you might be right. Spin for the 24. Place. That's from high up. That's Lee Hurst-Grover from 7th place. They're having a little spin. Now, we didn't quite see it there. Was he helped round? Did he have to spin by himself? We're not sure. But either way, he rejoins slightly further down the order than he would have liked.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it? Pretty much everybody setting faster lap times on that previous one, which makes me think that it was Luca Magni that a load of people overtook in that top 10 battle. We're focusing on the battle a little bit further forward, though, aren't we? This is Oliver Smith just ahead of Zach Heslop and just behind Josh Turnbull as they cross the timing beam. And Callum Gosh sets the fastest lap of the race by a tenth of a second with a 49 dead.
After that spin, Lee Hurstgrover finds himself in P12 after this one. I know he had some love in the chat earlier. Has he dropped further down? He has. Finds himself in 16th, actually, I'm afraid, for Lee. I think it was his dad who was in the chat earlier, so I'm sorry, Dad. He's slightly dropping down the order, but he has a bit of time. Over 4 minutes still left in this one to try and retake those positions he lost after that spin at Christmas Corner.
It's always a bit gutting, isn't it, when your friends and family have all tuned in to watching and you end up having a little bit of a spin. Back in the old days, you could go back to school and pretend that you did really well.
Not now with live streaming.
No, God, no, I'm sure. Their friends will be probably clipping that and put it on TikTok and everything else like that. We're going round to school and everything like that. That's if John doesn't get there first and stick it on TikTok. But yeah, it's all out there for people to see now, isn't it? Which is good and bad. It's mostly good.
Yeah, I would say. As there's a move, that's for fourth place. I think 53 oversends it though, a bit of contact, and the 41's going to pick up the pieces. Zach Heslop, 6 to 4.
Yeah, I bet his eyes lit up, didn't he, when he saw both of those drivers absolutely flying off the outside. Zach Heslop just thought, you know what, thank you very much. I'll just narrow exit, boom, here we go.
It's often like we see the front wing and the rear wing just getting a bit interlinked, and then once that happens, you just feel the weight of the other kart. You're not able to continue turning in at the angle that you wanted, and yeah, the driver behind able to pick up a couple of spots. So well read there from Zach Heslop.
I'm just having a look. Are they on slicks now?
No.
Before, it was very obvious that they were on wets.
Oh, you might be right.
Ooh, I think they're on slicks.
You might be right. I think they have moved over to slicks.
Well, for Heat 2, then, it's a slick meeting, isn't it?
Definitely slick.
No one can go out there on wet tyres now and hope to be competitive if these guys are proving that the slick tyre is faster and controllable. You have to go out there and risk it.
Definitely, yep. So this is the changeover point then, as we move from Heat 1 to Heat 2 in all the classes. We switch from wet tyres to dry tyres.
It's quite satisfying that though, isn't it? The fact we did all the Heat 1s on wets, now we do all the Heat 2s and finals hopefully on slicks as well. But I mean, there could be a surprise rain shower at some point soon, but I don't suppose it's going to come anytime soon, to be honest, as these guys are still hitting each other rather hard, aren't they? Josh Turnbull and the 53, was that Oliver Smith, fighting over 5th position.
Indeed, Oliver got through momentarily and then immediately overtaken there by Joshua Turnbull as he gets back into 5th place. There's a great battle of the novices just outside the top 10. Jack Gillingham in 11th, James Waring in 12th, and Hamish Forrest in 13th as they cross the line. And nope, it all got changed. James Waring and Hamish Forrest got through on Jack Gillingham, dropping him down into 13th after that lap, but all still very close together and having a good battle as they've got Rachel Robertson and Cameron Nelson right behind for company as well. But here we continue to look at this battle for 5th place. Still Joshua Turnbull at the front of it, but there's a move for 6th. Was that Lizzie Mentier going through? It was indeed. She steals away 6th place from Oliver Smith.
Yeah, good move that, wasn't it? And I think Michael Dalton is hoping to really take advantage of these guys holding each other up. Maybe doesn't have the ultimate pace, but you never know. You only need to be there in karting. You don't need to have the ultimate pace, so you just need to be in the mix and let everybody else fall over each other.
Exactly, yeah. I think just as we cut away from Christmas Corner there, we might have seen a move from Zach Heslop through on Callum Gosh for 3rd place, although we cut away, so we didn't quite see whether he got it done in the end. As who's that just behind the 154? That must be a back mark. It is. It's Piotr Jurovic. He is down in 29th place at the moment, just getting overtaken by our leaders. But I do think that Zach Heslop got the move done for 3rd place on that last lap as the driver's in, I think it's 6th, 7th place, just getting held up ever so slightly there. It's no fault of the back marker. They're driving their own race. It's you who has to get past yourself. Now, the 83 of Alfie Richards gets a mechanical flag, sadly. That's from 9th place for Alfie. He's having a great race, picking up some good points. Sadly, no longer, as he's got to return to the pit lane.
Alexander Savinkov has lost a bit of time as well, and Freddie Ingram, in
wow.
fact, there we go. We can see it on screen, actually. It's in fact, he has, hasn't he? Freddie Ingram has gone. No, he hasn't gone.
Had he got him? No, he was right behind, wasn't he? Sorry.
I'm not entirely sure because we cut to a different battle, haven't we? But
this is Lizzie Mentier going through as they are battling for the lead. Look at that, into the boot. That was robust, I think the word for it, and Freddie Ingram goes through into the lead.
Robust, yeah, probably the most PC word for it. As the number 38, Josh Turnbull, gets a warning flag, and there's a reminder of the 83 of Alfie Richards to come into the pits as soon as possible.
As we go on to the last lap of the race now, we'd cut back to the battle for fourth place. Lizzie Mentier did get through into fourth and sets the fastest lap of the race. Lizzie looking very quick on the 150 plated car, 47.67 for her on the last lap. Up into fourth place, probably the best she's going to do in this race because she's got a second and a half nearly up to Zach Heslop in third. But Freddie Ingram takes the lead when it matters. Alexander led the whole way, but now as we head on to the last lap, finds himself in P2.
Not ideal for Alexander, but I mean, second place isn't a bad finishing position, but when you've led the race for as long as they have, they'll have probably been hoping for a little bit better, just one step better. That's all they were asking for. Freddie Ingram was just trying to find, he's started in second place, to be fair.
Oh, they were close across the line. Really close. Alexander chased him down to the line there, but Freddie Ingram just about got it and takes the win there in Junior Max Heat number 2. Another fastest lap on the last lap for Lizzie Mentier there. I'm excited to see what she can do later on today in their final. It was Alexander Saminkov and Zach Heslop who rounded out the podium. Lizzie was there in fourth place. Then Callum Gosh rounded out the top 5. They were followed across the line by Oliver Smith. Then Alfie Richards, who should have really come in for his black flag.
Well,
he came across the line in the end. He's going to be demoted, though. So everyone after Alfie Richards in 7th will be jumping up a spot in the final order that you'll find on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. It was Michael Dalton in 8th. Luca Magni and Joshua Turnbull rounding out the top 10, and James Waring won the Battle of the Novices there in 11th place, followed across the line by George Allen, then Rachel Robertson, Hamish Forrest, Cameron Nelson, Jack Gillingham, then William Webb, Alfie Thompson, Harry Blore and Callum Foster rounded out the top 20. Then behind them was Luca Brooks, then Omar Cindy. Following Omar across the line was Lee Hurst Grover, then Jugas Provolonis, Rex Ashley, Daniel Brigden, then Jacob Borovic, Tobian Alvarez and Piotr Jurovic, and then sadly Charlie Neve not making it to the checkered flag in that one.
Yeah, I do apologise about missing the checkered flag there. I was looking at my grid order and trying to find where Freddie Ingram started, which wasn't that hard to find. He was in the second place. I don't know why it took me so long, but yeah, a good race all in all by the Junior Maxes. Good way to start Heat 2, and well, slicks tyres it is. That's going to throw some people, isn't it, really? Because it's still not easy out there to overtake. We saw that. There's still some people sending it a little bit too hard, but you never know. I'm sure it'll make very entertaining racing. Right, we're going to go into the next sting for the next heat. So we're back round to potentially the most confusing grid on the Whilton Mill Kart Club calendar. It is the Honda/I Army Cadets. We have on row 1, number 93, Nathaniel Hodges, number 20, Enzo Butterazzi. Row 2, 46, Alfie Davidson, 25, Jacob Nairn. Row 3, 67, John T. Restrick, and 11, Callum Graham. Row 4 is 28, Alessandro Salas, with 72, Ed Spain. Row 5, 42, Theo Bradshaw, 17, Ashley Hayes, with row 6, 56, Blair Smith, and number 18, Ollie Thompson. Row 7, 52, Jensen Maplethorpe, 23, Harry Blower. Row 8, 71, Ethan Cossins, with 22, Jensen Walker. Row 9, 83, George Climo, and 85, Tommy Climo. Row 10, 62, Sophie Morris, and 69, Lorenzo Martin. Row 11, 66, Harry Khalil, and 54, Finley Bedford. And row 12, and rounding out the field, is the 43, Aurora Joel. So, the Hondas and I-Armies, as we said, it's a little bit confusing how this one works. You can see they're getting released separately because they're in various different categories. We have the Water Shift I-Army, the new engine that's out there, which constrains to the, I think, top 6, well, down to Nathan Hodges, down to Callum Graham that I read out earlier. We have the Honda 200s, we have the Honda 160s, and the old Gazelle I-Army engine as well.
Okay, I think I've worked out how this works now, I think.
Really?
I think.
Well, at least one of us does.
Yeah, I think it's, as we got, I was just being held in the pit lane there. I think how it's working for this grid is it's an average between your qualifying position and your finishing position in race 1, I want to say. Because your winner in heat number 1 was Alfie Davidson, but he is starting 3rd on the grid for this one.
Okay.
So I think that's how we're having this work.
Okay, we'll go with that overcomplicated explanation and see how we roll. Looks like they're splitting them out completely though. Heat 1. This looked very different. They all set him along and they all said go. And to be honest, from our perspective, made it very entertaining indeed. But it looks like they're almost splitting up the track into 4 quarters here.
I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense if they were really different in pace, but they're not, so I don't really know. But
then I suppose, I thought it was quite cool that we had 4 or 5 grids all fighting over the top 4 positions. But there we go, we are racing in the IAMI water shift engines. Anyway, Water Swift, that's it. I knew Water Shed was wrong. Water Swift. I do apologise, IAMI. With Nathaniel Hodges, I think, leading the way. He was on pole position, and I think he got a good start as well. The Honda 200s are about to get underway. I think this is the Honda 200, with Ed Spain, the number 72. Who's that going? Who's disappearing off to the quad bike circuit? Not 100% sure, but the Honda 200 engines getting very close to each other up into Christmas corner. Number 17 and 42 swapping positions, and that is Ashley Hayes and Theo Bradshaw, who's on for potential driver of the day, isn't he? Theo Bradshaw, for,
we'll keep an eye out for him.
Driving in the Micro Maxes and the Hondas. Very impressive indeed. And I think this is now the Honda 160s who are getting us underway with 3 novice drivers, George Climo, Tommy Climo and Sophie Morris all getting involved. And right at the back will be the Gazelle, the IAMI Gazelle engines with Harry Khalil, Finley Bedford and Aurora Joel.
Yes, indeed. Excited to see what Sophie Morris can do. Another driver I know from the Rye House Kart Raceway. Good to see her up here at Whilton Mill. But yeah, some changes. Ashley Haas did have a good start in the Honda Cadet 200s. He's up to 2nd place in that class. And I think, have we got all of them underway now? We have indeed. The Gazelles have all started as well now. So it's going to be a little bit confusing in this one as to who is where and who is in what class. But we're going to try and keep you updated. There is a spin, sadly, just off of the first corner. Jacob Nairn, the 25, goes round the outside. As we just cut away before I can see what number that is, I'm afraid. It's the 71 there, going a little bit slowly. That's Ethan Cousins in the Honda Cadet 160s. He was your leader in the Honda Cadet 160s, so not sure what's happened to him there. But might be dropping down the order in his class, sadly.
Yeah, Nathan Hodges, the 56 dead, is the fastest driver out there on circuit. Quicker than Alfie Davidson by about 1/10 of a second. Who, remember, Alfie Davidson did take home the race victory earlier on, but completely different conditions now.
Yes.
It was very, very wet back then, wasn't it? And it's
They're
now
still on wet tyres, though, I think.
Well, they are, aren't they? Yeah. I wonder if there's half the grid that's on wets, half the grid that's on slicks. I wonder if there's any disparity. Bit of a shame that we can't quite see. Well, if we spot it on the stream, we'll let you know.
Well, in the chat, Remy Gilbert seemed to think that Callum Gosh, I think it was on wets in that last one.
Oh, really?
Some guys were on slick, so I think still a little bit of a changeover period. Not everyone moving instantly over from the wets to the slicks, and these all of these drivers, I haven't seen a single one on slicks just yet. All still on the wets.
Yeah, well, I suppose if they're a lot less experienced, you want to keep it safe, don't you? You want to make sure that there's no point risking it just for the sake of an extra couple of tenths of a second. They're
going to be nicely scrubbed after this, though.
Oh, they're going to be lovely scrubbed. They're proper intermediate wets by the end of this one. Yeah. Which, to be fair, is a valuable set of tyres to have in the bag. So you do want it if you get to a race meeting and it's rained and you're maybe an hour or two after it's rained, you're thinking it's on that verge. You want those intermediate tyres ready to go just in case. Theo Bradshaw sets the fastest lap of the race at 54.790. That is in the Honda 200 category. Quicker than the IAMI's Water Swift. I keep second guessing myself now. It's a Water Swift, isn't it? Of course. So yeah, the Honda 200's just as quick. Remember, the Honda 200 is 1 horsepower quicker than the 160.
We're getting told in our ear that number 11 of Callum Graham is on slick tyres in the IAMI Water Swifts. He's a little bit off the pace. Not that far off, to be fair. About a second or so per lap, but clearly in this class, maybe the slip's not quite the one to move over to just yet.
I think it's a thing of confidence, isn't it? And knowing how to warm the tyres. But there is the number 11. You can see that it is clearly in those slick tyres in the Praga kart. It's clearly slick tyres. Maybe a thing of confidence. Not, I'm sure there's plenty of grip out there, but it's how you read the kart, how you read the track, and how brave you are actually pushing the kart to the limit. Looks like he's got it fairly under control though, so hopefully the confidence builds each and every lap, And we can see him pushing a little bit further forward. He's just behind the number 43. That's back marker of Aurora Joel, so not involved in their fight at all. The likely reason that we're having different sort of starting times for all these different series is because, of course, if a Honda 200 battle, say one rogue driver in the Honda 200 is getting in the way of the Iami Water Swift battle for the top 3, then the Honda 200s aren't gaining anything by overtaking those drivers. There's a Battenberg flag. Is that round Christmas corner? It is, isn't it? Is that a drop of oil potentially? It's still Battenberg flags as they go down.
It's a safety car, basically.
Oh, of course it is.
Basically,
yeah,
safety car conditions for the Battenberg. So drivers all got to get in single file all around the circuit. So yeah, either an incident we haven't picked up, or as you say, possibly something dropped on the circuit. Some reason that race control have decided the Battenberg flag to go out, and that leading driver just has to slow off to a sensible pace. Keep all the drivers following in behind him. And so we've gone red now. I think red flag on circuit. So the race neutralised, and all the drivers will be coming to a stop down the back straight. It will be, as I think that the crash is at turn 2. So we'll try and keep you updated as best we can once we get some information in our ears.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that. I think we're getting in our ears. Well, we won't say who it is potentially, just in case. We are wrong, of course, but yeah, a bit of a shame. I thought maybe when we were going into full course caution that it was just a bit of an exercise for some of these drivers to learn a thing or two. There's lots of novices out there and everything like that, but no, it is because we do need to be safe and have the marshals sweep up anything that they need to sweep up. The marshals do a fantastic job as well. It's
fantastic job.
We don't shout them out enough, and to be honest, we couldn't shout them out enough, could we? I mean, I know they do a brilliant job up and down the country, car racing, kart racing, bike racing, any kind of motorsport there. We wouldn't be doing it without the fantastic marshals. So a big thank you to all of them.
Indeed. Especially like this morning when it's chucking it down. That's not a nice place to be outside. I mean, you've got a little bit of cover in your marshal points, but as soon as you have to leave that, you're getting absolutely soaked. So, indeed, a big shout out to all the marshals and the staff here at Whilton Mill. Now, I just want to have a little mention. I did find it on one of these grids. Let me find where it was. It's in the Junior Max class. I did think, I was like, who is this? Because I know Harry Hurstgrover. But there's Lee Hurstgrover in there, and I was like, maybe it's a brother or something, but Harry isn't here. Weird. I've just been explained in the live chat. So Katie Duke says, happy birthday to Lee Hurst. Henry Hurstgrover has registered his name as Lee Hurstgrover to say happy birthday to Lee during the day. So it's not actually out of track. It is Harry. A little bit confusing. But happy birthday to Lee Hurst out there watching the stream. Big shout out to you. Also, Sonny Scott in the chat says, is there a paddock show today? Yes, there is. Of
course there is.
That. Of course there is. Luckily, we managed to get like the only 20 minutes this morning where there was no rain, which is fantastic. So that you will be able to see at the lunch break. So make sure you stick around when the racing or the heats end for the lunch break. You can then see our beautiful mugs outside in the paddock, interviewing some drivers and some mechanics and some mums and dads. And then also, of course, after that, we'll be getting on to the finals this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. If it wasn't painful enough to hear our voices, you can see our faces and put a face to the name as well. So please do stick around for the paddock show, which
it was a really good one as well.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
It was really good.
Oh, I enjoyed it, apart from my rejection from Prague.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty fun.
But yeah, apart from that, it was pretty good. I mean, a lot of the drivers wanted to say hello. The mechanics even said hello. I mean, it's rare. It's more rare to get a mechanic to say hello to us than it is a driver, to be honest. But yeah, good range.
Usually, it's just the mechanics that push their driver forward and say, "Talk to him."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm working on the car, and they pretend to screw something in for 5 minutes, basically. But no, there's quite a few varied drivers, wasn't there? In very different classes and everything like that. I am getting word in our ear that the driver in question that's caused this red flag is up on his feet and is okay by the sounds of it. So obviously we have to take the major precautions with the red flag. But yeah, apparently he's okay, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you up to date with who exactly it is.
Indeed, yeah. Safety is paramount here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, or across all Motorsport UK events, of course. It's all about having fun, but it's all about staying safe and keeping our drivers safe, especially when they're as young as they are in this Honda and Iami split grid field. You can see there Stu Stretton on the left of your screen with a massive camera, absolutely massive camera, taking some fantastic pictures of the drivers out there on circuit today, of course, alongside Josh East, as we mentioned earlier. You can find all their photos over on, I think it's StuStrettonPhotography.com.
FastR.com, if I'm right. Possibly .co.uk. Sorry, Stu, for not getting that plug exactly correct, but you can find all their fantastic photos over on his website.
You can indeed. And to carry on the old plugging, we have got a poll on the YouTube chat. It's got about 20 minutes to go. It's had 50-odd votes already. Which class are you most excited for in the finals? Now, I've registered my vote. John, I don't know if you registered yours.
I did.
Oh, have you? Which one did you go for?
I couldn't possibly say I'm an unbiased commentator.
Yeah, of course you are. Well, I can. I'm not. I went for the road taxes, to be honest, with all those various.
So did I,
yeah. There we go. With all those various different heats and finals, it's always interesting to see split grids come together and then really duke it out for the top spots.
Exactly. Now, we've got lots of mechanics and dads and whatnot helping. I think getting everyone back into the order they should be, because I assume as we go to the restart here, they're all going to split back into class again. So this might take a minute to just rejig everyone around.
Now, Marshall looking like he had a balaclava on. I thought he was going to throw a helmet on, maybe get involved, you know. It's,
he looks a little bit big for these cars,
yeah,
I can't
maybe
lie.
just a touch. Yeah, maybe he needs a 1050mm chassis rather than a 950. But, yeah, it's nice to see that they're all mixing, getting out there on circuit and helping the drivers get back to their original positions.
Okay. Emma is back in the chat. Actually, no, it was Katie who originally said, but Emma is continuing to explain. So it is Harry Hurstgrover who's out on track. Now, Lee is his granddad, but Lee is also his middle name. So, yeah, all very confusing, as she says, but happy birthday. Oh, no. Okay, so his middle name is Lee, which is also his granddad's name. Okay, so then it says, happy birthday, Dad, Lee. So Emma must be Harry's mum, and Lee is Harry's granddad. This is so confusing. But a big shout out to Lee anyway.
As if it wasn't hard enough to keep a track of 250 drivers, plus all new classes, plus, oh my days. Anyway, thank you very much, Harry, for making our job 5 times harder by labelling yourself as something else. But you will be known as Lee, because we probably will forget all of that within the next 30 seconds or so when the racing gets bloody way. One last, I say one last plug. It's absolutely not going to be the last plug. But considering we have a bit of dead air time now, remember, we were on nearly 30,000 subscribers for the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
I did have a check. We haven't clocked over 30 yet.
We haven't clocked over 30. Well, I don't know the specific number, but we were 40 away, weren't we? Very close indeed. And I'm sure I'm probably going to get a message in my ear or a text in a minute saying, oh, yeah, it's only 25 or something like that. But, yeah, please do like and subscribe. Oh, you don't have to like. Just subscribe to Alpha Live. Oh, okay. We just got a message in our ear, didn't we, John?
Yes, we were told to guess how far away we are from 30,000. If we thought it was about 40.
Well,
now, how good are we at plugging is basically what we're being asked there. How many people have actually decided to do so?
Pretty terrible.
I'm going to be optimistic. I think we are now 14 away.
Oh, I was going to go for 32.
Oh, you're really underestimating our abilities. Okay.
I'm going to go 32.
29. Oh, you were closer.
Thank you very much.
You were closer.
What do I win, Luke? I'm looking forward to hearing my prize.
Oh, no, exactly.
That's harsh. She said, we're not good enough at plug-in, so we don't get any prizes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to win me a free Fanta or something, then please do please do like
everyone,
and
subscribe. We're not going to be allowed to eat.
Exactly. Please do subscribe to YouTube as well. But, of course, there is other things on Alpha Live. It's not just the Whilton Mill Kart Club, although that is obviously the most important thing. There is also the T-size sprint, which is on today at the same time, which is, today is just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the time, Alpha Live have got about 5 or 6 live streams going on.
So many different events across all different types of motorsport. Lots of karting, lots of circuit racing, all sorts of stuff to get involved with watching and get involved with all sorts of things. So make sure you drop that subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Indeed. So the drivers look like they're, got themselves back into some sort of a grid order. It's quite complicated to actually figure out, really, because it's not the grid order, it's the race order.
I have no idea what's happening.
But they've split the grids up and everything like that. So we're not going to attempt to try and explain what it is, because we don't know what it is, until they come round and activate our timing beam, and then we'll try and give you a bit of an update. I would be surprised if they held the 4 different categories this time. Now, I think, in my opinion, just get them going and try and catch back up, because otherwise
I thought that's what they were going to do, but
we're not even going 2x2 here, are we? We're just going in a nice long single file train. Yeah. So there is only about 3 minutes to go on this heat. They might even, reduce that down, to be honest now. But the good news is that we have got the driver already.
I've just seen someone crash on the quad bike in the background there.
I didn't see that. Oh, I'm disappointed that I didn't see it now. They are splitting them off.
Yeah.
And as we've said, this was a red flag incident, but the driver is apparently up on his feet and looks okay.
Just
so
getting seen to by the on-site emergency staff, who again we should give a big shout out to. Seeing to that driver.
Doesn't necessarily mean it is an emergency though.
It could just be a checkup. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got to have an incident like that. Always best to just have a little check, make sure the driver's okay. And hopefully we'll be seeing them out on circuit for the final later on. I think we can confirm now that it was the 52 of Jensen Maplethorpe who was involved in that incident earlier. Hopefully he's all okay.
Axel LaFlame has just come on. I think I'm saying that right. And on the YouTube chat and said, well, I just made it one less. I think maybe he's talking about the subscriptions there.
What?
Why would he do that?
Ban him.
Oh, dear. Yeah, you're hurting our work credibility here.
Yeah.
Axel, come on, man.
He doesn't want us to eat.
Do us a favour. We are in a full course caution because, of course, it's basically warming up to do another race restart, aren't we? But the clock is ticking over. That's one of the reasons why potentially we're doing the full course caution, so we can get us restarted but still using the clock. So they'll probably have about 1 or 2 laps before we finish off with the checkered flag, of course, with Alfie Davidson leading the way.
Indeed, leads us past that green flag. But of course, all that work he's done to open up a lead is neutralised, as already trying for the lead there was Nathaniel Hodges, not quite able to do it. He stays on the inside. Could he go for it? Down into Christmas corner, not quite able to do it under brakes. A wide line though for the 46 of Alfie Davidson. Going to hold up second place. The 20 of Enzo Butterazzi tries to get involved as well. Those scrap immediately going on as now our next class starts the race, being led by the 42 of Theo Bradshaw. He has the fastest lap of the race, checked over the shoulder. I think he should hope to take this home comfortably as long as he doesn't get sent here at Christmas corner, and doesn't.
Yeah, but he was probably quite disappointed with the fact that the red flag came out because he had quite a nice little
huge gap,
didn't he? Really, it's always the worst thing in the world when you are in the lead of the race. You got a nice little gap, you've done everything right, and all of a sudden the safety car comes out, or the full course caution, or the red flag, or something like that, and absolutely wipes it away. So as they come across the line, Enzo Butterazzi has overtaken Nathaniel Hodges for second place after Hodges looked like he was trying to make a move on Alfie Davidson, but didn't quite come off. So this is not quite the penultimate lap actually, so we're going to have this one plus 2 more, I believe it is, and so we have the timer plus 1 more. Oh no, sorry, that does mean this is the penultimate lap. My apologies. We will be finishing the race obviously in about 1.5 minutes time. So as the Honda 200s come through, they've somewhat spaced themselves out. There is the number 56 of Blair Smith leading forward in the car to try and catch up to Ashley Hayes. Not really successfully doing so just yet, but who's a move potentially into Christmas corner? No, not quite. So, closest battle out there on circuit, actually, John, is Enzo Butterazzi versus Alfie Davidson for the overall lead of this race, separated by a very fine margin as we watch Theo Bradshaw lead the Honda 200s away.
Indeed, he's got Ashley Haas for company, who took the win in the Honda Cadet 200s in heat number 1. Now trying to pressure for that win in heat number 2. Here we look forward to a good battle. Is this? It is indeed your Iami Water Swifts. Enzo Butterazzi now in second place, as you say. It's relegated Nathaniel Hodges down into third, and they're both beginning to pressure Alfie Davidson for that lead. And don't count out Jacob Nairn as well. He's very much in there in this 4-kart battle for the lead. Are we on the last lap now?
Oh, yeah, I think we are. There was going to be a move there for the 93, but it didn't come quite come off, so I should say. Nathan Hodges on Enzo Butterazzi. This is the final lap of the race. Alfie Davidson looks like he's got this one in the bag, doesn't he? But what can Enzo Butterazzi, Nathaniel Hodges and Jacob Nairn mix up for us? Well, Jacob Nairn, I think, going through on Nathaniel Hodges to take that podium away from him, but the checkered flag flies into the face of Alfie Davidson. Enzo Butterazzi joins him, and on the bottom step of the podium, Jacob Nairn.
Indeed, good finish to that one. Nathaniel Hodges having to settle for 4th at the end of that one. We're going to watch the Honda Cadets come through now, though. As here they do indeed come. Is that a change for position? We'll see as they come to cross the line. Theo Bradshaw takes the win in the Honda Cadets. Ashley Haas was second, but Ed Spain did indeed steal away that 3rd place at the final corner there.
British indoor cadet champion, of course.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it because it's this is the thing with the paddock shows, to be honest. And people should come up and talk to us and want to talk to us more often, because then we actually get little pieces of information that we keep dropping their names in and everything like that.
Exactly.
So if you want more coverage on the stream, don't ignore us, is what we're saying. We won't ignore you.
Yes.
And yeah, so if you see us the next time at Whilton Mill next month, please don't be afraid of coming over and chatting to us.
We're nice, we promise.
Well,
we don't bite.
On camera, maybe.
Yeah.
Alfie Davidson takes the win. Enzo Butterazzi second place. Jacob Nairn in third. Nathaniel Hodges fourth, and rounding out the top 5 is Callum Graham. Alessandro Sales was 6th place, with Theo Bradshaw winning the Honda 200 category in 7th overall. Ashley Hayes was in 8th. 9th was Ed Spain, with 10th being Blair Smith. You can see the rest of the featured drivers on your screen all the way down to 14th, but there was a full 20, and there they appear. Jensen Maplethorpe, the number 52, was the driver that unfortunately caused the red flag, but as we said, up and talking, and he seems okay. So just some precautionary checks. Hope you are feeling better, Jensen Maplethorpe, sometime soon. Hope to see him out in the final, of course. Right, John, a very entertaining race, slightly confusing. But
it was good, yeah, extended by that red flag, but a decent race overall even. So Alfie Davidson taking the win in the iArmy Water Swifts, Theo Bradshaw taking the win in the Honda Cadet 200s, Ethan Cousins taking the win in the Honda Cadet 160s, and Harry Carlill taking the win in the iArmy Gazelles.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be probably cutting to our camera to see what the crack is with the front nose cones, but I'm going to shoot over straight to try and do the grid for the next race, which is the iArmy Water Swift intermediate category.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. iArmy Water Swift intermediate category, heat number 2. Sukmani Kira back on pole position. Jensen Jones alongside in P2. Then it's Archie Owen and Katie Donaldson. They're followed by Max Mason and Zach Champney. And then 11 karts on the grid for this one. Alfie Taylor and Millen Tomlinson. And it's Simeon Stone and Henry Garifal. And Jacob Batchelor on row number 6, all on his own. As they're already out of the pit lane, getting those tyres nice and warm, and you can definitely see how much brighter it is out there than it was earlier this morning.
Yeah, it's you can see the wet line and the dry line as well sort of starting to form, and even offline now, if drivers are actually starting to make some kind of moves up the inside, around the outside, there still seems to be plenty of grip to be able to pull those moves off. So I'm enjoying the fact that the drivers are experimenting with the grip, experimenting with the tyres as well, and really putting on a show for us. So yeah, Jensen Jones will be in second place. It appears on this timing screen that he's in first, but actually it's Sukmani Kera, who obviously had that spin earlier in the day, but now with slightly different conditions, we're probably expecting it to be slightly easier maybe.
Indeed, yeah, I think she got it back to 6th or 7th place, I think it was, in the end. But obviously these grids decided as an overall average between your qualifying, which was first, and then a P6 in the race. So clearly still enough to get P1 start in this one, but not a great start for the 84 of Jensen Jones there on P2. He's dropped down the order considerably as Sukmani takes the lead of the race early on here as they head now up towards Christmas Corner. There's battling going on in the mid-pack, trying to sneak down the inside. There is the 77 of Katie Donaldson on Zach Champney. Not had the most ideal of starts from Katie Donaldson. I think she's lost a couple of positions, but trying to fight back through the pack nicely. There's more moves to the inside there down at Ashby. A couple of drivers in the mid-pack having a little scrap, but it's still Sukmani Kira at the front of the field.
It is indeed, yeah, much better start than was previous, wasn't it? Archie Owen with a decent effort as well in second place. Can Sukmani stay on the circuit, though? That is the question. I mean, in theory, he should be able to, but with those slick tyres, and it's not 100% dry conditions. We are saying that it's dry now, pretty much, with slicks of the expected faster tyre, but doesn't mean it's ridiculously easy. Some of those curves are still going to be very slippery, especially the exit ones. Oh, yes, and if you find yourself out on the green stuff, you're going to be... Oh, yeah. You will speed up as you exit the circuit. You're not stopping anytime soon anymore. No. So, yeah, you want to definitely stay on the black stuff, as I'm pretty sure everyone in this one on those slick tyres, which will just be even more slippery if you find yourself on the grass. That was a late move to the inside. Was that Katie Donaldson making the move there? I'm not 100% sure. Might have actually been the 21 of Jacob Batchelor. It was, I believe, making a move.
and has made a couple of moves, actually. I think maybe up into 5th place now. As here's Max Mason pressuring the number 10 of Archie Owen for 3rd place.
I was just having a look at it.
I'm confused by the timing. Right, Jensen Jones must be having a timing issue. Yeah. So it's moved. Okay, yeah. So Archie Owen was indeed, for 2nd place. So there was a bit of a timing glitch there. My apologies. But Sukmani Kira definitely still in the lead of the race, and this is indeed your battle for 2nd place.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, I was slightly confused. I was thinking, well, anyway, we got there in the end, didn't we?
We did.
We're fine, yeah. So, and fastest lap of the race for Sukmani Kira as well. So it's not exactly like they're just out there. You're kicking our commentary box a bit. Archie Owen in 10th place, holding off the forceful attack of Max Mason. Not really any massive sends just yet, but we have got 5.5 minutes left of this race. I think Max Mason doing the sensible thing here, just eyeing up his opponent, seeing where he's potentially stronger and potentially he can sort of make those moves, because of course you've got to set these moves up a couple of corners in advance. That shows really high level racecraft.
Indeed, yeah, they're having a great race. Sukmani though, wow. Pace looking fantastic, 51.250 on that last lap, over 2 seconds in the lead now. Clearly feeling much more settled in these dry conditions, as we know. Had that pole position from yesterday when it was nice and dry, and now leading pretty comfortably as we're back into dry conditions. Having that little spin earlier when it was sort of mixed, and did end up finishing P7 in that one, but leading comfortably now in this one.
Anybody want to know what the difference between Heat 1 and 2 in terms of conditions? Always a good indication is potentially lap time.
I do.
Oh, do you? That's good, because I was about to read it out regardless. Well, the fastest lap of the race went to Jensen Jones on lap 6 with a 1:02.2, and that is a full 10 to 11 seconds now slower than what Sukmani Kira, is performing out there now. And to be fair, most of the grid as well. Jacob Batchelor is the driver who just set the fastest lap of the race with a 51.01.
Big slide.
So massive difference between, full 11 seconds between race 1 and 2.
Indeed, big slide for Max Mason there, exiting Christmas corner. Thought he was going to lose that space. Actually, a massive send from 2 positions back. Katie Donaldson's got both of them. What a move!
To be honest, I wasn't seeing
that. That was fantastic. I thought that Jacob Batchelor was going to go through on Max Mason after he had that slide, and then down into Ashby, Katie Johnson just went down the inside of both of them.
Oh, that's got to make the TikTok reel, sure.
That was fantastic. That has to make the TikTok reel. What a move from the 77 of Katie Donaldson, moving up the field nicely. Now finds herself up in 3rd place. Jacob Batchelor trying to move through into 4th, but back through goes Max Mason. He retakes 4th place, and there's Jensen Jones as well.
Katie Donaldson's really pulled away. Here is Jensen Jones. Oh, didn't quite make that one stick, but Katie Donaldson all of a sudden making that spectacular move. Has pulled a nice gap as well, haven't they, Matt? Thanks to the fact that mostly the 2 behind them are absolutely going at it hammer and tongs. And number 21, Jacob Batchelor, is not in 10th position as it is appearing on the timing screen.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to mention. Clearly a timing error for Jacob, but he should be moved back up into his legitimate position, as we can see him there in front of Max Mason in 4th place at the moment. But yeah, as you say, Katie Donaldson was just able to make that move at the right time and then stay out of this little battle going on behind, pull forward ahead of these drivers, and now trying to chase down Archie Owen for 2nd place.
Perfect timing, really, for many a reason, wasn't it, for Katie Donaldson? And not saying Katie's slow by any means, but once you get caught in a fight, once you get caught in a little bundle of karts, it's very difficult to separate yourself with people trying moves on you. You defending, you start thinking about behind you rather than your braking zones and your lines and everything like that. So yeah, Katie doing a really good job as Jensen Jones. Pretty standard move into Christmas corner. We're not seeing any over dramatic lockups or anything like that into there now, are we? Another sign that we are pretty much fully dry.
Exactly, yeah. Nope, standard. Well placed on the brakes. Tidy move. Well done, that number 84 of Jensen Jones moves himself up into 5th place through on Max Mason. Now has his sights set on the number 21 ahead of Jacob Batchelor, but Jacob still with the fastest lap of the race. Was a few laps ago, and not by that much. They're all very, very close on pace, aren't they, near the front of the order in this one?
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous how close they are, but Sukmani Kira has dipped their toe into the 50s. Fastest lap of the race, a 50.9, about 10th quicker than most of the other drivers. Katie Donaldson with a 51.0, Jacob Batchelor with a 51.01. Yeah, very, very close in. 51.002. Jacob Batchelor. Yeah, very, very close indeed.
Indeed, yeah. Jenson Jones also down to the 50s as well, just 0.05 of a second off that lap time from the Sukmani clearer. So clearly all these drivers continuing to find more and more grip out there as we still, the track continues to dry throughout the day. As we said earlier, don't think we're expecting any more rain, but you never know when it comes to British weather. Anything could realistically happen, and that is always interesting. I'm kind of hoping it is, because when drivers are out there on slicks and suddenly we get a bit of rain, all hell breaks loose, and it's fantastic for us in the commentary box.
Yeah, it is. It's very entertaining indeed, isn't it? As a driver, it's one of your worst nightmares, to be honest. Yeah. But it's for commentating, for spectating, as long as you're not related to any of the drivers out there, it's very entertaining.
Exactly. It's not racing at that point; it's survival.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly that sort of thing, and I think it's a proper motorsport parent ethos is checking the weather updates constantly.
Yeah.
I think the most used app on my dad's phone on a race weekend is the weather app, and it'll be there, no clouds in the sky, and I go, it might rain in Bedford in half an hour. It's like, yeah, but we're in Scotland. What does that matter?
It could be coming this way.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. You never know. No, and so but today, to be fair, it's a bit more of a toss-up. It could end up spitting a little bit in the afternoon, but to be honest, we're probably not expecting it.
No, it's like you can even see on the exit there at the last corner how much it's drying up. The wet patches disappearing as the drivers now. You still got to be a little bit careful as you run over those little rubber strips on the outside, because they continue to hold water even when the rest of the track is drying. If you then go over them, it's splashing up water onto your slick tyres, then you go to turn in for turn one and you go straight on.
Exactly, and it's not just the fact that obviously it's slippery. Water is quite slippery, I've heard. It's more
obvious statement of the day from Jack Oliver.
You never know, people out there might need it. We did ask, where are we today, the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Yeah, it's more the fact that it cools the tyres down is the point I was trying to make, John.
Sorry.
Yeah, it cools the tyres down, which again, we can sort of ruin maybe 2 or 3 corners time. You have to build that all the way back up and obviously get rid of that slippery water. That's
slippery water.
Slippery water.
Unlike the non-slippery water.
Love less of you. Final lap of the race. Sukmani Kera, who has dominated somewhat, 1.7 second gap, which is quite impressive considering we've mentioned many a time how close these drivers are on pace.
Yeah, exactly. Having a completely different race to what she had in heat number 1, isn't she? After that small mistake that saw her facing backwards at Christmas corner early on in that heat number 1. Having a good one this time. Looking, I don't want to commentate curse again as we're still on the last lap, looking to grab maximum points here from heat number 2 as she leads us through this final lap. Some battles going on behind, but no one too close. Closest battle seems to be between Jenson Jones and Jacob Batchelor for 4th place, and Max Mason just behind in 6th as well. But here comes Sukmani Kera then with the fastest lap of the race, and is going to take the win here in heat number 2 of the Army Water Swift intermediate category. Archie Owen follows her across the line in 2nd, and Katie Donaldson, fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 50.52. She was having a flyer in that one, fully deserves that 3rd place there. Jenson Jones was in 4th, then Jacob Batchelor in 5th, or Batchelor, my apologies. Then Max Mason in 6th, Zach Champney there in 7th place. Alfie Taylor, your highest placed novice, in 8th place as he set his personal best on the last lap, so well done to Alfie, getting faster and faster through that one. There comes William Tomlinson across the line. There's the 14 of Henry Garofal coming in P10, and just behind him we shall soon see the 18 of Simeon Stone. There he is, coming across the line to finish in P11.
One of the first races I think we had everybody finishing that one as well, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Quite impressive there on the Water Swift Inters. We will be moving on, obviously, but a big shout out, I would say, to Katie Donaldson. They're probably one of the moves of the day from your reaction.
Yeah.
I didn't see it annoyingly.
It was a good move. It was a great move.
And very fast as well. Fastest lap right at the end. So Katie Donaldson, on the bottom step of the podium, will be throwing some good momentum into that final a little later on. Because, of course, that is the end of the heats for these drivers. They only have the finals after lunch, of course.
Don't remind me of lunch, mate. My tummy's rumbling.
Yeah, mine has been quite 2 hours. Right, let's get into the next race and ignoring our hunger. It will be the Rotax Micro, the Micro Maxes, Heat 2. Yeah, I did just have to second guess myself there, but it is the Micro Maxes this time. It's which of course is the cadet category for the Rotax engine these days. So on pole position, row number 1 will be the 43 of Edward Haynes and the 17 of Jack Baker alongside them. Row 2 will be the 22 of Riley Murrow and the 28 of Kian Bernard. Row 3, the 31, Emerson McAndrew Uren, who put on one hell of a show earlier on, with 16, Austin Oman. Row 4 is the 25 of Jensen Walker and the 21 of Otis Clearly. Row 5 is 37, Elliot Travis with the 18, Jensen Chalk. Row 6 is the 42, Theo Bradshaw and the 33 of Frederick Wood. Row 7, 61, Maximilian Abrahart and 23, Dian Singh Bahal. Row 8, 34, Ilya Veliko and number 7, Bailey Wolf. Row 9, 52, Mario Roberto and the number 12, Arjun Paul. Row 10, number 11, Bertie Clark and the 26 of Alex Goodson. Row 11, the 79 of Rhys Davids Richardson and the 24 of Ralph Racketis rounds out the 22 grid. So the Micro Maxes are raced. No, we're full starting there as I was about to call out John for starting to eat some blueberries before we got into this race.
I've got some blueberries.
Yeah, you do have blueberries. I'm rather annoyed about it.
Would you like one?
I'm okay, actually.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of blueberries, but by all means.
What?
I know. Shocking, I'm just not a fan.
Get out of the commentary box now.
I'll happily go get a cheeseburger while I'm at it.
Okay, I would prefer a cheeseburger over blueberries. Fair play.
So the Micro Maxes, I didn't realise how quickly they were coming up there, to be fair, but a few drivers to be keeping an eye out on. Kean Bernard, Emerson McAndrew Uren, obviously Ed Hayes, Haynes even. They were very entertaining in the first race. Theo Bradshaw again racing right to the front and taking part in the Hondas early on. You can see an interview with them on the Paddock Show, which is coming up, of course, the aforementioned lunchtime period, which is coming up not quickly enough. I'm joking. I will stop banging on.
Yeah, stop banging on about it. Theo Bradshaw taking wins in 2 classes today. He's well on for getting that prize.
Yeah, exactly. That driver of the round. Edward Haynes in the number 4. Oh, we got a spin in the background. No, I don't imagine we'll be racing. Oh, no, I think they just let them go, to be fair. So a bit of a shame that we ended up spinning before we even got to turn 1. That's a bit of a... that was Arjun Paul, we're thinking potentially he's fallen down, and Alex Goodson. A bit of a shame for those guys. As we head into Christmas corner, big hit on the backside there. That was number 21. Otis clearly not wanting to hang around. He clearly wanted to get on with things, didn't he? Edward Haynes, though, is leading the race. And we've got more spinners in the background. 23, who's the 23? Dian Singh Bahal.
And it was Otis as well, the 21.
Otis, who's been in the wars somewhat. I was going to say he was probably going to get an infringement on his nose cone anyway, because he did offer up a pretty massive hit.
Why do you keep forgetting the word penalty?
I don't know. It's infringement, I think, is the word I'm actually looking for, and I keep forgetting it. It's really annoying. So I do apologise for my stuttering over my words. But yeah, he had a massive hit on the backside, so I imagine he would have got that 5-second penalty regardless.
And now finds himself way down the back of the order, getting stuck on the grass, as we say. They've all got slick tyres on. Once you get on the grass, the tyres just start spinning. You can't even get back on the circuit.
Yeah, it's gone. The car gets all muddy, the mechanic gets angry. It's all not really what you want to do. The number 17 now, I thought was going to have, that was Jack Baker. Starting from 2nd place, by the way. Jack Baker all the way down in 9th. Not a good start for Jack. So we'll see how maybe if there's a recovery driver in there, maybe it was just an unfortunate incident, or maybe just lacking pace. We'll have to wait and see. But the 43 of Edward Haynes, certainly not lacking pace. Emerson McAndrew Uren as well has gotten himself into 2nd place. It's about the kind of performance that we were expecting of them. We saw them in Heat 1 as well. So no massive surprise, but it doesn't mean that it's not impressive, as John has stopped throwing his blueberries around the commentary box.
I dropped my blueberries.
And has rejoined me for this race. To be honest, 6 minutes in. 6 minutes to go. Plenty of storylines are yet to be told. And as I said, that battle for the front 2 and the battle for 3rd place, Riley Murray and Austin Oman, is getting quite spicy.
Indeed. We were looking there, battle from about 9th backwards. That's the 7 versus the 33. That's Bailey Wolf, one of your novice drivers, just defending from Frederick Wood there for 12th place. Now, you will see on the left-hand side of your screen on the graphic, a bit of a difficulty with one of the TX numbers. I don't think it was working at the start of the race. Now it is working, but our graphic hasn't quite worked it out yet. It is Elliot Travis. You can just about see his name behind the TX number. It is Elliot Travis there in P10, so just keep an eye out for that. That is the number 37 there in 10th place.
Riley Murrow, you mentioned him in the championship, the highest placed driver in the championship that is taking part in this particular round. And again, driving really well in 3rd position.
And he's a novice.
Exactly, that's why he brought him up. Very, very impressive indeed. But we have to focus on the two drivers that are just ahead of Riley Murrow, because as they're going into Christmas corner, they're pretty much pushing each other through it. It's very close. And again, I wouldn't say McAndrew Uren is throwing any moves just yet, John, but he's keen.
Yeah, working together 100%. Yeah. Yeah, he had a great exit up towards Christmas corner there. Definitely could have gone for the move. Didn't work together. Actually hasn't got a great exit off of Ashby there, so it's dropped a couple of tenths off of the 43. But I think as we're still in the opening half of this race, McAndrew Uren just doing the smart thing with how close they are on pace on the Alpha timing screen. You can see why it's best to work together in a class such as the Rotax Micros. So Emerson McAndrew Uren being very smart, certainly very smart for his age as well, and probably lesser experience being in the Rotax Micro category, although I've seen him around a lot. He's done quite a bit of racing, even at that age, has Emerson McAndrew Uren, but using that nous of his to work together with the driver ahead, push on ahead, get away from the likes of Riley Murrow, Austin O'Man, Jensen Chalk, Kean Bernard, all these drivers in behind. They're very fast. There's a bit of an incident there between the 28 and the 42. Theo Bradshaw does get through on Kean Bernard there, but with quite a bit of contact.
Yeah, and well, Theo Bradshaw just set the fastest lap of the race, so probably quite keen to move forward as quickly as possible, but you have got to be slightly more measured than that, potentially. But we'll let the students decide on that one.
Yeah, probably for the best, yeah. We're just silly commentators.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't know anything, do we? Edward Haynes is still ahead, by the way. Track warming for the number 24, Ralph Rakitis. And again, got to be making sure that you're well within the track limits. That's probably on the outside of the final corner. I imagine is probably the biggest opportunity of using those track limits, and the outside of turn 2. Is these guys are perfectly demonstrating. The fastest lap of the race goes to McAndrew Uren. Now, I don't mean it's wise ahead of their years, I should say. If we're using each other to push forward, I'd say they got enough of a gap now. I'd be surprised if McAndrew Uren doesn't start throwing some moves.
No, he got a great exit going up towards Christmas once again and didn't go for the move. Still 3 minutes on the clock. As you say, they've got nearly 3 seconds back to that group behind, but that could quickly fall away with a bit of battling. So I think wait until maybe a minute and 15 left on the clock, 2 or 3 laps left to go. Then if you're close enough at Christmas, go for that move.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're probably completely correct, to be honest, John. I'd just like to see them fight it out a little bit earlier.
For us. Go for the move now, Emerson, please.
Yes, exactly. If he's listening, which he obviously isn't. Riley Murrow on our timing has just dropped behind. Austin and Jensen Chalk.
They were all in a big train, so clearly he's been swallowed up there.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. If Emerson McAndrew Uren decides to start putting some moves on Ed Haynes, yeah, they might hold each other up, but it's not like 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are exactly flying along together either. They're holding each other up, and in fact you can see them in the background here of the stationary camera. Austin O'Man and Jensen Chalk looking like they were going to launch each other into that corner. Riley Murrow with the track limit warning as well, the number 22, a novice driver.
Indeed, yeah. No, that group behind not working together at all. They lost nearly a second out to this leading battle on the last lap, and they're continuing to battle through this one again as Emerson McAndrew Uren. It's another fastest set to 1 on that last lap, and I think now, a minute and 45 to go as we start a new lap of the race. I think you should start thinking about going for a move now. New fastest lap does go the way of Emerson McAndrew Uren, 52.77 as Riley Murrow drops another place down to 7th now as Kean Bernard snatches 6th place from his grasp. As a bit of a wide moment from the leader there, the 43 of Edward Haynes. Emerson McAndrew Uren could look for it here. Might try it up and under down the inside. No. Continues to sit behind as Emerson. Could he leave it too long here? As just lifts open the flap on his engine, gets a little bit more air into that engine. Maybe that's his plan. Get a bit of richer mixture going on and go for that move now.
Well, it would be John Ratcliffe approved if he did start to pile the pressure on, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. So I think maybe Edward Haynes starting to think maybe, I'd be expecting it if I was Edward Haynes, is what I'm trying to say here.
I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit. He's made a couple of mistakes on the last couple of laps.
It's probably playing in his head a little bit. Maybe McAndrew Uren by...
wide!
Wow,
oh, my goodness!
He's looking backwards there. I don't think there's anything, anything anybody else did there.
Oh my goodness, Emerson.
That was a massive moment, wasn't it? There was another lock-up into Christmas corner there. I think they got collected. No, there he is. No, I was right. That's Theo Bradshaw.
From 3rd place.
Theo Bradshaw, massive moment, and it just looked like he locked up. And another one, 61. Is that potentially...
Oh, and 25.
Everyone's going off. So I think what's happened here is Mukajira might have brought some water onto the circuit. They're not realising they're diving in as if it's fully dry, and it's not, and they're all going off.
Yeah, and as we established about 10 minutes ago, water is slippery. So I think maybe they're proving my point. It's rare, but
none of them were listening to you, mate.
No, I know. A broken clock is right twice a day at the end of the day, isn't it? So final lap of the race. They're being held out to Edward Haynes, but there's been carnage behind him. Edward has been absolutely none the wiser. I don't know where McAndrew Ewan is.
He's 3 seconds off him now, so all that hard work working together pays off for nothing.
Oh, no, it doesn't really look that slippery, though, does it?
No.
I mean, no, it doesn't visually. Though. I mean, that can be deceiving.
If you come up to a corner thinking you're going to have this amount of grip, and suddenly you have this amount of less grip than you had, suddenly, whoa, and it's gone.
Yeah, especially as these guys are on the limit. It's not like they're slow drivers and there's plenty of space and time or anything like that. They're last of the late breakers. They're on the limit of the grip, and as you said, even 5–10% difference in the water level on the track can be a massive change in how they approach the corner.
Yes, indeed. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan was looking very quick through this one. I thought he was going to snatch away the win, but nope. Edward Haynes held on to it. A bit of help from a mistake from Emerson, but doesn't matter. Still a very nice win for Edward Haynes. There comes across the line to take that win and take that victory in Rotax Micro Cadet Heat number 2. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan does end up in second place. Austin Oman there snatches third in the dying moments. Very impressive. And basically, all those drivers behind were just keeping it on the track in the last couple of laps and got some pretty good positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Theo Bradshaw did manage to make up a couple more, so he was back into 11th place, but nowhere near the performance he was hoping for.
No,
and probably not any of the performance that his pace deserved either, to be fair, as well as a whole host of other drivers. Just Theo was the one that sort of stood out to me.
He'd comfortably got to the front of that secondary pack, hadn't he, into third place. Just finding, I think, that water up at Christmas and nearly finding the banking all the way on the edge of the circuit.
Exactly. And ironically, it was probably those 3 drivers spinning off that actually cleared the water up. They probably burnt the water up. And anyway, there is the round out of the top 10. Edward Haynes, McAndrew Ewan in second place, Austin Oman in third, Jensen Chalk in fourth, Riley Morrow in fifth, Jack Baker in sixth, Ian Bernard in seventh, eighth was Ali Trevis, ninth, Frederick Wood, and 10th being Bailey Wolf. I'm pretty sure John just read all them out before, but there's just a secondary confirmation, as obviously there's the rest of the... oh, he didn't do it before, apparently. I was looking at my my laptop, I'll be honest. But yeah, there we go. A secondary confirmation anyway. And the rest of the field all the way down to 22nd place. Let's have a look and see if anybody is in any way disappointed. No, all looks fairly confident, don't they? Thumbs up or left, right and centre for these drivers. All nice and comfortable by the looks of it. No 5-second penalties being rounded out just yet. So, the next race coming up for your pleasure and entertainment will be the Heat 2 of the Senior Rotaxes.
No, don't think so. It's the Rotax Minis next.
They're the wrong way round on my screen now. I do apologise.
Yep, the Rotax Minis up next for Heat number 2, the intermediate class here. Will Green is on pole position. Alongside him, it's Thomas Hill. Daniel Minto and Finney Lyons are there on row 2. Then it's Harry Freeman and Toby Jukes there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Max Williams and Sam Flynn. Then rounding out the top 10 are Finley Hines and Elliot Potter. Then it's Jack Burgess and Oliver White there on row number 6. Row 7 sees Ella Lucia and Max Colbert. Then it's Samir Paul and Max Wheatley. Then Logan Lauder and Olby Lapper. Jack Collinson and Harris Arley round out the top 20. They're followed by Teddy Cooper, Miles Burton, Cody LaPatrell and Nathan Rond. And rounding out is 27 at karts grid for this one. Riley Morgan, Warwick Milam and Nat Johnston. I remember Nat having a very good last race. I remember him flying through the order. Don't actually remember where he ended up in heat number 1. We'll see if he can do the same from the back of the grid in this one.
Indeed, yeah. So Will Green, Thomas Hill, Daniel Minto, top 3. Finley Lyons. And there's a driver that had a bit of was in the wars somewhat in race number 1. Again, not entirely, I think finished about 6th position, but was once upon a time potentially in for a race-winning result. What can he do this time round? They come around the final corner, And we are racing here in the Rotax, well, the mini Rotax Maxes in the intermediate category. And it looks like a good start by the 44 Will Green, who absolutely ran away with it from memory in heat number 1 with a really, really strong performance. In the dries, though, it might be slightly tougher for him with everybody else getting a little bit more confidence and grip as they go through Christmas Corner. Everything seems to have settled down. Yeah, just about. Why not? Nobody's hitting each other just yet anyway, which is quite good. But there is a driver off the road. Not sure if there was many contact there, but the number 65 is spinning the wheels to try and get back on the circuit. That's going to take a while. There's going to be some very muddy tyres. 65, Oliver White, unfortunately, who was the leading novice.
Indeed, he was gutted, but he's going to have a pretty cool camera shot there. He was like Tokyo drifting sideways, looking very cool there, was Ollie. So, despite this race maybe not going the way he planned, he's got a cool camera shot out of it anyway. Here we come then to the end of lap number 1. Still Will Green in the lead of the race. Thomas Hill and Finney Lyons close behind though. They're chasing him down. See what they can do. Then it's a little bit of a gap back to Harry Freeman, Toby Dukes, Elliot Potter, Max Williams. Sorry, Daniel Minto's in there in 5th as well. He's got a timing issue. Then Jack Burgess, now your top-rated novice. And Max Colbert rounding out the top 10. Here's a bit of a battle though. They're still side by side, making contact. The 39 manages to get back ahead of the 17. Now that's Toby Dukes fending off Elliot Potter for 6th place.
Yeah, really nice little battle there. Just about leaving each other just enough room, but it was a hair's width away from being closed up, that gap, I think, wasn't it, through Boxing Day, but they managed to get through it and provide us with some entertaining action as well by the times. I've forgotten my teeth as well. I genuinely forgot what I was about to say anyway, so I'll just ignore what I was on about and focus on Will Green at the front end of the field. The top 3 really pulling away.
Don't worry, we'll ignore you anyway.
No, most people do.
But yeah, indeed. There was a bit of a transponder issue for Daniel Minto. I think that's been fixed now as he actually has moved himself up into 4th place on that last lap. There he is on the 28-plated car as we just cut away for shot. I loved his livery though on the 28-plated car. Looked absolutely fantastic, very shiny, very sort of pinky purpley colour, very much like it. There's a move down the inside though. I think that's Toby Dukes going through on Harry Freeman for 5th place there. As here we look back to your leaders. Will Green continuing to hold on to it, but Finney Lyons in 3rd does have the fastest lap of the race. They're all within about a 1/10 of a second though on fastest laps. So all very, very close here in this top 3 group. As you say, Will Green had a relatively simple race in heat number 1. This one not looking quite as simple, as still being chased down by Thomas Hill and Finney Lyons, but neither of them able to go for a move just yet.
Yeah, I said it might be an equaliser, the fact that it's in the dry conditions, and I think Thomas Hill and Finney Lyons are trying to prove my point here, but all 3 of them really pushing forward. I mean, look at the gap between themselves and Daniel Minto in 4th, Harry Freeman and Toby Dukes. It's just as good a battle for 4th place as there is brewing for 1st, to be fair. So we'll try and do our best to keep an eye on both of them, but it's not easy, as you can imagine, when you want to be focusing on about 17 different parts of the track all at one time. Obviously, you go for the fight that's the furthest forward and hopefully for the most amount of points, as long as they don't hit each other off.
I think the question is Finney Lyons, well, he's the fastest, okay, by literally 1/100th of a second on that last lap. Is he going to go for a move to try and get ahead of Thomas Hill and then attack Will Green, or is he going to try and push Thomas Hill towards Will Green, get them both in front, and then go for a move after?
Difficult to say.
This is the question.
Yeah.
It's all the tactics that you've got to play when you're this close on pace. It all comes down to tactics of when you decide to go for that move.
Yeah, well, he was the only driver to dip into his toes into the 49s on that previous lap. Now, he probably won't be able to get another fastest lap this time because he hasn't got any space to run into, if that makes sense.
Hey, don't cut it out. Don't cut it out.
Well, you never know, but he's now hunkered up behind these drivers, isn't he? So he can really only do as much as the drivers in front of him, as again, John kicks.
I keep forgetting that shelf is broken.
Stop kicking it. Oh dear me. But yeah, my point is that Finney Lyons can only go as quick as the drivers ahead of him, unless he actually makes some kind of move now, because he is properly up the backside of those drivers. And Thomas Hill, to be fair, does take that fastest lap. They're all 3 of them in those 49 areas, so they're all geeing each other up, pulling each other along.
Check over the shoulder from your leader of Will Green. Still, yeah, they're all so close on lap times, aren't they? It's amazing. I think each one of them had a fastest sector there and on that last lap. Will Green still fending them off, despite being ever so slightly slower, about a 1/10 of a second. Another check over the shoulder from Mr. Green there out in the lead. Or maybe Professor Green, should we call him?
Well, it depends how he reads this situation, doesn't it, really? It's whether he can wrap it all up.
Just be good to green.
Well, exactly. Well, Finley Lines
the
sends it.
move.
No, that's not very good to green as he hits him out wide as well through the boot section. And Finley Lines decides enough is enough. I'm going for this move.
Indeed, relegates Thomas Hill down into 3rd place and loses all of them quite a bit of time there. It was a bit of a late move, a fair move nonetheless, but a late one that then means Will Green has extended a good 6/10 there by the start-finish straight, and then another 6/10 of a second, I should say, back to Thomas Hill.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a gap between the, in the front 3 battle. As look, yeah, you're just pointing out the track map to me. I was literally about to make that point, John, to be honest. The top 5 are in their own little world. They're having their own little battles, blah, 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 blah. But from 6th backwards, Toby Dukes, Albie Lapper,
Here
Jack
they are.
Burgess. Yeah, you can see. There's no point reading all the names out on that because it's going to change within the next corner or two, let alone the next lap or two. And speak of the devil, the 79 goes up the inside. Teddy Cooper and Jack Burgess.
Indeed, good move from Teddy Cooper. I saw him flying his way through the order. Someone else trying to dive through as well, the 29, trying to make the most of that. Not able to slip through. That was Albie Lapper. He's lost a couple of positions on that last lap, falling into the middle of this pack as all. They're going to go side by side through the first couple of corners, but here is another battle slightly further ahead. This is Daniel Minto trying to fend off the 78 of Harry Freeman. No, Harry Freeman's just behind now. Who is in the middle of them? It was a kart with the number starting 5. It might be the 52 of Riley Morgan, as I think there was someone who had a TX issue earlier on in this race. I'll confirm that later on, but it was a 3-kart battle for 4th. So yeah, I do think it might be Riley Morgan who is involved in that one, but we'll double check for you later on. We look back to this gigantic gaggle of karts from 6th place downwards, or it will actually be 7th place downwards with that timing issue resurrected at the end of the race. There goes the 17 down the inside of the number 12. 12 going to go up and under though. Bit of contact between the two of them. Might actually lose 2 positions. And yeah, frustrated with that was the number 12. Who was that losing a couple of positions? It was Max Wheatley who's dropped down from 11th to 13th on that last lap.
Yeah, it was a bang of the wheel with the frustration there, wasn't it? But Will Green is certainly not frustrated. Very quick times indeed, just being battled off one by one. 49.46 there at this point. And he's absolutely loving life at the front end of this order. Now he's got a little bit of breathing room. He can express himself with those lap times as you finish off the Blueberries. Finley Lines, again, the sector 1 is absolutely rapid, isn't he? 16.17. You never know. Could catch up to the front man. The leader is not having it all his own way, and he's 0.2 of a second slower than Finley Lines.
Yep. It was 6/10, wasn't it? After Finley Lines went for the move for 2nd. It was up to about 7/10. Now drops down to half a second once again, but both of them continuing to pull away from Thomas Hill here. When Thomas was in the slipstream, he was right on pace with them, sticking with them. In between, he was in the middle, wasn't he, of Will Green and Finley Hines. Now, when he was sent that move by Finley, dropped him down to 3rd, and now just not quite able to hang on to the back of these two. But Finley continuing to close the gap here. Closing down that gap on Will Green. However, the timer ticks to 0. We are going to go on to the final lap of the race. Is he going to have enough time to go for a move here? I'm not so sure.
Well, he's faster in Sector 1 and Sector 2, but we're talking by half a tenth in each sector. So, and he was bang on the same pace in Sector 3. So, yeah, okay, he gets the fastest lap, but it is ridiculously close. He hasn't really gained that much, maybe a 1/10 of a second. But you know what it's like, John. As soon as you start getting a whiff of a race win, all of a sudden you find an extra horsepower out of somewhere, you find some better lines, and you just bring them in as quickly as possible.
Well, we saw where he went for the move last time, was in a secondary corner in the boot. So could we see him do that again? He's getting closer and closer across this lap. We know he likes that move. That's how he got 2nd place. And look at that. The 44 of Will Green defends. Finley Lines actually goes into the back of him there. He's going to be super close as we head into the boot now. Tries it. He's going to might try and do the cut back here. Not quite got the overspeed though. The 44 of Will Green hangs onto it. They come round the final corner. It's still going to be pretty close, but it is going to go the way of Will Green there. Finley Lines has to settle for 2nd.
He does indeed. Thomas Hill with 3rd place is, well, slightly disappointed maybe, given the fact that he had the pace to sort of battle with the front 2 quite a lot of the time. But obviously Finley Lines, with sending that move up the inside, really negated his opportunity to go for that race victory. Daniel Minto came home in 4th place, just ahead of Harry Freeman. That was 4th and 5th. Nat Johnson was in 6th.
Just to remind you, Nat Johnson started last.
Ooh. Good catch. Nat Johnson, fantastic.
He did very similar in the first heat as well. I'm not sure he quite got to 6th in the first heat, but still came through the order really nicely. So Nat Johnston, you're on our watch list for the prize.
He's on the watch list. He's on the watch list. Everybody wants a TCR ticket, and to be fair, the only driver that's on this grid that we feel a bit weird giving it to is probably Finley Lines. It's not really worth giving Finley a ticket to the TCR, but there we go. Nat Johnson, well done for coming from last. Teddy Cooper in 7th place. Jack Burgess was in 8th and top novice driver as well. 9th, Albie Lapper, and 10th, Toby Jukes as well in the top 10. And you can see the rest of the field all rattled down on your screen there. Really big, nice grid for the Rotax Max Inters. Rotax Minis Inters, I should say, actually. So, yeah, brilliant heat 2 from them. And obviously the steward doing the old nose cone check, making sure everybody's legal now and everything else as well. So I announced that just before that I thought we had the senior Rotaxes coming up. I was apparently mistaken, but I do believe that this time I am correct. So coming up on your screen will be the senior Rotax Heat 2 BVC. John's bullying me now. I said BVC, B versus C, not BBC. Right, row number 1 then will be Leo Brown, the number 33. In 2nd place, 45, Lucas Ellingham. We did an interview with him in the Paddock Show. Tune into that in about an hour's time, I think, roughly. Row 2, 37, Benjamin Ballou. 173, Ollie Goodyear is alongside, with row number 3 being 65, Spencer Brown, and 14, Jack Cooper. Row 4, number 22, Oliver Kerr, and the Whilton Mill plate, Jamie Rogers. Row 5, the 67 of Louis Weaver, and 13, Zaki Hussein. Row 6, 49, Bobby Rosier, and 70, Romarian Ubi. So row 7, 93, Oliver Duffel, 84, Chris Banderi. Row 8, 125, Paul Samard, 73 of Daniel Mortonis. Row 9, 41, Darren Marzal, and 54 of Blake Noble. Row 10, 27, James Tester with 35, Adriel Ngoa. Row 11, 15, Sam Light, and 91, Ben Page. Row 12, 99, Kasper Pajecki with 97, Julian Rapeza. Row 13, 43, Stefan Kashmich. Row 17, Mark Sayers. Row 14, 68, Philip Rawson and Jack Collins. Row 15, Nathan Schaefer and Clive Ching. And apologies if I messed up. And like 70% of those names, I was told to do it quite quickly.
Perfectly timed, I would say. Here we go then. Under green flag now in senior Rotax, Lucas Ellingham unusually drops a position there at the start, down into P3. Spencer Brom right behind him as well. Lots of big names in this one, and there you go, right back down the inside at Christmas corner goes Lucas Ellingham, as you said during the grid there. We had a great, well, you had a great chat with him, didn't you, in the Paddock Show? So stick around for that at the lunch break. But look at those moves down into Ashby. A couple of drivers sending it down the inside. This is right in the middle of the pack. Who's that? Is that Oliver Kerr on the outside getting forced out? Yes, it is, on the 22 plated kart. Just dropped a couple of positions there as the 57, was it the 67, Louis Weaver actually, who snuck through there, and another driver did as well. Couldn't quite spot the number. There's a late move though. Is that the WM plate of Jamie Rogers? Yes, it is. What a move into the boot. We know he likes this that one. I've seen him win a couple of races by that move into the boot, but there you go, moves himself up into 5th place.
Yeah, plenty of moving and shaking all among the field actually, and Zaki Hussein, Darren Marzal, James Tester and Sam Light all falling down the order, all 4 of them really at the same sort of spot. But Leo Brown is leading this one with 67 just going through there, and that was James Weaver against potentially Jack Cooper. Contact warning for number 10 Schaefer as the 73 of Daniel Martonis is unfortunately probably going to come back on about 5 or 6 places down on where they came off. I'm pretty sure I was just wondering, yeah, it's the only novice driver.
Yeah, I'm just confused because it says Kuranox on the back of his thing, and I know from commentating at White House there's a Daniels Kuranox. So, don't know why his last name's different on this, but who knows, anyway.
Well, there's a number 10, there's a contact warning for Nathan Schaefer, as I said. And to be honest, this race has really been very fast and frantic, hasn't it? It's been hard to keep up with. To be fair, it is always fast and frantic, isn't it? But along with having to read all the names out rapidly, I've sort of lost track of where everybody is. But Lucas Ellingham's up to 2nd place. Benjamin Ballou in third. Spencer Broham is not giving him a moment's rest, though, in fourth place. Jamie Rogers in the WM plate is in fifth. Ollie Goodyear currently has the fastest lap of the race. Expect that to
contact!
down.
Oh, a half spin there was actually turned back round with Spencer Broham. That was Jamie Rogers trying to get down the inside, maybe a bit too ambitious there. Bit of contact was made, but luckily for Spencer Broham, got returned back around by the same driver.
Tell you what, I jumped out of my skin at that point.
Sorry.
I was looking at that, and all of a sudden you jumped out the chair. I was like, oh my God, what's going on? Anyway, fastest lap of the race goes to Lucas Ellingham, who starts the fight to catch up to Leo Brown. And if there's any driver in the Whilton Mill Kart Club that can do that, I would put money on Lucas Ellingham being that one. 22 and number 14 going side by side. Oliver Kerr overtaking Jack Cooper, I believe that was. But it's not going to stay that way for too much longer, is it, John? Because they seem to be very keen on battling each other.
Indeed they do. I mean, it's senior Rotax, so we expect anything less.
True.
But yeah, Ollie Kerr at the front of this group. Oh, the 49 thought about it on the inside, makes a bit of contact. They all just keep it together there. Spencer Broham also getting a bit frustrated, want to move his way back through the order. So this is Jack Cooper with Bobby Rozier behind, then Spencer Broham. So Oliver Kerr's managed to make it through on Jack Cooper, actually up into 7th place on that lap as Lucas Ellingham continues to set fastest lap after fastest lap. That gap at the front, now 0.6 seconds between himself and Leo Brown. I think only a matter of time before he goes to a move for the lead.
Yeah, he was 3.5 tenths of a second quicker, wasn't he, on the last lap as the 65 goes through on the 49. That's Spencer Broham on Bobby Rozier. So again, Spencer Broham moving through the order. The only driver on that last lap not to make an improvement on his lap time. He was about 4 seconds off, to be honest, as well. So
that was because he had that half
spin. He had that
spin.
big incident, actually, didn't he, in the midfield? Sorry, there's so much going on. Louis Weaver sets the fastest lap of the race at 45.14, about 200ths of a second quicker than Lucas Ellingham.
Very impressive. It'll be interesting to see if it goes back the other way. Yes, it does.
There we go, of course it does.
44.94 for Lucas Ellingham as he continues to chase down your leader, that 33 of Leo Brown. Look at him there, activating human DRS up towards Christmas Corner was Lucas Ellingham. As there's a late move from Jamie Rogers. He loves one of those. Down the inside he goes, through on Ollie Goodyear, up into 4th place.
Yeah, and he just set the fastest lap, so Jamie Rogers not messing about. It didn't look like he lost that much time going for that move on Ollie Goodyear either, so expect him to join the party soon for the podium positions.
Indeed. Now, those drivers behind are pretty close. Benjamin Ballou, Ollie Goodyear, Jamie Rogers, all of that lot. Now, how quickly does Lucas Ellingham decide to go for a move here? How much time does he lose for both of them? Does he allow for those drivers behind to catch back up? We're going to have to wait and see. Still 3.5 minutes left on the clock as they go through. And once again, another fastest lap for Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah, but it's not like Leo Brown is particularly slow either.
No,
so,
no,
I mean,
very true, very true.
Following Leo Brown is not the worst thing you can do in the world. You will still probably pull away from 98% of the people on this grid. It's only the likes of Jamie Rogers that really looks like he's got the option of turning the boosters on when he needs to. He's the only driver on that previous lap that put in a 44. Just having a look, actually. Yeah, no, you're right, Louis Weaver. All right, I'm wrong. Spencer Broham did it as well. Quite a lot of drivers, but they're slightly further down the order and not necessarily in contention for a race win.
There's a bit of that's been a bit of contact for was he 87 there? Yeah, Clive Ching currently in 29th place. I think he's had a bit of contact there. Definitely a drop nose cone there for Clive. Yeah,
5-second penalty coming his way, unfortunately. But it's all about the experience when you're a novice. Don't worry too much about the penalty.
Spencer Broham has seen red here. The red mist has descended after that earlier incident with Jamie Rogers. Fastest lap goes the way of him, a 44.73, and made up 2 positions on that last lap. Now up into 8th place.
Yeah, the battle for the race lead, though, is heating up. And Benjamin Ballou is actually falling behind Jamie Rogers, I feel, as well. In fact, I think Benjamin Ballou's gone all the way down into 6th position. So, yeah, not ideal lap for him. But this is the fight for the race lead, isn't it? As Leo Brown now has to decide what he's going to do. When is the attack?
There it is.
Ellingham coming. And straight as I say that, up the inside, through the boot. Lucas Ellingham, really late move, but that one can catch a driver out so quickly, can't it?
Indeed, yeah. Lots of the senior Rotax drivers love that late move at the second apex of the boot. He's got it done and already trying to pull ahead now, not allow for that re-overtake from Leo Brown. Because if that happens, then they both start losing time, and Jamie Rogers really isn't that far behind. But Lucas Ellingham already doing a good job there. And I think doing it at a place on a circuit where he could sort of block on the exit of that overtake, make sure he had it done, and then immediately extend that gap.
Yeah, he's very experienced here at Whilton Mill, isn't he, Lucas
That's
Ellingham?
The understatement of the century.
Yeah, exactly. He loves the place. He knows it inch perfect inside and out. So there's anybody going to be able to make the move and measure that one up, it is going to be him. And he's here for the full season again, because obviously we were chatting to him at the paddock show, and looking forward to seeing how he gets on. If anybody can stop him as well.
But of course, he changed class for this year.
Well, true. Doesn't really seem to have slowed him down.
No, it was the Lucas Ellingham show in the Senior X30s. Now it's the Lucas Ellingham show in Senior Rotaxes, as he is leading the championship after round 1. Now grabbing a race win. Well, hopefully, hopefully for himself in race number 2. As again, I've done the commentator's curse 2.5 times already today. I don't want to be doing it to Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah, let's round it out to a swift 3.5 potentially. As championship leader, I'd give you another half a point for that one, actually.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, it's all right. Round it up to a good 4. But yeah, he's absolutely flying here. There's absolutely no reason that he shouldn't be able to just keep going and continuing his good pace. Leo Brown looks fairly comfortable in second place, but doesn't look like he's got the answer to the pace of the leader. Although there's still a lot of water on the outside of that final corner. All these drivers seem to be holding it together quite nicely. It just goes to show that in those divots on the exit curve, there still is little pockets of water that you don't really want to be kicking up onto your tyres or kicking up onto the circuit, as we saw in a couple of the classes earlier on. What about the other drivers then? Jamie Rogers in a bit of no man's land. He's in 3rd place in the WM plate. Again, putting in some really quick times. Not quick enough to catch the leaders, but quicker than those behind him, unless Louis Weaver, to be fair, actually, and said that, and who's putting a 44.6, again, really quick, but not close enough to really challenge for the podium.
Look at the top 9 are all within 0.2 of a second, 2 to 3 tenths on the lap time. Ridiculous.
It is very, but it means they're not really catching up to anybody ahead of them, though.
No.
They're sort of stagnated almost. So if they're in a battle, that's the battle they're going to be in. Ollie Goodyear, Spencer Brougham. Now, I would probably, there we go, Spencer Brougham getting ahead of Ollie Goodyear, and so did Benjamin Ballou as well, actually. So those guys are really close to each other in that fight for around about the top 5.
Indeed, yeah, moving his way back through the order nicely. It was Spencer, after that earlier incident with Jamie Rogers, dropped him down to about 10th place, I think it was, moves himself back up into 6th, as we are now on the final lap of the race. Lucas Ellingham still with the fastest lap of the race, still leading us, and looking to soon be taking the checkered flag and taking maximum points from heat number 2.
Yeah, and of course that sets him up nicely for the final. Although actually, to be fair, he's got another heat to go, hasn't he? Because these guys with the split grids, they'll have their heat 3, which is coming up after lunch. Oh, as the checkered flag is flown. We didn't even realise we're on the final lap. I do apologise about that. Lucas Ellingham, that's on me again. Lucas Ellingham takes the victory ahead of Leo Brown and Jamie Rogers in the WM plate. The 4th place was Louis Weaver, and 5th was Oliver Kerr. 6th was Spencer Brougham, with 7th going Benjamin Ballou. 8th was Ollie Goodyear, and 9th was Paul Simard. 10th being Jack Cooper. Yes, I do apologise. I missed that. To be honest, I don't usually do karting that often, and I always get mistaken the fact that we only have 8-minute races, aren't they? They're very quick, very fast,
very
and you know, it's very entertaining, obviously, as well. But the checkered flag does sneak up on me.
Indeed, sadly, I don't know what to refer to him as now. Daniels Curinox or Daniels Martinonis, but that's what it says on here, so I'm going to call him Daniels Martinonis. Himself and Blake Noble had a bit of an incident there on the last lap. Both Daniels getting a 56.99, Blake getting a 59.63. I think they lost a good 8 or 9 positions there, clearly having a coming together on the final lap, sadly, dropping them down to 27th and 28th, respectively.
Indeed, and you can see the rest of the field all the way down on your screen. There, very quickly before we go into the next race or into the lunch break or anything, because we are coming up to the final couple of races for heat number 2. There is still a poll in. Apologies. There is still a poll. Oh my God. There is still a poll in the YouTube chat. There we go.
Is there still a poll?
3 times. I think there's still a poll. And I had a frog in my throat as well. In the YouTube chat about which final you're looking forward to most, ladies and gentlemen. So please do vote on that one. And so far, it's got 145 votes. Let's see if we can get it up to a round 2. So at least around 150. Let's aim slightly lower, shall we?
Go on. So this is the last heat before lunch, I think, coming up next, is it?
It's something along those lines,
I think it is.
To be honest.
I think
with
you're
the
right.
red flag and everything like that, it might have changed up slightly. So I'm just trying to let the ladies and gentlemen know at home. So I think, because that was the senior road taxes, and then we've got the junior road tax coming up for you in a couple of seconds' time. So the junior road tax, our first of heat 3, because of course split grids means they get slightly more heats technically. It just works out like that. Row 1, number 100, Timo Youngling, who took a dominating victory earlier in the day, in the first race of the day actually. Second place, 169, Freddie Ingram. And row 2, 37, Jessica White, and 38, Joshua Turnbull. Row 3, 34, Jacob Jukes, and 24, Lee Hurst Grover. Row 4, 54, Devon Nolan, and 66, Jack Gillingham. Row 5 is the 87 of McFarquhar, 150 of Lizzie Mentier. Very quick in race 1. Row 6, it was 57 Finley Hayes and 60 Charlie Neve. Row 7, 106 Archie Lyons and 42 Michael Dalton. Row 8, 26 Levi Sangera and the 95 of Hamish Forrest. Row 9, 55 Mitchell Mulvey and the 48 of George Allen. Row 10, the 111 of Monica Bolton Ramos and the 75 of Luca Brooks. Row 11, the number 91 of Jonas Klimas and the number 19 of Omar Cindy. Row 12, 97 of Shane Chandaria and the 86 of Tobian Alvarez. Row 13, 98 Daniel Gurney and the 28 of James Waring. Row 14 is the number 20 Rio Ramadan and the number 255 is Daniel Bridgeton. Row 15, 222 of Maisie Creed and the 154 of Piotr Juritz. And the row 16 and 31st place, 117, Azza Aden Pinder.
Did I hear you mispronounce McFarquhar?
I think I did.
Blasphemy.
Yeah, I do apologise.
Blasphemy.
I do apologise. Yes, I did. But hopefully you can correct the ladies and gentlemen at home.
More than happy to.
Yeah, absolutely.
More than happy to. I've got confirmation this is indeed the final heat before the lunch break.
Yes, okay.
So your little rumbling tummy doesn't have to wait much longer.
Well, I was more concerned about the ladies and gentlemen at home.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
About making their sandwiches.
I just saw your nose grow, mate.
Yeah. About making their sandwiches and going for their tea break. Because, of course, they have been sat here watching us for the last 2.5 hours.
Big shout out to everyone at home.
Exactly.
And everyone on trackside as well.
Yeah.
Standing out in the cold.
Because apparently we are on the PA. So,
should be. Hello.
Yeah, so hello to everybody who is trackside. Fingers crossed you're all having a good day and a slightly drier day.
Could you not be at Whilton Mill Kart Club? Come on.
It's a very, very good question, to be fair, isn't it? But hopefully you're having a good day as well. Hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves, which I'm sure you are. Right, last heat before we go into the afternoon then, and it's a good start by Timo Youngling. The number 100, of course, had an absolutely rocket start to the day. He won it by nearly 10 seconds or something ridiculous like that, but in its slick conditions, might struggle to pull out that kind of margin yet again. Everybody else seemingly going through Christmas corner with a bit of argy-bargy, a bit of hip and shoulder, but no one falling victim to the grass just yet, although we have got probably another couple of corners before we can really call this one a safe lap 1. Everybody seems to get through the middle part of the circuit okay as well. And it looks like we're fairly safe and dry here, John.
Yes, indeed. A bit of loading up into Christmas corner, but all managing to get through safely nonetheless. A couple of drivers you saw there, because I think it was in the last race, someone had chucked loads of grass onto the circuit down at Ashby. A couple of drivers diving to the inside to make an overtake, and then realising, oh, there's loads of grass now, I'm going to definitely go off here, and darting back behind to not go for it that time around. But I think there's that Jacob Jukes in 5th. Yeah, he was looking for it in 4th there. There's a look from the 150 of Lizzie Mentier, of course, you mentioned, on the grid. She was really quick in the earlier heat, and I was excited to see what she can do, and she's doing a lot at the moment, I think, there, going down the inside.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of movement in that sort of midfield, isn't it? The Timo Youngling's got good pace out front and getting a little bit of a gap. Maybe that'll close up in the sort of later stages, but at the moment, this midfield, as is ever present with karting, is really bunched up, really hectic, really hard to find any kind of free space. As well as we see a driver on the midfield section who was spinning out. We'll try and figure out today with who that was if we see it over the timing screen. With the 169 of Freddie Ingram, somewhat in no man's land, maybe just focusing on trying to go forward.
Indeed, yeah. This group sort of, I think, closing up ever so slightly. However, Timo Youngling is continuing to set fastest laps as there we go. Updates, does our timing. I think it was, Shane Chandaria has dropped 7 positions on that last lap, and Rio Ramadan sadly dropped 5 positions as well on that last lap. Not sure who it was that went for a Spinala. I think it might have been the 20 actually, Rio Ramadan, because I'm pretty sure the number ended with a 0 on that last lap. So sadly, loads of support in the chat for Rio, but having another spin in this one, I'm afraid.
I was going to say, Rio even got support before we were even live, didn't
he?
He did. Which I suppose does make sense. He was the first race out there, but still. Jessica White with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.0, currently in 4th place. how close to Joshua Turnbull. Well, close enough for Joshua to have to think about it, I imagine. But then Jessica's also got Jacob Jukes behind. So the top 5, yeah, okay, they're not going to make any moves on each other potentially this lap. Famous last words. Famous last words for Freddie Ingram, I'd say, because all of a sudden Joshua Turnbull smells blood in the water going through the boots. Here comes Jessica White as well, and that's allowed Timo Youngling to get away, but the rest of them are starting to fight over second.
Yeah, that's an absolute blessing for Timo Youngling, isn't it? He now sets the fastest lap of the race. Oh, nope, goes the way of Jacob Jukes, actually, by 0.04 of a second. He's the one at the back of this train. But yeah, as I was saying, blessing for Timo Youngling there. It looked like we've got 2 drivers off, the 19 and the 60 down at the final corner. That's Omar Cindy and Charlie Neve, who were battling around the bottom end of the team places, just coming together there and finding themselves in the tyre wall on the outside. That's very unusual. Yeah, well, we saw Lucas Ellingham in the previous race, didn't we? Absolutely launch one up the inside of the boot. Yeah. In the sort of second apex of the boot. That's what it can look like when it goes wrong, I imagine. That's probably something that's happened there. That's a fair assumption.
I think it's a bit of a shame for the race as well, because at the moment there's going to be yellow flags going through the 2 sectors that are before that, and that's a massive overtaking opportunity. Yeah, one of the biggest ones on the circuit for sure. So just going to have to sit back, but I think Christmas Corner now becoming probably the best place to go for one. Maybe Ashby as well if you're really confident under the brakes, but there's a move though. Jacob Jukes goes for it at Christmas Corner, as we said, up into 4th place he goes, relegates Jessica White down into 5th. Yeah, the classic Whilton Mill overtake, that one, isn't it, into Christmas, that and into the boot. We've only got one of them available to us now, as John just said. So expect Christmas to be a vital overtaking opportunity. People probably starting to push the limits of what they can achieve there in terms of the braking zones as well, so it might add a little bit of spice. But to be fair, I think the yellow flags have been pulled away as the karts have been pulled away, so we do have the boot open for us once more with 3.5 minutes to go. Open for business once again. Indeed. The business of absolute sense. Yeah. Which we love to see as well. Oh, is that a big mistake there by Timo Youngling, missing the apex? You're right. He's tapping the shoulder saying, please don't overtake me, let's work together. That's not going to be listened to, as he's forcing the 169 of Freddie Ingram out wide through Christmas Corner, through Boxing Day. He's going to have a little bit of a problem as they're catching up to the back markers as well. Please do get out of the way, respect the blue flags. They'll be waved frantically in their faces. Timo Youngling. There goes Jacob Jukes. Oh my goodness. Timo gets away with it, doesn't he? They're now overtaking the 117, who's right at the back of the field, trying to make sure that they don't crash into anybody. Indeed, yeah, it was Freddie Ingram tried to get Timo Youngling, got held up. Joshua Turnbull tried to get Freddie Ingram, got held up. So Jacob Jukes tried to get Joshua Turnbull, got held up as always, spin for the 117 round the last corner. Yeah, it's not a good place to be spinning either. I'm hoping that his kart hasn't stalled and that he can actually move out the way there, because he's not right on the racing line, but he's not exactly far away from it either. Yes, indeed. Always a scary place to be around that last corner. Luckily, it's not blind, but still completely flat out through that section. So a little bit of a scary one, but hopefully the 117 of Asset Aidan Pinder gets underway shortly. We continue to watch this battle at the front. Once again, Timo Youngling's been given a bit of a lifeline, a bit of breathing space there near the front. However, Freddie Ingram, I can't see him now. There he is. Okay, he's closed up. No more breathing room there for Timo Youngling. Less than 2 minutes to go. Still a lot of time to make moves, but a good gap now between your leading 2 and 3rd, 4th and 5th. Yeah, he's it's take 3, really, isn't it? From Freddie Ingram, yeah. I think at this point, and Timo is hanging on. He's close. He's really close. Here goes Freddie Ingram up the inside into Christmas. Timo Youngling looked over his left shoulder. That was the wrong shoulder to look over. And on the blind side, Freddie Ingram sent one up the inside. Takes this race lead. Now, does he hold on to it for the rest of the lap? That is the question on everybody's lips. Here comes Timo Youngling around the outside, through the centre of the circuit. And that's an unbelievable move if he holds it, which he doesn't. And through back goes Freddie Ingram. What a race this is turning out to be. This is fantastic. Freddie Ingram finally manages to get through on Timo Youngling, but all that battling, look how much it's closed up to the 3 behind. There's Jacob Jukes now in 3rd place. He's got past Joshua Turnbull, and Jessica White followed him through as well. So now Freddie Ingram in the lead, Timo Youngling in 2nd, Jacob Jukes 3rd, Jessica White 4th, Joshua Turnbull in 5th. Yeah, they've really bunched up, haven't they? And it allows us to probably get quite excited for the final lap of the race, which I think this might be the 3rd to final lap of the race. So we'll have the penultimate one next time round as they cross the line, probably with about 10 seconds to go on the timer. So all of a sudden, I think Freddie Ingram showing that he's got a lot of pace. Now he's in the race lead, though. Can he convert that? Can he build the gap up from Timo Youngling and the rest of the field? He's got to deal with back markers as well here into the boot.
Deals with it very nicely. Deals with it very nice. Actually, to be fair, the 154 there just pulls over and lets them through, does Piotr. So big shout out to Piotr, just realising not quite got the pace, doesn't want to get involved with the leading battle, just lets them through. Very, very respectable there as we continue to look forward at this leading battle. Freddie Ingram is doing a nice job out in the lead. Timo Youngling just falling into the clutches now of Jacob Jukes and Jessica White. And now this is once again, do you work together, try and push Timo back towards your leader, or does Jacob just say, hey, I've got the fastest lap, I'm just going to go for it and try and get to the lead myself?
No, I'll go for it now. You're on the final lap of the race, aren't you? Anything you can gain, you might as well try and take. It's that point where all those points really come into play in the final, which is, of course, what these guys are racing for now. That's where the championship points are scored. This is pretty much just to order the grid up, isn't it? And, well, the Junior Maxes, A versus C here, is going to be going on to the final lap now. So Freddie Ingram leading the way, but Timo Youngling's got a headache, hasn't he, as they both go into the puddle. And Jacob Jukes, will he risk the move? No, I thought maybe he'd risk it, but there's going to be always a bit of a risk with those cold tyres all of a sudden.
Yeah, if you've just hit a wet patch, never a good one to go down the inside. They also out it there, a bit squirrely under brakes there, and had to wipe his visor off to go through the wet patch there. Just couldn't quite see anything through the iridium. Trying to go up and under, bit of contact, not quite able to do it. Now has to move over to defend from Jessica White, actually, to try and hold on to third place. Jessica White now pressuring, check over the shoulder from Jacob Jukes. He has it into the boot section. He's going to go deep, though. Jessica's going to try and go up and under here. She got enough waft, not quite. But here comes your leader and your winner. He goes very wide at the final corner, but that doesn't matter. Freddie Ingram takes the win there in Junior Max Heat 3, A versus C. Timo Youngling in second, Jacob Jukes in third, Jessica White in fourth, and Joshua Turnbull in fifth. What a race that was.
That was stunning, wasn't it? I mean, fair play. What a way to finish off the morning. Not quite the heats. We do have a couple of heats coming up for you about an hour's time. But the Junior Max is putting on a real show and showing us why everybody is so excited for the road taxes, of course. Yeah, the seniors are fun. The juniors, they just add that little something extra special, don't they? And I think it's the slight inexperience. People just go for ambitious moves left, right, and centre. So the top 10 rundown. Freddie Ingram in the 169 took home the top step of the podium. Timo Youngling and Jacob Jukes joined him on the podium. Jessica White was in fourth with Joshua Turnbull in fifth. Sixth was Lizzie Mentier. Seventh, Devon Nolan. Eighth was Mitchell Mulvey. Ninth was Mac Mofarqua. 10th was Lee Hurstgrove. I was expecting you to correct me or something there on Mac's name. 11th was Michael Dalton, George Allen in 12th. 13th was Archie Lyons. 14th was Jack Gillingham. 15th was Jonas Klimas. And you can see the rest of the order on your screen there, all the way down into 27th place.
I will just say I was corrected as well. I thought it was the second heats or even the third heats now were an amalgamation of your results from the qualifying of the race. Actually, qualifying just dictates all heats. Yeah. All heat grids are dictated by the qualifying on the Saturday, and then of course the finals are dictated by all the points you score across heats and things like that. Yeah. That gets a little bit more confusing. But that is indeed our last heat before the lunch break. Your tummy's still rumbling. We should probably go and get some food. So should you at home. However, make sure you take us with you, whether you've got a tablet or a phone or whatever, whether you're here at the circuit at home, because you don't want to miss the paddock show. We were lucky enough to go around the paddock for a good 25 minutes or so earlier this morning, chat to loads of drivers, some parents, some mechanics, all sorts of people here for the second round of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. So don't go anywhere and enjoy the paddock show.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for round number 2 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's slightly overcast here today, which could produce some interesting racing. My name is John Ratcliffe. Alongside me in the commentary box for round number 2, it's Jack Oliphant.
I'm back. Yes, I'm delighted to be back. It's going to be really fun. It's dark. It's cold. It's a bit damp.
It is.
It's a perfect weekend for motorsport, really, isn't it? It's typical early British motorsport weather.
Indeed. It was lovely going to sleep last night with the pitter-patter on the roof of the rain, but getting up this morning, not quite as nice. And the drivers, well, I mean, I was going to say, some probably thinking the same as me, but others may be thinking, yes, I love the wet.
I was going to say, my brother always used to love the wet. He actually relished the opportunity, and amazingly, we never had that many wet races, would you believe it, in England, which I can't believe. But today it's definitely damp for the morning, slightly new race format than what we had last season. Slightly new to me, obviously not new to you, because you were here at round number 1. But a lot of the drivers were really excited. Practice is all out the way, time qualifying all out the way. Let's get racing.
Enjoy, yes, let's do it. Right, shall we move on into the paddock?
I think we should.
Cool. I was going to say, you were saying about unusual that there weren't many wet rounds for your brother. I don't actually remember the last time at Whilton Mill Kart Club being a properly wet round. Maybe a little bit of drizzle here and there, but
not properly wet like it is this morning.
I think, yeah, to be honest, I'm absolutely on board with what you're saying, because we even were here in November. That was the last time I was here, and even that was sort of, it was cold. It was maybe a little bit frost in the air and stuff like that, but it wasn't really wet. Yet there was actual physical puddles that we could see on the tarmac out there.
Yeah, there's lots of standing water, even here in the paddock on the freshly paved tarmac.
It's looking beautiful, isn't it?
We mentioned it around number 1, of course, new for 2023. They've done the whole paddock. It looks absolutely fantastic. No more rocks going around, spraying up and hitting people's cars. That was never ideal.
No, it was always
especially when you see some nice cars here, Ferraris and things like that. We don't need that. And also, it's all been done with electrical hookups, moving us into the 21st century.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to having a little bit of a tour of it. As I said, it's a lot nicer. When we started coming here to commentate, I started thinking about what shoes I had to wear, because I didn't want them to get mucky, but now no longer do I need to fear.
No longer. Beautiful paddock, and it brings it sort of up to standard with all the top-level karting circuits in the UK.
Which is exactly where it should be.
The track is very much up there anyway, and now the whole place is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just got some people shouting it out behind us.
Jamie Rogers just being a menace as usual. Absolute menace.
Yeah, I remember interviewing him at the WM plate actually at the end of last year, and he was very forward in the interview, shall we say. He was keen on getting his name out.
No, and he did win that.
He did.
In the end. So fair play. You can be forward if you're going to win it.
Exactly. You've got to back it up, haven't you? Now, as you can see, we are walking down the paddock. Now it's just scrutineering on our left, your right as you're looking for it, and this is where sort of magic happens in terms of the rulings and where the wizards in play, this sort of scrutineering bays and everything like that, actually dictate whether the engines are going to be legal or not and everything. And after you win, you got to weigh, you got to get measured up, you got to make sure you're doing it properly.
And you've got to make sure you haven't got a drop nose cone as well.
Oh, that is the important thing.
That's a big one. Nose cone watch is a staple of the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Which we love to put a camera on, don't we, as well, because it's very dramatic. At the end of the race,
of course,
you might see him driving into Park Ferme, and I think, why are they just stopping there before they drive on? It's because of the nose cone watch, ladies and gentlemen.
The nose cone watch.
Exactly.
Now, there's lots of busy tents. I'm just trying to see if there's any drivers. I can see a couple of drivers sat down there. It's where we decide to jump in. Who we decide are our victims this morning for round 2.
Well, we're sort of coming up to the Birrell Arts sort of area, but I'm waiting for an open door, to be honest.
There's not going to be one. It's so wet this morning. I don't think there is ever.
Let's have a look. Shall we poke our heads into the jack decks? Well, they've got sliding doors over there.
That is fancy.
I want to try the sliding doors. We'll try that in a minute.
Right,
let's go into Jack Decks Racing.
Anyone in there?
If there's anybody in there.
Anyone in there? No?
There's a lot of very focused mechanics. And
okay, we don't want to annoy them.
Yeah, they look a bit angry at the fact I even opened.
Are you going to try the sliding door?
I will try the sliding door.
The fancy sliding door. After you, Josh.
They got to look up to the part of the new paddock, haven't they? They got to look professional.
Look at that.
I'm not going to knock. I'm just going to barge in.
Oh, there's drivers in there as well. Go on.
Is there any drivers that would like to have a chat with us?
You're going to have to steal someone.
I'm going to poke my head through one more. But it is a very fancy looking...
They're all running to the back, mate.
They're all running in the back through the other sliding doors now. Do you want to come and have a chat? Hey, we've got a bite. There we go. Fantastic, mate. Where's your cart? Is this one? Should we go and have a look at yours then? With all the drills and everything going in the background. First of all, tell us your name and what series you're racing. Fantastic. Now this is your car. This is mechanic hard at work, I'm sure. How was practice yesterday for you?
We was decently fast, and of course because I'm little it's hard to get the tyres warm. But we're getting somewhere. We're getting there.
Yeah, and qualifying then, because obviously that's slightly new for this year and everything, we don't have brand new orders and everything. How was the pressure of that one?
You're right, it was quite awkward because no one's really used to doing qualifying. So they've all gone out and it's just really scrappy. But I'm sure by the end of the year it should get sorted out. It's not bad.
I was going to say, where did you qualify in the end as well?
P9 at the end. So, yeah.
I was going to say, very well done. It's a big grid, isn't it, here, the Junior Maxes?
Yeah, it's really good. It's quite big for Junior X30 and the Junior Rotax.
Yeah, my bad, yeah, Junior X30. I couldn't hear you with the drills over the top of it, to be fair, before. Is there anybody like to give a shout out to any mechanics hit bottom back right, or any of the team, any family members you want to give a shout out to before you get racing?
Yeah. My family have been supporting me all the way through this. Got to say, they're all ALT for me being here. Jade Engines.
Fantastic.
Karting F. It's fine. Sorry.
Okay, well, fantastic.
I'll save that to the end if I win.
Yeah, no, well, I was about to wrap up and head out anyway, so anything you want to say?
No, I'm good.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, mate. Good luck for the upcoming races.
I'm going to have a quick chat with Alessandro back here.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So let's have a little chat with him. He's getting
suited
suited and booted and ready to go, aren't you, Alessandro? Alessandro, how are you doing this? I'm going to have a little seat next to you if that's okay. How are you doing this morning? Doing good? Ready and raring to go? Yeah. How did qualifying go for you yesterday?
Good. Yeah.
You nicely placed in the order for the race? Lovely stuff. Now, can you remind me, what's your full name and which class do you race in?
I'm Alessandro, and I race for. I'm in Water Swift.
Water Swifts. Okay, so you're obviously new for this year for Whilton Mill Kart Club. How are you finding the engine? Is it good?
Yeah.
How was round one for you? Did that all go well? Were you here for round one?
Yeah.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Where did you come in the final?
I don't remember, but yeah. But yesterday I improved 7 seconds, 8.
Nice. You're smashing it, mate. Okay, well, good luck for today, and thank you for having a chat with me. See you later. Thanks, mate. Well, there we go. Thank you, sir. Alessandro, getting ready to go.
Absolutely, yeah.
A man of few words, but he's locked and loaded and ready for the racing.
He's focused, John.
Exactly.
He doesn't need us shoving
He
a
doesn't
microphone
need to talk to me, silly old commentator. Right, I'll let you go first,
through the sliding doors.
and then we'll close this up.
I was going to say, some drivers just let their driving do the talking for them.
Exactly.
Don't they? Don't need to do all this media rubbish.
Alessandro's too cool for school.
Exactly.
He doesn't need words. He can talk with his pace.
With his race results, that's where it matters, isn't it?
Exactly.
Now, we're coming through the paddock. We've gone through all the big fancy awnings, and sort of towards the end of it is where we find the sort of more
Lad and dads.
Yeah, exactly. Out the back of the trailer and a pop-up awning and all that sort of thing. Where
Exactly.
a bacon bap and a Red Bull is all the fuel you need for the day.
Oh yes.
As you know, I just had a sausage bap as we were literally. I wolfed it down before we had to record this. Probably that's why I might have ketchup around my mouth. But I saw a driver just in front of me. All he did was went up, ordered a Lucozade Sport and a Red Bull, and downed it there and then. It was 20
We've got
to
a while.
9 in
We've
the
got a
morning.
while. I want to check in here. Yeah, 20 to 9 in the morning. That's a bit early for a full Red Bull. Especially to down it. Oh my goodness.
It's brave work, isn't it? Let's have a look at CRG.
Look in here. It's Spencer. Haha. Excuse me, Spencer.
Get yourself in
Can I
there.
have a chat with you, mate? Will that be all right? We're looking at the stats, are we, this morning? Ah, we've got the cameraman already in here. Sorry, we've just sort of chucked this on you, haven't we? How are you doing this morning? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. You?
Feeling good? Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good, thank you. You're the first person to ask. I appreciate that. Got the little Tommy top on as well. Looking fashionable. Feeling fast?
Getting there slowly, yeah.
I'm right in thinking you changed classes for this year, haven't you?
Senior road tax this year.
Okay.
So,
because you were very fast in the juniors last year, weren't you? How have you found that sort of change moving up into the seniors?
it's not a massive difference, to be fair, compared. The seniors it's got a bit more mid. It just, as soon as you get to a certain amount of revs, it just kicks in and then goes. It's a bit nicer, better tyre as well. The tyres are much grippier, more fun to drive.
Good. Okay. Well, that's always the best thing. Now, how are you finding the competition compared from juniors to seniors?
It's good. It's very competitive. Like last month was extremely competitive. Very hard, but fair racing. It's enjoyable. I mean, I think the juniors was a bit more cutthroat in terms of on and off, but the seniors is more enjoyable to race because it's harder. But it's a bit fairer.
Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. How did round one go for you last month?
Qualifying was brilliant. We put it P3 on a very strong grid, but started P2 in our heats. Not the best heats, dropped back a bit, struggled to find it on Sunday, but overall it was a positive weekend for the first weekend in the senior. So yeah.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, mate. How are you feeling about the slightly damp conditions this morning? Are you excited about that, or are you a bit nervous?
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the wet. I like the wet.
Okay,
The wet's always really fun to drive in, but if you ignore the fact that you get wet and cold, it's always fun. But we'll just have to see how it goes.
The racing will keep you warm, I'm sure.
Yeah, you kind of forget that you're cold when you're on track because you're so focused.
So focused on taking the win.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Well, perfect, mate. Thank you for chatting with me and good luck. Cheers. Cheers, Spencer. There we go then. Thank you very much.
I'd let you take that 10
Thanks,
solo,
mate.
to be honest.
I appreciate that.
I thought we'd wander this way slightly because,
Let's do it.
as the camera gets panned around for us, because actually, as you were chatting in there, I went and had a little look at a spy left and right down here, and I sort of noticed that one tent sort of stood out to me, which is obviously the Praga tent, which is down there. Now, Praga has got a lot of popularity recently. It is on social media and stuff like that, haven't they, for their sort of driver program in their Praga race car. But obviously they've got a karting team as well.
Yes, yes, indeed. Of course, a lot of people probably first learned of Praga through Jimmy Broadbent.
Well, exactly.
And now it's just gotten more and more well known. So,
and they've got fancy sliding doors as well.
And
they've got
said, no, you can't come
sliding
in.
doors.
You can't come in.
I'm going in.
No, you're not. Try the other one. Try the other one.
They've locked it. Do they not want the driver time? Yeah, there we go. We're going
want
Zip
us.
Kart, yeah.
Zip can't want us. That
Can
is
you
so
imagine?
funny. I can't believe that. Right, go on then. In you go.
I will go in and announce myself. I'm guessing he's about to go out in it. Are you about to head out?
It's a training program.
Very quickly.
Monica, is
Do you
that
want to say a
Monica
quick hello
Bolton?
to the camera and everything? Anybody you want to give a shout out to? But first of all, what's your name and what car are you in? Honda Cadet and Micromax. How are you fitting all that in? You're going to be knackered, aren't you? You're able to do it. I love the confidence. How was qualifying in practice with all that's going on there in your head yesterday?
Honda went well, getting second, but Micromax not so well, coming 11th.
Is Micromax a new for this year, or is that something you've done before?
So we're just going to be testing for like a little bit.
So you might not be there for the entire season, but you're thinking you might sort of handle the waters a little bit. Fantastic. And you're about to go out there on circuit. You see you've got the helmet on and everything ready to go. Are the nerves starting to kick in?
You're okay?
Do well.
Well, don't worry. I think the most important thing is you have fun and you learn something. I wouldn't worry about doing overly well just yet. Anybody you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
My dad putting the setup in, and my mum doing my Facebook and Instagram.
Oh, she's doing Facebook and Instagram and everything like that. Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a successful qualifying yesterday. Good luck for the races. Awesome. Right, brilliant. Anybody else we'd like to have a chat to here at Zip Kart since we were ushered in so promptly? Actually, in fact, everybody wants to get past us now, which is not surprising. As soon as we join, everybody wants to leave.
I think they're all getting ready for their sessions.
They are probably all getting ready for their sessions, but I like to be rude and stick a camera in people's faces. So,
Squeeze
can we
past.
have a quick chat whilst you're getting changed and everything? Wetsuit on. Are you expecting a fully wet day or just a wet morning? Fantastic. What's your name? What car are you in before we get started? In Minimax. Fantastic. So, when we're talking about going from wet to dry, if you're only expecting a wet morning, who makes that call? Is that going to be you? Is that going to be your mechanic or team boss or anything?
Well, me and Luke and all the mechanics, we all choose between us and we agree on slicks or wet tyres really.
And do you have a look at the races that are going on sort of at all the times? So when you go into lunchtime or anything like that, are you looking at the other classes and seeing if they're on slicks or wet?
Yeah, we look at the times and see if the track's back to the usual dry, but if it's not, we'll stay on the wet.
Is it a bit risky? Is it a bit scary having to go into the sort of unknown, maybe going on a damp track, but you've got those slick tyres on? Is that a bit scary or are you confident enough?
Yeah, I'm so confident, but the bricks will be doing slicks in the wet and we won, so hopefully.
Fantastic. Qualifying in practice yesterday, how did you get on?
Second in quali, had a few spins in quali, and practice, yeah, we were at the front, so good day.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the races. Anybody like to give a shout out to before we let you go? Any friends, family, sponsors, mechanics or anything like that?
My parents for helping me get here, Zip Kart, Earl, Luke, and all my mates, teammates for helping me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Good luck for the races today, and we'll let you get back to put your wetsuit on. Fantastic
Right,
job.
the engines have started. We're going to have a quick chat with Ed over here. Good morning, Ed. How are you? No, your name's Ed Spain. I believe you're in our mixed grid race, aren't you? Which class are you in? Gotcha. And you were on pole, I think, weren't you? How did you manage to do that?
I think it was just an all-natural ability, mate. I think that's all it was. What's the goal for today then? Is it to continue that pole on into a win? You're just about to go out of your practice session, aren't you now? So, are you excited for these slightly damp conditions, or are you a bit nervous? Okay, so this is just sort of a trial and error sort of thing. Go out there and see how it goes. Okay, nice. I'll take a page out of Jack's book. Anyone you want to shout out before you go out? Fantastic. Well, thank you for speaking to Ed, and good luck in your practice session. Cheers, buddy. Right, there we go.
Fantastic.
On pole in the Honda Cadets.
Yes.
He's flying.
I know, and apparently he won the British Kart Championships for Indoor Cadet last year. This is his first season outdoor racing almost, so very impressive to get pole.
He was just saying about going out in the rain. He's not really sure about what the conditions are going to be.
Doesn't rain indoors.
Exactly. That is the one nice thing about indoor go-karting, is you don't have to deal with changeable conditions.
No.
But Ed giving it a go, and I mean, he smashed it in the dry. Let's see what he can do in the wet.
Oh no, I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. Obviously this is being shown at lunchtime, so you might have already seen the fact that he's probably won 2 races or something like that. But you know what, this is a surprise to us anyway at the moment. All of the cars now,
they're all going.
have decided to vacate the premises.
Are we continuing?
Yeah, we'll vacate one.
Let's go.
Obviously not to Praga though.
No. No, Praga don't like you.
Their door is open all of a sudden.
Well, no, they don't deserve us.
No,
they don't deserve us.
They don't want the interviews.
Back up this way?
Let's go this way.
Let's go back up this way.
There's some 2 young drivers here pushing the same cart. I wonder what's going on.
You're going to dive on them?
I feel like the trolleys are quite hard to manage.
Yeah, it is tough.
2-man job.
Kart looks beautiful though.
I was going to say, it looks very pristine. Go on, give us some effort.
Get it up the hill.
Come on. Set that pole time, come on. Right, they're going into vital motorsport, or they're attempting to anyway. Let's have a look and see if we've got any more lad-dad style out the back of the awning, out the back of the focus.
We've got a couple of people over here. We can try and squeeze through.
I think John's just going to roam through.
The scenic route. I've spotted a mechanic, and we haven't chatted to a mechanic yet, so I thought, why not?
Mechanics never like chatting to us, do they?
Good morning, sir. Do you mind if I have a quick chat with you? Would that be all right? Literally 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Now, who's this gentleman behind you?
Melon Tomlinson.
What class are you racing in?
I am the Watt Swift.
Swift, of course, a new engine for this year. How are you finding it?
It's a learning curve for us. We weren't actually planning to go that way this year. We were hoping to stay with the Gazelle, but so far, yeah, we're enjoying it. Yeah.
How did I'll speak to you actually if you're okay with that. How did yesterday go for you on track?
It was okay, but the first practice it just didn't start, whereas the rest of the day was alright.
Okay, good. And qualifying as well, how did that go?
Not too well, but we did better than we were hoping, yeah.
Okay, good. And are you excited for the wet conditions or a little bit nervous?
Excited.
Excited? Yeah, you like the wet conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So on for the win today then?
Yeah.
Nice. I like to hear that. Right, well, good luck, mate. Thanks for chatting with me. Cheers, guys.
You know, one thing I like about wet weather racing, John, it's furry tyres.
Oh, the furry tyres.
Something satisfying. I won't touch his car too much because obviously it might get annoyed at me. But there's something satisfying as we're about to get run over by another car, number 154 on the road taxes by the looks of it.
Yes.
Nice to always chat to sort of a different level of motorsport. But I mean, that's very inclusive for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, isn't it? We have obviously the likes of Birrell and CRG and Praga and Zipcar, XYZ. But then we've obviously got this sort of area of the paddock where you do have the motorhomes and the sort of trailers and stuff like that, which is very cool.
It's nice to see the open inclusivity. You don't need to be going with a huge team. You can come out and do it yourself.
Exactly. So, as we've seen some of the cars now being pushed past. I think we've got about 5 minutes left to be fair, so let's go and have a chat. We've got some people on our right-hand side here. Just having a look to see if there's any drivers. We do have a driver here, actually. He is quickly working on his car. Do you mind having a chat to us while you do it? Fantastic. First of all, what's your name? What car are you racing in?
I am Sam Cook. I'm driving in Senior Road Tax, and I'm in a Fernando Alonso car.
Fantastic, and it looks rather dapper, I must say. Tell us what exactly you're doing here, because obviously you're doing something with stub axles or something along those lines.
I am trying to change the width on the front, I'm dropping everything everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I'm distracting you, and unfortunately I don't really care. I'm going to carry on talking to you anyway. So you're sort of changing the setup. Is that because you turned up today, looked at the track and thought, oh damn, we've got to do something?
Exactly that, really. Yeah, just trying to change the setup to give me more grip and suit the wet weather, really.
Oh, fantastic. Obviously some brand new tyres on the back there, looking very nice and furry. What else are you doing to the kart?
We're trying to make sure the rear is illegal, so the wheel...
Illegal or legal?
Legal.
Thank God we clarified that.
Yeah, the wheels are so far inside the pods, we're trying to get them outside. So...
To make it legal?
Yeah, they're a bit fussy over that, so...
Yes, they are fussy with the rules, these scrutineers, aren't they? Damn them. Very quickly, obviously, we've just been chatting about sort of different setups. We've got the likes of Birrell and the other kart teams and everything like that here, but it's a bit of a different setup that you've got going on here. Is this because this is sort of what karting really is? It's about sort of almost, I'm not sure if it's lad and dad, but if it's sort of mechanic and everything like that, it's a sort of that camaraderie that you get in this aspect.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Fair enough then. I was going to say, fair enough. Well, good luck for the racing for the rest of the weekend, and hopefully we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time in the next round as well. Thanks very much. Enjoy.
The question is his face going to be looking like this after the race?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
Hopefully. We hope so. Good luck, mate. Cheers.
Right.
Got a couple of minutes left.
Couple of minutes.
Continue
well,
walking and chatting.
I was going to say, the karts are starting to go out on circuit.
Yes.
It is for practice. That's why we're not in the commentary box. We're not just messing up our job, don't worry.
No.
It's always good to go out and practice because, as we said a lot over the course of this paddock show, yesterday was dry, today wet weather. 3 minutes or 3 laps or whatever they get.
It's not very much.
Feel like much, does it?
It's not very much, but it is vital to be getting up to speed with the conditions. Hopefully, we think it's going to dry up reasonably over the day. It might start raining again soon. We're not really sure. It's British weather. It couldn't really do anything. But it's vital to get that time on track, just to try and get used to the conditions as best as possible before you then immediately go into race conditions.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the boot.
It's looking a bit
It's
wet.
slippery.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be cautious.
Just a little bit slippery. A couple of drivers flying through there now, and we're getting some wave. He's waving at you. I think you should go and speak to him.
Who's waving at me?
The gentleman behind the car who's now not looking at you anymore. With the
I'm going to go wave at him. Anybody like to have a quick chat for the cameras? It's good for publicity. Hint, hint. Fantastic. Names and karts.
He's Lucas Ellinger.
Lucas, you fancy introducing yourself?
Yeah, I'm Lucas Ellinger, JDR driver, course 5 this weekend.
Fantastic. And yourself?
I'm Harry Maynard, I'm in Senior X30 and I'm on the 9.
Brilliant. So the 2 karts here, are they all set up and ready to go? It's getting a bit crunch time now, at the last minute.
Yeah, one of the last groups out, so just sort of taking the drill, got everything set up, just have to wet up.
Fair enough. Lucas, obviously watched him quite a lot last year, very dominant in a lot of performances that we commentated on, but new weather, new conditions, new opponents and everything, are you confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling the same as I did last year, hoping to go out confidently, take the win hopefully.
Fantastic. And what other series are you doing this year? Because obviously we all know that in karting, a lot of people don't just always focus on one series. Some people do. Some people in the British Kart Championships and maybe other club rounds and stuff. What's the plan for you two?
This year I'm going to be competing in this again. I'm going to be doing UKC and I'm going to be doing all the British one-off rounds. So like the Oakley, Kart Masters, all that kind of stuff.
All the special events sort of thing. I call them special events. And yourself?
Well, I'm doing pretty much just here. I'm doing Forest Edge as well. Forest Edge International.
I always used to love Forest Edge. I've only ever been there like once or twice. I was going to say, it was proper grassroots when I was there. I'm guessing it's improved a little bit more.
It's still the same, to be honest. No, but it'll be good because we're doing that in road tax, so we're just doing a bit of both.
Fantastic. Always getting an extra experience then. Mechanics working hard on the car. Are we confident with the setups? Are we confident with the day?
Yeah, that's over at MS. I'm actually racing with this, so I've just come over for a chat.
Oh, have you just come over?
This one's over there.
Oh, right. Oh, well, no, I'm confused then. Well, okay, I'll ask you then, since we're in this order. Confident, setups, everything like that?
Yeah, so, we'll see what we got through that. I don't know. Well, he's saying no, so I'll take that as a no. I've not got any confidence.
Fantastic. Before we let you two go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to, i.e. the man you've just assaulted?
Well, my dad, first of all. The man who's responsible for it from slow and also responsible for fast. Ian, Lewis, Jamie, my dog that I don't have.
Okay, yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, Roger the dog, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. Anybody for yourself?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you just for being here. MS Kart helped me get out, JDR non-stop helps me get out onto the track to do this. Without either of them, I wouldn't be able to do it. RKV helped me as well, quite a lot. S-Sport helped me all through last year, got me to the championship. And now this year I've got Time Racing Engines helping me, which is good. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on what I'm sure will be a brilliant day. It's going out at lunchtime, so I have no idea whether you've done well or not. But congratulations if you have.
I also forgot to say thank you to Energy for making a really decent part. So there you go. I did say my mum. So
fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. And good luck.
Cheers,
for the
guys.
rest of the day.
Right. I think we're about out of time, mate.
Is that about it?
I think that's about it.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
We've had quite a few chats as well, actually.
It's been
today.
good.
It's been successful.
It's been great,
Normally
hasn't
everybody
it?
runs away.
Exactly. Well, we had a bit of that. I mean,
Wow.
Prago was nice to you, mate.
Wow.
I'll give him a hug after this.
Yeah,
It'll be
I'm not
okay.
shouting
It'll
them
be
out.
okay.
It's all over the broadcast.
Incredible. But yeah, also, you got to speak to the Lucas Ellingham.
I know.
We had the Lucas Ellingham show last year in the
Didn't even know it was him.
I know. Then, of course, he's in Senior Road Tax, and he's already leading the championship after round 1 in Senior Road
Shock.
Tax, of course. So interesting to see what he can do out today, especially in the changeable conditions. But as you say, great chats from drivers. As you were doing that interview, I was watching out on circuit. It's absolute chaos out there, mate. It is absolute chaos. So it's sure to be a fantastic morning. Of course, you're watching this at the lunch break. Stay with us for the rest of the afternoon for the finals. They're going to be great. And if you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the video as well and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. I've been John Ratcliffe. He's been Jack Oliphant. We've been chatting to some drivers here at the round 2 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. And we will see you shortly. Thanks for watching. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to round 2 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliffe. Alongside me in the commentary box is Jack Oliphant. But not the longest lunch break, and I think he got attacked by a couple of people, so he's still woofing down his burger.
I'm here, don't worry.
Welcome.
I have wolfed down the burger, and I wouldn't say attacked, it was a lovely conversation to be fair.
Blimey, that was impressively fast.
I know, yeah, probably end up with stomachache. But
Right.
It's all good, it's all worth it, because we're here for Whilton Mill.
I'm sure it was a lovely burger, but we need to get straight into the grids for this heat. As if by magic, there they are. Right, Junior X30, heat number 2. They're already on track, so let's run through this nice and quickly. Macaulay Bishop on pole position, alongside him is Red Green. It's Harry Bartle and Michael Taylor, then Jack Mower and Cian Geraghty. Oh, so we've already got a spin there. Zach Green and Archie Heron on row 4. Then it's Lewis Isley and Ian Spanswick, then Jensen Pugh and Harrison Leach. Behind them, Riley Bishop and Jaden Gregg, then Luke Sintler and Dovdas Deglau, then Morgan Hill and Flynn McDermott. Behind them, Macaulay Guy and Mayan Patel, and at the top 20, then it's Thomas Embling, Harry Walsh, Ollie Keenan, Eddie Dimbleby. Then Spencer Allen, Josh Jones, Ollie Cook, Sebastian Dew, Oliver Harris and Sam Woolley. And then Rocco Shenton rounds out the 31 kart grid. I'm pretty happy with that one.
I was going to say, you timed that pretty well.
Thanks, mate.
I was about to say, oh, maybe with that spin you'll get an extra couple of seconds, but he decided to rattle through it, you know, no messing about. And we're about to get underway, no messing about for heat 2 of the Junior X30 grid. It looks like a good start there by the pole sitter, fully sideways, fully committed. Here's the 51 and the 77, though. It's going to be very close. Fred Green up the inside of Harry Bartle. All of them lock up on a fully dry track now. As there's a big bit of contact in the midfield, and that cascades down to the rear end.
That might be a restart. There's a lot of people off. Actually, to be fair, and another spin just afterwards. Actually, they actually got back underway very quickly there, so it won't be a restart. But yeah, as you say, Macaulay Bishop with a great start, making up for that. It's a poor performance for him as well. Someone spun again in the background there. It wasn't a bad performance. I'm pretty sure he's still finished in the top 10. But for Macaulay Bishop, it was a poor performance in heat number 1. So he's trying to make up for that here in heat number 2.
Yeah, he just didn't look comfortable, I didn't think. It looked sort of out of control. It didn't look like he was attacking the kart very much. So he'll be hoping to somewhat get a bit of his razzmatazz back and push forward in this race.
He's already pulled out a nice gap out front though, especially with all the kerfuffling that was going on behind him. Look at the gaps that have already been made. If you just happen to be in front when all that kicked off at Christmas Corner, you pulled a huge gap, which works very nicely for your grabbing of those points throughout this heat number 2. There was the 29 getting forced out wide. I definitely recognise that person. Yep, Morgan Hill there, just getting squeezed out wide. Rocco Shenton is already up from 31st to 19th after lap 1.
Very, very good indeed. You threw over to me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were eating a chip. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's very, very impressive. Don't get me wrong. As a feat, it's incredible, to be honest. Obviously, assisted maybe with a little bit of that contact.
Yeah, he probably got past a few people who were facing the wrong direction.
But you've got to get past them.
Exactly.
You've got to be aware to make sure you're not involved with the actual kerfuffle to start with.
Yes, very much so. That gap sort of staying the same between Macaulay Bishop and Harry Bartle, then Fred Green just behind. We'll keep an eye out on those drivers. There was a move to the inside. I think that could have been Archie Heron trying to get through on Jack Mower for 8th place there. We'll double check as they come down in towards Ashby there. Here's the number 51, that is Fred Green in 3rd place. He's got Zach Green just behind him now trying to chase him down. The 2 Greens bringing up the rear of this top 4.
Is there any relation there?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I feel like there should be. It would be a bit ironic if 2 drivers with the same name and they weren't related in the same Whilton Mill Kart Club. But equally, you know what, it could just be a coincidence, couldn't it? You never know. But at the moment, Fred Green is beating Zach with the 51 kart currently sat in 3rd position. Macaulay Bishop with that fastest lap. Maybe it was just the conditions. Didn't get on with that sort of greasy track, Macaulay Bishop, and now he's on the slick tyre. He's much happier, you never know. But there is Zach Green, of course. Lap time pretty much equal with Fred, so neither of them really gaining on each other. But the top 4 really pulled away.
Indeed, yep. Slowly but surely extending that gap at the front as Macaulay Bishop, still with the fastest lap of the race. Set that on the last lap, 46.01. I think we'll soon be seeing him drop down into the 45s. Now some pretty close battles going out there on track, especially down the lower end of the top 10. This is that group now coming round the boot. As we look forward to the 77, this is Harry Bartle trying to hold on to 2nd place with Fred Green just behind us. Fred Green now sets the fastest lap of the race himself. I was right in calling it that Macaulay would go into the 45s, but Fred joined him and went even faster.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you mentioned Harry Bartle holding on to 2nd place, I thought, he's not really going to be holding on necessarily, but I would actually agree with you, to be honest. I think, yeah, okay, he's not right up the rear bumper, but he is there or thereabouts, isn't he? I mean, there's a late lunge if he wanted to for Fred Green. I don't think he's going to risk all that much in a Heat 2. Maybe if it was the last lap of a final, maybe that would be a move he's thinking about. But at the moment, I think he's just sizing up Harry Bartle, waiting and wondering whether he's going to make a mistake. And then he can pounce. Oh, Fred Green there, almost making a mistake himself, though.
Yeah, he went a bit wide there. Both of them losing time to Macaulay Bishop in the lead as he sets the new fastest lap of the race, 45.3 now. Of course, you've got to remember, these guys were out much earlier in the day when it was still pretty damp out there on circuit. So this is realistically their first time out on circuit today on those slick tyres. So you can see the times dropping very, very quickly as they start to work out where that grip is now on what is practically a dry circuit.
Yeah, I was going to say it's slicks or don't go out pretty much at this point, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't handle the wet tyres. Oh, look at that, he's pointing Harry Bartle. No, it's Fred Green, isn't it? He's pointing at Harry Bartle to go onto the racing line. I'm not going to attack you. We want to catch up to Macaulay Bishop. I'm not sure if it's really worth all that because Macaulay Bishop is absolutely flying at 45.28, 0.3 of a second quicker than Harry Bartle. So I'm not really sure it's worth working together. And maybe Fred Green agrees with me because he decides to slot one up the inside of Harry Bartle. Maybe sold him the fake and really backstabbed his way into second place.
Very cheeky, but we knew it was coming.
Well,
had the pace and gets it done. But now they're both, well, they were about 2.5 seconds off at the start of this lap. I think it's going to be even more than that, possibly even closer to 3 seconds now. As Macaulay Bishop continues to go faster and faster and faster. I think has just built enough of a gap here in the early stages of this one. With 2.5 minutes left to go, I don't think he's going to be challenged ever so much. Zach Green is relatively close behind, especially after that bit of battling. But not quite close enough to get involved with this fight just yet. Actually, to be fair, didn't lose that much there. Did Fred Green on Macaulay Bishop. Harry Bartle losing just a little bit more. Needs to try and just hold on to the rear bumper now of Fred Green and try and work together with himself and Zach Green behind to close in on Macaulay Bishop. Just over 2 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. So the fight for first place somewhat diluted, I would say, with the fight for second not really heating up just yet, but you never know, it could boil over. The fight, really the closest battle that we've got for the highest position is arguably the fight for sixth position. Luke Sintler and Riley Bishop very close to each other indeed at the moment. Sintler is in sixth, Riley Bishop is in seventh as Macaulay Bishop goes and sets another fastest lap of the race, a 45.16, half a second quicker than Fred Green. I don't think there's much catching him in this race.
No, I think you're right there, mate. Not going to happen, even if they work together. Just can't quite close up on Macaulay. His pace is looking absolutely scintillating today. Obviously wasn't quite there in the changeable conditions. Whether he had an issue with the car or just wasn't quite feeling it, we still don't know. But in the dry, he cannot be matched, can Macaulay Bishop in a Junior X30 car. As you say, though, closest battle really on track for that sixth position. And Riley Bishop was looking very fast. I mean, all 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all setting personal bests on that last lap. So clearly people still feel they can gain more time as Macaulay Bishop goes even faster.
He does indeed. Fred Green and Harry Bartle went faster than their previous bests as well, but they're still 0.2 of a second off a lap than Macaulay Bishop. So clearly he reigns supreme for the time being. No wonder we got that driver of the round last time out that you and DJ decided to give to him. And I was talking to Stuart Lyons actually in the lunch break and Nicky Lyons as well about the TCR and everything like that. So when we do bring up that driver of the round yet again, I've got some more information apparently about the TCR, the media days and everything like that. So yeah, looking forward to bringing you that one. But of course, there's a brilliant prize up for offer that Macaulay Bishop has already won once, and somebody else has to win this round.
Indeed, yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for that, and we'll have a little natter about it once we get to the end of all the finals, and we'll let you know who we have decided to get that fantastic prize from TCR. Right, less than 10 seconds on the clock now. Penultimate lap of this Junior X30 heat number 2. Sadly, I did see only after a few laps Jaden Gregg came into the pits. I know he's pretty quick, so sad to see him out of the race. Possibly an issue with the kart, or we're not too sure. He definitely didn't get a black flag, so I think it must be an issue. He thought about it on the inside there, did Harry Bartle. Really thought about it late on the brakes, tried it down the inside, but the door was closed by Fred Green. So now, as the clock strikes 0, here we go on to the final lap of the race. is Harry Bartle going to have enough to try and get a move done here on Fred Green?
Well, if Fred keeps hitting puddles like that, then there's every opportunity, just about getting back onto the circuit, the Harry Bartle and Zach Green. But here comes Zach Green. He's already been the one to attack going forward, tries to go to the outside and to get that comeback through Boxing Day. Can he get under the rear end of Harry Bartle? Bartle goes defensive. There's a late look there. Was a late change of direction as well. He's trying everything to hold on for this podium position. Zach Green is really turning up the wick now. Fred Green has managed to pull away with it, hasn't he? He's got second place pretty much wrapped up as Macaulay Bishop rounds out the boot by the looks of it. The 50, we're still looking for the number 4. I think he's about to finish the race, and indeed he has. The checkered flag has flown. Macaulay Bishop has taken it 4 seconds ahead of Fred Green, and then it looks like a drag race to the line. Just pipped is Harry Bartle and Zach Green in 4th.
Good end to the race there. Macaulay Bishop so far ahead. Our cameraman couldn't find out where he was. No. That's how good of a race Macaulay Bishop did. Very, very impressive one, and definitely made up for that slightly poor performance for him earlier this morning. So Macaulay Bishop takes the win, as you say. Fred Green and Harry Bartle running up the top 3. They were followed by Zach Green, Kean Geraghty, Riley Bishop, Luke Sintler, Jack Mowat, Lewis Islin, and Micah Taylor rounded out the top 10, followed by Eden Spanswick, not quite having the battle through the pack as he had in heat number 1, followed by Archie Heron, then Rocco Shenton. What a move. Oh, we had someone off there by the checkered flag. Couldn't quite see the number of who that was. They've just come across the line. It might have been Spencer Allen. Lost a couple of places there as he came across the line. Anyway, Rocco Shenton having a great race from 31st to 13th there. What a brilliant race for him. Harrison Leach in 14th, then Morgan Hill, then Macaulay Guy, Dovdas Deglau, Flynn McDermott, Mayan Patel and Sam Woolley rounded up the top 20. Then behind them it was Jensen Pugh, Thomas Embling, Oliver Harris, Josh Jones, Harry Walsh, Ollie Keenan, then Ollie Cook and Spencer Allen rounded up the 28 finishes in that one. Jaden Gregg had to pull into the pits on lap number 9. And Eddie Dimbleby and Sebastian Dew, sadly, I don't think made it to the start there.
No, and we've just received note that contact warning flag for Oliver Harris, which is interesting considering the race is finished. He definitely shouldn't be making any contact. Definitely shouldn't be making any contact now. Very ill-advised after the checkered flag has dropped.
It's not going to gain you much.
No, exactly. There's 72 of Luke Sintler just rolling his kart forward. By the looks of it, most people seem to be okay with the nose cone infringement penalties and all that sort of thing. So looks like we're probably about that time. We start looking forward to the next heat, John, which of course, coming to the end of the heats now, but it is the Senior X30 Heat 2. Gotta love that interlude music. So, on pole position for the Senior X30s, row 1, 78, Kian Leon Gamiao, 74, Thomas Byrne lines up alongside them. Row 2, 31, Alfie Baxter-Davis with 73, Harry Torpy, look out for him. Row 3, 95, Vishal Patel, and 75, Harry Gibson. Row 4, number 11, Ewan Thomas, and 44, Daniel Hackett. Row 5, number 50, Jensen Buckingham, and 15, Benjamin Southgate. Row 6, 93, Harry Maynard, and 46, Alex Johnston. Row 7, 49, Aidan Lynn, and 41, Archie Forber. Row 8, 54, Remy Gilbert, and 45, Cian Goel. Row 9, 77, Henry Gregory, and 88, Robert Ellis. Row 10, 32, Ben Parry, and 12, Tiger Dixon. Row 11, 69, Jacob Huang, and 56, Lewis Halliday. Look at that. Talk about perfect timing. Oh, man.
It's almost like we're professionals.
I know, yeah. It's we're getting close to that, aren't we? But on pole position, then Kian Leon Gamiao, very, very impressive in the first race that we saw him in. What can he pull us up with now? Harry Torpy, another driver that brought us great entertainment in the first race and was one of the quickest out there. And as we start this one, there seems to be one who decided to go grass cutting early doors. That's the number 41.
Archie Forber,
yeah, Archie Forber, who was in amongst it on the grass in race number 1 as well, that we saw these guys earlier in the day. They all managed to get back through Christmas Corner by the looks of it, John. So Kian Leon Gamiao seems to be running away.
I was a bit nervous he was going to hit the pole in the middle of the circuit, to be honest. Yeah, it was a bit of a scary one. The steering wheel doesn't really work once you get onto the grass, especially when it's wet, as it probably still is after last night's rain. It was ridiculously heavy, so I can't imagine it even would have dried out by now. Here we go then, almost at the end of lap number 1. The scrapping continues near the front of the field and very much in the middle of the field and the back of the field as well, really. All continuing on as we end lap number 1. Keon Leon Gamiao in the lead then. Thomas Byrne, Alfie Baxter-Davis, Harry Torpey, Harry Gibson, Ewan Thomas, Jensen Buckingham, Daniel Hackett, Alex Johnson, Benjamin Southgate rounds out the top 10. Down the inside goes Harry Torpey, the 31, just about being able to chop off the other Harry of Harry Gibson. So Alfie Baxter-Davis keeping in 4th place, but for how much longer? Not very long, as they're down at Ashby. Through goes Harry Gibson as well.
Yeah, well, we know that Torpey's not afraid of making the moves, is he? Making some enemies alongside with him, but he's managed to make that one nice and clean, very decisive indeed, as Ewan Thomas makes another decisive move in the infield. It's
a nice re-overtake there. Wasn't taking it lying down there. I think it was actually Alfie Baxter-Davies it was getting back through on Harry Gibson there. Nope, I tell a lie. He got back through on Ewan Thomas, who had overtaken, and then clearly has now been re-overtaken as we looked away at the end of that lap.
Fastest lap, though, goes to Thomas Byrne, who's in 2nd place, so maybe Gamiao's not going to have it all his own way, even though he looks like he's got a nice little buffer between himself and the 2nd place driver. Harry Torpey now in 3rd place. I'm sure he'll be very keen to put in some fastest laps himself. Oh, big bit of contact there with the number 50. That's Buckingham. Jensen Buckingham. Who was the driver he made the contact with?
That was from high up.
It was, wasn't it? I'm not entirely sure how that came to be, unfortunately, but yeah, Jensen Buckingham looking a bit worse for wear.
Indeed. Alex Johnson, who was near him, has had a really slow sector too, so I can only imagine it was himself who made contact with Jensen.
Yeah, you're not wrong, to be fair. Daniel Hackett goes ahead of them. Where they're going to end up rejoining.
Alex Johnson 12th, Jensen Buckingham
20th
basically
place,
last, 20th.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame we haven't got Aidan Lynn anymore. Oh, there's a driver pulling over there. That's a 74. That's a 74. Thomas Byrne.
Oh my
2nd
goodness.
place. That's massive, and absolutely no idea why. Chain gone maybe or something, I don't know, but for the car to completely lose drive like that, it must be something rather large.
Yeah, that is gutting. He was having a great time, only 6/10 off the leader as they started that lap, but the kart deciding it wants to go no further.
Yeah, no, so Harry Torpey's in 2nd place and has now got clear gunning towards Leon Gamiao. What can he do about it? A 1.28 second gap, but he was 2/10 quicker than Gamiao, and he does take that fastest lap, 44.7.
So he's under pressure, then that driver leads the race and says, okay, I've got a bit of time to relax now.
Chill.
Nope, here comes Harry Torpey.
Yeah, and like the torpedo he is, he really does send it, doesn't he? So as soon as you get him in your rear-view mirrors, or looking over your shoulder in go-karting, I should say, actually, you're going to know that you're going to have something to think about sooner rather than later.
Can we buy him a massive sticker of a torpedo that he can put on the side of his car?
I feel like it's a missed opportunity here if he hasn't already done that.
Yeah.
He's already into the senior category and he hasn't done that. That's poor effort. But no, he's certainly making moves, isn't he? Very decisive, shall we say. Once he makes the decision, that's it. It's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And he's gone even faster once again, 44.69. Only just over 1/10 of a second quicker than Kean. Everyone is very quick up the top of the order as there's a move down the inside for 31. That's Alfie Baxter-Davis through on Ewan Thomas there for 4th place. Lots of battling going on here all throughout the order. As here is that 4th place battle. They're only slightly off of Harry Gibson there. And all 3 of these drivers trying to chase down your leading 2. As the gap, as I said, closed by only about 1/10 of a second last time. Let's see what it is when they come across the line this time between Kean and Harry Torpey. Still 3.5 minutes left on the clock though, so they've still got a long time. Oh, it nearly halved there. It nearly halved. 4/10 of a second, now only 8/10 of a second, so I should really say 1/3 of the gap was taken out by Harry Torpey. And as I say, still 3.5 minutes to go. He's got a long time to close that gap. More than enough time if he continues at that pace.
Yeah, I was going to say Gamiao might be starting to sweat as soon as he starts hearing Torpey's X30 engine just behind him. It's going to be a little bit squeaky bum time, I think, with Sir Alex Ferguson's famous quote. It's getting towards the end of this race. That final lap for sure is going to be a bit of a headache for him.
Indeed, indeed. We'll keep a watchful eye near the front of the field here, checking that gap. It's definitely closing in between these two. We head on to a new lap of the race. Harry, there we go, finally updates. It was only 1/10 of a second that time, however, Harry Torpey, new fastest lap of the race, so he can't really go much faster than that. He's closing the gap as quickly as he possibly can, but Keon is answering him at the moment.
4 fastest laps in a row by Harry Torpy is fairly impressive going, though, isn't it, John? It's a bit hard to sort of have that answer for Gamiao, because especially as he's in the race lead, it's easier to chase than be chased, is the old adage in, in motorsport, of course. And Gamiao doesn't have the luxury of looking forward and chasing anybody. He is the driver who everybody would want to be in the race lead. Doesn't necessarily make it very easy.
Had a bit of a wobble there exiting the final corner, just hit those rivets on the outside, got a bit of water on the tyres, had a bit of a slide on the exit, and then slid through the first couple of corners, whereas Harry Torpy behind did not. So closed down ever so slightly, bit of a check over the shoulder from Kian just to check that gap once again, but still managing it really nicely. The battle for third continues though. Alfie Baxter-Davies still all over the rear end of Harry Gibson. It was himself, it was Alfie who overtook Ewan a couple of laps ago, now pressuring Harry Gibson. So in the second half of this race, Alfie Baxter-Davies has come alive with pace.
Yeah, really good showing by him, isn't it? And we're hoping that can make something a little interesting. But to be fair, if he's gotten ahead of Harry Gibson, that is already quite interesting, isn't it? But Harry, can he get that response, or is that going to be it for the time being? Well, for these two drivers, they've got well, this plus 2 more laps actually, so plenty of time really for Harry Torpy, who look caught right up to the back of Gamiao now, 0.3 of a second across the line.
He's closed, yep, as you say, he likes to go for a bit of a send, even if he's a little further back, so I wouldn't count it out. As you say, 45 seconds left to go on the clock. We've still got a couple of laps left to go. On that last lap, as we mentioned, Alfie got through on Harry Gibson for 3rd place. Lewis Halliday got through on Benjamin Southgate for 6th. And Kyan Gohill got through on Daniel Hackett for 8th place as well. Here they come then through the boot. 30 seconds left on the clock. They're doing 45-second lap times. So we're on to our penultimate lap of the race.
We are indeed, and that gap now down to 0.2 of a second. So Torpy has an idea probably of where he wants to do this. Leon Gamiao will have an idea of where Torpy wants to do this as well, and it's all a bit of a mind game now. It's a mental feud between these two, as Gamiao not defending just yet, doesn't have to worry about it, looks over his shoulder to try and see if Torpy is lining up a move just yet. No, he's not. Going through the infield. Into the boot is where the first of many attacks, I'm sure, will come from Harry Torpy, but he looks like he's a little bit too far back this time round. Gamiao maybe scrubbing a little bit too much speed, or is that going to help him on the exit? They're coming round the final corner now. Gamiao holds on to the lead to start the final lap of this race.
Indeed, he's been closing, hasn't he, Harry Torpy? This is the closest he's been all far. So racing, oh my goodness, they're super close. I thought he was going to go for it at the inside there before they even got to Christmas Corner. Number 78, Kian Leon Gamiao, just about chopping off the nose cone. But Harry Torpy is very much there now. Big slide for Kian as they head down towards Ashby. Sends Harry Torpy to the outside. Holds on to the position. Harry's there. Harry squeezes across to make contact. Onto the grass goes Kian. And through goes Harry Torpy.
A bit too close for comfort, in my opinion. There was a little bit too much bumping and barging. The hip and shoulder needs to be brought in, not taken out as soon as you go side by side through Ashby. And, well, Harry Torpy takes the race lead. Gamiao has to settle for 2nd place on the road. And that's all I'll say about that one. But you can't argue Torpy's pace. Maybe his execution there right at the end was a little bit touch and go.
Yeah, I understood the moving across to try and sort of fake him out as they enter the left-hander, but maybe just a little bit too aggressive.
Not really that location on the circuit is where I would advise that, really, trying to hang someone out to dry, because it's always going to turn into the inside for the next corner, so you need to give them a little bit of room, and he should have really come back across the circuit and tried to sweep around the outside like we've seen a few other drivers do. But there we go, it's the race is done, the checkered flag has flown. Harry Torpy has taken it in the race lead. Kian Leon Gamiao was 2nd, 3rd was Harry Gibson. 4th was Alfie Baxter-Davies, so Harry Gibson actually swapped back with Alfie Baxter-Davies in the last couple of laps. 5th was Ewan Thomas, Lewis Halliday was 6th, 7th Benjamin Southgate, 8th Kian Gohill, 9th was Henry Gregory, and rounding out the top 10 was Daniel Hackett. The rest of the field you can see on your screen now. Entertaining race for the Senior X30s there for their final heat of the day. But as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we hear a little bit more news about that one going forward, especially that race-winning move.
We'll let the stewards deal with that one, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not getting involved. No, by all means. Wipe my hands of that one.
Right then, I think we're about ready to go to the sting for the next race, which is Senior Rotax Heat number 3.
Last couple of heats of the day then. Actually, I think this is the last heat of the day. Senior Rotax, heat number 3. Let's have a look at the grid then. Sam Baker lines up on pole position alongside him on the front row. It's Lucas Ellingham. Row 2, Ben Hearsey and Ollie Goodyear. Then it's Lewis Wild and Jack Cooper. Row 4 sees Nathan Guzzi and Jamie Rogers. Then George Donald and Zaki Hussain round out the top 10, followed by George Hunter and Romarion Ubi. Row 7, William Pemble and Chris Banderia there. Then it's Samuel Cook and Daniels Martinonis and Ethan Martin and Blake Noble. Rounding out the top 20 is Ollie Ward and Adriel Lungwa. Then Jack Spencer and Ben Page, Ross Tyler and Julian Rapeza. Row 13 sees James Thompson and Mark Sayers. Then Robert Harrison, Jack Collins, Luke Collins and Clive Ching. Rounding out 31 drivers for this one. There definitely was another person, but we cut away before I could see it. It is Dylan Norris.
So, a big grid, isn't it, with the A versus C final heat of the day. So
it's ridiculous we can have split grids and still have a 31 kart grid.
It's magical, isn't it?
It's amazing. Fantastic.
It's exactly what we want to see, really, as commentators and as fans of motorsport and karting and everything like that. You really want to be having as big a grids as possible, and you can only imagine the A final, but the B final and the C final.
It's going to be quality.
Are all going to be pretty much full grids. So, yeah, that's really cool to see.
We've got 2 teammates, though, on the front row, both with JDR. So is there going to be any sort of team orders, or are they just going to fight for all it's worth?
Don't be silly. No, they're just going to
they're just going to fight, I know.
There's no team championships, is there, in karting, so by all means, it's every driver for themselves.
Indeed, indeed. Right, Sam Baker on pole position for this one on the 31 plated kart. Lucas Ellingham alongside in second place on the 45 plated kart. You've watched the paddock show at lunchtime. You've seen your lovely interview with Lucas Ellingham. Let's see what he can do here. In heat number 3, we're underway. Green flag conditions through the first couple of corners they go. Lucas Ellingham tried to go up the inside there, but a big slide for Sam Baker opens the door for Lucas Ellingham as they head up towards Christmas Corner and check over the shoulder. Was that hand signal or the hand signal I thought it was from Lucas Ellingham?
I didn't
we got a spin. Who's that round? The 61 in the background goes round. That's Jack Spencer from 18th place on the grid there, sadly.
Yeah, a bit of a shame at the rear end of the field, a little bit of contact, but I didn't see any kind of
That's
hand
the hand gesture I thought it was.
Okay, yeah, so you just showed me the hand signal. I'm glad we're not on camera. Maybe there's a little bit of contact.
So maybe just a bit of friendly banter.
Or maybe there was contact between the two, and maybe because they're teammates, there's a little bit of friction there. We like to stir the pot here. We're making soup here in the Alpha Live commentary box. But yeah, so Lucas Ellingham goes into the race lead. It's very rare that we see him go into the lead of a race and then give it away. Sam Baker is the driver tasked with that. Ollie Goodyear is 3rd place, and Jamie Rogers is into 4th as well. So he started in 5th or 6th position, I believe.
8th.
Well, he started all the way down in 8th place, actually. And so, yeah, really good start by Jamie Rogers up to 4th.
Another person that we see that enjoys to have a bit of ascend, don't they?
He does,
as well as the torpedo we saw out in the last race. Jamie Rogers loves ascend, especially into the boot. There he is, just coming through your camera shot now as we look back to the leaders. Still Lucas Ellingham leading this one, of course, to remind you. Lucas Ellingham leading the championship coming into round number 2. Sam Baker is close to him in the championship, but really needs to finish ahead of him to eke out those extra points. So Lucas Ellingham's just going to run off into the distance, and it's the senior Rotax is going to come the 2023 Lucas Ellingham show as X30 was in 2022.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a risk, isn't it? But there are, I'd say, no disrespect to the X30 grid last year, but there's a lot of really quick drivers here in the senior Rotax.
Senior Rotax has always been packed, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, Ben Hearsey, he was very quick in the race earlier on, wasn't he? Putting in fastest laps, trading them pretty much constantly with Sam Baker. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this one develops over the course of the season. I'm hoping we keep as this many drivers that we have split grids, because although it makes the day slightly longer, it does pack it full of even higher quality racing. And hopefully this isn't just an early season sort of spike. We actually see this consistently through the year.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, we're going to see some drivers dipping out to go and do other championships, like British Kart Championships and things like that. It's understandable. But
and
it's
other
brilliant.
commentators as well,
yes.
like your good self, John.
Yes, I am looking forward to getting involved with that this year, as oh dear, the 66 looks to be out of the race here. Hasn't come round over the start-finish lines. I'm going to have to scroll down here. It's Samuel Cook, sadly. Hasn't made it round the boot. But yes, as you say, I think
There's 4 rounds. Hopefully I'm going to be involved with the British Kart Champs this year, so I'm very excited for that. So I'll see some of the drivers there. But great to see so many involved with the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and hopefully we'll continue to see them, as you say, throughout the season as we come to the end of another lap. The boot very much under yellow flags. There's someone off. I don't actually know if they've left the circuit from the first corner or from Osiers now. I think from Osiers, but yellow flags down there as well as we head on to a new lap of the race. Here comes that WM plate of Jamie Rogers, though. Goes for it down the inside, moves up into 3rd place.
Does indeed, and there's plenty of chat on the YouTube chat, on the YouTube live chat. Please do get involved and give your support to your favourite drivers. Thank you very much. We'll probably be catching up with all the comments just before the finals. But before that, there's obviously a bit of a battle and a scrap going on here between the WM plate of Jamie Rogers and the 173 of Ollie Goodyear. They have swapped positions compared to the timing screen on your left-hand side. So Jamie Rogers has moved up into 3rd position. And to be fair to Sam Baker, he's not been dropped by Lucas Ellingham.
No, he certainly hasn't, and he actually now sets the fastest lap of the race, although now that goes the way of George Donald by 100th of a second in 7th place now on the 71 plated kart. The top front of the order still so close here. We've got first down to, what is that, 10th place of Zaki Hussein, all basically in a long train here.
Yeah, it's not the Lucas Ellingham show, is it, really? He's part of a broader cast now, I would say, of superstars on the horizon for senior road taxes. And I have to say, George Donald, very impressive indeed. I think I've seen 2 or 3 fastest laps in concession from him with a 44.96. I mean, we're talking 100ths of a second between them and the drivers a little bit further ahead of them for fastest lap, but still very, very impressive.
Indeed, yeah, super impressive. Rogers trying to hold on to 3rd place, yeah, as you point out. Ben Hearsey, I think it was, trying to get through. Not quite able to do so, has to sit behind once again. No, it's actually Ollie Goodyear, my apologies, who was trying to get through us. Jamie Rogers dropping down your timing order. I can tell you that is wrong. That is a timing issue. He's definitely still there in 3rd place. Behind him is Ollie Goodyear, then Ben Hearsey, and then Lewis Wild squeezing through, trying to get a move done. Was that back through on George Donald? Was that George Donald getting through himself? No, Lewis Wild getting past Ben Hearsey, it was, for 4th place, which actually would be 5th place, because obviously we're missing Jamie Rogers at the moment.
Yeah, it always makes it a little bit more confusing, doesn't it? Especially when they keep changing positions every other corner as well. I mean, it's impossible to keep an eye out on, but there you go, there is Ellingham and Sam Baker. This fight for 3rd place somewhat slowed them down, isn't it? There was a sort of a train building.
They were right behind the top 2.
Yeah, all of a sudden there's a bit of a bigger gap. There is confirmation on the left-hand side of your screen that Jamie Rogers has been put back into 3rd place. So don't fear, you Jamie Rogers fans out there. He is still up there in the podium position.
Indeed. To remind you as well, he's got a WM plate for winning round number 11 in 2022 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So anyone that you see with a WM plate, that is the reason for it. I think Jamie Rogers is the only one I've actually seen using it today.
He is, yeah, which is a bit of a shame, really, because there was lots of drivers who actually took part and won it. I mean, we were there, John, at,
it was brilliant.
In November. It was an awesome meeting. But I think one of the biggest reasons is a yellow flag.
Yeah, driver off at the first corner.
Driver getting out there. We'll see if we can catch the number of that in a second. But I'm guessing one of the reasons why we haven't seen as many drivers actually using the WM plate is because they won them in different classes. And they've either moved up to a different age category or completely changed engines, like Lucas Ellingham went from X30 to senior road taxes, and a lot of people have done that, and therefore it's ineligible because they haven't won it.
You make a very good point. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, because they haven't won it in that category.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, this is about for second.
45.
Oh, no,
that
was about marker. Yep, sorry, getting too excited.
I was thinking, where's this novice turned up from? But,
sorry, that was Clive Ching, I think they were getting past on the 87 plate. As our leaders continue, I think the driver off at the first corner might be Ollie Ward on the 36 plated kart, sadly. Didn't come round last lap.
As I say, I am impressed with Sam Baker. His kart looks very composed.
I tell a lie, it was Ben Page, number 91, who's off at the first corner.
That's a shame, isn't it? But yeah, I think the 87 is jumping out of the way. Clive Ching is doing a good job of being the back.
Doing the smart thing. Yeah, doing the very smart thing.
It is I wouldn't say a skill necessarily, but it is a very good thing for a driver to be able to learn.
Lead.
Oh, that is a move to the lead, isn't it? The 31 going through Sam Baker, Lucas Ellingham caught napping almost there. They sort of look and there's a nod of understanding, but I'm not entirely sure Lucas Ellingham's going to play ball here. He's only got, well, this will be the penultimate lap that they're about to start.
It will indeed, yeah, not very much time on the clock at all. Jamie Rogers getting a bit wide there at the last corner. He needed really for that to be a good exit. As we continue on to the penultimate lap of the race, is there going to be a re-overtake here from Lucas Ellingham? Yes, there is. Down the inside he goes at Christmas corner. Retakes first position. A little bit of contact between the rear pod and the front pod of the two karts, but nothing caused from it. However, I do think it's closed that gap back to Jamie Rogers.
Has indeed, and by about 0.4 of a second actually between Jamie Rogers and Lucas Ellingham on the previous lap. I'm slightly surprised Sam Baker left the door open at Christmas there by so much, because all of a sudden it wasn't going to always be fairly obvious where Lucas Ellingham was going to stick his kart, even if they pretended to work together or they thought that might be an option. You leave that much of a gap open, and there's only going to be one thing that actually happens.
Exactly, exactly. Also, Lewis Wild on that last lap managed to get past Ollie Goodyear for 4th place in the background, as they're all still battling in the background. I think that's Ollie Goodyear trying to hold on to 5th, is it? Yes, it is, from Ben Hearsey.
Yeah, so the top 5 battle heating up just as much as the front 2, but I think Lucas Ellingham has got about a couple of tenth gap. Is that going to be enough? Or is Sam Baker going to have a run like he did a lap ago, or 2 laps ago, I should say, actually? Telling him he is slightly defensive, isn't he? Yeah, there we go, looking over the shoulder. He sees that there's an opportunity to take the normal racing line through the boot. Sam Baker pushing too much speed through it, and it's going to be gifted. Well, not gifted at all, actually. That's completely unfair. But Lucas Ellingham takes the checkered flag, takes the victory here at the final heat of the day, and especially in the senior road taxes. Sam Baker takes home 2nd place, and Jamie Rogers rounds out the top 3.
Indeed, what a brilliant race. Oh dear, there's been some contact right at the checkered flag there. The 84 of Chris Banderi dropping down the order. I think only dropping down from, oh no, he's continuing to go down. Yeah, I think it was 14th to 17th actually, then another driver behind dropped a couple of positions. So a bit of a kerfuffle as we got to the checkered flag there, but a great race overall. Yeah,
there was another driver who was crossing the line with sort of hands outstretched in a frustration almost, so maybe there was some coming together with him. So I didn't actually catch who the driver was, unfortunately, but yeah, I'll round out your top 10. Lucas Ellingham and Sam Baker and Jamie Rogers are your top 3. Lewis Wild is in 4th place. Ollie Goodyear is in 5th in the end, with 6th being Ben Hearsey. 7th, George Donald, and 8th being George Hunter. 9th, Jack Cooper, and in 10th place was Zaki Hussain. And I'm sure the rest of the drivers will appear on your screens in due course. Right, we've had the end of the heats now, John, isn't it? It's about that time that we do those shameless plugs again, isn't it? So please do like and subscribe. Most importantly, subscribe, please. Today we're trying to get to 30,000 followers on Alpha Live. It's still on 29.9 on my YouTube counter. Apparently we were, what, 29?
Well, at the lunch break we were 15 away.
15, ladies and gentlemen.
15.
There are 430 of you out there watching, and I'm sure 15 of you haven't subscribed yet.
On the live chat it said 500. Oh, now it's up to 490.
Oh,
but it said 500.
As soon as we start,
we've got loads of viewers anyway.
Yeah, there's plenty of you. I'm sure 15 of you haven't subscribed. Please do.
Please subscribe.
Give us
Please
that
subscribe.
And I'm sure it would be something to celebrate anyway. So.
Also on Instagram, 44 left to the next milestone on that.
Oh,
so
6,000.
Indeed, 6,000. So at Alpha Live Productions on Instagram. Make sure you go and follow us over there as well.
Please do. So the recovery, we won't plug it too much anymore, don't worry, just probably every 10 minutes. There'll be recovery for the karts out there on circuit, but we are going into the finals now, ladies and gentlemen, and it's coming up will be the Hondas and the Iamis in their final. So the Hondas and the Iamis. John, it's going to be a good one, isn't it? The most confusing grid we've got out there, but don't worry, we'll try our best to take you through it and probably fail. On row 1, number 46, Alfie Davidson, and the 93 of Nathaniel Hodges lines up alongside. And row 2, number 20, Enzo Butterazzi, and the number 25 of Jacob Nairn. Row 3, number 11, Callum Graham, and the 28 of Alessandro Salas. Row 4, 67, John T. Restrick, and 17, Ashley Hayes. Row 5, 42, Theo Bradshaw, and 72, Ed Spain. Row 6, 56, Blair Smith, and 18, Ollie Thompson. Row 7, 52, Jensen Maplethorpe, and 23, Harry Blower. Row 8, 22, Jensen Walker, and 71, Ethan Cossins. Row 9, 83, George Climo, and 85, Tommy Climo. Row 10, 69, Lorenzo Martin, and 62, Sophie Morris. Row 11, 66, Harry Khalil, and 54, Finley Bedford. Row 12, and rounding out the order, is number 43, Aurora Joel. Now, I don't think we've got the karts out there on circuit. No, we don't, but they are starting to line them. So very quickly, I'm going to jump you in it, John. We've got FastR as a main sponsor, but of course we've got a secondary prize. We've been talking about it quite a lot over the course of the afternoon and the morning, of course. The driver of the round, and who's that supplied by?
Indeed, yep. Somehow someone's trusted us to make a big decision like that. I have no idea why, but anyway, we've got a secondary sponsorship for 2023 from Lucas Blanford Racing. Of course, Lucas Blanford raced with us in the Whilton Mill Kart Club last year. This year, he's moved up into the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, which is a support series for TCR UK. So the driver of the weekend for this weekend, as we've got a little spin out there on circuit, the driver of the weekend gets 2 race day entry tickets to any TCR UK meeting, plus 2 race day hospitality tickets for the Lucas Blanford Racing hospitality awning. So whoever we decide as our driver of the weekend gets that fantastic prize.
They do indeed. It's not just TCRs or the Fiesta Juniors, there's also the Civic Cup that's racing on that weekend. If anybody wants to get a bit of an inside information on that, or get the inside track, I should say, TCR and Civic Cup have their media day on Tuesday. So, yeah, by all means, look for their socials. Right, we are racing here in the first final. It's the Honda and the iArmies. iArmies leading the way as they're broken up into 4 different categories. The number 46 of Alfie Davidson, who was on pole position, looks to hold on to that pole as well, with the number 20 of Enzo Butterazzi. He's gone from 3rd place up to 2nd. And the 93, Nathaniel Hodges, looks to be slightly struggling to hold on to 3rd. Not the race start he was hoping for. Indeed. In the Honda 200s, John, looks slightly different.
Yep, sorry to cut across you, mate. Yeah.
No, by all means.
Nathaniel Hodges was the one who chops across the nose going there to hold on to 3rd place into the boots. And more changing there in the Honda Cadets as they're going to come through. Sector 1 timing being very, very shortly. I think there's been a decent start there. Yeah, indeed. Ashley Haas has led away in the Hondas. Here we are looking... Oh, has that changed the lead? Yeah, oh, there's been some contact there between the 11 and the 25. That is in the iArmy Water Swift. Jacob Nairn and Callum Graham are out of this race.
They are indeed. So contact, that's a bit of a shame because that's about, well, a third of the grid.
Nearly half of the grid,
yeah. It's, in the iArmy's Water Swift, as you mentioned. But here is Alfie Davidson trying to hunker up behind his steering wheel, get the best slipstream as possible to attack Enzo Butterazzi. I think this is the first time today we haven't seen Alfie Davidson in the lead of this race. Well, it could be wrong.
I think you might be right, yeah.
But Alfie Davidson normally very dominant in the Hondas, sorry, in the iArmies, isn't he? But with the Ashby's overtaking opportunity out of the question for the time being, is going to have to be done at the boot, and I think it was done even before the boot.
Indeed, yeah. Clobbered the curb on the inside there to Enzo Butterazzi and then checked over his right shoulder for an overtake. But Alfie Davidson was already on the left and already had gone past. As all, doesn't have a great exit off the last corner, and back through goes Enzo Butterazzi. So if you'd just been checking the timing there, you wouldn't have thought anything had happened, but it certainly had.
Yeah, you can't trust the timing for the full story, can you, all the time? You have to be able to watch and live for the moment. As Nathaniel Hodges, I thought he was going for the inside. Alfie Davidson turned to the right, sort of blocked that one off, and Nathaniel Hodges, even though the room was there, the fake had worked by Alfie Davidson. He'd scared off his opponent. At the top 3, i.e. the only 3 in this category now, really, really very close to each other.
Indeed, yeah, this battle at the front is actually fantastic. Sometimes where we can think, smaller grids, racing's not going to be great, but this is proving fantastic in the iArmy Water Swifts at the moment. And a look at the inside there for Alfie Davidson, not going to happen this time around, and just follows through the boot once again. But all 3 of them line astern as we head onto a new lap of the race. Now, an interesting thing, you see those blue sort of wiring, I guess you would call it, piping at the back of the kart. Of course, because they're water Swifts, they're cooled by water rather than air. So, of course, all that piping at the back is what is funneling water around the engines. And we can have a double overtake here into Christmas. Just a single one, actually. 46 of Alfie Davidson back to the lead.
Yeah, it's amazing, actually. I commentate on a series over at Hooton Park, and sometimes we only have about 3 or 4 drivers. But it doesn't really matter as long as those 3 or 4 drivers are very close and competitive in nature.
Yes.
The racing is still just as exciting, because most of the time, even if the grid has got 30 drivers on it, you're only ever watching about 3 or 4 drivers anyway most of the time, and so as long as they're putting on a show, it doesn't really matter if there's only those 4 out there on circuit. Of course, that's not fair to the Honda 200s, the 160s, and the Gazelle engines as well, of course, the old iArmy versions. But it's still very entertaining to watch this for the overall lead of the entire race, but also the fastest category here of the Water Swifts.
Indeed, yeah. was Nathaniel Hodges, who was the fastest on the previous lap. Now goes the way of Alfie Davidson, but he gets forced out wide through the first couple of corners. He's going to lose first place, possibly second place. Could this be the 93 of Nathaniel Hodges to the lead? Yes, it is. He's trying it down the inside, squeezes out Enzo Butterazzi and does take the lead.
Yeah, round of applause there for Nathaniel Hodges. To be fair, I think Alfie Davidson got a bit of a nudge into the second corner there.
So.
You can see his head go jerking back, which is always a telltale sign that Enzo Butterazzi made a little bit of contact. But that's nothing to do with Nathaniel Hodges, is it? Because he just saw an opportunity, flew up the inside. Jobs are good, and thank you very much for the race lead.
Now, I've just noticed something, probably a bad time because he just lost 4 places, but Jensen Maplethorpe, who was involved in that earlier incident when we had the red flag earlier today, is back out in this final, so that's great to see.
That's good. That is very good, isn't it? We heard that he was up and happy and everything like that, but the fact he's out there on circuit and everything hopefully puts everybody else.
Sadly, I noticed it when he fell from 9th to 13th, but still, he's out there smashing it.
I'll allow, I won't call commentators curse on you just for that one,
Thanks,
because you didn't mention it before he lost those
Thank
4
you.
places, so it's okay. Enzo Butterazzi stuck in second place, but this time he's got another opponent in his sights just up ahead of him as they're coming up to the back markers. I think they're some of the Gazelle engines, aren't they? Some of the slower end of this margin.
You see just how much smaller the karts are.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? We will, if we have time, we will explain what all the differences are, but to be honest, we've explained them earlier in the show. And if you really want to know all the differences between the karts, there's a video that's voiceovered by DJ or Anthony Jordan on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Just go and watch that. It's a 4-minute clip. It's much easier, much nicer than us having to try and explain it on the fly.
Lots of fancy graphics and everything to help explain it.
Exactly.
It should make a lot of sense if you go and watch that. Now, one thing to shout out, actually, it's just changed. I was going to shout out Theo Bradshaw for 1 being in the lead once again of Honda Cadets and 2 having the fastest lap, but that's actually gone the way of Ashley Haas now. So I think the battle at the front of the Honda Cadets is just as juicy as this battle at the front of the Army Water Swifts.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Just by looking at our timing screen, which again, never always to be believed, but I would say in this one, when you're measuring how close people are, you get a pretty accurate idea, don't you? And Theo has been very, well, not dominant, but he's been very good showing, hasn't he, over the course of today? And if you were watching the Paddock show, you will have seen a quick interview with him. It's always nice to have a chat, and he's actually very good on camera, to be fair, considering he was quite young. He did seem quite comfortable in answering the questions, which is always nice to when we go and interview people, it's always nice that they're quite comfortable and happy to have a chat.
Indeed, yeah. Of course, Theo running in 2 classes today, in the Rotax Micros and the Honda Cadet 200s. He went from P11 to P1 in Heat 1 in the Rotax Micros. He also won Heat number 2 in the Honda Cadets. Now he's looking to be on for a win in the final in Honda Cadets. Is there nothing that this man can't do?
Well, he's earning his way onto a potential TCR UK 2 ticket.
He is. We'll be keeping an eye on you, Theo. We'll be keeping an eye. However, that gap has closed to 1/10 of a second now between himself and Ashley Haas.
It has indeed, actually. Now, no, it's not all about who wins the most. It's not all about who gets the most amount of points, because your reward for that is getting the championship points, of course. But it's those drivers who have done something extra special, made us smile, or done something out of the ordinary, or sort of given us some great racing. And to be fair to Theo, he has done that as well.
Yep, exactly. Of course, Theo Bradshaw, we did see in his... Was it his second Rotax Micro here, I think it was, where he went for a little bit of a spin because someone else picked up that water and then dropped it at Christmas. You remember everyone then suddenly went spinning afterwards. He ended up nearly at the banking on the edge of the circuit in that one, but
shows commitment.
To no fault of his own.
No.
Yeah, just went diving on the brakes and found he didn't have as much grip as maybe he thought he would. But big shout out to Nathaniel Hodges in this one. Nearly a second in the lead now at the front of the Army Water Swift field. And of course, one thing to mention that we haven't mentioned already, we've gotten used to 8-minute plus 1 lap heats today. All of these finals, all of these main finals are 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Any B finals or C finals will still be 8 minutes plus 1 lap.
There we go, yeah, I didn't actually know about the B final stuff, so yeah, that's quite good to know. 12 minutes, it's amazing, isn't it? It's only 4 extra minutes, but that's like an extra 50% on what normally is the normal race. So
loads more laps and loads more overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, but it's also very tiring. Come the end of a weekend, you've done practices yesterday, you've done your timed qualifying. Yeah, granted, you go to sleep at that point, but then you wake up and you have to do the practice and 2 more heats, and then obviously going into your final. It's the longest, hardest, most stressful sort of race of them all. And for it to be an extra 50% in race length, it's not easy driving these karts. It's not easy driving them fast. really does take its toll on your body, and these guys are doing a brilliant job weathering that storm, especially Nathaniel Hodges, who's carving through the back markers.
Yeah, just about avoids contact there with the 85 of Jonas Klimo, I think it was. No, sorry, Tommy Klimo, my apologies. As he makes his way through the boot. He's actually in a battle, I think, at the moment with Sophie Morris. Yeah, they are indeed for 14th and 15th on the road, which is 5th and 6th in their Honda Cadet 160 class.
Yeah, quite a lot further back, isn't it? The Honda 160s and the Gazelle Iamis are really last year's iterations, aren't they? They're getting phased out. They're just sort of here for drivers who didn't want to swap engines straight away, couldn't for whatever reason as well, or maybe didn't have the right kind of chassis or something, but they can still take part sort of thing. So the Gazelles and the 160 Hondas are really the sort of iterations that are being phased out.
Yeah.
When we cover this probably towards the end of the season, you'll probably see a lot more Water Swifts and a lot more Honda 200s.
Indeed, yeah. The Gazelle was what we just called Iarmi Cadets last year.
So that's why it confused me when it turned up there's a Gazelle all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what is this now as well? It's another engine. It just turns out to be the same.
Indeed, it is. Yeah. Once again, if you're as confused as we are, go and watch that video on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It's fantastic at explaining everything. Now, Nathaniel Hodges continues to build out that gap at the lead, slowly but surely. Sets another personal best on that last lap of the race. That gap between Theo Bradshaw and Ashley Haas in 4th and 5th overall, 1st and 2nd in the Honda Cadet 200 class. Still, well, last time it was less than 1/10 of a second. Oh, it's actually extended to nearly 3/10 now. Who's that? Having a little spin. Number 20 is that?
28 actually.
28, sorry. Alessandro Salas going for a little spin in his Water Swift. Is he able to get it back going again?
Did you interview Alessandro earlier on?
I did, that was Alessandro, of course.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. I mean, it's a wrong time to bring that up as he's facing the wrong way.
Yeah, poor lad.
But,
yeah, I remember his helmet now, yes, of course. Oh, he's having to get out of the cart. That's the end of the final for Alessandro, sadly. He was a man of few words. And now,
very
sadly,
young, though, wasn't he?
Very young, very young.
You can tell that he's not 16 in that.
No, I think that's fair enough. But no, lovely kid, really nice, and clearly getting up to speed in his Iarmi Water Swift, but sadly not making it to the checkered flag in this one.
No, there's plenty more rounds to come, though, isn't there? There's
exactly.
only round 2 of quite a few, actually. How many rounds have we got this
11,
year?
11, is it?
I think it was 11 last year. I think it's 10 this year.
You're right, yeah.
Potentially, we're just counting them up manually.
No, it's 9.
There's 9?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay, well, fair enough. We should know that as the Wilton
no, it's
commentators.
9. It's definitely
9, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, there's plenty more action to be coming and plenty of experience, I'm sure, for a lot of the younger drivers to learn from.
Yes, indeed.
The WM plate's normally in November. I think that's where I'm getting tempted.
Maybe it is. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Maybe they're not treating that as a
round. Maybe it's like a separate event.
Special event. Almost.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. That makes me sound like I know what I'm talking.
Professional commentator.
Yeah, exactly.
Nathaniel Hodges, fastest lap of the race now, goes quicker than the 2 Honda Cadet karts. Impressive showing from him at the front of the field. However, the gap between himself and Enzo Bertarazzi has closed since I last checked, but has extended since the last lap. Now at around a second once again. So I think doing just enough here, Nathaniel Hodges, to hold on to this one. But this is the penultimate lap of this Honda, I think they said Iarmi there,
well,
Honda/Iarmi final. As we go now, they come through the boot, does Nathaniel Hodges. He's going to come around the final corner and start the last lap of this race.
And to be honest, I'm quite a fan of calling it the
Iarmi, I like that.
Yeah, look, we call it Micro Maxes and Mini Maxes and everything like that. I'm going to call it Iarmi's final. Luckily, I don't know how. I'll probably forget that by the next round, so everybody's very pleased about that, I'm sure. But yes, he has done a great job as Nathaniel Hodges. I mean, keep in mind that he was obviously in 3rd place for a lot of this. Alfie Davidson, though, disappeared.
Yeah.
You know, in 3rd place, and considering we see him, he qualified on pole for this final. I'm pretty sure he won both of the other races. I don't have the actual results right straight in front of me, but he did very well anyway. And Alfie Davidson was quite dominant of a figure in this in these heats. Just hasn't seemed to turn up in this final, has he? Maybe he's tired or something. I'm not entirely sure. But like we said many a time, they are just young kids. But let's not take anything away from Nathaniel Hodges as he rounds out the final couple of corners. He'll take the checkered flag and take all of the points that he's making sure, isn't it? As he leans forward in his kart, he takes the checkered flag in the Honda. I just said it there as well. Oh my God! Honda IARMY final at Whilton Mill Kart Club. He says with his head in his hand. Oh dear me. Right, where is the Honda 200's finishing order though? I think it's going to come across the line now. Yep, Theo Bradshaw took home the top step at that particular podium, with Ashley Haas in second place. Ed Spain, we also had a chat with in the paddock show, was in 6th place overall, 3rd in category. And to round out the top 10 overall, Ollie Thompson was in 7th, Blair Smith was in 8th. We're waiting for Jensen Walker and Ethan Cossins, and that's why, because Ethan Cossins has taken 9th place ahead of Jensen Walker, and there were plenty of drivers who were lapped in that particular race. So they're all finished up pretty much now as well. Great drive by Nathaniel Hodges. Didn't really put a foot wrong after a really good overtake from 3rd to 1st.
Yeah, that overtake was fantastic, and then just sort of managed that gap in the lead. Still had the fastest lap when he came across the finish line to finish that race at 52.92. Very impressive showing, and I think, as we said during that race, Theo Bradshaw is definitely on. We're definitely on the lookout for him through his next final, which will be coming up relatively soon, of course, in the Rotax Micros. But he's on our lookout for Drive of the Weekend, that's for sure, as he's been very impressive today, and he looked to be under a lot of pressure from Ashley Haas through that final, but fended him off nicely and finished 7/10 ahead by the checkered flag.
He did indeed, yeah. Actually, you confused me thinking there was going to be a Honda and IARMY final 2 for some reason, but of course, no, you're right, he's in the classes.
He is indeed.
Yeah, as we watch all the nose cones getting checked, number 43 there on wet tyres.
That was an interesting decision.
Yeah, tactical wise.
Do you reckon they thought it was going to be throwing it down the list, so they only brought wet tyres?
Maybe. Aurora Joel, maybe rethinking, or in hindsight, maybe thinking that wasn't the best decision. But we're going to move on to the next race, which is, of course, the IARMY Water Swift Inters.
Yes, indeed. Race number 30 of the weekend. Let's run you through the grid then for the IARMY Water Swift Intermediate Final. Jetson Jones lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Sukhmani Kira. Archie Owen and Jacob Batchelor are there on row number 2. And row 3 sees Zach Champney and Katie Donaldson. Row 4 is Max Mason and Alfie Taylor. Then row 5, Millen Tomlinson and Simeon Stone. And Henry Garofal rounds out the 11 karts on the grid for this one. Of course, Millen Tomlinson had a good chat with him during the paddock show that you would have seen at the lunch break. Now, if you happen to miss out on that other lunch break, I've got to say, I'm completely unbiased, but it was a fantastic paddock show. It was really fun to film, and I really enjoyed watching it back. So if you did miss it, it will be uploaded onto the channel as its own video at some point, either today or in the next few days, or once this stream is complete, you can scroll back on the timer and you can go and watch it in the lunch break at your own leisure.
Absolutely, yeah, it was good fun. It's always nice to give the kids a shout out, basically. You know, it's really important, the sort of to become a racing driver. It's not good enough to just be quick. You've got to be able to talk, I'd say 70 to 80% of being a racing driver at the top level, whether it's in the touring cars or whether it's in any kind of open seater racing. Most of it is about being a business person.
No, you've
then got to back it up, but you've got to be a business.
Yeah, you've got to back it up with the pace. Yeah, exactly. No, I was mentioning that because Millen Tomlinson was one of our lads and dads that we talked to in the paddock show. So interested to see how he does in this final, but we're almost ready to kick it off, to go under the gantry. And we are underway for the IARMY Water Swift Intermediate Final. What can Sukhmani Kira do? Not had the best start there over the gantry, was in 3rd place. Jetson Jones, I believe, is still leading us on the 84 plated kart and is round the outside. Goes the number 10 of Archie Owen. Can they close off Sukhmani Kira? No. Back through goes Sukhmani Kira into 2nd place. Now trying to chase down Jensen Jones. But big crash! Big crash down at Ashby. 3 karts getting involved, the 71 and the 21. That's Max Mason and, sorry, there must be the 24 of Alfie Taylor, my apologies, and I didn't see who the 3rd driver was.
No, I was just trying to have a look, but I can't see it either. I thought it was a number 17, but there isn't a number 17, so it must not have been a number 17. We got
the
green
10,
flags.
I think it was. No, yeah, was it Archie Owen?
Was it Archie Owen? Right, as they come across the start-finish line,
Yeah,
we'll actually work out who was involved in that incident. Right, so over the line, Jensen Jones, your leader, then Katie Donaldson, then Sukmani Kira, then Alfie Taylor, then Simeon Stone, then Max Mason, then Millen Tomlinson. So the three involved were Archie Owen, Zach Champney, and Henry Garafall.
I'm not sure Henry Garafall actually was involved.
Oh no, he's jumped back up now.
To 6, so I think Archie Owen and Zach Champney were the two. And there's a brilliant move around the outside of Christmas corner by the number 18 of Simeon Stone on Alfie Taylor. I tell you what, you don't see that very often.
That was a fantastic move, wasn't it? I looked up and they were making a little bit of contact, I won't lie, but a great move nonetheless. Well, what an exciting opening lap, and what an opening lap for Katie Donaldson, up from 6th place into 2nd. We saw her move through the field really nicely in the heats earlier on today and doing just that in the final as well.
One of the fastest drivers as well in terms of fastest laps, so it's not just racecraft, it's got the pace to back it up, does Katie Donaldson. I'm sure Jensen Jones will probably be a bit worried about that one if he looks over his shoulder and sees number 77 hunting them down. But the 77 hasn't got it all their own way. Here comes Sukmani Kara up the inside. And a really nice move there for 2nd place.
I thought the girls might work together there to chase down Jensen Jones, but nope, Sukmani was like, that 2nd place is mine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Katie.
Killer instinct, that's what you've got to have, isn't it? It's exactly what Sukmani's showing here, and to be fair, Katie did as well in the earlier heat, so I don't imagine they're going to take this line down.
Sukmani Killer.
No, I'm not having that. I'm not, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not having that.
That was great.
No, this is terrible. It's terrible, honestly. But they have caught up to the back of Jensen Jones. I mean, look at this. A half a second the gap was previously. Now,
wow, yeah.
As they come across the line, even though the two girls have been fighting, it's down to less than 2 tenths.
They are chasing down Jensen Jones in the lead, aren't they? Sukmani Kira, new fastest lap of the race, 50.19. Both of them quicker than your leader, Jensen Jones, and Jensen Jones starting to feel the pressure as they go through Christmas corner down into Boxing Day. Now down into Ashby. Is there going to be a move on the cards with Sukmani Kira? Yes, there is, down the inside and takes the race lead.
Yeah, she's showing that Kira instinct, isn't she? It's you're very annoyed about it.
Move for 2nd.
Oh, yes,
there
there's
goes
Katie Donaldson. I thought it was going to be an instant reply, actually, there. Didn't think it was going to be sticking, but Katie Donaldson makes it stick. Jensen Jones having to just about recuperate the thought and go again.
Yeah, I could ignore your joke because there was good action going on track, so that was great. On to another lap we go then, 8.5 minutes on the clock. And these leading three have sort of cleared off from the rest of the pack, haven't they?
Yeah, Zach Champney's managed to make their way back up to 4th place. So that was one of the drivers that ended up spinning at the first lap. I'm not sure whether that was a timing issue, but up the inside, Jensen Jones, no timing issues, no issues at all, is there, retaking that 2nd place. Katie Donaldson has to live with the fact that she now sees 3rd place yet again. Kira looks like she's wanting to clear off as quickly as possible. Jensen Jones now all of a sudden getting into 2nd place and holding them both up, tapping the helmet and saying, yeah, let's work together and move forward now.
That's exactly what Sukmani's doing, isn't it? Into the lead and now beginning to clear off. Sadly, Archie Owen, after that incident earlier, didn't actually make it to the end of lap number 1, has pulled off to the side of the circuit. He was right up near the front of the order as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, started in P3, had a good start as well. I think he was in P2 when the incident occurred, but sadly, not going to be gaining any points from this final.
No, indeed, they're not going to be, which is a big sort of kick in the teeth, really, because the final is really where you score all the championship points,
exactly.
Isn't it? It's where you score most of them anyway. I think there's double points on offer for the finals anyway.
I can tell you that.
Yeah.
The top 3 in qualifying and heats get 36 points for a win, 34 points for 2nd and 32 points for 3rd, and then it counts down by 1 point after that. In the finals, you get 60 points for a win, 57 for 2nd, 55 for 3rd, and then 1 point down every position
near
after
as
that.
damn double.
Near double, yeah.
So if you take 2 victories in the heat and you only get, then you end up DNFing from the final. You still get 60 points, but everybody else gets like another 60 points basically on top of that potentially as well.
Yeah.
Don't they? So yeah, there is definitely worth staying on the tarmac if you can, but obviously it's not always that easy.
Jensen Jones picking up the pace seriously. First driver down into the 49s, 49.94 for himself. It seems to be swinging back and forward in every direction. The two girls, Sukmani and Katie, chase down Jensen with ease, and now suddenly Jensen has some serious pace back in. I'm not sure what's happened, but he's chasing down Sukmani for the lead now.
I genuinely think sometimes it is just easier to chase.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
And I think a lot of the times at the early stage of a final, adrenaline's high, emotions are high, you're overdriving the kart, you're worried about DNFing, you're worried about the drivers behind you, maybe you get a gap in first place and you think, oh my god, this is happening, we could end up winning this, and you sort of panic and then overdrive. Now, you know, we're about halfway through this race, you're in the rhythm. You're in the rhythm, you're not worrying about anything like that, your concentration is fully on the race at hand. You become smoother, you become sort of more mentally stable, basically. It's a weird thing to say like that, but you become sort of, it's almost a zen state when you get into the rhythm of the race.
Indeed, Jenson Jones went even faster on that last lap, 49.83 for himself. Still the only driver in the 49s. Chasing down your leader is Sukmani Kira. Still, because obviously these finals, 12 minutes plus 1 lap in length, still just less than 5.5 minutes to go on the clock in this one. Not close enough to go for a move yet, just for Jenson. But if he continues at the pace he's going, it's not going to be too many laps until he is.
Yeah, Katie Donaldson sort of lost touch though, hasn't she? Which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
It was once upon a time a three-way battle, but if you have a look at the lap times now in that previous lap, Sukmani Kira was a 49.71, and that was half a tenth quicker than Jenson Jones. It's not all done and dusted just yet. Kira does have some of the answers, but he's going to have to put in fastest lap after fastest lap if we've got any chance of staying ahead of Jenson Jones.
Yes, indeed. Seems to be a good battle going over fourth place. There was only 0.04 of a second in it between Zach Champney and Max Mason when they crossed the start-finish line. So we'll keep an eye on that battle as well. But there you can see, as the graphic just disappears, we were showing you the differences in paces. There it's back. Thank you, producer. We can see the difference in pace across lap 5, lap 6, lap 7, lap 8, and now lap 9. So actually Jenson Jones losing a little bit of time on that last lap, 0.07. I mean, it's realistically no time at all in real world terms, but in karting, that can still be a decent amount of time.
Absolutely, yeah. They've done all the hard work, basically, in catching up those large chunks. Now, all of a sudden, they're with each other. It's just maybe that killer instinct is not quite there for Jenson Jones to really push on as soon as they get into the lead. If they did get into the lead, would you have the confidence in them to pull away? I'm not entirely sure, because they've had that opportunity before, and Kira has managed to come back at them once again.
No, exactly. You are right. However, I'd still back Jenson for going for a move here into the lead, as we did see him make a nice overtake on Katie a few laps back. So could certainly go for the lead, but as you say, not convinced that he'll then run off into the distance. They've sort of just been trading times really recently. 2/10 quicker on that last lap was Jenson Jones over Sukmani Kira, and he's got a good slipstream here. He could go for it into the lead, up into Christmas corner, and does. Down the inside goes Jenson Jones, takes away P1 from Sukmani Kira.
Yeah, and we'll see now whether he's saying let's work together and go forward. I don't think he realises that they've got such a big gap behind them. And why on earth would Kira actually want to work together and not go forward herself? So they are having side-by-side battles, but Kira not getting dropped.
Yeah, she just checked over her shoulder going down that last straight as well, so now knows, oh, there's no one behind me, there's not a chance I'm working together with you, mate. I'm going to send it at the first possible opportunity. Yeah,
and we wait and see when that first possible opportunity occurs as they're coming out of the final corner now. It's not going to be into Oblivion at all. Is it going to be into Christmas corner? Who's got the tighter line? Oh, I'd say that's a nice little exit there by the number 44, Jenson Jones, though. Although it didn't look as clean and tidy, it had a lot of speed going through the mid part of the corner. I thought, Kira, there was an opportunity there, so maybe not the first opportunity.
Indeed, maybe just thinking, well, we've still got 2.5 minutes here. No need to just grab at the first opportunity. Wait until the perfect one arises, and I'm right on the bumper of Jenson as she's close here. Nope, thinks about it once more and continues towards the boot. Big check over the shoulder from Jenson Jones. Was probably hoping there that he'd drop Sukmani a little bit more than he had. Nope, she's very much still there in your wheel track, sir, as they continue around the final corner to start a new lap of the race. Less than 2 minutes to go now in this IARMY Water Swift intermediate final. Of course, the difference between the Inters and the Cadets, which we saw out in the last one, is these engines unrestricted.
Yep, absolutely, and it is quite interesting to see. Every time Jenson Jones looks over his shoulder, it sort of messes up the next corner, to be honest. So maybe he just needs to focus on looking forward and potentially, you know, there's only 2 or 3 real big overtaking opportunities that Kira could expose here. Just have a little look over the shoulder and just defend into those corners alone, rather than sort of every single one. And Jenson Jones, to be fair, since I've said that, I haven't seen him look over his shoulder.
Nope.
didn't get the best exit out of there, but I don't think Sukmani's quite close enough to go for it down the inside. Just again, biding her time, waiting for that perfect possible opportunity. I knew that one was going to be tough to get out, hence why I took it a bit slowly, that one. On to another lap we go then. 1 minute left on the clock. These guys and girls doing around 50 seconds on the lap times. So I think 3 laps left in this one then. Continues to check over the shoulder there, does Jensen Jones. Managing the gap, but Katie Donaldson's really fallen off this off the pace, hasn't she now? 4.7 seconds. I mean, still, if she stays where she is, she's got almost 10 seconds back to Max Mason. So as long as she doesn't chuck it off, she's basically guaranteed some silverware here, but sadly, not quite able to challenge this top 2.
Yeah, I mean, each and every lap, it's about half a second gap, isn't it, that these two are pulling out on Donaldson.
The only ones in the 49s.
Yeah, no, exactly. So everybody else is struggling slightly. There's got a little bit of a pace gap to be building up. Ooh. Now there is a back marker who just does jump out of the way. I thought at one point maybe they were going to meet them on an apex that wouldn't want to. But as they come across the line, it's going to start the penultimate lap, John.
Indeed, yeah. That was Millen Tomlinson. They just managed to squeeze past through, who we chatted to in the paddock show over that lunch break. Just still getting up to speed, I think, with these new engines is Millen on the Water Swifts. But this battle continues to rage on then as the timer hits 0.
Oh.
Down the inside, there's the move then, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and there it is for Sukmani Kira. Up to the lead she goes. Really, really nice move there, and Jensen Jones has lost a couple of tenths of a second because of it.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial for Kira because this isn't the final lap, this is the penultimate lap of the race, and they need to be able to survive the boot section with a nice gap intact so they can get up to Christmas Corner without a massive advantage going the way of Jensen Jones, and I think as long as the first and second corner don't get messed up here, John, it looks like they're managing that one. Kira with a really nice buffer, 0.6 of a second nearly.
Yeah, really, really nice. Really, really nice gap that she built there. Just placing it perfectly during the overtake and causing Jensen to have to lift off and give her that nearly 0.6 of a second, as you say. As they continue round this final lap. A nice enough buffer that means Jensen can't even go for a crazy send. I think it'll likely stay as it is as we continue towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, second place isn't anything to be sniffed at though, is it?
No.
Lots of points on offer, and Jensen Jones has already scored quite a few in 68, obviously qualifying on pole position. Means you get 68 points to your, well, you don't get 68 points, but qualified with 68 points to get that pole. Finishing in second place is Jensen Jones, which means that Sukmani Kira, after spinning in the first race here this morning, ends up taking the final top step of the podium for the Army Water Swifts Inter category. Katie Donaldson was in third, maybe slightly off the pace, but a good showing over the course of the day for Katie Donaldson. Fourth was Max Mason, fifth was Zach Champney, sixth was Jacob Batchelor, with seventh going the way of Alfie Taylor. Henry Garofal, I'm pretty sure he's going to come across the line in 8th place. Yes, he does. And Simeon Stone in 9th. Millen Tomlinson in 10th. And then, as we saw on the outside of the track, on the first lap, Archie Owen stranded, which meant, unfortunately, didn't even complete a lap. Which was a bit of a shame, wasn't it, really? Because Archie Owen was right at the front end, qualified in 3rd place. Didn't really get to see them perform in the final.
No, sadly not. Got up to second place by Christmas Corner. And then, sadly, the accident down at Ashby meant he was out of the race.
Yeah, I think that was with Zach Champney, wasn't it? We mentioned earlier. Zach started in 5th place, finished in 5th place, so ultimately not the end of the world for him unless there's going to be... No, he's been given the all clear on the nose cone infringement.
Oh, not the 21 though.
Oh, the 21 potentially is in a bit of trouble here. That's Jacob Batchelor getting a write-up and potentially a photo taken as well. That's not what you wanted. Must be horrible. No. It must be like a traffic warden coming down. You've seen him writing a ticket on your car, and it's for God's sake, leave me alone.
That will drop him a position as well behind Alfie Taylor.
Yeah, it's a shame, that one.
Down to P7.
Right, where we best look forward. The Water Swifts gave us a fantastic final. They can pack up and head home. I believe the next race coming up on your screen is the Rotax, well, Micro Max Cadet. An interesting grid here for the Micro Maxes. Two drivers tying on points to take the pole position in second place. Emerson McAndrew-Uren versus Edward Hayes, the 31 and 43 on the front row, both with 70 points. 18 is Jensen Chalk, 16 is Austin Oman. Row 3 is 22 Riley Morrow and 33 Frederick Wood. Row 4, 42 Theo Bradshaw and 17 Jack Baker. Row 5 is 37 Elliot Travis and 21 Otis Clearly. Row 6 is 23 Deung Singh Pahal with 61 Maximilian Abrahart. John is dancing to my left-hand side. If I accidentally laugh, I apologise. Row 7 is 52 Mario Roberto with 28 Kian Bernard. Row 8 is 12 Arjun Paul with 7 Bailey Wolf. Row 9 is 26 Alan Goodson and Jensen Walker. Row 10, Eli Veliko and Reese David Richardson, and then Bertie Clark and Ralph Racketis round out the field. And as we quickly get into the cameras, we get racing as well. 12 minutes on the clock. Emerson McAndrew-Uren on pole position. Let's see how they sort themselves out as they get up towards Christmas Corner. It looks like everybody's managed to get through Oblivion all right for the time being. McAndrew-Uren in the race lead. Everybody else forcing themselves wide. And I think there was a move from 5th to 2nd, sorry.
I think it was Theo Bradshaw. Was Theo Bradshaw from 6th to 2nd.
That's quite incredible, isn't it? We'll make sure of it. Although I think there's a bit of contact only in the rear end. But I think just at a camera shot there was contact as well.
Dear.
As everybody starts grass cutting. Yeah, lots of recovering drivers, isn't there?
Indeed, yeah, we'll count them through under the gantry when they come through to end lap number 1. What a perfect start for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, already with a lovely gap out front. Yeah, there was a bit of, it was almost 3 wide, I think it's Christmas, wasn't it? All of them got connected, went wide, and just opened the door for Theo Bradshaw to come on through. So here we go then, under the gantry they'll come, and our timing should hopefully update any second now. It's going to update now. Now it's going to... No, it's not going to update. Okay, we'll try and count you through when it does. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, he's definitely in the lead, though. We can see him there on the stream. The battle's behind continuing to go. There we go. The timing updates. It is Theo Bradshaw who's in 2nd place. Jensen Chalk in 3rd. Edward Haynes 4th. Riley Morrow 5th. Then Austin Oman, Jack Baker, Diane Singh Pahal, Frederick Wood and Elliot Travis rounded out the top 10.
Yeah, I think we saw a move for Otis Clearly on Elliot Travis as well. So potentially Otis Clearly now in the top 10 positions. You're right, it's an absolute dream start for McAndrew-Uren, isn't it? It was a really hard-fought couple of heats. Really probably thinking I would just love a nice, easy final. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but the start of it certainly was for McAndrew-Uren. Theo Bradshaw just behind it. It was 1.3 seconds the gap as they came across the line. What is it going to be now? 1.5, so another 0.2 of a second taken out of the pack trying to chase him. Theo Bradshaw leading that one. Jensen Chalk in the number 18 just behind with Edward Haynes, who of course started in 2nd place. Really didn't get the start that they were looking for and currently sits in 4th position. Austin Oman is in 5th as well, just on the back of this little pack. That is, as I said, headed up by Theo. And it's going to be very interesting to see if they can work together to pull in Emerson McAndrew-Uren, or whether they just start scrapping over each other and falling over each other over the course of the next 9.5 minutes. Of course, that is the thing with the slightly longer final times, is the fact that you don't really need to rush anything. You can sort of just take your time and work together with each other, but it takes a lot to get used to, maybe even racing together for a long time to be able to figure that one out. You don't want to be giving any opportunities away, but everybody needs to be rowing in the same direction for that boat to catch up to Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Do you want to hear some good news?
Oh, always.
We're on 30,000 subscribers, baby!
30,000!
Woohoo!
I feel like there needs to be a special graphic or something that comes up in a minute.
Like loads of explosions.
Yeah, exactly. Fireworks and all. Yeah, 30,000 subscribers. Thank you very much.
Well, it was actually 30,001 when I went in there. So big shout out to that one as well.
Well, hopefully we don't just lose that one. He thought, I'm only doing it to get to 30,000. They don't need it anymore. There is a yellow flag.
That is a full course yellow, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, full course yellow is out. Battenberg flag is out. We've seen that already today, so clearly an incident on circuit that race control feels needs to be a Battenberg flag. Now to explain that once again, not only to the people out there, but to yourself, Battenberg flag is where the drivers follow in single file, slow down to a reasonable pace, and no overtaking.
I don't do karting very often, all right? Normally it's a safety car period. I thought, yeah, anyway.
I couldn't not make that dig, I'm sorry.
It was stupid of me, I'll be honest. Yeah, there is.
So there's the driver just getting out of the kart now, the number 26.
Yeah, looking a little
bit jaded and a little bit achy, I think. 26, that's Alex Goodson, who's just jumping out of the kart, so hopefully all okay for Alex.
Good to see them getting out the kart themselves and everything, though, obviously. We always want to hear the news as quickly as possible. It's not always up to us whether if it's just rumours or theories. We never like to obviously throw them out there on the stream just in case they're wrong. But when you can see it like that and getting out, it's always nice. McAndrew Ewan, though.
He's going to be gutted about this, isn't he? 2.5-second lead to Theo Bradshaw becomes zilch.
Yeah, no, it's a bit going for him. It's an interesting place for the go-kart to actually end up there, to be honest, isn't it? On the inside of the boot. I'm not sure if it was dragged there or whether it ended up there naturally. But we'll have to wait and see. But we're still on.
Still Battenberg, yep.
Yeah, we're still on that Battenberg. Hopefully no one will actually end up trying to race each other across the line.
Nope.
So we'll bring you down the run down to the top 10, shall we, John?
Yeah, let's do it. Emerson McAndrew still in the lead. Theo Bradshaw after that fantastic start, still there in second place. Jensen Chalk rounds out the podium for now. Edward Haynes behind. He's going to want to try and grab that silverware off of those three. Followed by Austin O'Man and Jack Baker. Riley Morrow, your highest place Norris in this run in 7th. Did I say Norris? Novice, I meant. My apologies. Thinking of Lando Norris, clearly. Riley Morrow there in 7th. He's also your leader in the championship. Well, he's not your leader. He's 3rd in the championships, but he's the highest placed person who is here today. Then Dion Singh Pahal, Frederick Wood, and Otis Cleary round out your top 10. Also, DNS MCBR in the chat saying congrats on 30K. And Alpha Live also putting out a thank you message. So thank you to everyone who's watching along today and enjoying the stream, and of course hitting that subscribe button.
Yeah, it's going to be a very happy production office. I feel in the next room over. I say fear. I didn't fear it.
Do we get a bonus?
I feel like we should.
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like we should. Battenberg flag is still out.
Still out.
I'd be happy with just a can of Fanta or something like that. You never know. I mean, they were saying that our plugging wasn't good enough. Clearly it is.
It is.
You know, what can I say? But no,
you're an easy man to please with the Fanta.
Well, I'm not getting carried away, let's face it. I mean, it's more than most production companies will give you, so it's quite nice to be always. It's always nice to be here.
I will take a Whilton Mill Send It pint. Thank you very much.
Send It pint? Is that
the Whilton Mill branded lager is called Send It.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
It is lovely. It's really, really nice.
To be fair, the bar and bistro here at Whilton Mill is
it's lovely.
So, isn't it? I mean, I'm still nibbling away on the flapjack. That's. I mean, they do bricks of flapjacks. It's mad.
They're huge.
They are massive. You could build another bar and bistro with the ones that they pump out there. It's brilliant. They're very nice as well. They're not just massive. They are very nice. Very, very sweet. So
it's just a benefit that they're also massive. Red flag. Exactly. Red flag. Red flag. The drivers are going to be lining up on the back straight, coming to a halt, and. Going to be hearing a lot more of us, I'm afraid.
Yeah, basically. It's talking about potential flapjacks and other sweet treats, whatever takes our fancy. You know?
They're getting told to cut the engines as well.
Yeah, so that's normally a sign that we're going to be here for a little while, isn't it? Obviously, these karts can fire up pretty easily as well. You know, you might as well save the fuel and everything like that. But
exactly.
It's when you start seeing the drivers jumping out of the karts that when we know we're sort of in for a little bit.
Yeah, that's that's going to be a long one. And silence descends over Whilton Mill. Lots of people, good to see lots of people out there watching the action. Well, what was lots of action now coming to a halt, sadly, but great to see so many people out here at the Whilton Mill circuit. There you can still see one of our lovely photographers, Stu Stretton, there in the middle of the circuit.
You can indeed. We're just... we're just sort of waiting. The reason why we went silent, though, is because we were having the producer talk in our ears to sort of see an update of why we went to a full red flag, and we think maybe there's just a bit of a twinge of an injury or something like that.
Yeah,
so
we'll wait until we hear some more information.
Absolutely. So, I mean, whenever there's an incident out there on the circuit, quite often we go for a precautionary check to the medics, don't they? And maybe it's just a case of, obviously, we can't race if the medics are busy, basically.
No, exactly. Exactly. Yep, they need to be on hand and ready to go, and if they're busy assisting a driver, then we've got to bring the racing to a close for a few minutes. So, I'll also give, because I know that Luke Austin here at Alpha Live has maybe dropped a little bit of money on this new piece of equipment that we have in front of us, which is absolutely fantastic. We've got a new, I don't even know what you call it, a soundboard?
Soundboard,
yeah. It's fantastic. It means that now, of course, we were saying there, our
producer is chatting in our ears. We've never had the opportunity before to talk back to the producer. It's brilliant.
We haven't. No, normally we have to be polite and do it over stream, and then we have to clean up the language. But now we can. Now we can tell
we
what
can
we
swear
really
as
think.
much as we like.
No, obviously we don't do that, but it is useful in these sort of situations where we can sort of ask if there's any extra information.
Yeah, it is
without
really
having to broadcast over the tannoy or anything like that. But yeah, it's we're gonna be here for a little while, so we'll continue our plug of the Whilton Mill Bar and Bistro, shall we? Because we just saw a few shots of people up there enjoying their time, and to be honest, it didn't used to be like this when I used to come to Whilton Mill. It was a porta cabin and everything like that, and then all of a sudden I come back for commentary about, well, last year or 18 months ago or something like that, and they've got this lovely sort of grandstandy bar bistro office area as well. So there it is, in fact, and as I said, got my lunch from it, bacon cheeseburger. Can't lie, it was delicious. Even though if I did have to wolf it down within 30 seconds before going live, but yeah, if anybody has any of their needs to be met, food and beverage wise, then
pints.
And pints and everything like that. I did see that they had an opportunity to make your coffee hearty, I think it said on the signs, by adding some kind of Disaronno or Baileys or something like that, and I thought, oh, that might hit the spot, but then I thought, well, Alpha Life would probably have a go at me.
I was going to say, is that what you were drinking this morning?
Yeah, it should have been.
Okay.
As James decides to come and cure his boredom in the kitchen and start taking the mick out of us. Oh, dear me. Right, YouTube chat. Thank you very much, everyone, for sort of...
Are we going back to the pit lane? I see some drivers are moving, but they were being pushed by their mechanics, so I'm not sure if we're getting sent back to the pit lane. No, nope. Some of them at the front have moved. Some of the other drivers still there, so we'll update you as soon as we know any information. But as you were saying, a couple of people in the live chat.
There are indeed, yeah. A big thank you to everybody who's getting involved, and whether they've liked the stream and shared the stream and everything like that. It's always nice to have you guys along. I'm just sort of scrolling through to see if there's any questions or anything over the course of the day that maybe we missed. To be honest, there's a lot of people just saying good luck to a lot of people out there asking when the finals are. Well, the finals are now. Obviously, this one is delayed, so any of the timetable that we had and schedule and everything like that pretty much goes out the window at this point, because these obviously red flags hold it up, and we had a red flag earlier in the day, which means as we came back from lunch, we were 10 minutes behind. We're going to be another 10 minutes behind, if not slightly more this time. But yeah, nice to have you guys jumping in and saying hello. I wonder how the T-side's going as well. I imagine very well, but yeah, that's on the other side of the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you want to very quickly head over there for a couple of minutes, or if you want to figure out what the 2023 karting classes are, and obviously the change in the regulations and the engines and everything like that, this is probably a really good opportunity for you to go on the Alpha Live YouTube. And there's a nice little thumbnail with Anthony Jordan smiling away at you in front of a chalkboard, and he'll be able to convince everyone about exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, he's your teacher for that. Now, it sounds like we're getting the engines back on the way. Now, I also want to give a quick shout out as well to one of our most recent videos of a guide to starting karting. If you're watching this at Whilton Mill and you're thinking, this looks amazing, how do I get involved in top-level karting? We'll go and watch that newest video as well. Only 9 minutes in length, and it shows you all the different ways you can get into high-level karting. There's something as high as this, or British Kart Champs, or something more easy to get involved with, such as the British Indoor Karting Championship, of course, held at all team sport locations.
Exactly, yeah. So it's got quite a few views on it actually already. It had about 5,000 views on it. So clearly it was only released 2 weeks ago. Very popular indeed. So worth going and having a look, seeing if anything sparks your interest or inspires you to get out behind it.
We've got a question in the live chat from Joshua Owens. What's been your best send it of the day so far? I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure it was Jamie Rogers into the boot in their first heat. I think it was one of the senior Rotax heats. It was an absolute send the WM plate had to take. I think it was second place, I want to say, in his first heat of the day.
I want to say was it Donaldson as well who sent it from third place up to take the lead in one of the heats as well.
You could be right.
Good.
I do remember that move.
Yeah, there's been a couple where they've gone from sort of third into first, and it was an epic move sort of thing. I mean, to be honest, there's been so many that we end up having to we get lost along the way. We're going to go back through it and clip things up and see what our best moves are. So yeah, it's a good question actually. To be fair, there's been plenty, put it that way, especially in the senior road taxes. They've been very entertaining indeed. The Micromaxes We're about to get started though. The red flag is about to go away. The green flag is dropped, and as Andrew Ewan gave a tap of the helmet to try and allow Theo Bradshaw the ability to run away with him, Theo Bradshaw thought, you know what, no, I'm going to go for that race lead, and all of a sudden, look at it, into Christmas corner. McAndrew Ewan, who had a massive gap at the end, halfway through this race, Theo Bradshaw does make contact.
Oh, that was close.
As it looks like, sorry, James came in and scared
No,
John.
I was actually reacting to what was going on out on circuit, not James. It just happened he hit me at exactly the same time.
Well, McAndrew Ewan does get away with that one, whereas Theo Bradshaw ended up in the 42 kart, searching for him in amongst all the melee of drivers that's around. McAndrew Ewan's in the race lead. I think that's the number 18 of Jensen Chalk, who's currently in second place. No, he is in second place, sorry. And then the 43 of Edward Haynes, who started in second, is back up to third.
Indeed, all chopping and changing. This might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise, that red flag. It's closed up the entire field and is already producing some great racing. Theo Bradshaw was looking for the lead, now finds himself out of the top 3, and at this rate, no silverware for him, despite how impressive he's been today. Yeah,
exactly. It'll be, from his perspective, a bit of a disappointment if he doesn't actually manage to get that silverware now, wouldn't it? He's at the front of a long train of karts, though, that will start with Austin Oman, Riley Murrow, Pahal, Jack Baker, Kian Bernard, forcing each other very wide there. As the number 17 goes off the circuit, normally that's Jack Baker. 21 of Otis clearly looking at the inside, but deciding it's probably not the wisest idea for the time being. The battle for second, though, is heating up, John.
Indeed it is. A little bit of a bump there into the rear end from the 43. Edward Haynes into the back of Jensen Chalk. Don't know if it was hard enough to cause a nose cone penalty. I don't think it was. But Edward Haynes definitely needs to be careful. With a bit of contact like that, you don't want to be in a podium position and then chuck it all away just because you make a bit of contact on your nose cone. It drops and you get a 5-second penalty. And after you've just had a red flag, that 5 seconds is going to matter hugely. But he's still going to try it down the inside. Bit of contact, takes second place.
Yeah, didn't hang him out to dry as such, but really didn't give him an option of where he was ending up for Jensen Chalk. Ed Haynes gets into second place and is now tasked with the almighty task of trying to catch up to Emerson McAndrew Ewan.
Yes, that is quite the task, isn't it? They've got 3 of them now together. Let's see if they can work together, but I'm not sure if that is going to happen here. They're going to need to do so if they want to close down that gap to Emerson McAndrew Ewan. But now Theo Bradshaw right back in with them. He was sort of leading the pack behind, but that bit of battling between these two has closed him right back up, and he checks over his shoulder as they cross the start-finish line. Knows he's got a nice gap back to Riley Murrow and Austin Oman and the rest of them in the top 10. And now he's going to be thinking about going forward. I thought the 18 of Jensen Chalk might think for the move there, but nope. Sticks behind for now, as there's more moves going on in the background as well.
There is, yeah, pretty much anywhere you look on this grid, apart from the battle for first, there is little battles here, there and everywhere, and the fight for 4th place is one we've covered already, the fight for 5th as well, Riley Murrow and Austin Oman getting nice and frantic, Kian Bernard and Dian Singh Pahal, 7th and 8th, they're very close to each other, so and even all the way down to the likes of Rhys David Richardson in 18th and Bertie Clark in 19th, they're fighting over that, and just goes to show that it doesn't really matter whether it's only for race wins or podiums, top 10s or anything like that. It doesn't matter where you are on the grid. You want to be fighting as hard as possible. Every position counts.
Exactly, yeah. Edward Haynes, though, fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 52.610. They're closing in on Emerson McAndrew Ewan ever so slightly. About 2/10 on that last lap, and Jensen Chalk behind was only 500ths off of Edward's time. So could they continue? They're going to have to continue working together here to close down that gap. Theo Bradshaw is right in with them. This could be very interesting. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go on the clock here. Very interested to see how this one unfolds.
Yeah, it sort of feels like it's on a slow boil right now, but we've only got a minute left to go, plus obviously that lap. So what after this one, probably going to be a penultimate. We're going to come across the line. There might be 3 to go, to be fair, after this, but so it's going to be very close, and you feel like moves are going to have to start being made. It's almost as if we've got a brand new race here, and it's only about 5 minutes long.
Yeah, they halved the gap at the front, did Edward Haynes. It was just over 0.8 of a second, now 0.45 of a second between Ewan and Haynes. Haynes with the new fastest lap of the race, 52.35. both Jensen Chalk and Theo Bradshaw were also quicker than Macandrew Uren in the lead, and this is now becoming a four-way battle for the lead. Look, they've nearly closed the gap completely to Emerson Macandrew Uren. He was leading this race comfortably before that Bassenberg flag and subsequent red flag, so he's going to be feeling a little bit cheated here as he starts to come under pressure from the drivers behind, but that's what can happen in racing. Things can be out of your control. You just got to fight as hard as you can to stay out in the lead. Yeah,
you've got to show that you deserve the race victory, not just because that's where you ended up, but because you can, well, come over adversity.
And wide.
I was going to say, let alone adversity, he needs to stop going over the exit curves as well, because he's running very wide, looking over his shoulder instantly. It's a sign of nerves. It's a sign that he's not sure and he's driving a little bit tentatively. And look at that. This is no longer a fight for second place. It's a fight for first.
Indeed. Jensen Chalk now the fastest in this train on the 18 car. Is he going to try and go for the move for the first? Is he going to wait for Edward Haynes to go for it and try and follow him through? I'm so interested to see how this plays out. Of course, these drivers in the cadet class, these are very, very young drivers. They'll have a lot more experience than myself or yourself, probably. But they're still extremely quick, even at this young age. But it's how they let this play out. Timer now has hit 0. As we head through the boot, they're going to go on to the last lap of the race. Only 1,128 metres to go. And it could go either way here between the 4 drivers.
I was going to say, yes, they are young, but they're probably out in the kart every other weekend,
exactly,
aren't
yeah.
they? Especially in testing and everything in the winter, and obviously in racing once the season gets properly underway, which I suppose it does now. Actually, we are officially in spring with the clock going forward and all that. But Edward Haynes trying to get that cut back. Is that allowing the door open for Jensen Chalk? No, they all slot back into it through Boxing Day. Going down towards Ashby's, there's going to be Macandrew Uren trying to defend as there was a change for second momentarily. Yeah, no, Jensen Chalk is in second place.
Oh,
and where's Theo Bradshaw?
Oh my
Where
goodness!
Are you going? Theo Bradshaw.
Chase for the lead.
Oh, there is a change of the lead.
Chalks up to the lead, Chalks up to the lead, round the outside. Oh my goodness, is Theo Bradshaw going to get this? Theo Bradshaw goes to the lead into the boot. He's gone from 4th to 1st on the final lap. I can't believe this. Round the boot they come. He's going to hold on to this. It's Theo Bradshaw. What a race win for Theo Bradshaw, and he takes it across the line. Fantastic.
Well, he takes it across the line. I'm not 100% convinced he'll keep it after the line, to be honest, because there was a big stint from 4th into 3rd where he just looked like he was almost decided to use everybody else as a braking zone. But that's not up to us to decide, and that's we only saw the back end of it, so we'll never know really until we see some of the replays potentially, or the race control have a look at it. Regardless, Theo Bradshaw from 4th to 1st on that final lap. Jensen Chalk making moves. Macandrew Uren probably feels like he was a bit unfair there to lose out on such a big lead that he gained. And Edward Haynes, through it all, ended up in 4th place, and he probably has no idea how. Top 5 rounded out by Kian Bernard. 6th place was Riley Murrow. 7th was Dian Singh Pahal. 8th was Austin Oman. Jack Baker was in 9th. And Maximilian Abrahart was in 10th. Wow, oh wow, what a conclusion to the Rotax Micro Cadet category after full Battenberg, after red flag, restarts, and then that final lap as well. Well, final half a lap, actually. It just erupted, didn't it, John? And it was really sort of big drama. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Theo Bradshaw, we just missed, I think, him coming into the pits if he got a 5-second penalty. Because there was a big hit on that front bumper, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. There was quite a bit of contact on that last lap, as you say. So once again, if you head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, you'll be able to see all of the official results. Leon42 in the chat says, what a finish. I couldn't agree with you more there, Leon. That was absolutely fantastic. Now, Ryan King also asked, when's the Junior Rotax final? Now, it's a bit difficult for us to tell you because we are running a bit behind schedule, especially with that red flag that we just had in that race. But I can tell you the order of the running, so you at least know when your race is going to be comparatively to what is out on circuit. So, of course, we just had the Rotax Micro Cadet final. Next up is the Rotax Mini Inter final. Then it's Junior Max B, Senior Max B, then Junior X30, Senior X30, Junior Max A, Senior Max A. So I hope that clears everything up for you.
Yeah, we're not lacking in finals, are we? Right, let's go into the next one as we were talking about the Rotax Minis. Yes, the Rotax Inters, or also known as Mini Max, basically. Row 1 with the number 44, Will Green, 28 of Daniel Minto. In row 2, the number 81 of Finley Lyons and the 78 of Harry Freeman. Row 3, 57 of Finley Hines and the 29 of Albie Lapper. Row 4, 35 Nat Johnston and 79 Teddy Cooper. Row 5, 39 Toby Jukes and the 24 Max Williams. Row 6, 25, okay. Row 7 is 91 Jack Collinson and 66 Thomas Hill. Row 8, 43 Miles Burton and 54 Max Colbert. Row 9, 41 Sam Flynn and the 94 of Jack Burgess. Row 10, 65 Oliver White and 4 Nathan Rond. Row 11, 88 Cody Lapaterel and the 76 of Harris Ali. Row 12, 13 Samir Paul and 17 Elliot Potter. Row 13, number 8 Warwick Milam and the 52 of Riley Morgan. And to round out the 27 field is row 14, 33 Logan Lauder. So they're coming around the boot, and wow, that was probably a little bit touch and go as we're starting the race, but the lead is held by Will Green, as I think that's Finley Lyons who is in second place across the line, and looks to be going into Christmas corner. I thought he was going to be challenging, but he's not quite. They're almost going 3 wide into Christmas. In the background, I think that was for 5th place onwards, pretty much, as culminated into a little bit of a crash, actually.
Whoa.
Big off for quite a few drivers involved with that. Number 72 and the 88, Cody Lapaterel is the 88, and I think the 72 was involved there as well, but I can't quite see who that is.
Luckily, I think that was more spinning in sympathy rather than heavy contact. So all drivers getting back underway, as there is the point forward from your second place kart of Finley Lyons.
It is indeed, yeah. I was obviously chatting to the Lyons family during lunch. Always nice. The 78 goes through. That's Harry Freeman up into 3rd place on Daniel Minto. Oh, I don't know whether he hit the curb quite hard there, Will Green, or whether he got a hit at the back end by Finley Lyons, maybe a little bit of both. It's Finley Lyons going for the move at Christmas corner. The number 81 slots his way through and manages to take that lead of the race, but for how much longer? Will Green trying to crawl all over the back of him, going back up the inside. I think it's going to be a race-long battle, isn't it, John?
Yeah, I think that's an understandable re-overtake there from Will Green after he was told less than half a lap ago, I'm not going to overtake you, let's work together, and then gets sent. Now gets sent again. Lyons back down the inside to the lead. They're going to be side by side on the exit, though. Back to the inside goes Will Green, and now going to try and follow him through is the 78. Nope, they're going to squeeze each other out to the edge of the track. Oh, my goodness, there's so much contact between the 4 of them. Daniel Minto actually had probably the biggest shunt into his front end then. Going to hope he doesn't have a penalty.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if all of those nose cones, there was a driver.
There was, yeah.
Spinning off on the outside there.
Can't see who that was.
Wouldn't be surprised if all those nose cones have taken a bit of a battering, but we'll wait and worry about that a little later, because Will Green goes defensive, and Finley Lyons goes around the outside at Christmas corner. What a move! And goes into 1st place, and that's not to be outdone, to be fair, by the driver who's gone into 2nd as well, the number 78, Harry Freeman.
Oh, that's a big crash for the 57.
Oh, yeah, is that a steering column gone? Oh, it's something
Finley
big
Hines,
anyway.
that is, and he's gutted about it. Look at him.
Yeah, no, it's a very broken kart on the outside of Boxing Day, wasn't it? But we'll focus again a little bit further forward at the top 4. Finley Lyons in the lead of this race with the 28 of Daniel Minto now into 2nd. The 78 of Harry Freeman was once in 2nd place, now drops down to 4th. Will Green is in 3rd.
And Nat Johnston, fastest lap of the race, joining this battle for 1st. Of course, it was Nat Johnston, who we saw in both heats earlier, go from last all the way up into the top 10 both times. Now actually starts from P7, now up into 5th. Fastest lap of the race in this leading group. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's another driver that we've sort of noted down as a potential driver of the day, isn't it? Nat Johnston. Not necessarily because they caught the cameras, but because mainly we've seen great progression from the back of the field going further forward. It has to be said, Rocco Shenton has done a similar feat, maybe not quite to the extent of Nat Johnston. So looking forward to seeing what they can do now we can actually see them as a racer.
No, exactly. I'm looking forward to seeing them get involved with this battle. And with the battling going on for 2nd, as you saw across the other couple of laps, Lyons created a nice little gap out in the lead as it went Finley Lyons fastest, then Will Green fastest, now Thomas Hill fastest, who's in 6th place. So who knows, more battling continues, and Thomas Hill could close up the gap as well. And I mean, they nearly already have. It's nearly becoming a, what is that, 9, maybe even 10 kart battle for the lead now. All it needs is Olby Lapper to close in ever so slightly, and that's what we're going to have.
Yeah, I was going to say the top 10 separated by not a lot, less than 5 seconds, as the 44 Will Green all over the back of Daniel Minto. This could slow everybody up and allow Finley Lyons to get away, or at least get a little bit of a head start 8 minutes to go as
it's a chain guard, yeah.
Yeah, somebody lost the chain guard, which is never good because you don't want the chain to be exposed.
Usually means someone's gone up and over the back of the cart, doesn't it, really?
A bit strange, really, but we don't see anybody on the outside of turn 1. There is no yellow flags or anything like that, so maybe he just found it randomly. Or maybe it's his lucky good luck charm.
Possibly. I think that driver earlier on in the race we saw going backwards out of Ogiers was Jack Burgess, and since then we've also lost, of course, we saw Finley Hines out of the race, and we've also lost Jack Collinson as well, sadly.
That's a bit of a shame.
Max Wheatley now gets a mechanical flag too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of...
That'll be the chain guard, I would assume.
One would assume that, yeah, it's very true. As Will Green looked up the inside, I thought there was going to be over amount of pressure on Daniel Minto, but he managed to absorb that. So, yeah, no, you wouldn't really want to be running around with an exposed chain for many reasons. One, you basically got a chainsaw running around exposed, don't you?
There's the move.
Oh, that's not ended up in a crash, though, but here comes Harry Freeman into third place, decides to take advantage of that, which is what he's done over the course of this race so far in the last 4 minutes or so. But Will Green goes into second, and it's now his task to try and chase down Finley Lyons, who, remember, they've already done battle once this weekend.
Indeed, Daniel Minto going back down the inside, and the timing, it says he's not there. He's dropping down the order. He's very much there, so a timing issue for the number 28. He does, in fact, manage to get through there. And up into third place, following back through, goes Harry Freeman. So relegates. Actually, no, sorry, he gets re-overtaken by Nat Johnson. Sorry, does Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman there, goes back down the inside. Squeeze him out to the curb. They're going to make contact on the edge. Oh, just staying on the black stuff. And who's there with them now? That's Thomas Hill. So this is becoming a 6 karts battle, because remember the 28, not there on the timing, but definitely there in real life.
Yeah, Finley Lyons pulling away with this one. Will Green gets the fastest lap by 48.6, 0.2 of a second quicker than Finley himself. Daniel Minto has been reinstated into the timing screen as we see him move further back. That was 66 looking at 78, Thomas Hill and Harry Freeman, but not actually managing to pull it off.
Yeah, all these guys feeling that they have the pace to be at the front, and to be fair, they all do. But all this battling, as you say, just allowing for Finley Lyons to continue to extend that gap at the front. He did a personal best on the last lap. Wasn't quite as quick as Will Green in second place, who set the fastest lap of the race, a 48.66 for him. Only Finley Lyons, Will Green and Thomas Hill, who have dropped down into the 48 at some point in this race. So I'd say they're definitely your ones to watch as they're going side by side into the last corner. Oh, just holding it around the outside there is Harry Freeman for 5th place, and Thomas Hill's going to have to wait to go for another move there to try and steal away the position. Yeah,
Thomas Hill is almost trying to snatch at the wheel a little bit rather than letting the kart flow. Could just been the snapshot that we saw as he flies up the inside. Not last of the late breakers though. A little bit of contact between himself and Harry Freeman. Freeman holds on to it, but these two are basically just going to hold each other up now, aren't they?
Yeah, he keeps thinking about that move down the inside, doesn't he? But just getting closed off at the apex by Freeman. So Hill not able to find a way through. Now the gap out in the lead was nearly hard. There we go. We just saw as he cut away. He did make that move down the inside. Did Thomas Hill take away the move? There's the move in the lead, though. At the boot, down the inside goes the number 44, Will Green. I was saying he was closing in, closing in, closing in. Already goes to the move, already takes the lead with 4.5 minutes left to go in this race.
Finley Lyons, he just looked like he hooked that curb up a little bit too much. It's almost like he was looking over his shoulder, thinking about it too much. Will Green sees an opportunity and sends it, and here comes Finley Lyons' response. Going through Christmas corner, but through Boxing Day, he loses out so much time. Will Green read it to a T. Well done to him.
Yeah, that was really nice, wasn't it? I think Finley Lyons just getting a bit of, oh no, I can't believe we lost the lead. I've got to get it back instantly. Don't drop your flat track over the floor.
I'll try.
He was like, I've got to get it back instantly. Goes back down the inside there, but a little bit too heavy-handed on the brakes. A little bit too deep. Back through goes Will Green. And I was kind of hoping that they were going to fight a little bit more, because I was hoping that might allow for the drivers behind just to catch back up once again. But
well, we've got 4 minutes.
Yeah, we've still got quite a long time in this one, so anything could happen.
Yeah, 4 minutes. That's probably going to be about 5 or 6 laps. Oh, it's number 28. That's Daniel Minto. Daniel Minto trying to get himself back going, but the marshal telling him that it's not going to be good enough. He's not going to be moving anytime soon. Slick tyres, wet grass. Don't get any grip, do you? So Daniel Minto, big news. That was a driver who was in second or third, I believe, at the time. Third, sorry, or fourth. No longer in this race. Absolutely no idea what happened to him. He's on the outside of Ashby's as Finley Lyons goes drifting through the infield. Yeah, absolutely no idea what what Daniel Minto, what happened to him. There's no other drivers that have lost any big positions or any time or anything like that, but that is absolutely gutting for them. So Nat Johnston is in 3rd place, Thomas Hill is in 4th, Harry Freeman 5th, Teddy Cooper in 6th, Albie Lapper, and all the way down it looks like that really. Finley Lyons with the fastest lap of the race, 48.390. So all of a sudden Finley, as soon as he's in 2nd place, has found the accelerator. Now it is worth noting as well, I was having a chat to the Lyons family earlier on, like I said, Finley Lyons, he said that he wasn't enjoying the kart when it was in wet conditions at all. He really didn't like it. That's why he really was suffering in race number 1. That's why we saw a response in heat number 2, because it was a dry track. And as you can see here in the dry track yet again, he's very, very quick, but there definitely is work to be done in the wet setup.
Indeed, yeah, that's for sure. I think we also saw that earlier from a couple of drivers, didn't we? Some that we'd expect to be batting right at the front, just not able to quite keep the pace in the wet conditions, but very much back to a dry circuit this afternoon for the finals. And these two still having a great ding-dong battle as we head into the final 2 minutes of this race. That group behind, though, big switch. Harry Freeman to 3rd place, Nat Johnston to 5th, Thomas Hill remaining in 4th, but there is the move for the lead once again at Christmas Corner. Finley Lyons back to the front.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes plus a lap to go, it's not going to be the last battle I think we have at the front end of this order, but look at the gap they've managed to pull between themselves and Harry Freeman, Nat Johnston, Teddy Cooper. As there goes, Will Green was trying it yet again, getting that cutback on Finley Lyons. It's a great battle. To be fair as well, one thing I love to see, John, a lot of respect between these two. They're not bashing each other out of the way, he says, touch wood, as Finley Lyons sends it once more up the inside of the boot, looks over his shoulder, looks the wrong way, looks over the other way, sees that Will Green is still there, and coming across the line, it will be Finley Lyons to take the lead.
Indeed, yeah, very fair racing between these two, which is fantastic to see. I think there was a little bit of contact between the rear bumper of Finley and the front bumper of Will there, just hooked onto each other going through the boot, and was able to allow Finley to sneak on ahead, as Will couldn't tuck up and under as they were a bit conjoined for certain parts of that. As back to the inside goes Finley Lyons. Oh, tries to switch back to Will Green. What are they going to be like on the exit? No, they've made a bit of contact there, and Finley Lyons actually getting the better exit of the both of them. Yeah, it was slightly surprising. I thought Will Green would actually come out on top, or whether they were going to make contact. I thought Finley Lyons was a goner, put it that way. But that is the beauty of the static cam. You sort of have to use your assumptions rather than actually seeing what's going on. Now there is the fight for 3rd position, isn't it? Thomas Hill, then Nat Johnston, Teddy Cooper, Harry Freeman, Albie Lapper. A long way behind these two, which is Finley Lyons, and then 9/10 of a second before you have to see Will Green. Indeed, yeah, that little bit of contact has just opened up this gap at the front. But our battle for 3rd, as you say, now the closest one on circuit, and it's really close. Quite a few drivers involved in this one now, as there's a switch to the inside for the 79 on the 29. As Teddy Cooper going back through on Albie Lapper. I think that is for 6th position there. Harry Freeman's got ahead of both of them up into 5th now. So 5 now involved in this battle for 3rd place. Still Thomas Hill at the front of it. And of course, this is the battle over the last bit of silverware for the day. You're only going to get some if you're in the top 3, and the 66 of Thomas Hill currently holds on to that last position. Yeah, and just going through the boot there, looks like he's got a bit of a slower entry, but he's got a really tidy sort of midsection through the boot, which is allowing him to get a nice exit as well. So Thomas Hill looking rather in control, I would say, right now. Also, speaking of control, Finley Lyons, look at that. It's, although he's leaning forward, he's checking over his shoulder, he's making sure everything is accounted for. He is very much in control of this race. He's got 8/10 of a second gap to Will Green, although that did come down by about a 10th in the last lap. Doesn't mean that Finley's got a headache just yet, and we are in the final lap of this race. Exactly, yeah. As he comes through Osiers now, heading on down towards the boot, checks over the shoulder, but he's going to realise he's got oceans of room, has Finley Lyons. No need to put in any defensive moves here through the boot, and he's going to lead us through the final corner and take the win here in the Rotax Mini into final. A great race from Finley Lyons, and a brilliant, respectful battle between himself and Will Green, who grabs the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. A good effort from Will Green, an impressive showing of pace and skill, but just that little bit of contact with a couple of minutes to go dropped him just out of the contention there for the win. It was Thomas Hill in 3rd place, and I think there was a change on the last lap. I think Harry Freeman got up into 4th, relegated Nat Johnston to 5th. They were followed across the line by Teddy Cooper, Albie Lapper, Ella Lucia, your highest placed novice, in 8th place. Then Miles Burton and Max Williams rounded out the top 10. They were followed across the line by Oliver White. Then Elliot Potter and Harris Ali. Then Sam Flynn, Cody LePatrell, Toby Jukes, Jack Collinson, Max Colbert, Logan Lauder and Riley Morgan rounded out the top 20. Then it was Nathan Rond, Samir Poole and Warwick Milan who rounded out the 23 karts who actually made it to the checkered flag in that one. Sadly, we lost 4 drivers across that race. Daniel Minto, who was running right up in the top positions, having a great battle, sadly, spinning out and getting stuck on the grass. Then Max Wheatley didn't make it to the flag either. Neither did Finley Hines and neither did Jack Burgess.
No, it's a bit of a shame to have all those people losing out. Now here's the moment of truth. Finley Hines gets away with it. What can Will Green do? Looks like he's going to get away with it as well, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. Shown on through. Now, it's a little bit low, but he's shown on through. Thomas Hill. Looks like most people have kept this nice and clean, John, doesn't it? Which is always a bit of a relief. Thumbs up, left, right, and centre. Right then, we're going to be going into the next final. That was the Rotax Mini Inter category. Now we're going to be going into the Junior Max B final.
Yes, indeed. First B final of the day. Of course, to remind you, all B finals are 8 minutes plus 1 lap, unlike all the rest of the finals, which are 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Daniel Gurney is going to lead us away for this one. He's on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Alfie Thompson. Then it's Luca Brooks and Jugas Pravalonis, followed by Monica Bolton Ramos and Shane Chandaria. Row 40's Rex Ashley and Daniel Bridgeton. Whoever was wanting to know when this was in the chat, was they were supporting Rex Ashley. He's here now, and he's on P7. Ria Ramadan and Omar Cindy round out the top 10. They're followed by Jacob Borovic and Tobian Alvarez. And then row 7 sees Piotr Jurovic, then Asa Aidan Pinder, Charlie Neve and Levi Sangera round out the 16 karts for this one. However, I don't believe Charlie Neve and Levi Sangera are here today, so we're only going to be seeing 14 karts out for this one, I do believe.
Yeah, it's a B final, of course.
That's a lie. I can see Charlie Neve's kart, so I think it possibly just is the last person on the grid who isn't here.
Yeah, potentially. This is the B final, of course. A few of these drivers will make it into the A final, I believe. That's is how it works. I'm looking at you here, John.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
In the B final, how many drivers get to qualify through to the A's? I'm putting you in it here now.
I've done WMKC recently, and I think it's different.
Oh, dear. Right, okay, I'll have a look at my notes.
I think it's 4. I'm going to say 4.
I'll have a look at my notes because I haven't been able to print off my notes, so that's why I was
pretty sure it's 4.
Very quickly. Okay, we'll go with 4. For the time being, maybe we'll look at the notes over the course of the rest of the race. But we've had a spin there in the background. So with a little bit of a spin coming out of the first corner there on the warm-up, a few people maybe gunning it a little bit too much out the pits. So we just had confirmation from the production team that it is 4, so that was a good call that you had made to ask them. That was a good thing, rather than us
professional
trying to frantically,
commentator.
rather than us trying to frantically look through the notes. I have made note of it. My printer broke, so I couldn't print off all of them. So rather than going through my iPad and everything before this race gets underway, it's always nice to have the backup.
Why we have this lovely new piece of machinery.
Take use of it, exactly.
Make use of it indeed. Right, here we go then. Daniel Gurney and Alfie Thompson on that front row. They're going to lead us to the green light here for once again. Oh, I thought it was going to be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. I guess I lied. It's 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this B final. And here we go then. Oh, a spinner in the background. Already round is the 117 of Asa Aidan Pinder. Big slide from second place. How did they manage to hold that? The 75 of Luca Brooks was nearly facing the opposite direction to the corner he was trying to enter and still caught it and still got around the corner. Very impressive.
I thought he was going to head backwards into our camera, to be honest. It was very impressive indeed as there's moves in the infield. Is that the Triple Eight? Is that Pravilianis? I think it is. I butchered the name, but yeah, I think you know the driver.
Pravalonis, I think.
Pravalonis?
Yeah, I think
we'll
that's
go
it.
with Pravalonis,
yeah.
Pravalonis into second place then. A good start by him. Starting from 4th place, now up to 2nd. And there is also an 887 of Alfie Thompson as well, so there's plenty of high numbers out in this grid.
Indeed, yes. There's a move for 2nd though. Pravalonis gets shuffled down to 3rd. Through goes Omar Cindy as he set the fastest lap of the race on the opening lap. Moving up the order, very nice. He started in 10th place.
Wow.
And he's up to 2nd. That is an unbelievable start. There's a move at Christmas corner once again. The 97 goes through. Was that the 97? Or was it the 94 of Rex Ashley going through on Levi Sangera?
Ooh.
Possibly could have been. No, it was the 97 of Shane Chandaria through on Ria Ramadan for 9th place. My apologies. My eyes deceiving me looking at the timing there. There's more moves going on at the front. Back through goes Pravalonis. Is that Cindy getting shuffled back? Or is it Gurney?
Cindy's actually in the race lead.
It was the
now.
leader, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting shuffled back to 5th or 6th place there.
Yeah, Cindy made the move through Ashby's, and then it got shuffled back. Did Gurney, unfortunately. So he's now in the fight for 3rd position. In fact, I'm not even sure he's in the fight for 3rd position. He's in 5th, isn't it now?
Really got shuffled back there. You can see just how much momentum works in karting, as here's a move for 2nd there in the 75 of Luca Brooks, getting it all sideways, bit of contact with Pravalonis, and Pravalonis gets back through.
I think 75 was the driver that was completely sideways going into Christmas in the first lap as well, and it looks very dramatic, looks very cool, but I don't think it's the fastest route because he's lost 2 places in the course of 2 corners. Yeah,
Alfie Thompson steals away 3rd from him now. Once again, we've got that break in the timing screen, so I'm going to assume that we were correct in thinking that 4 is the amount of people that goes up into the A final. So, of course, Luca Brooks does drop those positions down into 4th. Doesn't matter at the moment. He's still going to make it up into the A final. However, he needs to watch out for Daniel Gurney right behind him. Oh, Daniel Gurney's actually 2 positions now. It's Jacob Borovic who's right behind him. All those drivers still very close, still with the chance to snatch away those positions in the A final.
Yeah, Oliver, Omar Cindy is probably the only driver that's really feeling quite comfortable right now at the front of this pack. A 2nd to the good on Pravalonis, who's currently in 2nd place. Alfie Thompson in 3rd and Luca Brooks in 4th. They're very, very close to each other. Those 3 could change around rather easily and even invite Roanowick in as well, as the 2nd place driver does get shuffled down. The 888 now goes behind the 887. Alfie Thompson into 2nd. So Omar Cindy, with all this going on behind him, the music to the ears, I'm sure, with the lack of noise that's coming from those junior engines. Just behind, he's now got a 1.5 second gap. Pretty much, I wouldn't say coast, but for the next 6.5 minutes, just focus on his driving style. Focus on making it a test day, lots of qualifying laps. Just make sure he's ready for the A final a little later on. Number 16, Charlie Neve going through on Daniel Gurney, I think that was. That's a fight for 6th position. Charlie Neve also with the fastest lap.
Indeed, I clearly lied at the start because I didn't think Charlie Neve and Levi Sangera actually hit, but they are both in this race. Neve now up to 7th, Sangera up to 12th. Sadly, Asa Aiden Pinder, after having that spin at the first corner, didn't make it round. I think pulled into the pits because she went through the Sector 1, Sector 2, but didn't make it through Sector 3, so I think went back into the pit lane. Did Asa.
We've had a contact warning flag as well from Tobian Alvarez, unfortunately, so yeah, a bit of a telling off, not quite so much there's going to be a penalty just yet, but it's a bit of a warning flag anyway, as Charlie Neve goes through on the 35, Jacob Borowijk, so it's going to be charging Charlie Neve that everybody else has to really worry about.
Yes, indeed. He's coming from 15th place on the grid. Here is Charlie Neve up into 5th already, with only not even half of the race gone yet. Still 5.5 minutes on the clock, and he's now chasing down the 75 of Luca Brooks, and of course, that being the lowest position that you can be in to move on to the A final. Omar Cindy managing this race very nicely out in the lead, was 1.45 seconds last lap, now 1.66, that gap in the lead, so just slowly managing it and keeping a good pace out front and managing that gap to 2nd place, where here comes Charlie Neve then, already right on the back of Luca Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, Luca's going to have a bit of a worry now, I would say, isn't he? Looking in his rear view mirrors, if they had rear view mirrors, obviously looking over the shoulder is really how they do it in go-karting, but I always like to say rear view mirrors is just a force of habit, to be honest. But either way, worrying about the driver behind rather than the driver in front, and look at that, there's already a move there for Charlie Neve. That made it look rather easy and simple, didn't it?
It did. It looked super easy. Sent it under brakes, got it stopped. Might have been a little bit of contact mid-corner, but nonetheless, up into 4th place goes Charlie Neve, and he takes away that last spot in the A final. I think actually that bit of overtake and how much it held up Luca Brooks has dropped him down into... Oh, he's completely dropped off. He's off the circuit. He's lost loads of positions.
He's in 11th.
He is in 11th. He has now crossed the line in 11th place, but... yeah, he lost a good 3 seconds through the final sector of the circuit. Dropped a number of positions because of it. All still making contact there, out of the boot. That was in your battle for sort of 5th, 6th, 7th place, as there's a late send down the inside. Not able to make it stick though on the 111. I think that was Levi Sangera trying to get through on Monica Bolton Ramos. Didn't quite work this time around.
No, it did not, did it? It's yeah, going to be a little bit difficult for anybody else to try and catch up to Charlie Neve, I'd say. Although there's a big, not a massive gap, is there? 0.6 of a second to Pravalonas. It looks a bit bigger, but there's still 4 minutes, well, 3.5 minutes to go. 4 minutes if you add the plus a lap, I suppose, for Pravalonas to have a bit of a worry. But the gap between 4th and 5th, as long as Pravalonas doesn't really worry about trying to defend from Charlie Neve too much, it'd be almost better to just let them go, wouldn't it, and not lose the time, hold on to that 4th position.
Yeah, I'd say you're about right there, to be honest, mate. Battle still continuing throughout the field, though. Pravalonas has had a decent race here. He's doing well, just sitting behind Alfie Thompson for now. Charlie Neve still with that fastest lap of the race, still chasing down these two. He doesn't need to do anything too drastic. He's still there in the A final, in that last position in 4th place that gets that promotion. And they've got a nice gap back to Jacob Borovic in 5th place. However, you're not a racing driver if you don't try and get up into the highest position that you possibly can in a race. So I don't think he's going to hold back at all there.
Absolutely not. No, Charlie Neve was, that was the first lap that they'd set without it being a fastest lap. And to put that in context, though, it was only 0.03 of a second away from the ultimate fastest lap that we've seen here so far. It would have been good enough for the 2nd fastest lap already. So, yeah, Charlie Neve not slowing down any time soon. The fight for a second is about to ignite, I think. 2 minutes, well, it's probably 3 minutes to go if you include the lap. Omar Cindy, indeed, very much in control. 1.5 seconds, hasn't really pulled away for a long time, but hasn't really needed to.
No, he's just sort of managed it, hasn't he? Gains another 2/10 on that lap. He's setting personal best, though, to be fair. 45.84 for himself last lap. And that actually matches the quickest lap of the race of Charlie Neve. So he is going pretty fast. Out in the lead is Omar Cindy, managing it nicely. And if these three begin to start battling now, well, he's just going to be counting his lucky stars, isn't he, out in the lead, and will just continue to pull away.
Yeah, no, he's done this race well, has Cindy. No real
there was a yellow flag, I think,
dramas.
In the middle section of the circuit.
Haven't seen any evidence, have we, of anything, but that would take away a potential overtaking opportunity. Oh,
I think it's Jacob Borovic from 5th place. He was in 5th place, and yep, he's dropping down the order, so I think Borovic has come to a halt in Sector 2.
Yeah, I haven't seen him on the cameras yet, but yeah, that is a bit of a shame. He's lost, yeah, 9th position.
He was the closest challenger. There is the car. Yeah, he was the closest challenger to our top 4, but sadly, now out of this race. Just how racing goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame as well, because although maybe not progressing into the A final is not the way you want to finish the B final either, is it? So, yeah, it's,
I think you can take lots of positives from it, though. He's right up there on the pace.
True.
Taking into round number 3. You can take lots of positives for it, but as you say, never a nice way to end off the day. That was a big clobber at the curve from Charlie Neve. First big mistake that we've seen from him in this race.
Ooh, I thought there was going to be a mistake from Pravalonas as well. He probably should look over his shoulder and realise he's got a bit of breathing room. Don't force this one with 30-odd seconds left. This will be the penultimate lap, I feel.
Yeah, I think it should just be the penultimate lap, yeah.
I think Omar Cindy could probably take maybe a second off. And then, well, actually, no, he's only got a 1.6 second gap, actually. Now,
Alfie Thompson now sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's come down, actually, Omar Cindy's gap between 1st and 2nd.
How consistent Cindy is, though. He matched the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, which has now changed, and then went 100th slower on that last lap. He's being very consistent, and they're all within 0.06 of a second of each other, the top 3.
Very impressive, isn't it, really? It just goes to show that they probably deserve to be in the A final, which is exactly why they're in the position they are. So as they come across the line, the last lap board has now been held out for Omar Cindy.
Cindy went fastest, then it went the way of Charlie Neve. So after that small mistake on the previous lap, he's seeing red and he's going to go for it. Pravalonas wants that 2nd place, though, and Alfie Thompson tries it around the outside. Don't throw it all away here, guys, on the last lap. You've got a guaranteed spot in the A final at the moment. You might want 2nd place, Jugas, but is it worth losing out on the seat for the A final? But no, he gets it. How's he managed to do that? That was very impressive. I didn't even see how he got that overtake done, but on the exit, up into 2nd place goes Pravalonas. Alfie Thompson now there in 3rd, and Charlie Neve right behind as well. But here is your leader, Omar Cindy. Leads us round the boot and round the final corner to take the win here in the Junior Max B final and gets himself up into the A final. Who's going to be in 2nd place, though? as they come across the line. It is how they were when we last saw them. Jugas Pavalonis in second, Alfie Thompson in third, and Charlie Neve in fourth. Those are your 4 drivers making it into the A final later on today.
It is indeed. So the rest of the field was finished out with Tobian Alvarez, the top novice driver in the B final here at the Junior Maxes. Levi Sangera was in 6th place. Daniel Gurney was in 7th. Luca Brooks was in 8th. 9th was Shane Chanderi. 10th was Monica Bolton Ramos. 11th, Rio Ramadan. 12th was Rex Ashley. 13th was Joyce Jurewicz, I'm guessing. 14th was Daniel Bridgeton. Jacob Bororak was unfortunately a DNF. And Azza Aiden Pinder was also a DNF. So as a few of the mechanics go out there to try and recover some of the karts, we can focus now and turn our attention over towards not the Junior Max A final just yet, because obviously there's going to be a bit of a chill out before these guys, the top 4 in this category anyway, have to go out on circuit once more. It'd be a bit harsh to make them do it straight away. But instead we're going to go to another B final, aren't we, John? We're going to go to the senior road taxes.
As we wait on the grid for this one, a couple of people in the live chat. Joshua Owen said, did Neve start last? Nearly. He started in 15th place in that one, so second last, got up into 4th and got up into the A final. Very impressive result.
So on pole position for the senior road tax B final, it's William Pemble, number 96. Second place is 73, Daniel Mortonis. With road 2, number 10, Nathan Chafer, and 17, Mark Sayers. Row 3, 44, Ross Tyler, and 91, Ben Page. Row 4, number 41, David Marzal, with 66, Samuel Cook. Row 5, 99, Kasper Pajecki, with 50, Dylan Norris. Row 6, number 16, Nathan Geisey, with 90, Robert Harrison. Row 7, 64, Luke Collins, and 36, Ollie Ward. Row 8, 97, Julian Rapeza, and 87, Clive Ching. So the senior road tax B finals, then not as many drivers as the juniors.
Oh, big spin into the barriers! Oh my goodness, on the warm-up lap. Is he okay? No, his kart's not. The 96, William Pemble. He was supposed to be your pole sitter, and he's out the race before it even gets underway.
I have absolutely no idea what happened there, but that kart is undrivable, isn't it? He'll try and get it all the way back, but to be honest, he'd be better off just pulling over to the side.
Yeah, he is. Oh, that is so gutting for William Pemble, and so embarrassing. Poor lad. He was just trying to warm up the tyres, and we've said that so many times. Is it red flag? We've got a red flag out on circuits. We've said that a few times before, haven't we? Warming up the tyres, it's good. It's going to give you more grip for the race start, but sometimes the drivers, we do feel overdo it just a little bit, and that was a clear example of one of them.
Well, I'm not entirely convinced it actually gives you that much of an advantage at the race start either. I mean, these kart tyres warm up instantly.
Yeah, they're pretty quick.
There's very small amount of rubber that's actually on these tyres compared to the Formula 1, which is where everybody thinks that it comes from, sort of thing. It's a very, very different kettle of fish, and yeah, it's a very, very strange one, to be honest, that one.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. He might have just dropped a wheel onto the grass. I didn't see it, I'll be honest, but aiming at a floodlight post is never really what you want to be doing on the outlap.
And luckily, the driver is all okay. Just sort of bounced off of that Marshall post, didn't he? A big tyre barrier, of course, all around it, but yeah, what a gutting way to end off your day. You've waited that whole time through lunch to have your B final in the afternoon, and you chuck it off before it even gets underway. Gutting for William Pemble, absolutely gutting.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't get through the B final, at least you can go home and get your dinner early. But realistically, that's not the way he was.
He's going to be feeling sick after that one. There's no way he's going to want any dinner. Ah, okay, we've got a medical car on track as well. It looked like William Pemble was okay, didn't it, on that kart? So possibly something else that we've missed out on the camera. So we'll keep you guys updated as best as we can. Of course, red flag out. It is up at Christmas, so we'll update you once we know some more information. Now, Alfred says in the chat, when's the cadet final? I'm afraid you've missed that, sir. However, the great thing about YouTube is you can just scroll back on the scroll bar and watch it at your leisure. So you can go and watch it now if you like, Alfred. But yeah, that has already happened, I'm afraid. I won't spoil the result for you. Don't worry. You can go back and watch it now.
Can indeed, yeah. A few other people giving Rio Ramadan a bit of support, as they have done all day, of course. Rio, one of the more popular drivers in the YouTube chat.
Lots of fans.
Yeah, Daniel as well. Daniel looking very, well, having lots of support as well.
Yeah, Daniel's Kuranox, who's actually called Daniel's Martinones in this, and I still don't know why, and I still don't know which one's correct.
That's the one we
got
confused
on, Kuranox, yeah. Okay, we're getting a little update that we believe it is a marshal who is involved in the medical emergency here. Apparently all seemingly okay, but yeah, that's why I think we were a little bit confused. We didn't see anyone else go off, but I think possibly something to do with Pemble going off into the marshal post there, maybe causing some sort of injury with the marshal. So never nice to see. Of course, the marshal's out here risking life and limb to be on the side of the circuit, but all should be okay, and hopefully we'll get the racing underway shortly.
Yeah, but that means we've got to wait for marshal post to be manned as well.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
It could be.
Go on, mate. Off you go.
Oh no, I feel like I should put on the orange vest, you know, and join in.
There's plenty down here.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Maybe we'll send a camera person over there. Yeah, they're quite close, aren't they? No, it's a shame to hear that news, obviously, but apparently everything sounds like it's okay. Just a bit precautionary.
That's what we're good at doing here in the Comswatch, dishing out responsibilities to others.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't dare take any for ourselves. No, don't be silly.
What's it called? Oh yeah, delegating. That's what you get good at when you're this high up, and we've just had confirmation in our ears the marshal is all okay, so that's good to hear.
It is indeed. So a little bit of plugging. Might as well do it.
Go for it, mate.
The Alpha Live, we've hit 30,000. So a big thank you to everybody. We haven't really had time to properly sort of digest that, really, but I'm sure everybody at Alpha Live, including us in the commentary box, but everybody in the production team as well, and behind the scenes will be absolutely buzzing with that one. So a big thank you to everybody who's jumped on and decided to subscribe for this particular round. Hopefully you stick around for the next, 7 more. Well, this is 8, including this one, Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship round. And obviously there's plenty more, though, on the Alpha Live channel that you can be getting involved with. Over the other side is the T-side sprint, which obviously is on its first round so far this afternoon. There's also...
I keep thinking of Adele every time you say that. Hello from me.
Oh, right, yeah. I was trying to think there. I was like, when have Adele sang about the T-side in the sprint? I mean, that would really propel it into popularity if she did.
Rolling in the T-side.
Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be a good bit of sponsorship, wouldn't it? But there's plenty of other stuff on Alpha Live. Obviously, there's the car racing, kart racing, bike racing, everything that you could ask for, basically. So you could go from karting to the Enduro KA series. You could do the MSVR Club Car Championship. All of the various motocross as well, which we're starting to get in there, which is pretty cool. And there's even rugby games and things like that. There's Wanderers versus Wasps, and that was a few years ago, and things like that. So yeah, plenty of stuff on the Alpha Live YouTube channel to be getting yourself stuck in for. And even if you're just a fan of karting, which is fairly understandable, and you're thinking about making your step up to maybe the British Kart Championships or other series like that, well, then Alpha Live have got you covered there as well, and you can go and catch all the coverage of various British Kart Championship rounds, and amongst other lots of other club championships up and down the country.
Yeah, there's so much going on this year now. So, so much going on the Alpha Live channel that you don't want to miss out on. So, as 30,000 people have already done, click that subscribe button. And, of course, well, the next video you're going to see on the channel is our beautiful mugs out doing the paddock show.
True.
Which is definitely one you're not going to want to miss. And, of course, there'll also be one for the T-side sprints as well.
Well, one of the series that we cover here that you're quite fond of, that is sort of relevant to the Whilton Mill and everything like that, is WMKC.
Indeed.
Of course, John, which is an opportunity for... There might be people out there who are maybe going to university or maybe at university now, haven't had the opportunity to go racing like we're seeing here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but the WMKC is a fantastic place to go and try that out to start with, isn't it?
Yes, brilliant. The BUKC karts are so much fun, of course, using Club 100 machinery. Just brilliant for racing. Really long. They're still called sprint races, but they're 25 minutes in length. Really long sprint races, really stretching the meaning of the word sprint. But they are fantastic. Sadly, I wasn't there in the comms box round 3 at GYG. I think it was last week or a couple of weeks ago. I was watching the racing from home. It was absolutely fantastic. Wet as well, and of course in Club 100 200 and in BUKC, you don't change the tyres.
No.
So it doesn't matter if it throws it down, which it did at GYG, they're all still on slicks and they're all trying to fight their way around this twisty, tight circuit. It's brilliant. But I'm going to be back in the commentary box with BUKC shortly, I think in about a month's time, end of April, for the finals at Clay Pigeon, it'll be.
Yes, because of course it doesn't run for the usual motorsport season, it runs for the university calendar year, doesn't it? So it starts in September, October.
Yeah, so we've got it was either October or November is the qualifiers, and then round 1 to 4 is between sort of beginning of February to end of April.
Yeah, I remember I did the qualifiers back when I was at university, and you go through those sort of. You go to the Freshers' Fair and you join every society and you sort of go and try. And I remember going to do the qualifiers. It was at Whilton Mill actually. And
drivers are getting out.
Yeah, the drivers are getting out, which they might just be reordering to go back into their grid order.
You might be right. Sorry, continue.
No. It's I came to the qualifiers. It was here at Whilton Mill, and I was quite confident, quietly confident, because I'd driven Whilton Mill before, and I was racing in Genesis and everything like that. And I can honestly say it was the most embarrassing and humbling experience I've ever had in my life, because it absolutely chucked it down. And I was with drivers who had done BUKC for a number of years or done a lot of karting, and the likes of Max Coates, who a lot of people might recognise, who did the Clio Cup and everything like that for a long time mini series, and I think he's doing Porsches here or something. So they were all quite good and everything, and all of a sudden I turned up. They were like, oh, you'd be brilliant and everything like that, and I don't think I made it more than 3 corners without spinning. It was horrendously embarrassing, but they were all really nice about it afterwards, and I did go back down to Landau with them or something, because they were all so nice about it, really inclusive, and that is what BUKC is all about, really.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's nothing really like karting in the wet on slicks, especially with those things. They're so heavy, they're so difficult to control in the wet. But it's also interesting this year, a couple of drivers from the Whilton Mill Kart Club actually making their first appearance in the BUKC. Vishal Patel being one of them, and also Mr. Lucas Ellingham.
Is he really?
Yep, he's in BUKC this year, racing for both of those two drivers racing for Loughborough.
Yeah.
So they've been doing very well, and Lucas Ellingham transferring those skills over very nicely, safe to say.
I was going to say, it's pretty cool. I know we're banging on about BUKC here, but it's one of those shared things that me and John have in common. And it's on Alpha Live, and it's to do with Whilton Mill and Club 100 and everything. So one of the things that BUKC does quite well as well, I always feel like there is a good spread of quality, if that makes sense. So there are the hyper-competitive Lucas Ellingham types, isn't there? But there's also the real beginners, intermediates, and everything like that. So, you realistically, you turn up and there's always an opportunity that you could get racing.
Are we going straight to green flag here?
No, I think we're going into...
I'm not sure, because there was... the time is not going down, so I think you are right.
I think we're on another formation lap, essentially. Here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, definitely another formation lap.
It would be weird if we just...
It would be a little bit odd.
Yeah, we're straight into racing. But we are racing again in about 30 seconds time, which is always nice. So hopefully the Marshal is doing well. We have heard that he's absolutely fine. So
I think it was just a precautionary check type thing. I think they're back in their post now.
Yes, exactly. Well, if the post wasn't manned, or marshalled, I should say, actually, then we wouldn't be able to race, would we? So
indeed.
Yeah, and hopefully that's the last red flag we have of the day. I'm not sure the timetable can take many more, so fingers crossed. That's about it.
We've got to try and fit all this in before the sun goes down.
Which, of course, we do get an extra hour now,
we do,
don't we?
We do.
It's probably not properly dark until about 7 o'clock, but everyone has homes to get to, and well, especially Leeds. It's 2.5 hours away. I don't fancy leaving at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, good luck with that, mate. That's when I thank my lucky stars I'm 30 minutes done.
Yes, well, aren't you lucky? Right, let's focus on what we have in front of us now. It's the Senior Rotax B final, of course, and we'll be having, not William Pemble leading the way, will it? That's why they had to change the order.
Yes.
It'll be Daniel Martinonis who gets us underway, and it does look like we are racing. Yes, we are. We are running. There's no false start just yet, so this is how they get through the B final. The top 4, remember, just like the juniors, are the ones to get through. The 73, Martinonis loses out, and he's dropped down to 2nd place.
It was a big send, wasn't it, from, it must be Nathan Schaefer who was behind. And a big snap there from Daniels. That's all big bit of contact, they're both off. Daniels off onto the grass, he holds it together. He gets a bit of an early bath there, as even though it's been dry for a while, the grass is still very wet on the outside there. So a bit of contact between those two, and Daniels coming off worse.
Yeah, the wetsuits have been taken off, so that's all that lovely mud has just stained all the nice normal race suit there. It's going to take some fairy liquid to get out, or whatever they do to get stains out. I'm not sure. But
we're so old.
Oh, we are. It was so rubbish as well. So rubbish at adulting the fact that I don't know if fairy liquid is what you use to get that stains out as well. Personal, whatever you do. Nathan Schaefer in the lead of this race, and Ben Page is the number 91, who's in second place. Darren Marzal actually is in third. And remember, if you haven't heard many of these names mentioned over the course of the day, it's because this is, of course, the B final. So those drivers who probably came from about 20th down to 30th in their respective races, battling it out to try and get into the A's.
Exactly, yeah, and it's so close amongst both the junior maxes and the senior maxes, of course, having a B final. In this one, the top two were tied on points, and third and fourth were also tied on points going into this race, so super close. The starting grid having to be decided by fastest lap time, which is just ridiculous for a final. But here we go then. 8 minutes and 20 left on the clock. To remind you, these B finals all 10 minutes plus 1 lap. I apologise, I was wrong earlier. Not 8, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. As there down the inside goes the 66 of Samuel Cook. He's overtaken 2 on this opening part of the lap, has he? Or is the 41 slightly further ahead than maybe I think? I think he is. So up into 4th now for Samuel Cook.
Samuel Cook, one of the ones that we've mentioned.
No, it is,
that we spoke to during the Paddock show.
Yeah, I think it is on the Alonso car.
Yeah,
yes.
that he was working on his own car, and I put him under pressure, and he started spilling all of his.
Yes, that was him.
All of his space.
I think so. I think you're right. Yeah.
Samuel Cook then. Well, it certainly looked like it anyway. The number 66. The same looking cart anyway, regardless.
And you said, I'm distracting you, but I don't care.
Yeah, basically. Well, I've got a job to do, you know, and he wanted to have a chat.
That's a good move.
Yeah, coming out of Oblivion then, the number 91 is going to be forced towards the outside. The 41, Darren Marzal, goes through into what I believe is second place. Ben Page drops down into 4th.
Indeed. Samuel Cook! Oh, he's spinning! Oh, that's a big incident. No. Watch out, guys! Oh my goodness. Big incident down at Ashby. Another driver just happens to come up to them at the wrong period of time and has to spin off in avoidance. We'll check who that was when they come over the start-finish line, but oh, blimey, that's an interesting middle part of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, the number 90, Robert Harrison, actually, through that midsection there, for some reason, was going off the circuit as well. It almost looked like he wanted to turn right.
It was Nathan Guzzi who took the avoiding action there and ended up losing out the most because of it. So Samuel Cook, where is he going to end up? He's in 9th place, and I think Nathan going to be right down at the back of the order now. Is that heavily defensive from 41? It is. That's Page trying to fight his way through, and Kasper Piecki trying to follow him through as well. They're nearly 3 wide, heading down to Ashby. No yellow flags out there, so all the drivers have managed to rejoin that were inside that earlier incident. But this is second down to 4th place. All these drivers making it through currently, but down the inside goes the 91 of Ben Page. Through follows the 99 of Piecki. But look at this. Dylan Norris, one of your novices, the novice Norris, I said that earlier, it's actually correct now, getting involved in this top 4 battle. And one of these drivers not making it through to the A final. Who's it going to be? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think you said that Dylan was the leading Norris, actually, wasn't he? It's absolutely true now. The number 50. There was a driver there getting a contact warning on the board.
it was a stop weaving for David Marzal.
Ah, okay.
It was
so
no weaving.
Over-aggressive defensive manoeuvres, basically, for David Marzal there. It's, I mean, the weaving didn't help him because he's dropped down to 4th place, hasn't he, instead of being in 2nd. But, yeah, you've got to make sure that you can move once. You definitely can't move under braking. You can't move really more than once when you're on a straight. So the idea of going right to left is considered very dangerous.
Yes, definitely. No, you've got to be predictable to the driver behind you, or it can be extremely dangerous, as you say. Here we go then, onto another lap of the race. Nathan Schaefer is absolutely cleared off. You can barely see him going through the back of the camera shot there. He's over 5 seconds in the lead of this race now. Ben Page still commanding this second place even at the front of this group. Kasper Piecki behind, and a small gap back to David and Dylan. Dylan's still pressuring, but Dylan's still being the one who's not making it into the A final at the moment, but still 5 minutes to try and do something about that.
Yeah, it's a long time really, isn't it? Especially with that extra lap as well. So he's got every opportunity as Dylan to not only make some moves of his own, but picking up some positions where others might start falling over each other, especially Ben Page and Kasper Piecki, because these two look very, very close indeed. And Piecki doesn't really look like he fancies lying down. He wants 2nd place. He wants that buffer between himself and the rest of the field. And right hunkered up behind, going through Oblivion. Is there going to be a good run over towards Christmas Corner here? Looks over the side of Ben Page and opens the door. Here comes Piecki.
Good move down the inside. Textbook takes 2nd place away from Ben Page.
You'd think Nathan Chafer has over 5 seconds in the lead. Oh, he'll probably just chill out, slow down a bit. Nope, fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 44.61, still faster, only just than these guys all battling in behind. Now, one thing I do want to mention, Daniels Martinonis was the one who had a bit of a bath earlier on in this race, got forced out wide at Ashby, already back up to 7th, already only about 3 or 4 seconds off of this battle. If these guys continue to battle, still 4 minutes left in the race, I'm not counting him out here for getting in the top 4.
No, absolutely not, especially if he goes quickly. Ollie Ward's just gone very quickly as well,
wow.
44.56. So a new fastest lap goes the way of Ollie Ward, who's in 6th position, of course. So he needs to catch up to the back of this little group to have any chance of it, and that's a full 2 seconds down the road. So, well, 1.5 seconds down the road. So, not counting my chickens, but a lot of drivers putting in a good show. Yeah,
I'm watching out for Ollie Ward, Samuel Cook, and Daniels Martinonis, 6th, 7th, 8th, all trying to chase down this battle. It's just how this one unfolds, whether the battling continues or whether they all start giving each other a little bit more room here. I don't believe that for a second, though, no. in senior Rotax. All of them going to wanting to get up into that A final, because that A final, you can already tell, is going to be absolutely mega.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, well, very, very close. If the previous rounds that I've commentated on the WMKC, the seniors never disappoint. And to get all the points that are on offer, obviously you want to be going into that A final in a good position as possible. So whether you're in 4th or 2nd, in theory, we might say, oh, it doesn't really matter because we're in the A final. But actually, a lot of these drivers will be thinking, well, that's one extra row further forward that I can start in the A final and maybe pick up a few extra positions for the drivers that were just ahead of us. So, yeah, 2nd to 4th, these guys aren't going to let up.
Yeah, no, very true. And also, I think one thing you'll find as well, now we've got this new system. Of course, last year they would have a heat on the Saturday, then a few more heats on the Sunday and a final. This year they have qualifying, which sets up their grid for their 2 heats, and then of course the heats result sets it up for the final. So you more find that people are usually in the positions that really they should be on the pace that they're in, so you don't get too many crazy battles like we had last year of people completely out of position and sends left, right and centre, and it would sometimes mean that people from the B final could just fly up the order and get up into the A final.
Yeah.
So, but now that's less likely to happen, so it's going to mean that, as you say, getting that one extra grid position on the grid could really make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to come out here and sort of say any sort of my major opinions on whether I think the new qualifying order or anything like that, but it certainly does offer up a difference in the racing styles that we saw from last year, isn't it? With these, I think they were just random grid orders from last year. It was an average that everybody had to basically average the sort of 10th place or something like that, or whatever was the middle of the grid, and that meant you had one pretty much starting from the front, one from the back, and one from the middle. Did offer up some very exciting races, but it did mean that a lot of people maybe missed out on potentially where they deserved to be with their pace and everything like that, because they got caught up in other actions and stuff like that. But with this one, now it's just qualifying dictates race 1 and race 2. It's not like second fastest lap dictates race 2 or anything like that. So it's a bit more down the line, a bit more simple. People know what they're dealing with. It does put a lot of pressure on time qualifying, doesn't it? Which is something that pretty much every other series in the world, especially when you go into car racing, they all do qualifying, so you have to learn how to do it, but it's a bit of a different experience.
Yeah, no, it's understandable, the changes, but something new for us to learn in 2023. Marcel moving over to defend pretty heavily here, as round the outside, tries the number 50. Is he going to get it done? What a move from Dylan Norris. Moves himself up into the top positions as they make contact back down the inside. I don't think he had a choice. Goes the 41. Retakes it, but now trying where the outside is Ollie Ward. Ollie Ward up into 5th place already. Going to go up and under into 4th. Half a lap, and he goes from 6th to 4th. And off goes Dylan Norris. He's gone. He's off the road. He's out of this battle. 36 now finds himself up in the top 4. So within half a lap, he goes from well off of these guys to now finding himself potentially in the A final with only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, mad stuff really, isn't it? That's what can happen in a go-kart race. It just changes the flip of a coin as they go up towards Christmas corner, the 99 and 91. I've absolutely no idea how they've ended up coming out of that one. We don't even know if they've come out of it. That was Pajecki and Ben Page, and I think Ben Page was the one making the move. Pajecki was the one defending. What we're seeing is Nathan Chafer. We are not on the final lap.
I think that was them coming round. I think they have made it just about.
We're not on the final lap. We are on the penultimate lap. We're about to start the final lap. Contact warning with Pajecki. I wonder if that's anything to do with what we cut away from. There was also a contact warning with Ollie Ward, but that was about 10 minutes ago.
So Page did get through in the end.
Yeah, Ben Page did. He's got about 3/10 of a gap to Pajecki now. There they are. We've picked them back up. Ollie Ward is in 4th place still. He's got about a second, well, about 8/10 of a second between himself and Marzal.
Doesn't matter though, as long as he's in that top 4.
Well, that's what I mean. Marzal doesn't have, is not really a threat, is my point right now. Is Ollie Ward is quite happy in his 4th position, probably watching the 2 ahead of him with a lot of interest, because he's going to be racing against them again in about half an hour's, well, probably about an hour's time, to be honest. But Nathan Schaefer has done everything he needed to and more. He's won this race by 7.77 seconds, and probably a little bit more as they come across the line. He's going to be going into the A final. Who's going to be joining them? It's likely to be Ben Page, the number 91, Kasper Pajecki in the number 99, and Ollie Ward with a really astonishing comeback in the number 36. Top 4 all making it through.
Yeah, what a great end to the race there for Ollie Ward. Really, really impressive. And he started in 14th in that one. 10 positions gained through to the A final. You go, sir. Take a bow.
Yeah, not bad at all. It was a bit of a shame for Dylan Norris, don't you think, as well, though, John?
Oh, a proper shame. He had the fastest lap for a lot of that race and still did at the end, but just got involved with that battle, didn't he, between Ollie Ward and, was it David Martial?
Yeah.
And just somehow found the grass on the outside of Ogiers, and as soon as you touch that, it just drags you further out.
Yeah, so in the end, he wasn't the leading Norris. He was actually ended up the second novice, shall we say. Nathan Schaefer confirmed as the 1st place. Ben Page was 2nd. Kasper Pajecki was 3rd. 4th was Ollie Ward. And then I'll round out the top 10 for you. David Marcel was in 5th place. Samuel Cook was in 6th. The winning novice was Daniel Martinonis, who was in 7th, with 8th being Luke Collins. Ross Tyler was in 9th, and then Dylan Norris, who I think he just caught a lot of the dirt on the outside of that area of the circuit, which obviously has been dragged on from when we were racing in the wet earlier on, and unfortunately, once you get on that dirt, you're never going to be coming off it. Nathan Guzzi, Robert Harrison, Julian Rapeza, and Clive Ching rounded out the 14-strong field. Bit of a shame that we had the red flag and everything in that one, John, but we can hopefully look past that. No more red flags. If the number 16 has got a penalty by the looks of it. That's Nathan Guzzi, who's in 11th place, so he wasn't going to make it through anyway, but a bit of a shame for him. The next race is upcoming. It's June next 30.
Yes, indeed it is. Junior X30s, we're back to 12-minute finals now for the rest of the day. Harry Bartle is on pole for this one. Alongside him is Macaulay Bishop. Then it's Cian Geraghty and Fred Green on row 2, and row 3 sees Eden Spanswick and Luke Sintler. Row 4 is Zach Green and Archie Heron. Then rounding out the top 10 are Micah Taylor and Riley Bishop. Then it's Macaulay Guy and Lewis Islin on row number 6. Row 7 is Morgan Hill and Rocco Shenton. He's had a great day so far. Let's see what he can do from P14. Flynn McDermott and Sam Woolley line up on row 8. Then it's Harrison Leach and Jack Mower. And rounding out the top 20 are Jaden Gregg and Dovdas Deglau. Then it's Josh Jones and Sebastian Dew and Ollie Keenan and Oliver Harris. Row 13 sees Mayan Patel and Thomas Embling. Then it's Eddie Dimbleby and Jensen Pugh, and Ollie Cook and Harry Rolsh round out the top 30. And then it's Spencer Allen, who's the last person on the grid for this Junior X30 final.
I've just realised I've left the door open as I went to refill my drink, so I'm going to very quickly close that. John, apologies.
As there come the drivers out of the pit lane. Oh, I thought we didn't have a starter there, but he's managed to get it started in the end. And off they go then for their warming up lap. You got the door closed now?
Yes, well, I didn't want the production team to start shouting at me because I left it open. And we are rather loud here, aren't we? We get a bit carried away.
We're loud? What?
Yeah, I know. It's the commentators. So it's a good, strong grid here, isn't it, for the Junior X30 final?
Oh, a spin. Oh, and are they going to find the marshal post on the outside again? Oh, no.
I don't think they was going off as quickly, were they? But
no.
Maybe they weren't watching the previous race or weren't listening to our lovely voices at the PA system. Hopefully that, there we go. Number 95
is that.
Thomas Embling.
Yeah, getting it back on circuit.
And push him all the way
they're not going to wait for him.
Well, as long as he can get back and, within touching distance, maybe they'll false start it once for him, try and let him get it caught up, but probably not. No, we've already had plenty of red flags and everything like that. And lots of weaving, aggressive weaving to warm up those tyres that will already be warm as they get going, they line up. It's going to be Harry Bartle.
Indeed it is. He leads us to the green light. Can we get it underway? First time of asking. Yes, we can. Here we go then. The Junior X30 final for round number 2 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club is a go. And that was a big wide moment for Harry Bartle, who's going to dive down the inside. I can't even see who that is. That's Macaulay Bishop trying it around the outside of the bed, but they both go wide. They both go wide. Back through. Oh, spin, big spin. All the leaders at the front are off. I can't even tell you who's got to the front of the field now. It's absolute chaos at the start of this race. I can see the 45 is off there. Not sure who that was. That's Ollie Cook from slightly further down the order. So who's taken to the lead then? Is this the lead? 77 Harry Bartle has somehow managed to get back to the front there after that difficult start. It's now Fred Green who's behind him in second place. And is that the move for the lead? Yes, it is. Fred Green goes through, tries to go back up and under does Harry Bartle and does get it. Who's going to follow him through? Is that the 16? No, it might be the 10 of Zach Green. It is indeed. So Zach Green up to second now. Harry Bartle is still your leader. Fred Green rounds out the top 3. Then it's Archie Hare and Macaulay Bishop. Luke's in the Micah Taylor. Lewis is in. Rocco Shenton and Riley Bishop round out the top 10.
Yeah, Zach Green coming from 7th on the grid. It's very, very impressive to be fighting up in the podium position, let alone going for race lead moves potentially, because Harry Bartle looks to be a lot under pressure here. It's going to be difficult for him to hold off the attack of Zach Green, Fred Green, Archie Herron, Macaulay Bishop and Luke Sintler, just to name a few. Rocco Shenton's in there as well. As look, there's a change for second place. There's the number 4 of Macaulay Bishop going through, retaking a podium position that he lost once upon a time, as Zach Green has to settle for 3rd for the time being.
Yes, indeed. Bishop's had a great lap, hasn't he?
Yes,
Finally
he
got it
has.
out in the end. Up into P2 from P5 on that one. So making up for the not ideal start. Now, did we ever see, I don't think we ever saw, there were so many people being casualties on lap number 1 that we couldn't really keep up today, could we? It's all bit of a wide moment there. That's Archie Heron on the 59, just dropping down 1, maybe 2 places there. He just got forced out a little bit wide, still side by side. A couple of drivers, a bit more contact there. But the 51, I think that was, of Fred Green, retakes the position there. This race is definitely the most chaotic final we've seen so far today.
Yeah, no, and to be fair, luckily there's no full course yellows or anything like that, and hopefully that continues, because it's very entertaining anyway, but we don't want anybody going off, as we have actually got a yellow flag.
Yeah.
And that's the number 80.
88, wasn't it?
That's not the first corner, though.
Was it the 86 of Rocco Shenton?
It may have been the 86,
might have been.
yeah, fly. Oh, he's falling down the order quite heavily, isn't he? Oh, there's a race lead move. Harry Bartle holds on to it. Macaulay Bishop was going for it, didn't make it stick for the time being. Zach Green and then is in 3rd place.
Oh, what a
move on
dive!
the inside there for Macaulay Bishop on Harry Bartle. They're still making contact. They're 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah, we say in the commentary box, as Bartle holds on. No, he doesn't actually. Bartle is down to 3rd place, and he might get swallowed up. Who's in the race lead? It's Macaulay Bishop, followed by Zach Green, followed then by Bartle.
Oh my goodness, I don't know which way this is going to go here. Macaulay Bishop, I think this is the first time in this race he's been at the front of the field.
Yeah.
And he's been very quick, does start the fastest lap of the race. Can he continue that? Someone else has nicked it away now. It's Morgan Hill in 13th. Just shows the pace of this X30 junior field. Macaulay Bishop now to the front. He's going to want to try and pull away here. He wasn't so impressive in the wet earlier, but was very impressive once it came back to the dry conditions. So can he start to pull away? Already trying to do that on Zach Green, building out a couple of tenths of a second already. And the drivers, of course, having to worry about those guys who are also behind them, as this pack is huge at the front. There's a move for second place. Harry Bartle goes back through on Zach Green and retakes that second place as we head now down into the boot. Oh, thought that could be a cheeky move there from Archie Heron trying to get involved as well, but these guys need to start working together if they want any shot at the win here. Macaulay Bishop's just going to continue to pull away.
Bartle going very wide on that exit of the final corner, wasn't he? I thought that might ruin him through oblivion, and to be fair, it might still do. Zach Green and Archie Heron all lining up a move, but no, they don't go for it that time, so maybe they're just focusing a little bit more on going further forward than they are on focusing on just beating each other.
Still battling heavily here. Macaulay Bishop just beginning to increase that gap. Still 7.5 minutes to go, so I'm not going to call anything just yet, but it is looking good for Macaulay Bishop out in the lead if he continue on at this pace that he was going at. I'm gutted to see Rocco Shenton out of the race. I can finally look back to that now as it's relatively starting to die down. As I say that, there's a move through the boot. Through goes the 51 of Fred Green up into 4th place. But yeah, Rocco Shenton Obviously, he didn't have a great quali yesterday. He was starting last in every heat. We're not really sure why. Made it up into the top 15, top 10 in both heats. Started in 14th for this final. I saw he moved up into the top 10. I think he was 7th or 8th when his kart just decided it would go no further.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, whether it was just mechanical or whether there was contact. Or
there was so much to watch, we couldn't see what was going on.
No, I don't think the cameras caught it, unfortunately, which is understandable when you consider how hectic it was right in front of the grid. So, yeah, it's been a good race so far. Well, very entertaining race so far, hasn't it? And we've only got 6.5 minutes plus the lap to go. This one seems to have flown past, considering it was a 12-minute race, and that is Zach Green against Harry Bartle. So Macaulay Bishop somewhat able to pull away slightly.
On the lap previously, Harry Bartle was 100th faster than Macaulay Bishop. On that last lap, they were identical times between the two of them. However, Zach Green's gone even faster than both of them, and Fred Gein's only 3/100ths off of his shared last name, with Zach just ahead. 45.37 for Fred, 45.34 for Zach. So through they continue to go. However, despite Zach being a little bit slower than Harry Bartle, I think they do need to continue to work together here. Only 3/4 of a second up to Macaulay Bishop in the lead. We've seen what he can do if he's given some free air. So that was a really, really nice run through the final couple of corners there from Harry Bartle. Really nicely done. I think he would have closed the gap across that last lap. He has by nearly 1/4 of a second. So, hey, don't count out these drivers just yet, as Fred Green goes even faster.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of cat and mouse though, isn't it now? It's all of a sudden they've gone from the hectic start of the race to getting into the rhythm and trying to put in those fastest laps, and then all of a sudden you're starting to see who's really more likely to take the victory, whereas if you were just talking about the sprints or the heats, shall we say, you're just talking about that sort of hectic start of the race. You never really get into the rhythm, do you? You don't really see many people putting in fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, whereas in the finals, you do see that. It's a slightly different driving style, a slightly different look to the racing, and maybe the likes of Harry Bartle, Zach Green and Fred Green, that will suit them down to the ground, and Macaulay Bishop might start getting reined in, although Macaulay did just go on his fastest lap of the race, which was slightly quicker than the likes of Bartle, Green, and, well, not quite as quick as Fred Green.
There he is. There's the move for third, though. Fred Green down the inside, just as you say, he's looking very quick, very, very quick, and through he goes on Zach Green. So the Greens swap places. Funny enough, they're both on green karts as well.
They are, yeah.
With green helmets as well.
Luckily, different shades of green.
Yes,
I'd say that Zach Green is probably more of a yellow team.
Yeah, true.
On our cameras, but it does make it a little bit easier to actually spot them. But then Zach Green does also have the green suit to go along with it. As Fred Green's lacking in that.
He's got the grey there. Got to have a little bit, not green. It helps us out a little bit, so thank you very much, Fred. Through he goes then into third place, confirmed on your timing. That gap remaining pretty stagnant at the front between Bishop and Bartle. Bartle was only 1/2 faster on that last lap. Moves going on behind though. There's a move up the inside at Christmas Corner. I think that was Lewis Islin going through on Micah Taylor for 7th place there. So battles up and down the order. There's a move between two of the karts. Is that Jack Mowat and Jaden Gregg possibly having a battle? No, it's further up. It's Archie Heron and Luke Sintler for 5th place, that is. And they've got Lewis Islin now just behind them. So a 3-way battle there for 5th. And they're both just, all three of them, sorry, I should say, about 1.5 seconds off of this leading battle. Now, how has this gap changed? Harry Bartle just a little bit faster again, 1/10 of a second on that lap. Still 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, so this is definitely on. This isn't Macaulay Bishop's race just yet.
Fred Green was 2/10 of a second quicker than Macaulay Bishop, and 1/10 of a second quicker than Harry Bartle. No wonder he's caught up to the back once dispatching Zach Green, to make it almost a 3-way fight for the race lead. And if I was Fred Green, I'd not come singing and shouting into this battle. I'd maybe just take a low, sort of low standard approach to this one. Just think, okay, you two catch up to each other, and then I'll be here to pounce. I know I'm quicker than Zach Green. I know I could probably beat you two if I really have to, but I don't want to cause any reason why we can't catch up to Macaulay Bishop. Having said that, every time I've tried to preempt somebody's tactical nous, they've always ended up proving me wrong.
Is he about to do that?
Fred Green, I think he tapped his helmet and sort of said move forward a little bit, so pushing him down the straight to Christmas Corner there, I think it was.
Yeah, realising how easily Macaulay Bishop will scamper off if these two start battling. So doing the smart thing, doing the smart thing. Just over 2 minutes left to go, so got some time to think about this. You're not driving into the last 20 seconds being like, oh my goodness, I need to go for a move now. You've got a bit of time to sit back and wait. Knows he's got the pace, as Fred knows he's fastest out on track at the moment. I mean, his quickest lap was a 45.31. Last lap was a 45.32, so being pretty consistent with it as well. Pretty impressive as we head on to another lap of the race. That a gap at the front continuing to fall. Now, basically not even a gap. 3 karts in the top 3 positions. Now Linus Stern heading up to Christmas corner, and Macaulay Bishop feels under enough pressure to start defending here as we head into the last 1 minute 45 seconds of this race. Plus 1 lap, continue to defend down into Ashby. This could set up for a fantastic final couple of minutes.
It could do, and there's going to be a move to the inside. There's Harry Bartle forces his way through.
Oh, what a move!
Here comes Fred Green, and he gets into the race lead. Through the infield, through the second sector. Zach Green doesn't want to be left out either. It's a 4-way battle for the race win here as Harry Bartle went from second into first for all of 10 feet before Fred Green took them both. Macaulay Bishop is now all the way down in 3rd place.
Wow, that was a fantastic scrap. And as you were saying, he literally did do what you were saying. Just sit back and wait and go for it as soon as the opportunity arises. Look at that, Macaulay Bishop. He points forward, but then goes straight down the inside of the 77 of Harry Bartle. Back up to 2nd place, and Macaulay Bishop thinks he's the fastest, thinks he should be the one leading this, but goes defensive there. An interesting move from Macaulay Bishop, maybe just showing a bit of wing, as they say in circuit racing, saying, no, you stay behind me now, lad. We are moving forward to try and get Fred Green back, but only 40 seconds left on the clock. They're going to come across the line with a few seconds to go, I think. So it means we should get, including the end of this lap, and 2 more laps of the race after they come across the line here. So not much more time left. Macaulay Bishop has already stuck out a little gap over Harry Bartle here as we head on to the penultimate lap of the race. This could go any way between these 4 drivers. I cannot call it.
No, it's a bit of a sort of tactical who's going to move first, isn't it? Who's going to blink first, basically. I think Macaulay Bishop, when he was pointing forward, was actually more to the point with looking at Harry Bartle. Instead of looking over your shoulder, just go forward. Don't worry about me. I want the race win. You want the race win. Let's go and get Fred Green. But obviously Macaulay Bishop not very happy with the fact that Bartle was looking over his shoulder, just decided to send it on him anyway. And decided, you know what, if you're not going to do it, I'll do it instead. Thank you very much. But we are on the penultimate lap. This is going to be starting the final lap. Macaulay Bishop getting a nice exit there. Fred Green going a little bit hot into the boot. It's going to be a Christmas corner move as Fred Green goes a little bit wide. This is the final lap, held out by the marshal on the start-finish line. Macaulay Bishop sending so much speed through oblivion. Fred Green looks over his shoulder. He looked the wrong way and around the outside. Here comes Macaulay Bishop for the race win in the final. They make contact, and they do make big contact. Harry Bartle will go through into 1st place. Fred Green looks like he's going to be DNFing, unfortunately. Zach Green may well end up with 2nd. But that was massive. Macaulay Bishop tried the ambitious. It was only that, unfortunately.
Yeah, you could say Fred Green was the one most likely to take the win as we headed on to that last lap. But Macaulay, it was an impressive attempt round the outside, but has that gifted the 77 of Harry Bartle this race win? They're still battling around the final corner. Could go the way of Zach Green, but it looks like Harry Bartle's going to hold on to it and take the win here in the Junior X30 final. Zach Green comes along in 2nd place, and Macaulay Bishop does manage to take 3rd, however, didn't actually come round and cross the Sector 1 timing beam. So whether that's going to be invalidated and he's going to be disqualified here, I think he might be, and that could give Lewis Islin 3rd place. Of course, once again, very don't trust us. Go on to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC and the results will be up there very shortly. But what a race that was.
Very, very entertaining indeed from the Junior X30s. They never fail to deliver, do they? And to be fair, when you're talking about obviously crossing the Sector 1 timing beam, if you actually look at a track map of Whilton Mill, coming out of Boxing Day, is where the beam is for Sector 1, and that's exactly where he ended up just grass cutting, didn't he?
Just grass cutted all the way down to Ashby, didn't he?
So I'm not entirely. He didn't gain anything. In fact, he lost, didn't he? So
he did.
No advantage. So I don't imagine he'll be disqualified for it. I don't imagine. I'm going to say.
I would have assumed he would because he didn't complete the entire lap because he didn't cross the timing beam.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Hey, this is one I've never experienced before, so I'm interested to see how that happens. And once again, you can find out what happens at results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. Now, someone in the live chat is asking, are there any more races after this? Oh, yes. Don't you worry. don't you worry. We've got 1, 2, 3 races still to come. The Senior X30s, the Junior Maxes, and the Senior Maxes.
Yeah, I imagine we'll be going all the way up until about 6 o'clock, so you've probably got about another hour of racing in store for you, so please do tune in with a cup of tea and get ready for some more excellent action. So I'll very quickly run down the top 10 before we get into the next grid. Bartle in first place, Zach Green in second, Macaulay Bishop in third, Lewis Island was in fourth, fifth was Luke Sintler, sixth was Jack Mowat, seventh was Archie Heron, eighth was Eden Spanswick, ninth was Mika Taylor, and 10th was Morgan Hale. And on that note, we are going to go straight into the next grid for the next final, which is the Senior X30s. So the Senior X30s, this has got a grid that I've been looking forward to pretty much all day. It's Harry Torpy on pole position in the 73, then Kian Leon Gamiao in second place in the 78. Harry Gibson is in the 75 on row 2, alongside the 56 of Lewis Halliday. Row 3, 77, Henry Gregory, and the number 11 of Ewan Thomas. Row 4 is a 93, Harry Maynard, 95 of Vishal Patel. Row 5 was 44, Daniel Hackett, with 15, Benjamin Southgate alongside him. Row 6, number 12, Tiger Dixon, and 31 of Alfie Baxter Davis. Row 7 is a 45 of Kian Gohill, 50 of Jensen Buckingham. Row 8 is 74 of Thomas Byrne, and 49 Aidan Lynn. Row 9, 54 Remy Gilbert, and 88 Rob Ellis. Row 10 is the 69 of Japin Huang, 41 Archie Forber, and then row 11 rounding out the field is the 32 of Ben Perry and the 46 of Alex Johnston. You're enjoying your Lucozade Sport there, John. You're having a little bit of a boogie at the same time.
Vibing, yeah. I like the new music.
The new music is pretty good to be fair.
Yeah, it's good. It's pop. I very much like it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, as you say, this race is going to be a good one. The Torpedo doesn't really need to do any torpedoing. He's out in the lead already. But we'll see how it goes. If it's as chaotic as that last race, then we're in for an absolute treat once again.
Well, absolutely. How can the seniors compare to the juniors? That's the question, isn't it? The masters of this X30s.
You would assume they're older, more experienced. They're going to be more relaxed. No, not the case at all.
As well.
Not the case. Not the case. Not the case. Not the case.
No, they're only a few years old. They're still teenagers, aren't they? It's hard to think that when you call them senior drivers, that you think that you picture them as sort of the 30, 40, but actually they're only 16.
Yeah.
Aren't they? Yeah. So, if anything, you're probably more hot-headed then than you are at 12. So,
yeah, maybe.
That's potentially why we do see some torpedo-style moves against some of the other drivers. And Harry Torpy, he's on pole position for this final. That meant that I can't actually remember. There's been so much that's happened in between. But their final heat, Torpy, it was a bit controversial. He ended up coming across the line to take that victory, I think, as well. He sent up the inside of Gamiao. I do remember, I can't remember exactly where, I can't remember exactly how, but I do remember thinking, ooh, I'm not sure about that one. But he clearly held on to the points because he is on pole position with a grand total of 70 points to his name. Kian Leon Gamiao is 68.
No, he lost the position for gaining an unfair advantage.
So
he did go down to P2.
It.
Yeah, went down to P2, didn't get disqualified, but just lost a couple of points there from P1 to P2.
Yeah, it's probably the most fair thing, isn't it?
I think so,
If you just switched them down, because it did look a bit like, ooh, you sure?
It was a robust move, I think the word is the word I used at the time.
Yeah, we've had a couple of them, to be fair, today, haven't we?
Yeah.
You sort of look at them and go, sure.
Yeah.
But it's been very entertaining, and that sometimes, that sort of ambition from hot-headed teenagers is what makes it so fun.
Hey, no one spun off into the Marshall post in this one.
Get in.
Yes.
Progress. Gotta
Come
love
on,
it.
ladies and gentlemen.
Gotta love it, haven't we? We're learning now they get to the seniors categories, they can actually get around the warm-up lap. Congratulations. The TX, on the timing screen, TX 204 may well appear at the top of the timing screen.
The first one that spun off was a senior, but we'll ignore that. We'll ignore that. Yep. It was the B final.
That wasn't count. It's fine. Yes, the TX204 may appear on your timing screen. Ignore that completely.
Doesn't exist. Yeah, it was already there before the drivers went out on circuit.
Oh, okay. Well, just in case it appears on the left, just say ignore it, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Torpy is your pole position man. On the left-hand side as they come up to the line, the lights do go out, so which means we are racing, and I don't think Gamiao got a particularly good start from that one. I think Harry Gibson went through into second place, and there are spinners, including the number 54.
Remy Gilbert, that is.
Yeah, Gilbert, but in first place still holds on is Harry Torpy.
couple of drivers trying the Macaulay Bishop overtake there around the outside at Christmas Corner. Not working out once again, but no contact this time between these few. As it was a good start from Harry Gibson to take second place. Was battling there with whoever was in third place. I couldn't quite see who that is. It's the 56, isn't it, of Lewis Halliday, who's there in third. Now pressuring second place, now going for second place, down the inside of the boot, gets it done. Really, really nice move.
Yeah, but all of that just meant Harry Torpey's probably got about a second to his name already, hasn't he? He's got a lovely little gap. No one's answering. Oh, the 78.
Oh, no.
That's Gammy out. That was the second place Gammy out, and the number 12 was also involved in it.
Tiger Dixon.
Oh, wow. So Gammy out, well, second place on the grid is not going to be second place in the finishing results. That was a massive send by the number 15. I mean, he got it stopped. Fair play to him. That was Benjamin Southgate. He looked all kinds of out of crossing over his arms there, but he managed to get it stopped and get the position.
Jensen Buckingham was sending it into Christmas Corner as well, went pretty deep, managed to keep it off the grass and cut back, but I think lost a bit of time because of it, but don't think any positions. I think he's all right there. As we continue round the boot to finish lap number 2 here. As you say, Torpedo has had a lovely start. I'm accidentally calling him Torpedo actually as his last name now. Sorry, mate. Harry Torpey has had a good start. However, fastest lap of the race from Lewis Halliday on that one. A good 4 tenths of a second, I think, nearly faster on that lap. Drops the gap down to 7 tenths of a second, so we could see a battle for the lead very shortly. These battles, though, flying up towards Christmas Corner. The 45 pressuring the 44. That's Kyan Gohill trying to get through on Daniel Hackett for 8th place, and they're still battling. They go through on the 93 of Harry Maynard. He's been hung out to dry there. Lost a number of positions. I think, actually, his car has conked out.
Yeah, is that the 93?
It is, yeah.
Maynard, no, he's having real problems, isn't he? He's just trying to get out of everybody's way. Doesn't want to make the apex. I'd just go through the Zulu sector of the circuit if you were just trying to avoid everyone. But he does manage to get out of the way, to be fair, which is pretty good of him, looking over his shoulder. So, Halliday catching up to Harry Torpey rather impressively here, 3 tenths of a second. Again, you've been mentioning that the gap has been closing, but more importantly for these two drivers, the gap is increasing between those two and Harry Gibson.
Yeah, exactly. What they just need to do now is realise that fact and not go for some random send. Like, work together for a bit, wait for the perfect opportunity, lose as little time as possible, and make your way through into the lead. That's got to be Lewis's plan for this one.
Well, with the lack of Gamiao at the front as well, it's really only between those two in terms of overall pace. You know, other drivers have been there or thereabouts, but nowhere near the consistency of these two over the course of the day. So Lewis Halliday, who I don't think we've actually really mentioned that much over the course of the day.
No.
I don't remember him really featuring that much. He's performing when it counts.
Exactly, yeah. He got 60 points to start in 4th place, so clearly got some good results. And now here he goes down the inside. Textbook overtake up into the lead of the race.
Yeah, no, he loved that one, I'm sure, didn't he, at Christmas Corner?
Looked easy, didn't it?
Yeah, but Harry Torpey, now we get to see the exciting side of his kind of driving, which is decisive and actionable overtakes, shall we say. He's, I think I mentioned it in the last heat that we saw him. When he makes a decision, that's the decision. Whether or not the options change as they go into the corner, it's the decision that he's going to make is the one he decided halfway back, or 2 corners ago, isn't it? And that's what we quite like about him, to be honest. It's quite fun to watch. Whether or not it's fun to race against is another question, but for us as commentators, we do enjoy it. But Lewis Halliday is not even giving them an option of retaliating.
Nope. Already starting to clear up in the lead. It's only 4 tenths by the time they got to the start-finish line. Halliday's just found something else, hasn't he, moving into this final? He's been good throughout the day, but as we say, we haven't seen him massively. He's quietly been getting good results to put himself P4 on the grid for this final, and just finding some other level of pace here in the final to set the fastest lap. Only driver into the 44s, a 44.94 for himself, and already clearing off into the lead, it seems.
Yeah, I think he found that extra bottle of NOS that is in the back of his car, potentially. Oh, God, I was supposed to attach this, wasn't I? Oh, there we go. That's a bit easier. He's been really, really quick and consistently very quick as well. He was going across the line then. Harry Torpey was almost as quick as him. It was 300th of a second slower, actually. So, yeah, struggling slightly. But you never know. The tyres might grip in. He might get back into the rhythm. You never know. Harry Torpey might have a response.
Hopefully he doesn't have any NOS in the back of the car, because today it was made a criminal offence to be in the possession of NOS. So,
do you know that?
It came up on my BBC News.
I was going to say, you literally just picked your phone up, but then all of a sudden, I was like, have you just picked your phone up and that appeared as a headline?
It genuinely was a headline about 2 hours ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
well,
hopefully he doesn't have any in the back of the car, or police arrest that man.
Well, maybe he saw that and thought, oh, God, we better use it then. Stick it on for the final.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Otherwise, we're going to get caught now. I mean, let's use it now.
You've dumped him in now, mate.
Yeah, well, trade secrets, what can we say? Harry Torpy does just set the fastest lap of the race.
He's answering, he's heard us, hasn't he? Saying, oh, Lewis Halliday's just driving away with this one. He's like, no, he's not. I'm chasing him down. Now, actually, fastest lap goes the way of Thomas Byrne in 11th place, finding some pace from seemingly nowhere, trying to make his way through up the order. Now, this group looks to be super close. Benjamin Southgate down to Rob Ellis. So that's 6th to 15th place. Battle looks fantastic, but we're going to keep just watching the lead now, as it does look like Harry Torpy's closing back in, but we'll keep an eye on that battle further down the order.
Yeah, it is worth keeping an eye on it, to be fair, because it looks like the 74 Thomas has pace to burn, doesn't he? He's
like it.
44.59. They come across the line, the front two, and they're about 2 or 3 tenths off that, to be honest. Well, 2 tenths off. And, oh, that's a very broken broadcaster panel, isn't it?
That's not ideal.
That's number 12. Now, I think that was Tiger Dixon.
Yeah, he was involved in lap 1, wasn't he?
Was it Gamihouse?
They were off at the same time. I'm not sure if they were involved in the same instance. No. They were a little bit further away on the time standings. But yeah, definitely that kart looking worse than wear, as you say.
Yeah, not ideal, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a mechanical flag or not. Rob Ellis has got a driver warning for contact as well, but that was about 6 minutes ago, apparently, actually, I've only just seen it. So probably nothing happening just yet. There is a confirmation of Thomas Byrne still holding the fastest lap of the race. Ben Perry's in the pit lane, unfortunately. 6 laps down, so it's not going to be any points scored for them. Coming across the line, there's still nothing at all to choose between these two drivers at the front end of the order, and no one else pretty much is going quicker than anything they've done before, put it that way. It's Harry Gibson with a 45.2 is still about half a second off of the front end per lap.
Yes, exactly. Thomas Byrne has, I think, got a couple of positions on that last lap, and he's still continuing to press forward. You were saying he found some good pace, but now quite a few drivers dropping down into the 44s. Obviously, you're leading 2 in the 44s. So is Alex Johnston, so is Alfie Baxter-Davies. Of course, Thomas Byrne with the fastest lap, and so is Vishal Patel as well. So a number of very quick drivers in this race. Still 4 minutes and 20 plus 1 lap left to go in this one. Could go either way between Lewis Halliday and Harry Torpy. As we said earlier, we thought Lewis might just clear off into the distance here, but nope. Harry Torpy still holding on, but not close enough to go for any sort of moves just yet.
Yeah, well, as soon as Lewis Halliday did get past, it was a bit of a case of like, oh, well, it's all done and dusted, which was slightly surprising, and then maybe Torpy just took a lap or two before he started to get into the rhythm of it, and the rhythm is fast, put it that way. He's not worried about it. He's up the metronome, hasn't he, and he's decided to go for it. And that is exactly what he's doing here. He reduced that gap in the last lap. Is he looking to reduce it yet? Again, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a 10th quicker.
I think he has, because Lewis Halliday absolutely clobbered that curb during the middle section of the circuit. That alone lost him a bit of time, and he was then checking over his shoulder going down the following straight.
Not loads of time.
No, it was 600ths of a second. Not very much at all. 44.99 for Lewis, 45.93 for Harry. So practically trading chimes here realistically. You can see there on our graphic he's gaining ever so slightly every lap, but not quite able to get close enough to go for a move just yet, but he's still got 3 minutes and 15 seconds in hand to try and do so.
Thomas Byrne's just got to set another purple sector 1.
He's flying.
He is. He's up to 7th place now. He was 11th last time we chatted about him and his overall lap times. Well, he's up to 7th, and he's right on the back of Benjamin Southgate and Henry Gregory. So.
And he's already set a purple sector 1 as well.
Well, that's what I thought him up in the first place.
Fine.
I mean, he's flying, isn't he? I mean, his sector 2 is 2 tenths of a second quicker. Well, 10th and a half is quicker than those in front of him as well. So there could be a top 5 in it for Thomas Byrne, which is very impressive. Just have a look where he started. 15th place, 10 points in the final. Very good.
That is very impressive, isn't it?
But he's not there yet, to be fair. He's in 7th place. But even still.
Even to 7th is impressive, and to be setting the fastest lap of the race when you're in a big pack as well.
Yeah, big pack, and he's had to fight through them constantly, and he's already got past 1. Benjamin Southgate has dropped down to 7th place, so Thomas Byrne is up to 6th.
Indeed, we'll confirm that when they come across the timing beam as your leaders now head into the boot once again. Lewis Halliday continuing to manage that gap out front. As I think, did it go up a little bit that time? Yeah, I think it did, yeah. By nearly 2 tenths of a second, actually. So Harry Torpy just losing a little bit of time as Thomas Byrne got 2 places on that last lap. Up to 5th, up to the front of that train now. 2 seconds between himself and you and Thomas in 4th.
Got just less than 2 minutes to try and close that in. Now he's got pace. Does he have enough pace to do that?
Well, he was the second fastest driver out there on circuit and overtook 2 people at the same time.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Lap. So I wouldn't put it past him, especially with a minute and a half to go. Actually, probably what's that? 3 laps. End of this one, maybe 4.
Yeah, something like that.
3 laps after this one potentially. There is the 75. That is.
Yeah, it will be 3. You're right.
Yeah, 75. Where is this?
Third, Harry Gibson.
Oh, there we go. I was looking further back, but yeah, Harry Gibson and no man's land it seems at the moment. 6 seconds off the race lead and 3 seconds off Newton.
Yeah, Thomas Byrne closed in by nearly 6/10, I think over 6/10 of a second actually on that last lap on Ewan Thomas. So he was 2 seconds off, and he's quickly closing down that gap. I don't know if he'll have quite enough time to catch up, but he's doing everything he can to try and do so. We're still looking at our leading battle here, 40 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. So this should just about be the penultimate lap of the race. It's not quite been a battle, has it? They've been super close, but Torpedo never really close enough to go for that torpedo move that we know he loves so dearly.
Well, there was an opportunity he would have gone for it, wouldn't he? But unfortunately, it hasn't been really.
Maybe just waiting for the last lap, see if he can get close enough and then absolutely go for it into the boot.
Well, that would be very entertaining if he was able to get up to that. But I think it's more the case of, is Lewis Halliday going to make a mistake than anything?
That's kind of what has to happen, isn't it? For him to close that gap, really. He's just fallen away. That's probably, what, 3 kart lengths now, 4 kart lengths back? Not really quite close enough even to go for a torpedo send.
No, it would be silly and foolish. Second place is not a bad finishing result. Thomas Byrne is actually still the fastest driver out there on circuit by a couple of tenths of a second, including the front line. Well, he was last time round. Lewis Halliday has just gone slightly quicker, but Byrne has just gone quicker as well. What's the gap now? He's actually right with Ewan Thomas.
He's closed in 2 seconds in 2 laps, I think.
Yeah, very, very impressive. In fact, as they came across the line, it was only a tenth of a second between the 2 of them. So I think Thomas Byrne may well end up coming home in 4th place. We are on the final lap of the race, though, which means we have to focus once again on Lewis Halliday. Harry Torpey not been close enough, as John has said. He's not been able to make any kind of impact on the lead of this race. And it's going to be Lewis Halliday, who we haven't mentioned that much over the course of this Sunday, but he has taken home the victory here in the final when it counts. Harry Torpey in 2nd place. Harry Gibson crosses the line in 3rd, and a charging Thomas Byrne crosses the line in 4th. Benjamin Southgate in 5th. Ewan Thomas was in 6th. Henry Gregory 7th. 8th was Vishal Patel. 9th, Alfie Baxter Davis, and the top 10 is rounded out by Daniel Hackett.
Driver of the race there has to be Thomas Byrne. Very impressive performance. That was really, really impressive to get up into 4th place there, and did get past Benjamin Southgate on that last lap. So
pure pace.
Yeah, super impressed. Super impressed. Now, that's slightly wrong. Your results there. It was Lewis Halliday who was in the lead. That's the TX204 you're seeing at the top of the screen. But that brings the Senior X30 final to a close. Only 2 more finals left to go in today's schedule of racing. Of course, them being our 2A finals. Now, which one do we start off with? It's juniors first, and then followed by seniors. I think these 2A finals could be absolutely smashing.
Yeah, if the B finals are anything to go by, the A finals should offer us up a real treat, shouldn't we? So we are getting towards the end of the day, which is slightly lucky because the light will be starting to fade slightly. I mean, you can't really tell it's been over.
Yeah, it's been pretty dark all day.
Yeah, we haven't got a full floodlit circuit here at Whilton Mill, so we need to be able to finish up and get everybody off home. But the fact that we have that extra hour, even though everybody didn't lost an hour in bed, it does mean we get an extra hour of racing. Which, I'm sure a lot of these drivers will have chosen that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I think the whole Zulu circuit is lit, isn't it? But the international is not.
I'm not entirely sure why, because I'm pretty sure they put the floodlight circuit, the floodlights in after they built the
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure that was a thing, because I remember racing on the Zulu circuit way back in the day. So, yeah, a bit of an odd one. But anyway, we aren't going to change to the Zulu circuit anytime soon, are we? Just to get an extra race or two in. So,
although I do prefer the Zulu circuit.
I would be interested to see it race.
I do prefer it.
Again, it's been a while since I've seen it, actually. I don't know what they would. Anyway, we should probably just look at the grids for the next one, rather than us rambling about whatever else is coming up on whether we prefer each circuit. Let's go to the Sting for the Junior Max A final.
Here we go then, the top drivers in Junior Max battle it out for the win in the A final. Freddie Ingram lines up exactly where you want to be. On pole position, alongside him on the front row is Timo Youngling. Row 2 sees Jessica White and Alexander Savinkov, and then Jacob Jukes and Zach Heslop are there on row 3. Row 4 sees Lizzie Mentier. She's been quick throughout the day. Let's see what she can do here in the final. Alongside her is Luca Magni, then Devin Nolan and Joshua Turnbull round out the top 10. They're followed by Lord Farquhar and Mitchell Mulvey. Oliver Smith and Cameron Nelson are there on row 7, followed by Michael Dalton and George Allen, then it's Alfie Richards and Archie Lyons. And rounding out the top 20 is Rachel Robertson and William Webb. Following them, Callum Gosh and Lee Hurst-Grover, then it's Jack Gillingham and Jonas Klimas. James Waring and Callum Foster are there on row 13, then it's Finley Hayes and Hamish Forrest, then Harry Bloor and Maisie Creed. And then finalising our grid of 34 karts for this one are, of course, the 4 from the B final. Omar Cindy, Jugas Pravalonas, Alfie Thompson and Charlie Neve. So here we go then. 34 karts on the grid for this one. Absolutely bumper grid. And 4 coming up from the B final, wanting to show their worth as well.
Yeah, it's sort of a big occasion for them. They've got the most racing than anybody else has so far today, haven't they? And that could either work into their favour, they could be really tired, or they could still be nice and fresh and warmed up for this A final.
The ideal thing to do is to get in the B final, win the B final, then get into the A final, win the A final.
That'd be delightful, wouldn't it? What a weekend that would be. Bang for your buck. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But I'm sure Timo Youngling will be quite happy with where he sits right now, not having to be in the A final. Freddie Ingram, though, absolutely guns it, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's a false start, but it looks like we are running. So Freddie Ingram with an absolute mega start there. I don't think they're very keen, the organisers, to throw out the false starts anytime soon. Timo Youngling is still in second place, but everybody else is queuing up to try and get into fifth by the looks of it.
Oh, a bit of contact in the mid-pack there up at Christmas Corner. Someone just getting closed off at the apex. We're all managing to continue down towards Ashby, as you say. Freddie Ingram with a monster of a start. Already leads by a few tenths of a second now as there's drivers going side by side on the exit of Ashby. Just finding those outside wheels onto the green stuff as he's turned round. Bit of contact, more contact. They're spinning down into Oceans. All the drivers missing them just about. Oh my goodness, all taking aboard the action, and thank goodness no other drivers collecting them. Was that the 53? It was, of Oliver Smith.
Oh, tell you what, that's a terrifying position to be in. I've been facing the wrong way plenty of times. There's more spinners on the outside of the boot. Penultimate corner. Not sure who that was. Oliver Smith, Mitchell Murphy, and Devin Nolan, I think, are the 3 drivers that have been stricken on that opening lap. So I'm guessing Devin Nolan was the driver who ended up on the outside of the boot. So let's reset, have a look what's going on. Freddie Ingram is in the lead of this race. Timo Youngling is in second. Savinkov is in the number 16, which I think is still in third place. Yes, there he is. Confirmation of that. The top 3 got a little bit of a gap between themselves and Jessica White, Jacob Jukes, Mentier, and Mac McFarquhar as well.
Don't get it wrong again.
I didn't. I promise.
I'm only joking.
I promise I won't. But yeah, there's 3 pulling away here. Fastest lap for Savinkov. I think maybe he's probably going to be eyeing up a move on Timo Youngling, but not into Christmas Corner at that time. Pound. Bumper grid here, but it doesn't seem, there seems to be a bit of a spread in terms of overall pace as we see them all going through shop there. I wouldn't be surprised if more drivers ended up getting into the rhythm of this one, start putting in some fast laps amongst the midfield, trying to catch up to other packs just ahead of them. Omar Cindy, who won that B final as well, he's up to 23rd position. Impressive, considering he started all the way down in 31st. So, 8 positions gained on the opening couple of laps there for Omar.
That is an impressive start. Oh dear, 54 out of the race already.
To be fair, that was one of the drivers I think was ended up on the outside of the penultimate corner.
Devon Nolan it was, yeah. Recovers back to the pit lane, but sadly out of this race. Jacob Dukes with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 46.72 for him. 10th of a second quicker than your leader, Freddie Ingram. And they're all very much still there. There goes the move, though, for the lead. Timo Youngling goes for it down the inside, takes the lead away from Freddie Ingram. And Alexander Savinkov is right there with him as well. There's a bit of contact, nearly a spin there for Freddie Ingram round the outside, tries Alexander, but no, gets forced out wide, and here comes Jacob Dukes, might try and steal away third place, going to get forced out wide and has to stay in fourth for now, but now becoming a battle of 5 with Timo Youngling, Freddie Ingram, Alexander Savinkov, Jacob Dukes and Jessica White.
Lizzie Mentier just gets the fastest lap of the race as well, so it could well become a 6-way battle for the race lead, but Youngling doing everything he needed to there. He had every right in staying in on that apex of the penultimate corner and holding the other two up. It was up to them to try and sort themselves out. And, well, Youngling played it down to a T, didn't he? Loved it, but he's not got a massive gap between himself and second place.
No, really doesn't. I think these guys are just going to continue battling. It's going to draw more and more people into this battle. As you were saying, Lizzie Mentier isn't far off. Now has the fastest lap of the race. Matt McFarquhar and Michael Dalton are really close as well. This could become an 8-kart battle within a click of a fingers here. And still 8 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I noticed you clicking your fingers there, so you were hoping that it was going to happen, weren't you? The magic of the click of the fingers. There's Timo Youngling going defensive, and it's around the outside. Freddie Ingram. We see Macaulay Bishop try it. Macaulay Bishop failed, but Freddie Ingram succeeded. Really good move into the lead of this race, and they're bullying each other to try and get into third to be the best of the rest and take advantage of the fact that Youngling may be a little bit slower than he was suggesting earlier in the day. The 169 of Freddie Ingram wanting to make sure he's still in the battle as far up as possible. Well, what a move there by our new race leader, which of course Freddie Ingram. My apologies, I think I was talking about someone else earlier.
Yeah, it was Alexander Savinkov, I think you were talking about. Yeah, he had lost the position to Jacob Dukes and immediately sent it back down the inside, retook that third place, but indeed it is Freddie Ingram now leading the way. Timo Youngling right behind there in the wheel tracks. Is he going to move over to defend here, Freddie Ingram? He does at the last moment of asking, but he definitely does. And there was a move in the background from Jessica White. She moves her way up into fourth place, steals that away from Jacob Dukes. And what we were saying earlier about it becoming a huge, long battle is exactly what it has become. 8 karts now involved. The leaders, side by side, moves over to defend. Actually opens up the opportunity for Alexander. He goes through. Through goes Jessica White. Makes a bit of contact there, but just about holds on to P3.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to get turned around, but Jessica White holds on to it. Youngling wanted to go over the racing line, didn't actually get away with it, and launched himself up the inside in the boot on Jessica White, who cascades and makes a bit of a domino effect of some contact going on behind, and that's the 150 of Lizzie Mentier, who of course got a very quick couple of laps in earlier in the day, as well as this one in this final actually, but the top two somewhat pulling away to fight it out amongst themselves. But you know, John, that as soon as they do make one small move on each other, this whole train is going to be back with them.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, there's the move for the lead. Down the inside goes Alexander Savinkov, and he takes it away from Freddie Ingram. Brilliant move, but Freddie Ingram tries it back down the inside. Bit of contact there, nearly finding the grass on the outside for Alexander. Just about holds it together, but more contact through Osiers. Gets forced out wide. Through goes Timo Youngling, and through goes Jessica White as well. So Alexander finds himself down into fourth now as he's forced out wide. Freddie Ingram retakes the lead, but was a little bit pushy, I think, to say the least on that one.
Well, what we can say, though, is the Junior Max A final. They're saving the best till last, aren't they? This is absolutely incredible for the end of the day here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. And, I'm glad we
second last, right?
Well, second last,
yeah,
I know.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's still towards the end of the day, isn't it? Lizzie Mentier very close to being overtaken by the driver that's just behind. I want to say it's the 165, but there is no 165.
No, I think it's Alexander. Yeah, it's Alexander Savinkov just behind. Then there's Michael Dalton on the 42, then the 34 of Jacob Dukes, and then the 87 of Matt McFarquhar.
It is indeed. So Timo Youngling is leading the way now, isn't he? I'm pretty sure.
No, still Freddie Ingram. He's just got a bit of a gap.
My apologies. Yep. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, in the camera shot. I just got completely mixed up there with all that hectic battling for about the third position. Lizzie Mentier with the fastest lap of the race so far. So Freddie Ingram's now got about a second gap. Jessica White piling a load of pressure onto the back of Timo Youngling, but actually is feeling the pressure herself as goes through Lizzie Mentier.
Indeed, great move from Lizzie Mentier, up into the top 3 now. She's been extremely fast, and I'm getting reports in my ear that light bits of rain are occurring out on circuit now. This could throw a spanner in the works, couldn't it? Look at that. Charlie Neve has set the fastest lap of the race. Okay, he's in 30th, but what a lap from Charlie Neve up from the B final into the 45s, and the only driver to do so. But if there are spits of rain out on circuit, this could prove very interesting, not only for the last bit of this race, but also for our senior max final, the A final, still to come. Do they have enough time to even change onto wet tyres now? If it gets that bad, do they try and brave it out on the dries? I've got no idea.
Well, that's what you pay your mechanic for, isn't it? Those fast hands to be able to get the drills working. And I've actually just noticed that you said about Charlie Neve, there's more jumbling up here. Charlie Neve's, I was having a look at the sort of back end of the field.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous.
How close it is. We saw it, you can see it in the background of some of these shots. How close it is from 21st down to 30th. Because I was thinking, how is Charlie Neve down in 30th? They must be really close. Genuinely, between 21st and 30th, they must be separated by about a second. It's incredibly close to the back end of this field.
17.8 to 19.9.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we haven't really managed to watch it, to be honest, but that's because this battle has been so close as well. So, yeah, we need about a split screen or quadruple screen, don't we? But I wouldn't want to put that on the producers. Alpha Live, they do a brilliant job as it is. I'm not going to put that on them as well. 100 Timo Youngling is leading, and he's going defensive against the attack for 150. There goes the move, sending it from 4th to 3rd, but it didn't pay off for Savinkov.
Indeed, yeah. Has to stay in 4th for now. Now goes back down the inside and takes away 3rd place from Lizzie Mentier. This is all just giving Freddie Ingram a nice bit of breathing room at the front of the field. As now, actually, Timo Youngling has broken away from this little battle as well. Lizzie finding herself now in 4th. Alexander just ahead. It's Jacob Jukes just behind. Then behind them is Jessica White. So Jacob Jukes has overtaken Jessica. And then Matt McFarquhar and Michael Dalton are battling in the background as well.
Who isn't battling?
Yeah.
Well, actually, one person who isn't battling is Freddie Ingram.
Yeah, very true. He's already pulling away. Now 1.5 seconds nearly in the lead as we start another lap of the race. An impressive showing as Michael Dalton did get past Lord Farquhar there for 7th place at the final corner. And Joshua Turnbull, he's closing down on this group, only a second behind them. And he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 45.90. Impressive showing from Joshua there. Could make this 8-kart battle a 9-kart battle.
Yeah, it's 400th of a second quicker than Freddie Ingram, which just goes to show how quickly Freddie Ingram is going as well.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, isn't it? He just set his personal best time of the race. But yeah, Josh Turnbull smelling blood in the water. And who's that
Jacob
going for
Jukes.
that move? That was Jacob Jukes in the 34. Really impressive on the 150 of Lizzie Mentier. So again, it's impossible to tell which one's that. Who's going to finish? Could it be anybody from 2nd all the way down to sort of 6th or 7th? They could finish in any of those order. Alexander Savinkov goes to the fastest lap, 45.5.
Lizzie Mentier slapped the curb at the final corner there, didn't get a great exit, thought she could be overtaken up at Christmas Corner by Jessica White, but Jessica not quite getting the exit herself to go for the move. As you say, Alexander being very quick there in 3rd place, and here we look back to him, really pressuring 2nd place down the inside, really late move on the brakes, but really, really nicely done there. Perfectly weighted up into 2nd place goes Alexander Savinkov.
Very, a move with a lot of conviction, I would say there, wasn't it? As I'm doing this, here we go. Nice and safe, nice and clean. Very decisive indeed. I love that from Savinkov on Timo Youngling. And, well, that hasn't even lost them any time. That's how clean that race was, that move was it? Because they haven't lost time to the likes of Jacob Jukes.
Who points ahead.
They do point ahead, yeah. You start to see those two little fights and they're thinking, well, come on, I can get involved in that.
Yeah.
But Jacob, you need to get gone. You need to get your head down and start doing it. But that's not going to help. A move by Lizzie Mentier.
Yeah. Wasn't listening to Jacob Jukes asked to work together. Try and close up to the 2nd and 3rd place as Jacob thought about it back down the inside, but Lizzie heavily defends there into Osiers, trying to get up to the top 3 themselves. Of course, remember, this is the A final. Top 3 here do get some silverware to take home with them. Currently looking good for Freddie Ingram. 20 seconds on the clock as he crosses the line. So we start the penultimate lap of the race here in the Junior Max A final. Still lots of pressure being felt by Savinkov. He made a lovely move, as we were saying. He does have the fastest lap of the race, but does still have Timo Youngling company all down the inside. A late move from, that's from Jessica White down the inside at Christmas Corner. Jacob Jukes relegated to 6th place.
Yeah, it was a very nice move, wasn't it, by the number 37, Jessica White. And really mixing it in amongst this top lot. It's any one of these. It just ends up who you have your fights with, don't you? Otherwise, any one of these, it could be a victory battle, couldn't it? But it's ended up 5th or 6th. That's how evenly matched all these Junior Max A final graduates are. And we're going to go on to the final lap of the race. There we go, Freddie Ingram starting it. You can see the last lap.
Black flag for Timo Youngling.
Oh, it is.
Black flag.
It is. There's contact warning for Timo Youngling a couple of minutes ago, about 5 minutes ago. So that is now a fully fledged black flag. He's had
I think it's
warnings.
multiple contacts.
Yeah, he has had 2 warnings, hasn't he? So he's now got a black flag, and he's still, I don't know whether he hasn't seen it. Because he's still fighting, and normally if you get a black flag, you just go slowly and pull over to the side. But he's still in the thick of it, just behind Savinkov, and doesn't want to let Lizzie Melier get poked.
Oh, we tried that. He's got contact! Contact! Off goes the 16 of Savinkov just after Youngling gets a black flag. He then causes an incident on the last lap. I don't know what they're going to think about that one, but here comes Freddie Ingram. What a race from Freddie Ingram. Controlled it. Domination. What a win in the Junior Max A final. Who's going to be there in second, though? It's Lizzie Mentier. 2 girls on the podium. Lizzie Mentier in second and Jessica White in third. Once again, what a race.
Yeah, I tell you, I said that any of the battles for 5th place could have been a battle for the race lead. All of them deserve to be on that podium. Freddie Ingram especially on the top step. But I tell you, I'd be scared if I was Timo Youngling right now. He'll come away with points, but I don't think there'll be championship points that way. He's at the risk, I think, after being shown multiple contact warning flags and then a black flag, to not pull over and to then try and make moves forward.
Yeah, you've got to assume innocent until proven guilty that he didn't see the black flag board on the last lap. However, I know you're in a big battle over second place, but you've still got to be aware of that big board.
I was going to say, there's not seeing it. That's whenever I've said that, it's not been an excuse, but that way.
No, it's not an excuse. You anyway, have to look at it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
it is what it is.
Decide, but
yeah, it's not on us. It's not on us. Right, let's run you through the finishing order of that one then. Freddie Ingram, what a win for him. Lizzie Mentier and Jessica White rounded out that podium. Then it was Michael Dalton in 4th. What a race through for him. Jacob Jukes in 5th. Lord Farquhar in 6th. What a fantastic result for him there. Joshua Turnbull in 7th. Then Timo Youngling ended up in 8th after that incident, but I'm not sure. Well, I mean, he was black flag, so I think he'll be discounted from the results there. Zach Heslop was behind in 9th, and Luca Magni 10th. Alfie Richards 11th. Alexander Savinkov, after getting taken out on that last lap, ended up in 12th. Then it was Cameron Nelson, William Webb, Callum Gosh, Lee Hurstgrover, which is of course actually Harry Hurstgrover. Then Archie Lyons, Omar Cindy. Good race from him. Omar Cindy won our B final up to 18th. Impressive. Rachel Robertson and George Allen rather a top 20. Then it was Oliver Smith just behind them. Then Mitchell Mulvey, then Alfie Thompson, Jugas Provolonis, Jonas Klimas, Harry Blore, Jack Gillingham there in 27th, then Callum Foster, Charlie Neve, James Waring, Hamish Forrest, Maisie Creed, Finley Hayes, and sadly, your only non-finish in that one was Devon Nolan.
Wow, that was a dramatic race, wasn't it?
What a brilliant race.
From start to finish. I mean, my voice was going before, it's certainly on its way out now, and we're not easing out of it for the final here, a final race of the day either, because of course, we have this senior Rotax Max A final. So the senior Rotax A final, the juniors put on a show. I can't wait to see what the seniors have in store. On pole position, the number 45 of Lucas Ellingham. He was kept honest for pretty much the entire race last time we saw them, though, by the 31 of Sam Baker, who starts alongside him. Row 2 is the 33 of Leo Brown and the 42 of Ben Hearsey. Row 3, 67, Louis Weaver and the 22 of Oliver Kerr. Row 4 is the WM plate of Jamie Rogers, quick all weekend. Look forward to seeing him through the order. 173 of Ollie Goodyear. Row 5 is the 67 of Spencer Brown, 71 of George Donald. Row 6 is the 89 of Lewis Wild and the 25 of George Hunter. Row 7 is the 14 of Jack Cooper and the 125 of Paul Simard. Row 8 is the 49 of Bobby Rosier and the 37 of Benjamin Ballou. Row 9, the 55 of Ethan Martin and the 68 of Philip Rawson. Row 10, the 27 of James Tester with 12 of Jack Collins. Row 11 is the 70 of Romarian Ubi with 13 Zaki Hussein. Row 12 is 84 of Chris Banderi and the 61 of Jack Spencer. Row 13, the 43 of Stefan Kashmarek with the 15 of Sam Light. Row 14, 54 is Blake Noble and the 98 of James Thompson. With row 15 being 93 Oliver Duffel and 35 of Adriel Ngua. do apologise to the last place driver there. We did get told how to pronounce the name, but it's on a sheet of paper, or it's on a text that has disappeared for a second.
Yes, indeed. Now, I'm also going to look for, this is what I'm looking for, the 4 drivers which got up into the A final. Of course, at the back of this grid is going to be Nathan Schaefer on 31st place, then Kasper Biecki on 32nd, Ollie Ward on 33rd, and David Marsal on 34th position for this one. Of course, final race of the day, this one. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. If that last one, the Junior Rotax A final, is anything to go by, this is going to be absolutely mega. I cannot wait.
Yeah, just to correct my pronunciation, it's Adriel Ungwa. Sorry, I should butcher it again. Ungwa is the way it's supposed to be said. Sorry, it wasn't even spelled out phonetically.
Sorry, everyone.
Right, yes, it's the final race of the day. It's Lucas Ellingham. It's against Sam Baker, Leo Brown, Ben Hirst. I mean, there's so many superstars.
We saw a great battle between those two early, didn't we?
We did. So many superstars on this grid, but it's Lucas Ellingham who'll start this race. 12 minutes on the clock, and it starts timing down now. It's a good start by Ellingham as well. Everybody tries to get through Oblivion nice and cleanly, which I think they just about do, but heading up to Christmas corner, the fight for 5th place with the WM plate to Jamie Rogers from 7th up to 5th. Comes away with that one. Really good start by him. We said that I was looking forward to seeing how he carves through the order. He's got pace for top 3, trust me. He just needs to get there.
Spin! Spin for the 61 there.
There was a spin.
That was Jack Spencer having a little spin down at Ashby. Not the ideal start to the final for him, but yes, like you were saying, Jamie Rogers, he had a great start, diving into the apex at Oblivion to steal a position, then diving into the outside at Christmas corner to take another one.
He's everywhere, isn't he? He's all over the place.
He's omnipresent.
Exactly, and he's got a personality as well behind him.
He's great. He's a good lad.
He doesn't mind the camera, apparently, as we found out the WM was doing an interview with him.
Well, as we found out this morning, where he was the one that was making loads of noise as we were walking into the paddock.
Yeah, that's true. The paddock hill, if you can hear some screaming as we walk onto the paddock.
The 89, is that Lewis Wild, I want to say?
The 89.
Who's off?
Yeah, it's Lewis Wild.
It is Lewis Wild.
Pushing himself back on.
He is very quick, so sad to see him off on the first lap.
Yeah, it is a bit of a shame. Sam Baker, as I said, keeping Lucas Ellingham honest, and I don't think there's much love lost here. We said that we thought there was a hand gesture in the earlier race, which I don't think they got checked.
I feel like it was light-hearted.
I think it was light-hearted.
Yeah.
But I like to say there's a little bit of friction with the ladies.
I need to go back and check, because I only saw it quickly, and I was like, is that the hand gesture I thought I saw?
But equally, they did put on a good show, didn't they? They're very quick. They're very clean races as well. So if we see any kind of moves from Sam Baker, they're going to be spectacular, I'm sure. This is Louis Weaver with the fastest lap at the moment, but well, to be fair, there's only been one flying lap, hasn't there? But just hunkered up behind Jamie Rogers.
Indeed, yeah. These two are teammates, though, of course, from JDR. So are they going to work together? It is the final. Try and push on ahead, or is Sam Baker just going to go, nah, mate, I'm just going to send it. Right,
well, I think if you were in charge of JDR, you'd probably be sat there tearing your hair out thinking, please, for the love of God, just work together. But in actual fact, if I was in the car, I'd just be like, fine, you can try and stay with me, and that might pull us along naturally, but I'm going to stay ahead of you, or I'm going to get ahead of you, sort of thing.
Louis Weaver went even faster there. He's the one nearer the back of this train. Well, the one at the back is actually Jamie Rogers now. However, fastest man on circuit, Benjamin Ballou in 13th, 44.74 for him on that last lap. Interestingly, actually 3 different drivers set the 3 fastest different sectors. It was Leo Brown, Louis Weaver, and Benjamin Ballou. So across this field, so much pace.
Yeah, it's very even. It's like the juniors, isn't it? Where you say, you know, they've got 6, 8, 10 superstars that you could all think, oh, they're at the front of this order, I wouldn't be surprised. One driver who I would be, the only sort of 2 drivers I'd be surprised if they weren't in the top 5 would be Lucas Ellingham and Sam Baker, because the way they've been driving this weekend has been pretty outstanding. We do hope that they're here for the entire championship so we can see them more often. As we said, we've had a big spike in the grids for the first 2 rounds. That quite often happens. Then people sort of use it as almost pre-season, don't they? Because WMKC is one of the earliest starting championships.
It is, yeah, really early starts. It means we get some interesting weather like we saw today, which is always good fun for us anyway in the commentary box. So it gives the drivers lots of different opportunities to test out different setups and
could have been June, to be fair, though.
Yeah, fair point, fair point. It could happen any time in the year in the UK.
Now we're still looking at this top battle, still being led by Lucas Ellingham, of course. Oh, a little bit of a wide moment there for the 33 of Leo Brown. As you can see, it kicks up the water. There's still a lot of standing water in those rivets on the outer curb on the exit of the final corner. Now still the top 6 in this battle. The secondary battle being led by the number 65 of Spencer Brougham. Of course, was right up there in juniors last year, makes the step up into seniors this year, and doing a very good job so far. But I had a great chat with him in the paddock show. Once again, you can skip back to the lunchtime to watch that, but obviously only after this race is over.
Well, yeah, they only have to wait another 8.5 minutes or
Not
so,
long.
don't they?
Not long.
Before you can start skipping back and relive all the beautiful action from the Whilton Mill Kart Club. As we said before, we haven't plugged this since we've hit that 30,000 mark, but if you want to subscribe and you've enjoyed it, and you've enjoyed the last couple of races here, then by all means, hit that subscribe button, and we'll appear on your YouTube home feed the next time we're live, which is quite often, to be honest, aren't we? Because Alpha Live, we're always out and about doing things in the motorsport community.
Exactly, yeah. Louis Weaver looking interesting. Oh, that was a late move. We know he loves a late move. Does the WM-plated driver of Jamie Rogers, sends his way up into 5th place past Ben Hearsey. But Louis Weaver keeps going faster and faster and faster. A 44.19. He's so much faster than the drivers around him. Still in 4th place at the back of this train, but for how much longer?
I was going to say, he's only just caught up to the back of this train, though. That's the thing, hasn't it? So I think those lap times, the difference is starting to come down a little bit as he joins the fight, but he's fully deserved in joining this fight. And I think, to be honest, it's probably given a little bit of a headache to the likes of Leo Brown and Sam Baker and Lucas Ellingham, who thought they were all going to have this their own way.
Indeed, yeah. It was looking like a relatively standard 3-way battle, but Louis Weaver is trying to ruin the days of Lucas Ellingham, Sam Baker and Leo Brown, isn't he, at the front of this one? Still 6.5 minutes to go on the clock, all still biding their time here, and they've just opened a bit of a gap, haven't they, back to Jamie Rogers and Ben Hearsey, and then another little gap back to Spencer Brougham and basically the rest of the field.
It's quite nice to see, though, that this sort of his battling is, it almost feels calculated. It feels like it's ready to boil over rather than maybe in the juniors where it felt like it was just, everything was exploding constantly. There's a bit of a tactical battle going on here in the seniors where maybe the race experience comes to play a little bit more, and everybody's sort of waiting for those final couple of laps before they actually start throwing the kitchen sink at each other, whereas the juniors, I think they were under the impression that they cut 4 minutes from the final, let alone added 4 minutes. It looked like they were all in all of the time, whereas the seniors here, even when they get up close to each other, are a bit more calm and composed about the whole situation.
Yes, just biding their time, aren't they? Waiting for that perfect move. That means that then if it goes wrong, they don't get re-overtaken as they continue to follow each other line astern into the boot section, and still being led by Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah, well, we have just been reminding ourselves that we do have the driver of the round to be picking as well, and I think a few drivers on this grid, I'd say, are certainly in with a shout. There's a few of the drivers that we mentioned over the course of the day. As there's a move sent up the inside there, the 33 of Leo Brown goes into 2nd place, and I don't think lost too much time to Lucas Ellingham either, so Sam Baker is having to settle for 3rd. I wouldn't reply too quickly, otherwise you risk potentially losing out on that race win eventually.
Indeed, yeah. Is it all just starting to bubble up?
Ooh.
The pan starting to
know.
bubble here.
You never know.
4 minutes and 40 left to go. And yeah, indeed, as you say, change to 2nd place. Sam Baker's been looking very quick, but Leo Brown snatches that away, and Louis Weaver right on his rear end now, as he's now looking to get involved in this top 3 battle. And still has the fastest lap of the race, does Louis. Benjamin Ballou, we said he was faster earlier. He was down in the teens, if not sort of 11th or 12th. Now finds himself up in 8th place, chasing down. He's at the front of basically the next pack. He is chasing down Spencer Brougham in 7th, a couple of seconds off him. Spencer and Ben Hearsey are now having a good battle. Ben Hearsey was overtaken by Jamie Rogers a couple of laps ago. Clearly just not quite having the pace that he had earlier on in the heats is Ben, trying to hold on to P6 from Spencer Brougham.
We've got plenty of love for Jamie Rogers in the YouTube chats. Lots of people giving their support for Ollie Goodyear as well as a few others. So, yeah, thank you very much for everybody who's dropped in and shown their support in the YouTube chat along the day. Not just this race, but over the course of the entire day as well. It's been a pleasure being in your host for the entire weekend, or the whole day. Yeah, exactly. So.
Oh, late move down the inside. Is he able to do it? They're still side by side on the exit. No. Louis Weaver's pace has looked fantastic, but look at that. One attempt to the move and knocks them both off of the lead battle. This is going to give an opportunity here for Leo Brown to start piling the pressure on to Lucas Ellingham here. Has a little bit of a gap behind him now, where if he can go for a move and it can not really work like that happened there and still not lose the position, but he's going to be sitting back. We know how good Lucas Ellingham is. Leo Brown has to set up a move that is absolutely perfect here for it to work.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly surprising to see Lucas Ellingham under such pressure, isn't it? I
yeah.
mean, last year in the X30s, we didn't really see that as much. The only time where he really sort of didn't just come out with a stonking race victory is when he made a mistake himself, or when he had to start from the back of the grid or something like that. And even then, we were half expecting him to be at the front halfway through the race. So he's being kept honest here by the likes of Leo Brown, and I'm looking forward over the next 3 minutes or so what he's got in the locker.
Indeed. Spencer Brom overtook Ben Hearsey on that last lap, already building a nice gap. Only a second off of Jamie Rogers now. He's having a flyer with Spencer Brom from 9th on the grid. Hopefully, well, at least for himself, going to try and get up into the top 5 past the WM-plated kart. But they've got a little bit of a gap forward to the likes of Louis Weaver and Sam Baker now. So I think 5th, likely the highest opportunity that they're going to get. Although I say that, you never know what could happen between the drivers ahead. Someone could go for a crazy move, they make contact, and suddenly you're gifted a top 3.
Well, that's exactly that. And to be honest, Lucas Ellingham, I think, is looking a little bit like he's feeling the pressure somewhat. He's leaning forward in his kart. He's trying to get that slipstream, trying to get the weight off the rear axle, give him that extra bit of horsepower. I'm not entirely sure whether it's a mental thing more than an actual gives you any kind of advantage, but it's showing the intent. It's showing that I think he's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, unusual to see from Lucas Ellingham. Yeah, just as you say, activating that human DRS down the straight, trying to get as much out of the car as possible. And as we say, doesn't do a huge amount, maybe half a tenth, not even that, but more of a mental thing, I think, just showing, as you say, the intent to move forward and hold on to this lead. And to be fair, he's keeping a nice little buffer, isn't he? Just enough to mean that Leo Brown can't go for a crazy send. Leo Brown just has 1 minute and 20 seconds now to try and reel him in a little bit more. So I can assume after this lap, we'll have 2 more.
Yeah, he does close up around the top end of the track there, doesn't he? But I feel like it's through the boot that Lucas Ellingham really pulls away. We'll have to wait and see whether I'm chatting absolute rubbish, because that's just what I feel like I've seen over the last couple of laps. If they get into the boot here, that gap has grown, as said, by about a kart length, whereas at the top near Christmas Corner, it had really closed up. Whereas, as you can see here, coming across the line, it'll probably be about 1/10 and a half of the gap.
Indeed. Now, an interesting one. No one is setting personal bests anymore. No. Literally no one out on circuit. So either that's just because it's getting a bit colder, or it's because it is still spitting ever so slightly, and they're not able to quite go as fast as they were. I mean, I'm talking tenths of a second slower, 3 or 4 tenths of a second slower, but hey, every little helps, and if you can eke back out that advantage once again, you could grab the lead of the race if you want to go for it here, trying it around the outside. Not quite able to do it, actually loses a bit of time there, does Leo Brown, maybe just trying to go for it at the earliest opportunity there, maybe a little bit too early. I saw in the background as well, Spencer Brom was heavily pressuring Jamie Rogers for 5th, and I'm pretty sure Sam Baker and Louis Weaver are having a good battle as well. So a couple of pairs now, and Sam Baker and Louis Weaver actually closing down in this battle. Are we going to get 2 more laps? Yes, we are. They crossed the line with only 3 seconds to go, and that means an extra lap for Leo Brown to try and make an overtake, and an extra lap for Lucas Ellingham to try and hold on to this.
I was going to say, I think if Leo Brown could rewind time, he'd have probably taken that attempted move around the outside back, to be honest. It was a very, very difficult one. It wasn't the best opportunity that we've even seen him have over the past 3 or 4 minutes, and it meant that Lucas Ellingham has got that gap now as well, to about 0.4 of a second, and Leo Brown had spent 3 or 4 laps whittling that down from half a second into an overtaking opportunity. Is he going to have the amount of time that left to be able to whittle that time down? I don't think so. We're about to start the final lap of the race, and Lucas Ellingham, he had a 4/10 gap. I think it's going to be about, he's still going to be over 3, and there we go, yeah, 3.5 tenths. Leo Brown, then Sam Baker, Louis Weaver, with the fastest lap of the race, still to his name. As John said before, no one's able to set a personal best, apart from Bobby Rosier, who did on the last lap, but that's the only driver out of 30-odd karts that is actually going any quicker.
No, exactly. Yeah, I do agree with your statement, though. Leo Brown maybe regretting that diving for the outside. Lucas Ellingham perfectly placed it, didn't need to force him out wider, and meant he lost a bit of time. There's staying sort of as they are. None of the top 4 really close enough to go for a move here. Might try it. Oh, Sam Baker thought about it through the boot. It's not going to happen though, and it is going to be Lucas Ellingham who takes the win here in the Senior Rotax A final. A brilliantly controlled win from Lucas Ellingham, and he was the championship leader going into today, and I think he extends that gap out front after that Senior Rotax A final win. It was Leo Brown and Sam Baker who round out the podium. Louis Weaver's pace was fantastic through that. Did get the fastest lap of the race, but sadly wasn't quite able to convert that into some silverware today. Jamie Rogers rounded out the top 5, followed by Spencer Brom, Benjamin Ballou, Ben Hearsey, George Hunter and Philip Rawson rounded out the top 10. Behind them were Oliver Kerr, George Donald, then Jack Cooper and Ollie Goodyear, then Ethan Martin, Jack Collins, Zaki Hussain, Bobby Rozier, Paul Simard and James Tester rounded out the top 20. Then it was Stefan Kaczmarczyk, Ollie Ward, Blake Noble, Oliver Duffel, Romarion Ubi, Chris Banderi, Nathan Schaefer. That was a good run from him from 31st to 27th there. Then David Marsal, Jack Spencer, Kasper Piecki rounds out the top 30. Then James Thompson, Sam Lai, Adriel Ungwa, was that how you pronounced it? I can't remember now from the message. And Lewis Wild to round out the 34. Who all managed to make it to the checkered flag, and that one very impressive.
Yeah, 34 karts to have that many finishing is always nice to see, and a good way to end the day as well, isn't it, John? Because, oh my God.
Oh, he's dying in the commentary box. That's what we've reduced him to here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We kill our commentators. That race was just so good. His body couldn't take it as we come to the end of the day. You okay now, mate?
Not really. No, I'm slightly struggling. Luke's looking in at us thinking, what on earth is going on? We have come to the Parsons Day where we have to do wrap up.
Do I have to say it again? Professional commentators.
There we go. Yeah, we've proved our worth here. We've proved we're worth our paycheck, me and you, John. We have to wrap up soon, but before we do that, of course, there is the driver of the day.
Do you agree with my pick?
I do agree with your pick. I'll let you announce it because you've got all the sponsor details and everything like that as well in front of you. So we want to be able to get all of that correct and all the prizes that they're winning.
Yeah, of course. So to remind you all, new for 2023, we've got a new secondary sponsor. That, of course, being Lucas Blanford Racing. He used to race with us in WMKC last year. This year has moved on to the BRSEC Fiesta Junior Championship, which is a support series for the TCR UK. So we get to decide this year who is the driver of the weekend. That driver of the weekend wins 2 race day entry tickets to any TCR UK meeting and 2 race day hospitality tickets for the Lucas Blanford Racing Hospitality Awning. Now for round 1, myself and DJ chose Macaulay Bishop.
Yep.
For round 2, we can announce that we are giving that prize to Mr. Theo Bradshaw. Woo! What a fantastic day for Theo Bradshaw, of course. In his Rotax Micro Heat number 1, he went from 11th to 1st. What a race. He also won Heat number 2 in his Honda Cadets. He then fended off from Ashley Haas to win the Honda Cadet 200 final, and then went from P6 to P2 on lap 1 of his Rotax Micro final, then from P4 to P1 on the last lap to take the win in the final. What a day for Theo Bradshaw to win both finals of both categories he enters in. That deserves the win for me.
Yeah, no, he's going to have a hell of a day. 2 tickets to the TCR, 2 tickets to hospitality that I'm guessing have to be used on the same days as you pick each other.
You would have thought so.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? But yeah, a massive thank you to Mr. Blanford, and we'll look forward to giving them out or nominating driver of the round each and every round. We are going to be trying and picking different drivers, obviously each and every round, because you want to spread the love.
Definitely.
But it's been an absolute pleasure to see everyone race this afternoon and this morning, of course. And, it's been a pleasure to be your host as well. And I'd like to say I've absolutely loved it, John. I'll let you round out the stream and say goodbye to everyone. But from me, it's been a big thank you.
Do you want to have a little shout out your socials?
I wouldn't mind a self-plug. Yeah,
Go on.
Why not? It's, to be honest, I can't remember most of them. It's Jacko Racing, and I'm pretty sure there's a 1 in there somewhere. There might be an underscore.
How helpful.
But Jacko Racing is in there somewhere. It's a picture of a logo or something in my ugly mutt as well. As the
you can't miss that then. You can't miss that.
Yeah, but thank you to Alpha Live, Whilton Mill Kart Club, all the drivers, and your good self, John.
Thank you, sir. No, it's been absolutely fantastic. A big shout out to all the marshals here and everyone working at Whilton Mill to make the Whilton Mill Kart Club run smoothly. Of course, the emergency staff as well have been used, maybe more than we would usually like today, but they've been absolutely fantastic as usual. And as you say, a big shout out to all the staff here at Alpha Live, particularly our camera operators for dealing with the horrific conditions this morning. It's never nice. I've been out there myself. It's pretty horrible and cold and wet and not nice. So big shout out to them for being on the cameras today, and a big shout out to the producers watchers as well.
And we've got 30,000 subscribers.
And we've got 30,000
What a day.
subscribers, so a big shout out to all of you watching at home. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We've got lots of content coming in future. And of course, drop a like on this stream as well if you did enjoy it. My name has been John Ratcliffe. Make sure to follow me on TikTok, Instagram and YouTube at Ratters Media, and follow that man Jacko Racing. It's been a fantastic day of racing here at Whilton Mill for round number 2 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Make sure you join us in a month's time for round number 3, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your evening and rest of your weekend. We'll see you shortly. Goodbye.